Chapter 1: Stepping on the Face of a Future Tycoon. Chu Tiantian lay lifeless on the bed. As she succumbed to death, golden chains entwined her delicate, pale ankles, and her fair skin bore the marks of intimacy. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing at the very man who had imprisoned her for 2 long years, now beneath her feet. His once youthful visage appeared markedly more mature, with eyes resembling those of a beast glaring fiercely at her. The surroundings were familiar. She was in her own Golden Wings palace, where she saw Junwen tightly bound to a chair, his mouth gagged. Incredibly, she had been reborn a decade into the past, on the day of her 16th birthday feast. The Western Chu had not fallen. She remained the illustrious 5th princess. The young hostage's features were shadowed and menacing, and his wolf-like gaze rendered Chu Tiantian momentarily paralyzed with fear. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the man he would become in 10 years. Yet, in addition to that ferocity, there was a profound sense of predation and possessiveness that had defined him in the future. Chu Tiantian patted her chest, engaging in a lengthy mental struggle before finally lifting her foot from a youth's face. The room was warmed by a constantly burning heater, the gentle heat enveloping her, even the floor radiating warmth. She fixated on the young man lying before her, the source of countless nightmares in her previous life, biting her lip and swallowing hard. A flicker of fear coursed through her. After all, anyone who had endured 2 years of imprisonment would inevitably harbor a deep-seated dread. Yet this man was the ultimate victor in all her past struggles. During her confinement, she had heard tales of Junwen single-handedly unifying the 4 kingdoms of the Central Plains. He had installed a puppet emperor, while he himself, as regent, wielded absolute power, becoming a figure feared by all. Chu Tiantian scrutinized the youth's face. Though slightly emaciated and not yet fully grown, his features had begun to take shape. His clean visage was astonishingly beautiful. His proud, phoenix-like eyes concealed a tenacity that was both resilient and fierce, and when half closed, they resembled a lone wolf in the wilderness, with stars hidden within. The depths of his dark pupils, the slight upward tilt of his eyes, tinged with a natural flush, added a touch of allure that compelled her to gaze longer. His ink-black brows were like strokes of a brush, his nose elegantly defined, and his thin lips, pale with a hint of pink, left a lasting impression. This visage was unforgettable, especially those eyes. They had once ignited within her the cruel desire to torment and humiliate him. Recalling her past actions towards him, Chu Tiantian suddenly felt that her 2 years of suffering at his hands were well-deserved. That of all the people to offend, she had chosen this formidable figure. With her kingdom in ruins and her family destroyed, she had long wished for death. Yet Junwen had warned her that should she take her own life, he would obliterate all of Western Chu as a princess. She had no choice but to cling to life. Moreover, even when she knew the food delivered to her was poisoned, she consumed it in silence. This could hardly be deemed a betrayal. Her life had already been returned to him in their previous existence. They owed each other nothing. To be why the timeline. Her initial interest in him had not yet caused any significant harm. But upon recalling that earlier kick, her confidence waned. Junwen was known for his vengefulness. She remembered a servant who had stolen a bun from him, only to be captured and suffocated with it. Regardless of how much she wished to sever ties with him, the enmity had been established, and she could not pretend nothing had occurred. Meeting Junwen's murderous gaze, she laboriously helped him to his feet. Suddenly, she raised her hand to touch his face. The sensation prompted the boy to struggle instinctively. Observing his reaction, Chu Tiantian quickly spoke. "Stay still, I need to check your injuries." Frostbite marred Junwen's face. Chu Tiantian gently wiped the imprint from his skin before retrieving a priceless snow-melting ointment, dipping her delicate fingertips into it and carefully applying it to his face. Her expression was earnest, devoid of the previous disdain, causing the youth to quiet involuntarily. Yet, the vigilance in his gaze remained, wild and wolf-like. The ointment, cool against his skin, melted under the warmth of her fingers, spreading soothing relief over his wounds, transforming the atmosphere of the room into one of tranquility, even their breaths becoming distinctly audible. However, in contrast to Chu Tiantian's gentleness, Junwen's breaths were notably heavier. After applying the medicine, she set the box aside. Junwen had donned a new set of clothing, albeit still the coarse attire of palace servants, which clung to his still youthful form, his exposed collarbones appearing painfully thin. Chu Qianqian placed her hand over the cloth, gagging his mouth. Fortunately, as he was brought to her, the gag was cleaned. I will remove this and untie you, but you must promise not to attack me. Jun Wuyin remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon her. Aware that reasoning would be futile, Chu Qianqian proceeded to remove the gag. However, in an unexpected moment, the previously compliant Jun Wuyin sprang into action. His eyes blazed with hatred as he lunged at her, chair and all. In the next instant, he pinned Chu Qianqian to the ground. She felt a sudden jolt, losing her balance and collapsing, utterly unprepared for the reckless assault from the once captive Jun Wuyin. She hadn't even had the chance to untie him. Chapter 2. The princess at home plays with skill. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through Chu Qianqian, prompting a cry of distress as she found the youth pressing down upon her. In the midst of their earlier struggle, Jun Wuyin had bitten down on her wrist. The maidservant, Lianxing, stationed outside the door, immediately inquired, "Your Highness, what has happened?" Tears filled Chu Qianqian and Appo's eyes, for she had an aversion to pain. Yet, she gritted her teeth, suppressing her cries of agony, and struggled while exclaiming, I am fine, do not come in." Lianxing dared not press further, but the sounds from within led her to believe that her princess was engaged in some peculiar play. Fortunately, Jun Wuyin, having been starved for an extended period, despite exerting all his strength, only managed to leave a mark on Chu Qianqian's wrist. Though it bled slightly, the injury was not deep. Chu Qianqian, struggling to extricate herself from beneath him, emerged in a state of disarray, her clothing in disarray, exposing a large expanse of delicate, fair skin at her collar. Hastily, she adjusted her attire and hair, only to find Jun Wuyin tilting his head back, licking the corners of his lips, an expression of regret painted across his features, as if lamenting the fact that he had not taken a chunk of flesh from her. Gazing at the evident marks on her wrist, she winced at the pain, causing her fingers to tremble. Lowering her sleeves to cover the bite marks, she shot Jun Wuyin a furious glare, momentarily at a loss for how to address him. Why had she not been reborn earlier? The foolishness of her past life flooded her mind, and she longed to slap herself in regret. Daring not to act recklessly again, she endured the pain and righted the chair, meeting Jun Wuyin's predatory gaze with a determination to silence him once more. "It is not that I wish to keep you bound, but I fear for my life." Jun Wuyin cast her a cold glance. Chu Qianqian continued, "I acknowledge my past transgressions. I vow to treat you better henceforth. Could you not set aside previous grievances and allow us to become friends?" Jun Wuyin regarded her with an expression of incredulity. The mere thought of her past humiliations inflicted upon him ignited a primal urge for vengeance within him. As Chu Qianqian awaited his response, Lianxing and Appo's voice broke through the tension. "Your Highness, the banquet is about to commence. The fourth princess has come to invite you." At the mention of the fourth princess, rage ignited within Chu Qianqian's eyes. She hastily adjusted her attire, donned her fur cloak, and cast a final glance at Jun Wuyin. "Stay put and do not stir. I shall return with delicacies for you." Stepping out of the golden feather palace, she was met with a visage she would never forget. The fourth princess of the Western Chu, the daughter of the current noble consort, Chu Xiaoxiao. She could never erase the memory of standing before the blood-soaked Western Chu palace in her past life, where Chu Xiaoxiao appeared before her clad in the majestic garb of a crown princess. "You, Chu Qianqian, are truly a delicate flower raised in a greenhouse, blissfully unaware of your own foolishness, even oblivious to your fiancé's identity as the crown prince of Beiki. His disinterest after marriage is not due to concern for your frail constitution, but rather disdain for your perceived filth. The reason he annihilated the Su family was because your family led to the deaths of his two uncles on the battlefield." Each word dripped with sorrowful truth, shaking her to her core, igniting a burning hatred that reddened her eyes, yet she felt utterly powerless. The fall of the Western Chu had transformed her from a revered noble into a princess of a fallen kingdom. Later, as countless wicked hands reached for her, Junwen, the regent of Dongling, descended like a savior. He wielded his army to cleave Chu Xiaoxiao, who had just relished her victory, in two, annihilating the invading Beiki forces and taking her away. Alas, She merely transitioned from one hell into another abyss. Memories surged through her mind, overwhelming Chu Qianqian, rendering her momentarily breathless, her complexion paling. Her loyal maidservant, Lianqing, stepped forward to support her. "Your Highness, I shall fetch the physician." Chu Qianqian waved her hand, gathering her thoughts, revealing a delicate beauty tinged with fragility upon her exquisite face. "No need, I am well." Being a premature infant, she had always been frail, especially in winter, requiring more layers than others. At that moment, clad in a pristine white fur cloak, her glossy black hair cascaded over her shoulders. The pale skin of her cheeks was lightly flushed, while the tip of her petite nose appeared even redder, lending a hint of vitality to her otherwise flawless, painterly visage. Chu Xiaoxiao approached, her face radiant with a smile. "Qianqian, today you are the guest of honor. How can you arrive late? Come, follow me." Chu Qianqian observed her performance, pondering how this seemingly gentle and warm fourth sister could be the architect of the Western Chu's demise. She nodded slightly, feigning enthusiasm as she accompanied her toward the banquet. Just as they were nearing their destination, Chu Qianqian abruptly halted. "Sister, I have a secret to share." Chu Xiaoxiao, unsuspecting, replied with a gentle demeanor. "Very well, I shall ask others to withdraw." However, Chu Qianqian seized her wrist, leading her to a secluded spot behind a trellis, away from prying eyes. As Chu Xiaoxiao patiently awaited her words, she suddenly witnessed her usually obedient fifth sister tilt her head and smile, only for the next moment to cry out in agony, clutching her wrist. "Ah, it hurts!" The commotion drew all the palace attendants, including Chu Qianqian's personal maid. Chu Xiaoxiao stood frozen, bewildered, and unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Chu Qianqian bit her lip in silence, tears streaming down her cheeks, painting a picture of profound grievance. As Chu Xiaoxiao attempted to explain, footsteps echoed nearby. Empress Su approached with a retinue. Chu Qianqian's gaze immediately locked onto her mother. The thought of never seeing her again 10 years hence made her heart race. Tears welled anew, this time devoid of pretense. She flung herself into Empress Su and Appo's embrace, initially stifling her sobs, only to succumb to a full-blown wail, as if attempting to weep away the injustices she would endure over the next 2 years. As her kingdom fell and her family perished, she rushed to the grand hall, wishing to flee with her mother and father. Yet upon finding them, they had already taken poison, and the other concubines had hung themselves from the beams, shrouded in white silk, to spare themselves from posthumous indignities. The surviving servants had set their chambers ablaze, burning both the bodies and the memories. At last, she stood before her mother alive. Empress Su, taken aback by her daughter's distress, had been on her way to celebrate Chu Qianqian's birthday, her gift prepared, only to be met with this tumult. Seeing her precious daughter in such despair, her heart sank and her expression darkened. Gently stroking Chu Qianqian and Appo's head, she consoled her. "Do not cry, Qianqian. Tell mother, who has wronged you?" Chu Qianqian, with a pitiful demeanor, raised her wrist, revealing the bloodied mark, capturing the Empress's undivided attention. Chapter 3. If you wish to eat, I shall feed you. Her eyes were ablaze with anger, feeling more pain than if the injury had been inflicted upon herself. "Who did this?" Chu Qianqian choked out. "I merely wished to converse with fourth sister, but we ended up in a quarrel, and she bit me." Upon hearing Chu Qianqian and Appo's words, Chu Xiaoxiao gazed at her in disbelief. "I did not. I have always treated fifth sister with utmost kindness. How could I possibly harm her?" Empress Su glared at her. "What, should we believe that Qianqian bit herself? I truly do not know how her wrist came to be injured. I beg your majesty to see the truth." Chu Xiaoxiao felt immensely wronged, akin to a mute suffering in silence. Hearing Chu Xiaoxiao and Appo's audacious denial, Empress Su and Appo's expression darkened further. She narrowed her eyes at Chu Xiaoxiao, her voice icy. "You come here." Chu Xiaoxiao and Appo's legs trembled slightly. She was terrified of Empress Su. The Empress was a tyrant, wielding the power of the Su family in the Western Chu kingdom, ruling over the harem with an iron fist. Everyone in the palace was compelled to obey her. Defiance would surely lead to dire consequences. Even her own mother, the current favored consort, had to bow to her. Slap! A resounding strike landed on her face, twisting it to one side. Chu Xiao felt her vision blur, her head buzzing. She covered her face, unable to utter a word, merely biting her lip in submission. Any attempt at explanation was futile. Empress Su was utterly unreasonable. After delivering the slap, Empress Su remained unsatisfied. Her previously gentle and beautiful visage now bore a sharpness born of fury. The corners of her eyes reddened, and despite having crossed 40, her beauty still radiated a captivating charm. Such malicious intent, knowing full well that Qianqian is frail. You dare to lay a hand on her, then attempt to evade responsibility. Who taught you such vile behavior? Chu Xiao lowered her head, fearing that speaking further would only invite more punishment. She trembled in terror, her cheeks swollen. If the favored consort cannot discipline her properly, I shall take it upon myself. Bring the fourth princess to learn etiquette. Yes. Several matrons approached, seizing Chu Xiao and escorting her away. Fury coursed through Chu Xiao. Yet she dared not rebel against such overwhelming authority. The so-called learning of etiquette was merely a guise for punishment, all because her mother was the favored consort, making her the object of Empress Su and Appo's disdain. Most critically, she had an elder brother, the crown prince, who was favored by their father. Empress Su, unable to bear children of her own, naturally vented her frustrations upon Chu Xiao, a fact she fully comprehended. Empress Su paid no heed to Chu Xiao and Appo's thoughts, gently guiding Chu Qianqian to sit down, soothing her while wiping her tears. Qianqian, do not cry. If you do, mother will be heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Chu Qianqian instantly fell silent, raising her tear-stained, delicate face. It and Appo's, that's my fault. What could possibly be your fault? It is others who are at fault. Nestled in the warm embrace of Empress Su, Chu Qianqian was reluctant to leave. Breathing in her mother's comforting scent, she felt a pang of sadness. Yet, a resolute thought crystallized in her mind. Gazing at her mother's worried expression, she clenched her fists. In this lifetime, she must protect her family at all costs. No matter the sacrifices required, she would scale any heights to achieve this. Throughout the entire birthday banquet, Chu Qianqian remained by her mother's side, observing the throngs of people who engaged in hollow pleasantries. The true faces of these individuals had been laid bare during the fall of the Chu kingdom in her past life, a sight she recalled vividly. After the banquet concluded, Chu Qianqian returned to the Golden Feather Palace, laden with gifts. Unlike the excitement she had felt in her previous life, she now regarded the presents with indifference. Lian Qing approached, holding a box, and, as she walked, she presented it to Chu Qianqian. Your Highness, this is a gift from the eldest princess. It seems quite precious. Chu Qianqian replied, Indeed, it is a blood jade hairpin, quite valuable. Lian Qing stood momentarily stunned, glancing at the unopened box with a hint of suspicion. Yet she dare not open it. Perhaps fifth princess had inadvertently learned of the eldest princess's gift. She quickly quickened her pace to accompany the fifth princess to the Golden Feather Palace. Chu Qianqian trusted Lian Qing deeply. The girl had remained by her side even before her capture, unlike the other palace attendants who had fled. Outside, dusk had fallen, and the chilly air seemed to seep through her padded clothing. Chu Qianqian entered the room, carrying a food container she had procured from the royal kitchen. Jun Huiyin remained bound to the chair, albeit now with his head tilted back against the chair's support, asleep. The young man's brow was furrowed even in slumber. Restless and uneasy, Chu Qianqian did not call out to him. Instead, she pulled a chair opposite him and opened the food container. The aroma of the food wafted out, with a steaming roast chicken sitting atop. Perhaps driven by hunger, Jun Huiyin suddenly opened his eyes, meeting Chu Qianqian's gaze as she rested her chin in her hand across from him. Seeing him awake, she gestured towards the food container. Would you like to eat? Jun Huiyin remained mute, his mouth still gagged, merely staring at her with cold indifference, devoid of any reaction. Chu Qianqian removed the cloth from his mouth, this time standing at a safer distance. If you wish to eat, I shall feed you. She lifted a drumstick and held it near his lips. However, he kept his mouth tightly shut, refusing to open it. After a moment's thought, she declared. I bear no poison. See for yourself. She bit into the drumstick herself. Observing her actions, Jun Huiyen's expression remained aloof, his eyes dark and fierce, akin to an eagle refusing to yield. Despite smearing his lips with grease, he still would not take a bite. Chu Qianqian's scant patience evaporated. She returned the drumstick to the food container and pushed the table forward. Since you refuse my offer, then summon the same vigor you displayed when you bit me, and feed yourself. Chu Qianqian stood and turned to leave. Suddenly, a raspy yet melodious voice called out from behind. Stop! Believing Jun Huiyen had reconsidered and intended to eat, she turned back to face him. Yet, she found his cheeks flushed and his lips moving silently. Just as she thought he would say nothing, he finally managed to utter a few words between his parted lips. Chapter 4. I can't endure it any longer. I must venture outside. He articulated, his teeth clenched, his eyes tinged with crimson. Venture outside? For a fleeting moment, Chu Qianqian remained uncomprehending. Observing the woman's apparent dimness, Jun Huiyen elucidated further. Relief. Enlightenment dawned upon Chu Qianqian. She had abandoned Jun Huiyen within the palace for the entirety of the afternoon, neglecting the fact that even he required such necessities. She hastened toward him, her fingers poised to untie the bonds, when a thought arrested her. Hold! I shall summon attendants. Jun Huiyen, struggling to maintain composure, his brow furrowed with pronounced veins, observed Chu Qianqian's hesitation. He inhaled deeply, uttering words that he deemed utterly mortifying. I am at my limit. Chu Qianqian, now seized by urgency, began to loosen the ropes, declaring, I shall tread upon your foot, and you shall retaliate with a bite, and I shall absolve you of your previous transgressions. However, should you dare inflict harm upon me again, I shall cry for succor. Jun Huiyen remained taciturn. How could this woman, despite her princely status, manage to utter the most craven pronouncements with the fiercest of expressions? Previously, consumed by unbridled fury, he had acted impetuously, lunging at Chu Qianqian and biting her. At that juncture, he had genuinely embraced the notion of mutual destruction. Subsequently, confined to the chamber in solitude, he had begun to experience remorse, fear gradually permeating his heart, akin to a prisoner awaiting the descent of the guillotine. Fortunately, the direst outcome had not materialized. Regardless of the woman's underlying motives, he remained alive. As long as life persisted, opportunity remained, and he could repay the suffering he had endured tenfold. A shadow of malevolence veiled Jun Huiyen and Appo's gaze. The instant he felt the ropes relinquish their hold, he surged to his feet. Chu Qianqian, just lifting her gaze, beheld Jun Huiyen already dashing through the doorway, absconding with the uppermost chicken leg. She paused, nonplussed, and touched her lips. That chicken leg had been previously sampled by her. Chu Qianqian pursued him to the entrance, where the night was bitterly cold. Jun Huiyen had vanished into the inky darkness, although she could, with a mere command, mobilize the palace to apprehend him. She refrained from doing so. Lian Qing, stationed at the entrance, had witnessed the figure fleeing. Your Highness, shall this servant dispatch individuals to retrieve him? Chu Qianqian demurred. Nay, let him be. Reclining upon her bed, she finally felt a resurgence of vitality. However, the realization that she was betrothed to Lu Xiangyuan cast a pall upon her countenance. Lu Xiangyan, her betrothed, was the current top scholar in the imperial examinations, and the very same prince of northern Qi who would later lead troops to assist the consort and others in a coup. He had meticulously concealed his true identity, earning the emperor and Appo's favor and rising to prominence in the court. Merely uttering an unsubstantiated accusation would be insufficient to depose him. Chu Qianqian, beset by insomnia, pondered the situation. Then, with a sudden movement, she sat up, donned a cloak, and ventured out. Meanwhile, Jun Huiyen had already returned to the northern side of the palace. This was where he had resided for 5 years, accompanied only by an elderly matron. The reason for his confinement in the palace by Chu Qianqian was his accidental shattering of the 5th princess's beloved purple orchid while assisting a young eunuch in watering the flowers. His hands rendered clumsy by the cold. His wrists throbbed from the chafing of the ropes. Jun Huiyen narrowed his eyes and strode through the doorway. Granny, I have returned. He clutched the fabric-wrapped chicken leg. Although his stomach growled with hunger, Junwian had no intention of consuming it himself. Having been sent to Western Shu as a hostage at the age of 12, he had initially been treated with respect by the palace staff. However, when Eastern Ling ceased its annual tribute, he was utterly abandoned. He became a pawn between two nations. The palace staff and Appo's gaze shifted from that of a revered prince to something less than a servant. Had it not been for Granny and Appo's efforts to create embroidery and exchange it for food, he might not have grown to his current size. Junwian wondered when this existence would end. Moreover, Granny was aging, her eyesight failing, rendering her unable to work. He could only assist the young eunuchs in their tasks, hoping to receive a meager portion of food in return. However, the moment he crossed the threshold, a wave of cold permeated the room. A foreboding sensation washed over him, and Junwian fumbled for the stub of a candle on the table and ignited it. The room's illumination revealed Lin Granny lying motionless on the floor. His expression underwent a dramatic transformation, and he rushed to her side. Granny awakened. As Chu Qianqian approached under the cloak of night, she witnessed Junwian fleeing from his residence. This place was desolate, separated from the eunuch's quarters by a palace wall, rendering the nearby palaces vacant and forlorn. Chu Qianqian remained silent, observing Junwian's distraught countenance. She had intended to pursue him, but a sudden realization caused her face to pale. She was not endowed with exceptional memory, and with the passage of a decade, recollection was arduous. She recalled that Junwian had a wet nurse who had nurtured him since childhood. One day, his wet nurse had perished. Could that day be today? Lian Qing, who accompanied her, murmured softly, "Your Highness, this place is eerie. Might there be specters at night?" Chu Qianqian compressed her lips. "Cease such talk. It is improbable. Let us investigate." Very well. The two hastened their pace. When Junwian departed, the door was merely ajar. Chu Qianqian pushed it open and entered the dimly lit chamber, where an elderly woman, clad in thin cotton garments, lay upon the bed. The bedding was damp and frigid, and the room was no better than the outdoors. Chu Qianqian could see her breath misting in the air. She touched Lin Granny and Appo's brow, and the heat made her fingers tremble. Lian Qing summoned the imperial physician. Lian Qing was taken aback. "Your Highness, it is the dead of night. Do you intend to summon the imperial physician to the North Palace?" Chu Qianqian glanced at her. "Obey my command. Say that I am unwell, and the imperial physician shall come." "Very well, this servant shall comply." Lian Qing, though not brilliant, was obedient. Chu Qianqian observed Lin Granny's flushed face, and a sense of unease washed over her. She reflected that her decision to have Junwian bound had prevented him from returning in the evening, detecting Lin Granny's ailment, and seeking timely treatment. A bitter taste filled her mouth. Moreover, she surveyed the room. The bone-chilling cold sent shivers down her spine. The dilapidated state of the residence was unfit for habitation. She had not realized that Junwian was living in such conditions within the Western Shu Palace. It was understandable that he harbored resentment toward Western Shu and toward her. Chu Qianqian, shivering from the cold, removed the fox fur cloak she wore and draped it over Lin Granny. She disregarded the grime that might cling to Lin Granny's person. Chu Qianqian rubbed her hands and stamped her feet, contemplating whether to order their relocation to her golden plume palace on the morrow. Just then, a voice echoed from the doorway. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 5 Pain, it hurts so much. Chu Qianqian was momentarily stunned, recognizing the voice of the youthful Junwian. She abruptly turned her head to look, only to find Junwian's elegant face taut with tension. His eyes narrowed in wary vigilance, concealing a predatory danger akin to a starving wolf cornered. The two locked gazes, and sensing her own guilt, Chu Qianqian averted her eyes. Stammering, "This princess merely wandered here out of boredom. It has nothing to do with you." Junwian's expression was as cold as ice. His striking phoenix eyes were half closed, yet despite being ensnared in a dire predicament, he retained the proud demeanor of a prince, never once kneeling even before the noblest of the palace. Thus, he bore more suffering. In the room was the fifth princess, the most cherished of the current emperor of Shichu, who had recently ordered him beaten, bound, and humiliated. His spine had been ruthlessly broken on the ground. She surely intended to take him back. If he were to be captured, with the ailing wet nurse in such dire condition, she would be in grave danger if left unattended. Junwin's heart raced with urgency and anger, yet he dared not act impulsively. For within this room lay his greatest vulnerability. Thoughts of Nurse Lin filled his mind, and his eyes reddened slightly as he gazed at the esteemed fifth princess, nearly biting his lip until it bled. Suddenly, the tall figure of the youth knelt before her, his disheveled black hair cascading down his frail back, his brow slightly bowed. "I implore you, fifth princess, have mercy and do not take me back tonight. Allow me to stay and care for the nurse." Seeing Junwei kneeling before her, Chu Qianqian froze entirely. Her lips trembled, momentarily at a loss for words, her speech turning halting. "Why you? Please get up. I want to take you." This was the future regent, a figure of immense power. Would she face dire consequences for making him kneel? Would he one day command that her legs be severed? Such thoughts sent Chu Qianqian into a panic. Her small face turned pale as she hurriedly took a few steps back. However, the room was in disarray, and she forgot about the rickety table by the door. She accidentally bumped her waist against its sharp edge, pain shooting through her, causing her to stumble and fall right before Junwei. As he knelt at the door with his head bowed, he found himself meeting the gaze of the struggling Chu Qianqian, who was attempting to lift her head from the ground. A heavy silence enveloped them. Chu Qianqian felt her cheeks flush crimson, embarrassment creeping all the way to the back of her ears. She hastily propped herself up, but the pain in her waist brought tears to her eyes. "Ouch! It hurts. It hurts so much. I must be bruised." Sitting on the cold floor, she gingerly held her waist, as if she were the one being bullied. Junwei was momentarily taken aback, utterly captivated by the scene before him. The woman's fair complexion flushed with color, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with tears, and her long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly ready to take flight. As her delicate lips parted, soft whimpers escaped, and her slender waist appeared so fragile. It seemed as if it could break with a mere touch. He instinctively swallowed hard, suddenly realizing the nature of his thoughts. Junwei quickly lowered his head. The fifth princess was present. No matter how anxious he felt, he dared not act recklessly. He needed to take the nurse from this room to the physician's quarters. He would beg on his knees if necessary. In the past, even when beaten and bruised, he had never knelt to plead for mercy. Now, he was reduced to this state, seeking pity from others. What a bitter irony. "Your Highness, what has happened?" A startled voice called from outside. Upon seeing Chu Qianqian's tear-filled eyes, Lianqing paled in fright and turned to glare fiercely at Junwei kneeling at the door. "Did you harm the princess?" "Someone." "It was not him. It was my own clumsiness." Chu Qianqian quickly covered Lianqing's mouth, urging her to be quiet. Today, her secret excursion to the North Palace must remain hidden. If it became widely known, what would become of her dignity as the fifth princess? An elderly physician, carrying a medicine chest, approached in confusion. He had not anticipated encountering the fifth princess in the North Palace. He hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, are you unwell?" It was already past midnight. The outside air was cold and dark, and the physician's face was frostbitten from the chill. His white hair, barely contained by his cap, appeared disheveled. Chu Qianqian quickly replied, "I accidentally fell. Do you have any medicine for blood circulation and bruising?" "Of course. I will fetch it at once," he assured her. The medicine chest contained a plethora of remedies. Although her injury was accidental, it spared her the trouble of concocting a false ailment. When a physician retrieved the medicine jar, Chu Qianqian finally glanced at the bed where Nurse Lin lay. Junwei remained tense, still kneeling, while the others in the room paid him little mind. To them, he was merely a hostage of lesser status. Kneeling before the fifth princess was entirely expected. The room and Appo's dim lighting, provided by a nearly depleted oil lamp, cast shadows around them. Chu Qianqian spoke up, "Dr. Lin, there's another patient here. It is a nurse who serves me. She must have caught a chill. Could you please examine her?" As the royal physician, he could not disregard the princess's words, nor would he ask too many questions. He promptly approached the bed, noticing a snow-white fur coat draped over the elderly woman, clearly beyond her means to afford. Seeing the fifth princess in her thin attire, he quickly understood the significance of the elder. The physician immediately took the pulse of Nurse Lin. Meanwhile, at the door, Junwian's pupils dilated, as if struck by the most astonishing revelation. His brows quivered, and a flicker of light danced in his eyes. The fifth princess had actually summoned her physician to tend to Nurse Lin. In an instant, his mind and heart were thrown into disarray. He could not comprehend why Chu Qianqian had undergone such a sudden transformation. Perhaps she had discovered a more amusing game, for her previous demeanor towards him had been exceedingly harsh. Junwian did not dare rise or interrupt, fearful that the princess might abruptly retract her kindness, plunging him from hope into despair once more. After all, he had experienced such cruel twists of fate before. While on the verge of starvation, a young eunuch had once offered him a piece of bread, promising it in exchange for filling a water vat. Yet upon completing the task, the eunuch had smiled maliciously, discarded the bread to the ground, and crushed it underfoot, taunting him to lick it off the floor. Later, that same eunuch met a grim fate, dying in an abandoned well, his demise known to no one. Chapter 6. Her impending nuptials. Master Lin. How fares she? Chu Qianqian inquired, her concern for Granny Lin momentarily eclipsing the presence of Jun Wuyin at the entrance. She knew his temperament. He would likely remain kneeling until Granny Lin and Oppose, as condition improved. Lin Tai furrowed his brow. The frigid poison has infiltrated her organs, causing deficiency in both qi and blood and severely depleting her vital energy. Furthermore, given her advanced age and years of toil, even the finest medicinal ingredients can only prolong her life until next year at best. Jun Wuyin, standing in the chilling wind, abruptly looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, the cold outside paling in comparison to the cold within his heart. Granny Lin was merely his wet nurse, accompanying him from Dongling. She held no status within the Western Chu court and was disregarded. A metallic tang filled Jun Wuyin and Oppo's mouth as he bit his lip until it bled. A surge of determination coursed through him. If it meant saving Granny Lin's life, he would gladly face death himself. I beseech the fifth princess to save Granny Lin. Jun Wuyin pledges to serve your highness with unwavering loyalty. Hearing the youth and Oppo's impassioned plea, Chu Qianqian turned back abruptly. Lian Qing muttered, "Many are willing to serve our princess. What makes you so special?" Though her voice was low, Jun Wuyin heard it. The youth felt his cheeks flush with shame, realizing the truth in Lian Qing's words. He was a worthless hostage from a foreign land, and the fifth princess had no shortage of servants. What made him think he was worthy of serving her? Chu Qianqian frowned. "Lian Qing, you mustn't speak like that." Lian Qing fell silent. Chu Qianqian glanced at the kneeling youth. She bit back a groan as she approached Junwian, wincing in pain as she did so. She gazed down at his head, her mind drifting to other matters. His hair was long and smooth, cool to the touch, and quite pleasant to caress. Almost unconsciously, she reached out to touch his head. Jun Wuyin felt a weight on his head and looked up, only to see Chu Qianqian wearing an abashed expression. She retracted her hand and cleared her throat. "I am in need of a personal attendant." Lian Qing's eyes widened. "Your Highness, you mustn't. You are yet to be wed. How can you have a man serve as your attendant? The gossips in the palace will spread rumors." Chu Qianqian knew Lian Qing meant well. Taking Jun Wuyin into her service would indeed invite scrutiny. Although Western Chu was relatively liberal, and noble women were known to keep male consorts, she was still a princess, representing the face of the royal family. "Let them gossip," Chu Qianqian declared. "Must I seek everyone and Oppose as approval for my desires?" Seeing the princess and Oppose as resolve, Lian Qing fell silent. Chu Qianqian turned to Jun Wuyin. "I cannot guarantee how long Granny Lin will live, but I promise to have the imperial physicians treat her with utmost care. I will have her moved to my palace for proper care. Would that be acceptable?" Jun Wuyin looked up, incredulous. He asked, "What do you want in return?" Nothing was without cost. Surely, Chu Qianqian saw something of value in him. Otherwise, why would she suddenly change her attitude? Chu Qianqian saw through his thoughts. The youth was barely 17 or 18, his emotions easily readable. She was pleased by this. "I want you to agree to 3 conditions. They will not violate your conscience or principles, nor will they be overly difficult. If you find them impossible to fulfill, you may renegotiate once. Were they? Jun Wuyin demanded. Chu Qianqian shook her head. It is pointless to speak of them now. I will tell you later. Chu Qianqian had already decided. First, he must promise never to harm her or her family. Second, she hoped he would aid Western Chu when possible. Third, she had yet to determine. Jun Wuyin lowered his gaze. He felt he had nothing to offer but his body and his life. If agreeing would give Granny Lin a chance at survival, he had no right to refuse. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Very well. Chu Qianqian's spirits lifted, and a smile graced her lips. Since you have agreed, you and Granny Lin shall move to my palace. Pack your belongings and depart at once. Jun Wuyin was taken aback. As a hostage, it is inappropriate for me to reside in your highness's palace. If your highness has any orders, I shall wait before your palace gates each morning before dawn. Chu Qianqian frowned. That will not do. The Golden Plume Palace has everything you need, and the servants' quarters are well heated. You will be spared from the cold. Jun Wuyin lowered his head. I beg your highness to allow it. Lian Qing added, Your highness, he is not a true servant. If it becomes known that you are housing a hostage from dongling in your palace, tongues will wag. Moreover, your wedding is fast approaching. What if the rumors reach the ears of the future consort? Hearing the mention of Chu Qianqian's impending nuptials, Jun Wuyin's eyes visibly flickered. The smile on Chu Qianqian and Appo's face vanished. She was betrothed to Lu Xiangyuan, and their wedding was only 3 months away. Chapter 7. The Future Prince Consort? This marriage proposal was something she had desperately sought after, even going so far as to kneel for 2 hours before her father's palace to plead her case. Following that, she was bedridden for 2 days and nights. Upon learning of this, her mother had a fierce argument with her father, ultimately leading him to relent and agree to grant her marriage. On the day she discovered she would finally wed her beloved, Chu Qianqian was so elated that she stayed awake all night, only to wake the next morning with 2 panda eyes, much to her embarrassment. In contrast, Lu Xiangyuan, the other party to this arranged marriage, displayed an unremarkable demeanor, devoid of any surprise. His gaze remained cold and indifferent, and he remarked that even if she had won his hand, she likely would never capture his heart. Ugh! The mere thought filled Chu Qianqian with nausea. She said sternly, Lianqing, from now on, do not mention Lu Xiangyuan in my presence. Lianqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her 5th princess. Wasn't she just fretting over her dowry days earlier? How had she suddenly understood? Lianqing dared not ask further, having sensed the princess's displeasure. Chu Qianqian turned to Jun Wuyin and said, I promise to take care of Mama Lin for you. You need not worry. However, since you're now mine, I shall ensure you are well taken care of. Lianqing, go fetch some charcoal and bring 2 quilts for him, and kindly warn the servants nearby that he is under my protection. Hearing Chu Qianqian's thoughtful instructions, Jun Wuyin couldn't help but gaze at the beautiful princess before him, who seemed to have stepped out of a painting. Her skin was flawless and pale, and even with the cold wind blowing, she appeared as though she might turn rosy at any moment. A sneeze escaped Chu Qianqian unexpectedly. She had given her fox fur coat to Mama Lin, leaving herself a bit underdressed. Observing this, Lianqing promptly removed her own cloak and draped it over the princess, expressing her concern, Your Highness, you must return with me. I'll brew some ginger soup to ward off the chill and prepare a warm bath for you. Very well. Chu Qianqian nodded, instructing Lianqing to find 2 people to carry Mama Lin away. She stepped out of the dilapidated room, oblivious to the increasingly profound gaze of the young man behind her. Early the next morning, before she had fully awoken, she was visited. Lianqing, her voice tinged with urgency, called from the doorway, Your Highness, the Prince Consort is here to see you. The moment Chu Qianqian heard the words Prince Consort, her mind instantly cleared. She groggily opened her eyes and glanced outside at the sun already high in the sky. What did he want with me? Upon hearing Chu Qianqian and Appo's calm demeanor, Lianqing hesitated. I do not know. Does your highness wish to see him? Chu Qianqian dressed and stepped out, her eyes briefly darkening, concealed within her glistening gaze. Why not see him? Lianqing smiled, believing her princess's efforts had finally borne fruit. Who was unaware of the princess's deep feelings for this prince consort. who had recently excelled as the top scholar and was now favored by the emperor. It was said he had helped the emperor strategize in court, earning significant recognition. Let me assist you with your attire. By the time Chu Qianqian arrived at the guest hall of Jinling Palace, an hour had passed. Dressed in a vibrant red embroidered gown adorned with peonies, complemented by a white fox fur that accentuated her delicate features, she exuded elegance, even in her heavy garments. Adorned with a golden coronet, her graceful movements were accentuated by the gentle sway of her hairpin, bestowing upon her an air of nobility. Upon hearing her footsteps, Lu Xiangyuan immediately rose and bowed. It had been 2 lifetimes since Chu Qianqian last encountered this man. As the crown prince of Beiki, he had taken the name Lu Xiangyuan, willingly accepting her as his bride, a remarkable feat indeed. Chu Qianqian appraised the young man before her, who, despite his youth, possessed deep-set features and a strikingly handsome visage, exuding a masculine charm. Lu Xiangyuan stood tall and composed, his visage radiating an aloofness that suggested an unapproachable demeanor. In her youth, she had found his coldness intriguing. The more he ignored her, the more special he seemed to her. Simply put, her mind had been clouded. She withdrew her gaze, refraining from directly accusing him of being a traitor or the true crown prince of Beiki, as such statements could easily render her mad. Moreover, Lu Xiangyuan was adept at concealing his true identity, with few having glimpsed the real crown prince. Regaining her composure, she sat in the main seat, her expression cool and detached. "What brings you, Scholar Lu, to seek an audience with me?" Her tone carried an unmistakable sense of distance, prompting Lu Xiangyuan, who had been bowing, to furrow his brow slightly. He lifted his gaze, his handsome face tinged with concern, and asked, "Has the 5th princess been troubled by anything of late?" Chu Qianqian took a sip of the tea Lianqing had poured for her, exhaling a breath of warmth. "Nothing." Lu Xiangyuan's eyes reflected genuine concern. "Is your health in question?" Chu Qianqian sighed, lacking the desire for pleasantries, and rested her chin on her hand, lazily scrutinizing Lu Xiangyuan. Her gaze seemed capable of piercing through him. "Indeed, I'm somewhat unwell, primarily because seeing you makes me feel ill." Lu Xiangyuan and Appo's heart raced, his eyes flickering with surprise. He suddenly felt as though the situation was spiraling out of his control. The abrupt shift in Chu Qianqian's demeanor instilled a sense of urgency within him. He pondered what he might have done to displease the princess. Chu Qianqian stated bluntly, "Your very existence is a mistake." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangyuan's expression momentarily froze, his previously anxious demeanor solidifying as he averted his gaze, clasping his hands. "If my presence is at fault, then I shall take my leave. Farewell." Seeing the prince consort turn to leave, Lianqing grew anxious. "Prince consort, please wait." Before she could utter more, he had already departed in anger. What had happened to her princess? She had witnessed firsthand how Chu Qianqian had endured so much for him, kneeling for so long and suffering greatly. Now that they had finally seen a glimpse of hope, Lianqing halted, turning back to face the princess. Chu Qianqian waved her hand dismissively, her expression indifferent. If he wished to leave, so be it. It would be best if he never darkened her door again. Chapter 8. No entry for the prince consort and dogs. Chu Qianqian set down her teacup and adjusted her fox fur cloak as she stepped out of the guest hall. After taking a few steps, she spotted Jun Wuyin standing not far away. This time, he did not kneel, but strode confidently towards her, raising his eyes slightly to say, "You may command me as you wish. I am capable of anything." Chu Qianqian examined Jun Wuyin. The frostbite on his youthful face appeared to have worsened. His thin garments offered little protection against the biting cold wind. His exposed hands were red and swollen, covered in countless rough calluses, the result of enduring hard labor for an unknown duration. Chu Qianqian bit her lip and suddenly turned to Lianqing, saying, "Do my people in the palace dress like this? He is now under my command. What will happen if he freezes to death?" Lianqing instantly understood. "This servant will instruct someone to bring over warm clothing." "Yes, go quickly. You should accompany Lianqing, and after changing, come to my quarters to see me." Jun Wuyin furrowed his brow slightly, recalling some unpleasant incidents from the past. However, having made a promise, he had no choice but to adhere to it. Moreover, The matron was still in the other party's hands. What if he angered them, and they refused to treat her? Silent, Junyin followed Lianqing, who felt an unsettling chill run down her spine, as if someone were watching her. Lu Xiangyuan had already exited the Jinling Palace when he suddenly halted. He glanced back at the palace gate, realizing that Chu Qianqian had not followed him out. A wave of irritation crossed his features. His purpose for coming was to confront Chu Qianqian about her accusation against Xiao Xiao at the birthday banquet, which had led to her punishment. Yet, before he could voice his grievances, Chu Qianqian had displayed a cold demeanor towards him. Had she not pleaded with him to marry her previously? Why did she speak to him thus now? Lu Xiangyin stood still, his brow furrowed, contemplating whether to return. However, if he took a step back, he wondered if Chu Qianqian would take advantage of his retreat and adopt an air of superiority in front of him. After much internal conflict, he finally narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth, deciding that retreating would be a strategic advance. At this moment, Jun Wuyin had changed into new clothes. Although the dark blue garments worn by the servants of Jinling Palace were not particularly attractive, they were warm. Moreover, it depended on who wore them. Standing before her, with his face freshly washed, Jun Wuyin's handsome features were striking, even after witnessing countless faces. Chu Qianqian found his countenance to be extraordinary. Even Lianqing was momentarily taken aback. "Your Highness, is he truly this handsome?" Having entered the palace at a young age, Jun Wuyin had been there for nearly 6 years. He had arrived as a mere child, his good looks reminiscent of a celestial being's attendant. However, who would dare harbor any thoughts about a foreign prince? As time passed, his face became grimy, and no one paid attention to the appearance of a hostage stripped of protection. The only reason he remained alive was that the Western Chu kingdom wished to avoid trouble, fearing that the Eastern Ling kingdom would seize upon any weakness. Now, with his disheveled hair neatly tied back, his face was fully revealed. A single glance felt timeless. Even after having seen his face for 2 years, Chu Qianqian was still taken aback by his beauty. She gently nodded. "From now on, you shall remain by my side. Whatever I instruct you to do, you shall do." Jun Wuyin did not hesitate. His dark eyes fixed intently on Chu Qianqian as he replied, "Understood." Chu Qianqian glanced at the sky. "I shall dine with my mother shortly. You and Lianqing should join us." Jun Wuyin quietly lowered his gaze. As Chu Qianqian rose from her chair and took a step forward, a sharp pain from the previous night and Oppo's injury caused her to wince, and she momentarily swayed. She instinctively placed a hand on her waist. In the next instant, Jun Wuyin rushed forward and caught her. Feeling his touch, Chu Qianqian and Oppo's body stiffened, a reflex that flushed her cheeks crimson and widened her eyes. Observing that she was unharmed, Jun Wuyin awkwardly lowered his head and slowly withdrew his hand. "I thought you were about to fall." Before he could finish, the door was suddenly kicked open. The 3 individuals inside turned to see Lu Xiangyuan returning, standing at the entrance. His gaze shifted between Chu Qianqian and Jun Wuyin, who were still in close proximity, with Chu Qianqian leaning against Jun Wuyin. Moreover, Jun Wuyin and Oppo's hand rested on her waist. Even dressed in servant and Oppo's attire, Jun Wuyin and Oppo's striking visage could not be concealed. Lu Xiangyuan's brows knitted tightly, his eyes flashing with indignation as if he had uncovered the reason for Chu Qianqian's sudden coldness towards him. His expression darkened as he directed his gaze at Jun Wuyin, coldly stating, "Impudence." Jun Wuyin raised an eyebrow, meeting Lu Xiangyuan's gaze without flinching. Lu Xiangyuan's face darkened, as though he were on the verge of dripping water, his eyes radiating murderous intent towards Jun Wuyin. "How dare a lowly person like you touch the princess?" "Lowly?" Jun Wuyin narrowed his beautiful phoenix eyes, the corners slightly raised. He was the legitimate eldest son of the Eastern Ling kingdom and Oppo's queen. Had it not been for the decline of the Eastern Ling kingdom years ago, allowing the Western Chu kingdom to take advantage, he would not have been sent as a hostage into the depths of the palace. Chu Qianqian glared at Lu Xiangyuan. "How did you enter? I do not recall granting you permission to intrude upon my chambers." Lu Xiangyuan, aware of his own transgression, was engulfed in a tide of fury. Yet, he retained his composure, recognizing their respective statuses. Nevertheless, he could not help but regard Chu Qianqian with increasing disdain. How shameless she was, disregarding propriety, secretly mingling with another man despite their engagement. Your Highness, I came to apologize for my past actions and to invite you to enjoy the snowy scenery outside the palace. Chu Qianqian and Apos' expression darkened. Lu Xiangyuan, I shall overlook your intrusion today, but do not let it happen again. Lu Xiangyuan raised his head, locking eyes with Chu Qianqian. Your Highness, are you blaming me for servant's fault? Chu Qianqian arched an eyebrow, disdain evident as she replied, Firstly, he is not a servant. Secondly, it is not merely because of someone else that I condemn you. It is your own wrongdoing. Lu Xiangyuan, Jinling Palace shall not welcome you in the future. Please leave. She summoned all her composure to maintain her calm demeanor. Lu Xiangyuan did not anticipate Chu Qianqian would speak to him in such a manner. In an instant, the fifth princess appeared to be an entirely different person before him. Clenching his teeth, he cast a glance at Jun Wuyin but refrained from further argument. Are you asking me to leave, Your Highness? Chu Qianqian replied. Do you not understand my words? Truly, I am baffled as to how you became the top scholar. Lu Xiangyuan lowered his gaze, his voice laced with restrained anger. Then, I hope you do not come to regret this decision, Your Highness. Chapter 9 A Glimpse into State Affairs. Chu Qianqian wished fervently for him to leave promptly. Her acting skills were rather lackluster. Hence, she detested the incessant prattle of the man before her. Upon finally witnessing Lu Xiangyuan depart, Chu Qianqian immediately commanded, Lianqing, convey my decree. From this day forth, neither Lu Xiangyuan nor that dog shall enter Jinling Palace. She paused briefly before adding, The dog I referred to is the fourth princess, Chu Xiaoxiao. Lianqing was taken aback. The fourth princess? A dog? Chu Qianqian shot her a glance. What? Am I mistaken? Indeed, Your Highness is always correct. Chu Qianqian then turned her attention to Jun Wuyin. I have pledged to protect you. Henceforth, you need not fear anyone in the harem. If anyone dares to bully you, come to me, and I shall seek justice for you. The young man froze in place upon hearing such words. He slightly lifted his chin, gazing at the retreating figure of Chu Qianqian, his eyes glimmering with a newfound light. It seemed that throughout his life, no one had ever uttered such words to him, even if they were mere fabrications. Chu Qianqian arrived at the Empress's palace in a palanquin. However, upon reaching the palace gates, she overheard several servants whispering in hushed tones, their expressions betraying a sense of intrigue. Frowning, she promptly ordered the two individuals to be brought forth. The two palace maids knelt before Chu Qianqian, held down by Jun Wuyin and Apos, as presents. We pay our respects to the fifth princess. May your highness enjoy boundless fortune. What were you discussing just now? Huh? We were saying that the empress and the emperor had a quarrel in the palace. What? Chu Qianqian could no longer contain herself and dashed from the palanquin. Lifting her skirt, she boldly strode into the empress's foaming palace under the watchful eyes of onlookers. The surrounding maids and matrons, upon recognizing the fifth princess, dared not impede her passage. Breathless, Chu Qianqian arrived outside the Empress and Apos' door, hearing the sounds of objects being hurled within. The voice belonged to her father, the current emperor of the Western Chu, Chu Xian. Do you mean to infuriate me further? The Empress, Su Huang, snorted disdainfully. Her temperament was fiery. Even in the face of the emperor, she would not yield. How could I dare to anger your majesty? If Lady Feng wishes for me to release the fourth princess, let her come personally to plead. Why must she pressurize me through the emperor? It and Apos, merely a trivial matter. Keeping Xiao Xiao confined for a day and a night should suffice. Suffice? How can that be deemed sufficient? My Qianqian has been wronged. Her wrist was bitten and bloodied. And as the empress, should I still express gratitude to the Feng family? Chu Qianqian halted abruptly upon overhearing their conversation. She had not anticipated that the events of the previous day and Apos' birthday banquet with Chu Xiaoxiao would escalate to her father and Apos' ears, or that even Lady Feng would confront the emperor about it. In the current Western Chu, the Su family wielded military power, while the Feng family held political sway, forming the emperor and Apos' left and right arms. Chu Qianqian understood that a profound conflict existed between her parents. Before outsiders, they appeared as a loving couple, harmonious and united. Yet in private, they would argue incessantly. Each time her father visited Fengming Palace, he left with a darkened countenance, while her mother would secretly weep, unable to find rest for entire nights. Though Su Huang had once trained in martial arts, her physical prowess surpassed that of other palace ladies, which often deterred them from speaking out in her presence. "Father, mother." Chu Qianqian suddenly called out from the doorway. The two who had been quarreling froze, turning their gazes toward the entrance. Chu Qianqian rushed in, panting, her fair cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. She pushed open the door and stepped inside, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The Empress and Appo's expression shifted immediately. She abandoned the argument with Emperor Chu and hurried to embrace Chu Qianqian. "Qianqian, why did you come here alone?" "Zhou Mama, take the fifth princess to the side hall and bring her the glutinous rice cake she loves." "As you command." Zhou Mama, who had been stationed at the door, immediately entered upon hearing the Empress's command, attempting to take Chu Qianqian by the hand. However, Chu Qianqian evaded her grasp and spoke earnestly. "I know that father and mother are arguing over my matters. It is all my fault. Can you please stop quarreling?" Su Huang was momentarily taken aback by Chu Qianqian and Appo's words. She reached out to stroke her head, speaking softly. "Qianqian, dear, this is a matter between your father and me. You do not understand yet. When you grow up, you will comprehend." Yet, Chu Qianqian already understood in her heart. The issues between her parents were far too intricate to be explained in mere sentences. Her mother was not without children. She once had a son, her elder brother. Tragically, he had passed away inexplicably just 2 months after birth. In her fury, Su Huang had killed the wet nurse caring for the young prince and eventually traced the matter back to Lady Feng. However, the hard-won witness had died, severing the trail of evidence. Su Huang had confided in Emperor Chu, hoping he would take a stand for their son, yet the matter was ultimately left unresolved. Even Lady Feng had the audacity to confront her mother with veil barbs. These events were later revealed to Chu Qianqian through Zhou Mama and Appo's accounts. Presently, she remained a fledgling sheltered under her mother and Appo's protective wing. Emperor Chu interjected, "Qianqian, this matter does not concern you. Be obedient." However, Chu Qianqian raised her head, meeting her father and Appo's gaze. "Father, you have been troubled by the plight of the refugees, Haven and Appo's. Tu?" Emperor Chu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Although he had surpassed 40, his brow still bore a sharp intensity. Dressed in his dragon robe, he exuded authority as he nodded slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his handsome features. Why does Qianqian suddenly take an interest in this? Chu Qianqian recalled significant events from that year. Though the Feng family was composed entirely of scholars, their influence ran deep throughout Western Chu. The Feng clan had committed numerous acts of corruption, exploiting the populace and Appo's resources. While these deeds were attributed to the clan, they were intricately connected to figures like Prime Minister Feng. This year, the northern regions of Western Chu faced a poor harvest. The grains cultivated were insufficient to meet tax demands, leading to the tragic deaths of countless souls from starvation and exposure. Refugees migrated southward in droves, their cries echoing in despair, leaving behind a trail of corpses, a dire calamity. With the new year upon them, Emperor Chu found himself in a dire financial state, having just allocated military funds, leaving the treasury nearly empty and unable to provide substantial aid to the hundreds of thousands of refugees. Thus, he sought assistance from the Feng family, hoping they could contribute funds to alleviate the suffering of the displaced. Chu Qianqian raised her gaze. "The Feng family is immensely wealthy. They use this as leverage against you, compelling you to approach mother to release Chu Xiao. Am I right?" Chapter 10. The schemes of Jun. Emperor Chu slightly narrowed his eyes, his expression appearing somewhat grave. Chu Qianqian felt a twinge of trepidation in the presence of the emperor. Under his scrutinizing gaze, her previously straightened back tightened ever so slightly. "Qianqian, you are a princess. How can you rashly discuss matters of state? Who has informed you of this? Your only concern now should be to marry happily. The rest is not for you to fret over." Chu Qianqian clenched her jaw, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. She was acutely aware that being a princess rendered her powerless. Her elder brother, the crown prince born of concubine Feng, was already being groomed at a tender age, surrounded by numerous experienced and talented mentors. No one had told Qianqian. She had merely overheard servants murmuring near the concubine, remarking that after this incident, the concubine would surely win even greater favor from Father Emperor, surpassing even her own mother. Seizing the opportunity to ingratiate herself, Chu Qianqian naturally spared no effort. Indeed, the emperor's eyes betrayed a hint of anger. I shall have someone caution the palace servants. Should they chatter again, they will face severe punishment. Emperor Chu did not doubt the veracity of Chu Qianqian's words. His desire to extract fun from the Feng family was known only to him and the Feng family. It pertained to the dignity of the royal family. Chu Qianqian pressed her lips together, raising her gaze to the emperor. Fourth sister has harmed me. As the matriarch of the 6 palaces, it is only fitting for mother to impose punishment. Father cannot become enraged at mother over this. For how else can she maintain her authority among the other concubines? If mother were to allow Chu Xiaoxiao to return today merely because of one word from the concubine, it would become apparent to all that concubine Feng has stepped over mother's head. At that point, the hierarchy of the harem would be in disarray. This was the first time she had spoken so boldly to her father. Consequently, she observed the emperor and Appo's expression darken. Though Chu Qianqian and Appo's logic was sound, it struck a nerve with Emperor Chu. He aspired to be a benevolent emperor, yet he had yet to resolve the mess left by the previous ruler. The vassal kings of the Western Chu wielded power. To secure his throne, Emperor Chu had once acquiesced to various demands from noble families, thereby suppressing the ambitions of those vassal kings. Should he rashly provoke the Feng family, he could lose a vital ally, and the hidden forces of the vassal kings would undoubtedly stir once more, coveting the throne. Qianqian stepped back. Su, wishing to shield her daughter from the turmoil between her and the emperor, quickly coaxed, Qianqian, be good. Zhou Mama, please take the 5th princess outside. This time, Zhou Mama disregarded Chu Qianqian's struggles, pulling her out. As she was dragged away, Chu Qianqian turned back toward her father, exclaiming, Father, I have a way to acquire silver. Do you not wish to hear? Zhou Mama pulled harder, yet hesitated to harm Chu Qianqian. The young princess clung to the doorframe, her entire being suspended there. Upon hearing her call, Emperor Chu appeared momentarily taken aback, narrowing his eyes and saying, Wait, let her speak. Zhou Mama, unable to defy him, immediately released her grip. Chu Qianqian straightened at the doorway, declaring, I know where there is silver. Emperor Chu raised an eyebrow. Where? Is silver going to fall from the sky? Moreover, there are tens of thousands of refugees. Even 1,000,000 taels of silver might not suffice. Chu Qianqian bit her lip. There is a place called Qingfeng Village in Yinshan. Within that village lies buried several million taels of silver. This was knowledge she had only recently acquired, as no one would suspect that a small village of merely a few thousand people could harbor such immense wealth. These treasures were left behind by the Feng family, having been amassed over the years from the people's labor. However, due to the vast amount and the lack of a clear path, they were concealed within the village. The soldiers hired by the Feng family disguised themselves as bandits lurking in the mountains. Emperor Chu's brow furrowed even deeper. Qianqian, from where did you obtain this information? Bring that person to me. Chu Qianqian raised her gaze. Please trust me, father. The emperor replied, You, a young girl who has never stepped beyond the palace gates, possess such secrets? How can father trust you? Chu Qianqian, aware of her father's suspicions, had already prepared her response. Just as she was about to articulate her carefully crafted explanation, a melodious voice emerged from behind her. A tall young man knelt before Emperor Chu. His upper body remained straight as he raised his gaze to the emperor. I revealed this to Her Highness the Princess. Upon seeing Junwuyan, Emperor Chu momentarily struggled to recall who he was. You? Empress Su immediately shot an angry glare at Junwuyan, her expression tense as she moved closer to Chu Qianqian. Qianqian, how can you heed the words of a mere servant? Chu Qianqian stared at Junwuyan in astonishment, unable to believe he would suddenly come to her defense. Reacting swiftly, she knelt beside him. The two knelt side by side, creating a rather peculiar scene. Emperor Chu regarded Jun Huiyin. Then tell me, how do you know this? Jun Huiyin spoke without flinching, and to Chu Qianqian and Oppos. As surprise, he revealed a wealth of knowledge. Many years ago, spies from Dongling infiltrated the Western Chu. When I was still the crown prince of Dongling, I naturally learned of certain secrets. Qingfeng village has long been a contingency plan prepared by the Feng family, containing countless treasures. Emperor Chu and Oppos, as pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at this now-grown young man. You are the hostage sent from Dongling? Jun Huiyin maintained a composed demeanor. Indeed. Emperor Chu scrutinized him, his gaze filled with suspicion. What is your aim in inciting Qianqian to speak of silver hidden in Qingfeng village? Jun Huiyin replied, there is no ulterior motive. It is merely that Her Highness the Princess is concerned for the Emperor and the welfare of the Western Chu citizens. Thus she took my casual remark to heart. Though Emperor Chu remained somewhat skeptical, even suspecting Jun Huiyin of harboring ulterior motives, he found himself intrigued by the prospect of treasure as a solution to his immediate dilemma. Is what you say true? Jun Huiyin narrowed his eyes, responding without hesitation, it is indeed true. If it is false, I shall take my own life as penance. You, a hostage, speak with such audacity. Yet, Qingfeng village is easily defensible. I cannot fathom how many men it would take to seize it. Should the endeavor prove fruitless, your life would hardly suffice as compensation. Chu Qianqian felt an inexplicable surge of anger within her. She looked up at her father, declaring, do not take his life. Take mine instead. Chapter 11. Was it my mistake? Suddenly, Empress Su knelt beside Chu Qianqian. And my life. The Emperor Chu looked at Empress Su and said, why are you also acting like these two children? Empress Su lifted her head and said firmly, I trust my daughter. Since Qianqian is willing to risk her life, convinced that there is silver in that bandit stronghold, then there must be. If your majesty fears losing soldiers, this matter can be entrusted to me. The emperor was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such resolute words from Empress Su. After observing her for a few moments, he replied, since the empress has said so, then it is up to you. If you can indeed retrieve the silver from that stronghold, I shall reward you generously. Empress Su reached out her hand to help Chu Qianqian rise from the ground. Then I shall take my leave, your majesty. The emperor pointed at Empress Su. Hesitating to speak, you, sigh? Seeing her unyielding demeanor, he could only let out a resigned sigh. Empress Su averted her gaze, contemplating the implications. If the Su family truly eradicated the Qingfeng stronghold and found the silver, how would the emperor address the Feng family? The emperor pondered for a moment before responding with a stern expression, I will provide you with a satisfactory answer. Once the emperor was out of sight, Empress Su slowly sank into a chair, utterly drained. Chu Qianqian's eyes brimmed with concern. With reddened eyes, she supported her mother, saying, Mother, I am sorry for not informing you about this matter earlier. Empress Su waved her hand, gently stroking Chu Qianqian's face. She softly reassured her, it's all right. Mother believes in Qianqian. Moreover, if what you say is true, this matter would greatly benefit the Su family and severely damage the Feng family. Her gaze then shifted to Jun Huiyin. In the presence of Empress Su, Jun Huiyin remained seated on the ground, his gaze lowered, his originally fierce features now appearing somewhat docile. Empress Su looked at him with evident anxiety, grasping Chu Qianqian and Oppos. As hand, Qianqian, he is a hostage from another nation. As a princess, you must not get too close to him, lest you attract criticism and potentially tarnish your reputation. Chu Qianqian understood that Empress Su was concerned for her well-being. Jun Huiyin's identity rendered him akin to a pariah. No one dared to approach him for fear of bringing misfortune upon themselves. Do not worry, mother, I am aware of this. Empress Su inquired of Jun Huiyin. Was it truly you who informed Qianqian of that matter? Jun Huiyin lowered his head, yes. Empress Su paused before stating, if it is false, I believe you understand the consequences. Jun Huiyin's expression remained calm and resolute. There is absolutely no deceit. If the Empress trusts me, I can assist you in taking down the Qingfeng stronghold without loss. Empress Su narrowed her eyes, looking at Jun Huiyin in disbelief. What did you say? Jun Huiyin continued earnestly, I can pledge an oath. If even one person from the Su family suffers a loss, it shall be my responsibility. At that time, you may do with me as you wish. Empress Su was taken aback by Jun Wuyin and Appo's bold claims. Her eyes widened as she scrutinized him, her voice laced with skepticism. Why should I trust you? Jun Wuyin replied earnestly. Even if you trust me just this once, there is little to lose, is there? If I succeed, it will be a tremendous boon for the Su family. It must be said, Jun Wuyin's words were difficult to refuse. Even Chu Qianqian looked at him in astonishment. Although she knew of his formidable future, he was still merely a boy under 18. Chu Qianqian felt that compared to Jun Wuyin and Appo's intellect, her own life had been lived in vain. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Empress Su nodded. However, if you do this, even if successful, you will gain nothing. I will not reward you. What is your motive for going to such lengths? Jun Wuyin's expression was earnest as he turned to Chu Qianqian. Your Highness, I owe my nurse a life debt. If it were not for your assistance last night, she would have perished. Thus, if I could be of help to you, I will be immensely grateful. Chu Qianqian's heart stirred slightly. If she did not know what Jun Wuyin would become in 10 years, she might have believed him entirely. Fortunately, she retained her composure, aware of the true extent of his capabilities, even in his youthful form. So, it is Empress Su mused, finding some truth in Jun Wuyin's words. After all, he had no other reason to undertake such a task. In a few days, I will speak with my father, and you will accompany us to eliminate the bandits. Jun Wuyin shook his head. In a few days, it may be too late. Walls have ears. The matter we discussed has likely already spread. It is best for the Su family to prepare troops to enter Qingfeng's stronghold within 3 days, or they will achieve nothing. Empress Su immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Jun Wuyin and Appo's reasoning was sound. If Qingfeng's stronghold was of great importance to the Feng family, they would certainly be prepared as soon as they received news. They must strike swiftly and catch them off guard. I shall inform the Su family at once. Qianqian, I have matters to attend to tonight. You may dine alone. Chu Qianqian nodded eagerly. Although the idea originated from her, it was Jun Wuyin who would be involved. Moreover, some of his statements were astonishingly bold. Even Chu Qianqian was left momentarily speechless. With her mother occupied, Chu Qianqian did not dare to interrupt further and returned to her quarters, instructing the kitchen to prepare the meal. Dinner was quite lavish, steaming with an array of dishes, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat, filling the table. Yet, Chu Qianqian suddenly lost her appetite. As she had mentioned, the people outside the city were suffering. Countless victims of famine and freezing in the north, while her meal remained untouched. Lian Qing stood beside her, noticing the princess had not touched her chopsticks, and immediately asked, Your Highness, do you not like these dishes? I shall have them removed and bring another feast. Chu Qianqian shook her head. No, I am merely lost in thought. She paused, then turned to the silent and upright Jun Wuyin. Jun Wuyin, why did you voluntarily take responsibility for what I mentioned? Jun Wuyin slightly lowered his gaze, his youthful, handsome face paling slightly. Suddenly lifting his eyes, the corners of his almond-shaped eyes bore a hint of a pitiful emotion. Was it my mistake? Please punish me, Your Highness. He lowered his gaze, his hair falling down, and his entire demeanor suddenly appeared as wilted as a frostbitten plant. Chu Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jun Wuyin, feeling her heart race uncontrollably. Chapter 12. She must have lost her mind to find him charming. Why, oh why, does she perceive an inexplicable allure in the present Jun Wuyin? Surely, she has lost her wits. This individual is none other than the future Titan, the Regent of Dongling, destined to unify the realm. Chu Qianqian gently patted her suddenly flushed cheeks, suppressing the wave of trepidation within her. She intended to adopt a firmer stance, yet the words that escaped her lips were, No, that's not it. I harbor no blame towards you. It's just that should you assume such a heavy responsibility and something were to go awry, I fear I would be unable to assist you. Upon hearing Chu Qianqian and Appo's words, a glimmer of light danced in Jun Wuyin and Appo's eyes. He slightly bit his delicate lips, leveraging his exquisite visage to its utmost potential. I would never cause trouble for Your Highness. I merely wish to alleviate your burdens. Had I not acknowledged this matter earlier, you would surely have laid the blame at the feet of the Su family. Chu Qianqian nearly lost her grip on the chopsticks in her hand. She stared wide-eyed at Jun Wuyin, astonished. How did you know? Indeed, she had contemplated that notion. The Su family was her support and the only contact she could rely upon. Even if she claimed it was someone else, Emperor Chu would hardly believe it. Thus, she could only assert that it was the Empress Su who had informed her. Her mother would never undermine her, and even if unaware of her intentions, would certainly uphold her words. Jun Wuyin licked his slightly chapped lips, rendering them a touch more vibrant. He earnestly explained to Chu Qianqian, should your highness utter such words, it would surely bring trouble to the Su family. Chu Qianqian lowered her gaze, gripping her chopsticks tightly. I understand. My father is suspicious, and if the Su family were already privy to this matter, yet failed to report it, but it reached my father's ears through me, it would only incite further distrust. Yet, she had no alternative. Ultimately, the benefits outweighed the risks. Even in the end, her mother would surely acquiesce to her. And Jun Wuyin, by voluntarily drawing all the scrutinizing gazes towards himself, essentially bore all the risks alone. Even if the endeavor failed and Chu Qianqian found no silver in Qingfeng's stronghold, no one would hold her or the Su family accountable. At most, her father would chide her for being naive and gullible, never suspecting her of any ulterior motives. And by then, Jun Wuyin would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Jun Wuyin nodded. I have said, Your Highness saved the life of the nurse, and in doing so, saved my own. I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for your highness. Though Chu Qianqian understood that a man's words could be deceitful, they still warmed her heart. Her cheeks flushed as she gently waved her hand. I cannot finish all this food alone. You and Lianqing should sit and eat together. Lianqing was horrified. Your highness must not. I cannot disrupt the palace's rules. Yet Chu Qianqian insisted. If you close the door, heaven and earth will know, and no one will see. Thus, there are no rules to break. Lianqing waved her hands. No, I cannot. Oh, you foolish girl. Seeing Lianqing's quaking demeanor, Chu Qianqian relented. Then I shall reward you with a few dishes. You may return to enjoy them. Thank you, your highness. However, as she spoke, Jun Wuyin had already seated himself across from her. He gently raised his head to look at Chu Qianqian, softly inquiring, May I truly eat? Chu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, his gaze causing her heart to soften. She instinctively nodded, without a hint of hesitation. Yes, you may. Jun Wuyin took the spare bowl and chopsticks beside him, serving himself modestly before sitting down. He spoke not a word, humbly lowering his gaze as he began to eat. The tension in his lips finally relaxed, and although he ate at a leisurely pace, the food vanished rapidly. His demeanor was elegant and refined, akin to a noble scion of high birth. No, he was indeed a prince of noble lineage. Chu Qianqian could not tear her gaze from Jun Wuyin, momentarily forgetting to eat herself. Yet Jun Wuyin seemed oblivious to her scrutiny, offering no response. It must be said that Jun Wuyin's visage was exceedingly beguiling. Once he concealed his sharp edges and donned a gentle demeanor, an instinctive urge to protect him stirred within one's heart. Snapping back to reality, Chu Qianqian felt an overwhelming urge to chastise herself. Protect Jun Wuyin? What a ludicrous thought. After they silently finished their meal, Chu Qianqian realized that the majority of the dishes had vanished into Jun Wuyin's stomach. Perhaps it was the nature of youth, particularly at this age when growth demanded sustenance. The table, once laden with food she presumed she could not finish, was now entirely cleared, with some plates not even requiring washing. Jun Wuyin lifted his head, cautiously gauging Chu Qianqian's expression. A slight sheen of oil glistened on his lips, and his eyes sparkled with vitality from the rare indulgence. Your Highness, did I eat too much? Please do not be upset. I shall certainly eat less next time. Chu Qianqian and Appo's emotions were a whirlwind. A faint smile graced her lips, albeit somewhat stiff, as she looked into Jun Wuyin's ebony eyes, forcing herself to present a particularly amiable facade. No, it was just right. I could not finish, and you have aided me. Jun Wuyin immediately stood. Allow me to tidy up. Lianqing was left astounded. The crucial matter was the dishes promised to her by the princess. We're gone. Your Highness, the food. Recalling her prior promise to Lianqing, Chu Tiantian gently pressed her forehead, concealing her face. I shall have the kitchen prepare 2 dishes for you shortly. Lianxing was overwhelmed with gratitude. Yet Jun Huiyin seemed oblivious to the interaction between the maid and her mistress, taking all the trays outside to be returned to the imperial kitchen by attending servants. He worked with remarkable diligence, clearly accustomed to such tasks. Chu Tiantian gazed at Jun Huiyin's busy figure, momentarily lost in thought. Outside, the sky had darkened completely, and Jun Huiyin had finished all his tasks. He bowed his head, inquiring, "Your Highness, do you have any further instructions?" Chu Tiantian shook her head. None. This sensation was quite peculiar. The mere act of contrasting Jun Huiyin of a decade hence with the present Jun Huiyin ignited an uncontrollable excitement deep within her. She yearned to tease him. Yet reason held her back, cautioning her against such folly, unless she wished to meet a grim fate. Then I shall take my leave. He was not a servant. When conversing with Chu Tiantian, he merely inclined slightly. Chu Tiantian nodded, watching as Jun Huiyin departed her chamber. Facing the enveloping darkness and biting winds, he placed a hand on his belly, which had not known such fullness in ages, his dark phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. The once innocent glimmer of obedience vanished without a trace in the absence of prying eyes. Chapter 13. In moments of past episodes, he had been there. He cast a glance at Granny Lin and found her still asleep, her complexion considerably improved, which finally put his mind at ease. Under the cover of night, Jun Huiyin returned to the North Palace's side hall, only to be greeted by a scene of chaos upon entering. A significant portion of the items sent by Chu Tiantian had been smashed. As he turned sharply, he noticed several young eunuchs appearing behind him. I heard you've recently been close to the 5th princess, the tallest among them remarked, his stature commanding respect while the others bowed and nodded in deference, clearly recognizing him as their leader. Jun Huiyin was no stranger to these individuals. Outnumbered, he often chose to endure their bullying, for he was not of the dongling imperial court, and no one would provide him support. Thus, they took delight in tormenting him further. The previous incident with the flowers had been instigated by this very person, and he had been the one to ultimately betray him. The youth lowered his gaze, his tousled hair obscuring his delicate features. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, eunuchly, "May I have a word? I have something significant to discuss." The one addressed as eunuchly scoffed, done into imp. Oppose. "TB's so mysterious. Spit it out." He, flanked by 5 or 6 companions, blocked the entrance, making Jun Huiyin feel like fish on a chopping block. With a sigh, Jun Huiyin replied, "It's genuine. If you don and oppose, listen, you will surely regret it. Come alone. I will quietly share it with you." Eunuchly glanced at his companions and then at Jun Huiyin and oppose, S frail form before stepping closer, crossing his arms in a superior manner. "Speak. If what you say lacks importance or value, I shall not spare you." Now of similar height, Jun Huiyin leaned in slightly and whispered, "The princess has bestowed upon me many rewards, at least 100 taels of silver." Eunuchly and oppose, S eyes widened in disbelief. "Really?" He quickly covered his mouth, suppressing the greed and excitement in his gaze. After confirming his companions and oppose lack of reaction, he lowered his voice, "Hurry up and give it to me." Jun Huiyin cast his gaze downward, concealing his murderous intent. "If eunuchly insists, I hand it over now. Do you intend to share with your companions? If you do, there may not be much left." This statement struck a chord with eunuchly. He realized the wisdom in Jun Huiyin and oppose S words. Why should he not keep all 100 taels for himself? Just as he hesitated, Jun Huiyin added, "At the Qingliang Palace, there is no one during winter nights. At the hour of the dog, eunuchly should wait for me at the lakeside pavilion. I will deliver the silver to you, and let it remain our secret." Eunuchly pondered this suggestion and deemed it brilliant. He straightened up, a smile breaking across his face, and even patted Jun Huiyin on the shoulder. Jun Huiyin glanced at the hand on his shoulder and silently stepped back. "Well done. Win the 5th princess's favor, and I will protect you in this palace. If any little eunuch dares to bully you, invoke my name, Lihu." The others, bewildered by the sudden camaraderie between Eunuch Li and Jun Huiyin, dared not question further. Once the eunuchs were dispatched, Jun Huiyin re-entered the room, surveying the cold, soaked bedding and the scattered shards of porcelain. He casually swept everything into a pile, At that moment, Chu Chanqian had already bathed and changed, lying on her bed. Just as she began to relax completely, an indescribable itch began to spread from her heart throughout her body. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide in the darkness, her breathing quickening. She grasped her chest tightly, trying to steady her breath. This familiar sensation sent shivers down her spine, overwhelming her with an intense fear. Alongside this was an unbearable emptiness, compelling her to curl into a small ball, enveloped in her blankets. It was unbearable, so very unbearable. The bone-deep itch and emptiness soon brought forth a cold sweat on her forehead. Her fair cheeks flushed, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She clenched her teeth, stifling any sounds rising from her throat. It felt as if ants were crawling within her, and despite knowing it was all a figment of her imagination, involuntary reactions surged forth. With her eyes tightly shut, memories of her past life flooded her mind. She recalled how Chu Xiao had captured her and forced a pill into her mouth. The words echoed in her memory. Chu Chanqian, are you not the precious fifth princess? Relying on your status as the legitimate princess, you have become insufferably arrogant. I wish to see how you turn into a mere plaything. I have administered to you the treasure of Wanxiang Tower, the 100 charm pill. Even a most chaste and pure maiden will become a wanton after consuming it. By the way, the 100 charm pill has no antidote, for it is not poison, but a substance that induces an insatiable craving. If you wish to avoid becoming a woman whose crimson lips are tasted by all, torment will accompany you for a lifetime. She had hoped that with her rebirth, she could escape the torment of the 100 charm pill. However, Chu Chanqian never anticipated that as long as she retained her memories, the craving would persist. Though this craving would not harm her physically, it was still excruciatingly difficult to bear. She could never predict when it would strike again. There was no pattern to it. Though it would eventually pass if she endured, it remained a torturous ordeal. In previous episodes, Jun Wuyan had been there to assist her. Jun Wuyan. The images in Chu Chanqian's mind became jumbled, her thoughts descending into chaos. In her memory, Jun Wuyan would tenderly kiss her lips and wipe away the tears from her eyes. He would comfort her, allowing her to feel at ease. Suddenly, she emerged from her cocoon of blankets, beads of sweat dotting her forehead as she gasped for air. Her chest heaved violently, and she lost track of how much time had passed, her head spinning. As time gradually slipped away, the insatiable emptiness and itch began to subside, granting her a moment to breathe. Supporting herself on the bed, Chu Chanqian rose, feeling her cheeks ablaze, her body radiating heat. The thought of recalling Jun Wuyan for comfort filled her with shame, making her want to find a crevice in the earth to hide within. She desperately needed a cooler place to lower her temperature and regain her composure. Chapter 14. As long as Your Highness the Princess says so, I will believe on a moonless night, with the wind howling through the darkness. Masterly stealthily emerged from his quarters, his face betraying an uncontrollable mix of surprise and glee. He tread lightly, a shadow lurking behind the pavilion at the rear of the Qingliang Palace, where he caught sight of a solitary figure awaiting his arrival. The anxiety that had gripped him dissipated in an instant. For too long, he had tormented Jun Wuyan as a mere hostage in the palace, was a disposable presence, neither valued nor missed by anyone. Thus, Li had no fear of the boy seeking retribution. He was the perfect scapegoat, capable of bearing the brunt of any misdeed. The servants of the palace were well aware of the fifth princess's fierce reputation, and Li had inadvertently damaged her most cherished flower. Should this transgression come to light, his life would be forfeit. Without hesitation, he resolved to cast Jun Wuyan into the fray. After all, as a hostage, the boy's life was of little consequence. He would only endure some hardship. As Li approached, he noticed Jun Wuyan slowly turning around. The moonlight was dim, barely piercing the cloud cover. The air was frigid, a biting wind cutting through the night. Yet the young man stood tall and slender, exuding an air of fragility that was nevertheless exquisite. Li could not discern the boy's expression, obscured as it was by the backlight. His mind raced with excitement as he envisioned the lavish spending of the 100 taels of silver he had planned to acquire. Jun Wuyan spoke softly right here. He produced a cloth pouch, filled to the brim. Li quickened his pace, eagerly reaching out to rummage through it, only to be met with the sight of stones within the bag. His expression froze, and, just as he was about to unleash his fury, a sharp pain struck the back of his head. Dazed, he wobbled momentarily before collapsing onto the ground. Though Lee and Apos' vision was blurred, his consciousness remained intact. He attempted to speak, but a piercing scream escaped him as the boy raised a stone high and brought it crashing down upon his hand, the sickening crack of bone echoing in the stillness. By the time Jun Wien lifted the stone, Lee and Apos' hand was a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Jun Wien delicately pressed his lips together, a faint smile gracing his exquisite features, akin to the finest creation of Enwa. With narrowed eyes, he murmured, "This is a mess. Cleaning it up will be rather troublesome." Lee and Apos' vision darkened as agony enveloped him. His voice, frail and pleading, broke through the haze. "Please spare me. I shall never dare offend you again. I have an elderly mother and a nephew who has lost his parents. They rely on me for support. I am sorry, I beg you." Before he could finish, Jun Wuyin turned impassively and struck his head once more. When he confirmed that Li had lost consciousness, he pulled out a grimy handkerchief to wipe his hands clean, then languidly remarked, "Li Hu, 24 years old, orphaned before entering the palace, with no kin to speak of. He became a minor overseer among the servants, wielding power for 7 years. Am I correct?" Yet, no one remained to answer his inquiry. Jun Wien set the bloodied cloth aside and glanced at the ice layer he had previously hollowed out nearby. He intended to dispose of Li Hu and Apos' body therein, covering it with ice from other areas. In such frigid weather, it would refreeze by morning, leaving no trace behind. Though the boy appeared slender, he effortlessly dragged a bulkier man across the ice, leaving a faint scratch upon the surface as he tossed Li's body into the pre-dug hole. Flurries of snow began to fall, as if the heavens themselves were assisting him. He sealed the opening with ice blocks, wiped his now-numb fingers, and found himself smiling. The expression was purer than the snowflakes above, resembling a figure stepped from painting. However, this scene caused Chu Qianqian to shiver, instinctively pulling her neck in. The temperature had dropped drastically. She wandered toward a cooler area, unaccompanied, believing the Qingliang Palace to be tranquil and secluded at this late hour. She intended to take a stroll by the ice lake to clear her mind, only to stumble upon the harrowing spectacle. From a moment, Jun Wuyin struck. To the concealment of the corpse, she bore witness to it all. Concealed behind a nearby tree, she observed the cool youth standing atop the ice. She had thought him weak and pitiable. Yet the proficiency and meticulousness with which he executed the act of murder and body disposal revealed that this was far from his first encounter with such darkness. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat as her eyes brimmed with tears, a tumult of thoughts racing through her mind. Yet, one singular notion prevailed. She must not be discovered by him. But then, a sneeze escaped her. That was not all. A series of sneezes followed, as if her body's trepidation could no longer be contained. When Chu Qianqian regained her composure and looked back at the ice, she found Jun Wuyen's figure had vanished. The delicate snowflakes continued to dance from the sky, accumulating upon her head. As the flurries grew thicker, her line of sight sharpened, only for her to suddenly pivot and find Jun Wuyen standing directly before her. Startled, she pressed herself against the tree trunk, her heart pounding in her chest. The darkened sky, illuminated by the snow, cast Jun Wuyen and Apos' silhouette in stark relief. He, too, appeared taken aback, then bowed respectfully. "How could your highness the princess be here?" Chu Qianqian's heart raced, her breath quickening. She clasped her chest, striving to steady her voice. "I couldn't sleep, so I came to walk by the lake for some fresh air. Do you believe me?" Jun Wuyen raised his gaze, his youthful face sharp and defined. The curve of his jaw strikingly handsome. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of mischief. "Your highness, should you say it, I shall believe it." Chu Qianqian salet deeply. "And you? What brings you out here?" In an unexpected motion, Jun Wuyen stepped closer, advancing toward her with deliberate slowness. Chu Qianqian and Apos' eyes widened in alarm, her body tensing with fear. The terror of facing this seemingly harmless youth, who had just committed murder and concealed a body, was undeniable. Chapter 15. It's snowing, princess. Don't catch cold. Chu Qianqian's eyes had already turned red, tears nearly spilling from her lashes. Yet in the next moment, Jun Wein removed his coat and draped it over her head. It's snowing, princess, don't catch cold. Chu Qianqian blinked and looked up. Although Jun Wein appeared slender, he still towered over her by half a head. To meet his gaze, she had to tilt her head back. As she blinked, a delicate layer of frost formed on her lashes, resembling scattered stars. Swallowing hard, she spoke softly. I have Lianqing waiting outside. If anything happens here, I will call her. Suddenly, Jun Wein chuckled. Lowering his gaze, his dark pupils reflected her face as he calmly replied, Your Highness came alone. Chu Qianqian straightened, feigning confidence. No, I brought many people. I won't harm Your Highness. Jun Wein abruptly lowered his gaze, withdrawing his fingers from her clothing and stepping back, creating a reassuring space for her. He sincerely said, If Your Highness desires my life, a mere word would suffice. There is no need for such conversation. Chu Qianqian stammered. I do not. I know Your Highness has a kind heart, which is why you are concerned for me, and I'm truly grateful. But you also know that some matters are beyond my control. The corners of Jun Wein's eyes reddened slightly. His expression bore a hint of vulnerability as he bit his lip, his pale lips devoid of color. His gaze fixed intently on Chu Qianqian, causing her mind to momentarily blank. A pang of empathy surged within her for Jun Wein, an inexplicable sentiment that lingered stubbornly. Chu Qianqian was well aware of the sordid affairs within the palace, the countless lives extinguished silently each day. Yet, witnessing Jun Wein in such a state stirred discomfort within her. If I do not kill him, I shall be the one to perish tomorrow. Since Your Highness has seen me now, I, Jun Wein, shall submit to your judgment. He lowered himself again, kneeling before her, head bowed, appearing like a remorseful youth anxiously awaiting the inevitable punishment. Chu Qianqian felt a tumult of emotions. Jun Wein's demeanor was indeed unexpected. However, as a princess of noble status, she knew that if he truly intended her harm, he would not survive. After all, the disappearance of a servant would go unnoticed. But the vanishing of a princess would provoke a thorough search. Calming herself, she said, Jun Wein, rise. However, such actions must not be repeated. I have said before, if anyone bullies you, I shall take your side. There is no need for your hands to be stained with blood. Pausing, she added, remember, to kill a chicken, one need not wield a cleaver. If he dies by your hand, it is you who suffers a loss. Jun Wein was taken aback. His dark eyes flickered with disbelief at her words. Finally, he lifted his head to seriously meet her gaze and found the exquisite girl before him, resembling a porcelain doll, possessed of eyes more radiant than the surrounding snow. Such beauty, it was captivating, evoking an urge to possess and cherish it. Overwhelmed, he dared not gaze longer, clenching his fists and bowing his head. Thank you, Your Highness, I understand. The youth stood beside her. It was then that Chu Qianqian decided to leave. But suddenly her legs buckled, nearly causing her to fall. Jun Wein swiftly caught her arm and softly whispered in her ear, Princess, it is dark and the road is long. Let me escort you. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Chu Qianqian, and she quickly waved her hand. No, there is no need. She feared that this escort might lead her to her demise. Seeing her still frightened of him, Jun Wein bit his lip in disappointment and released her. Then please take care, Your Highness. I shall watch over you from behind. Qian, note that it is getting late. You should return as well. What transpired tonight is known to us and the heavens. I shall not speak of it. Jun Wein remained silent, watching her depart, raising his hand to glance at it, feeling as if traces of her warmth lingered upon his skin. It was so comforting, as smooth and delicate as fine silk. Are all princesses so wonderful? The next morning, news arrived from Empress Su that the personnel had been personally arranged by Lord Su, and they were to fetch Jun Wein at dawn. He stood guard outside Chu Qianqian's door, and upon noticing she had not yet emerged, he said to Lianqing, I must leave. Please inform the princess when she awakens. Lianqing waved her hand, a hint of impatience in her tone. All right, I understand. You may go. She found it difficult to harbor any fondness for him. He was more handsome and clever than her, and the princess had recently focused her thoughts on him. She felt a pang of jealousy, fearing she had lost favor in Chu Qianqian's heart. As Jun Wuyin took his leave, he stepped onto the snow, leaving behind a striking silhouette and footprints. Just as he departed, Chu Qianqian, donning her clothing, opened the door. "He has gone?" Lianqing exclaimed in surprise. "Princess, you've awakened. Why didn't you see him?" Chu Qianqian lowered her gaze, her thoughts tangled with the events of the previous night. After all, she knew there lay a corpse beneath the pavilion, and her heart felt heavy with regret. "It's nothing. I simply did not wish to see him. I knew it. The princess would never stray from her heart." "What do you mean by straying?" Chu Qianqian shot her a sidelong glance. Lianqing quickly covered her mouth. Nothing. Lianqing will go prepare breakfast for you." The girl promptly turned and fled. Chu Qianqian, exasperated, had just finished her meal when a commotion erupted outside the palace gates. Given the few visitors to the Golden Feather Palace, she immediately knew who had arrived. After being confined for 2 days, Chu Xiaoxiao had finally been released. She was leading a group, causing an uproar at Chu Qianqian's door, the scene appearing quite theatrical, with palace maids and matrons attempting to intervene while the two factions clashed. Chu Xiaoxiao stood amidst the chaos, demanding, "Let Chu Qianqian come out." Having endured torment for 2 whole days, her hands and feet ached as if they were not her own. Her knees were bruised and swollen, and her scalp bore a bald patch from being confined for too long. Her palms were swollen, resembling steamed buns, a result of being struck by the disciplined matron-s ruler. If she had truly done something wrong and faced punishment, she would accept it. But she had done nothing wrong from the start. "Halt this instant." At this decree, the gaggle of palace maids and matrons ceased their hair-pulling fracas. Accompanied by Lianqing, Chu Qianqian emerged from the palace, casting her gaze upon Chu Xiaoxiao. A suppressed giggle escaped her lips. It wasn't her intention to mock, but the sight before her was simply too comical. Chu Xiaoxiao, her hands swollen and gingerly guarded, her face still bearing the faint imprints of slaps, was being conveyed in a sedan. Catching sight of Qianqian's mirth, Xiaoxiao's eyes blazed with suppressed fury. Yet, she maintained her composure, her voice laced with aggrieved tears as she addressed Qianqian before the assembled crowd. "Qianqian, on the day of your birthday banquet, why did you falsely accuse me?" Chu Qianqian feigned astonishment. "What did I ever falsely accuse you, elder sister?" "You. It was your wrist. I never bit you." Chu Qianqian examined her wrist, now nearly healed, and retorted with a raised brow, "Does elder sister possess evidence to prove otherwise?" "I." Chu Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless. After a pause, realizing she had been ensnared by Chu Qianqian's cleverness, she glared at her. "It wasn't me to begin with. Why should I have to prove it? Because I, the victim, claim it was you." Chu Xiaoxiao was incensed by Chu Qianqian's absurd pronouncements. She struggled out of the sedan, striding towards Chu Qianqian, intending to seize her with her less injured hand. Chu Qianqian, anticipating this, delivered a sharp slap, eliciting a cry of pain from Chu Xiaoxiao. "Chu Qianqian, why did you strike me?" Chu Qianqian regarded her coldly. "Fourth sister, why did you attempt to seize me?" "I intended to escort you to Father Emperor. As you desire evidence, I shall provide it to you, and I trust Father Emperor will discern the truth and expose your falsehoods." These past days, Chu Xiaoxiao had been consumed by rage. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became. She yearned to emerge and unleash her fury upon Chu Qianqian. However, the latter was the 5th princess, daughter of the empress, surpassing her in status. In Shichu, the distinction between D, the primary wife, and Amp, Oppos, as children, and Sh, concubine, and Amp, Oppos, as children, was stark. Chu Qianqian scoffed. "Fourth sister, do not forget that Father Emperor is presently burdened with affairs of state. To rush to him with accusations would only provoke his displeasure." Chu Xiaoxiao remained unconvinced. "I will be a fool to believe your words again. Chu Qianqian, I have always treated you with kindness and have never offended you. Why have you treated me so cruelly?" Chu Xiaoxiao's voice trembled with grievance, tears welling in her eyes. Gazing upon the still youthful Chu Xiaoxiao, Qianqian's mind superimposed her image with that of her 10 years hence. While the present Xiaoxiao had yet to commit the detestable acts of her future self, The Xiao Xiao of a decade later had confessed to harboring lifelong jealousy and never truly caring for her. Thus, all her past acts of supposed kindness were merely a facade to deceive and manipulate her. The present Chu Xiao Xiao was already entangled in a clandestine affair with Lu Xiangyuan, their collusion spanning an unknown duration. Lu Xiangyuan's heroic rescue was a carefully orchestrated scheme to make her fall for him and provide him with opportunities. In her past life, she had been too naive to discern their true motives. Chu Qianqian blinked, feigning innocence. It was elder sister who bit me, who harmed me. How is it that I am now portrayed as the aggressor? Seeing Chu Qianqian and Appo's steadfast denial, Chu Xiaoxiao felt stifled and indignant. What an Appo's more. Everyone believed her to be the culprit. I. Chu Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed with anger, raising her hand to strike her. Mother Empress. Chu Qianqian suddenly exclaimed, looking in a particular direction. Startled, Chu Xiaoxiao froze, her raised hand suspended in midair as she turned to look. As if a mouse had spotted cat. Finding nothing, she realized she had been tricked. Chu Qianqian had seized her wrist, raising it high above her head, and declared to all present, everyone has witnessed it. Chu Xiaoxiao intended to strike me. Her hand was raised high. The other palace staff exchanged glances, while Chu Xiaoxiao and Appo's entourage lowered their heads, afraid to speak. Chu Qianqian and Appo's attendants, however, were undeterred. We saw it. We all saw it. Clutching her wrist. Lowering her gaze, she inquired, Now, do you still intend to lodge a complaint before Father Emperor? With so many witnesses, whom do you believe Father Emperor will trust? Tears streamed down Chu Xiaoxiao and Appo's face, her voice choked with emotion. Chu Qianqian, very well. I shall have nothing to do with you. I shall inform Brother Lu that you are a liar, that you are bullying me. Chu Qianqian released her hand, distastefully wiping her palm. Then go ahead and tell him. I do not mind. Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback by Chu Qianqian and Appo's reaction. Clearly, it was not what she had anticipated. Are you not afraid that Brother Lu will despise you? Chu Qianqian curled her lip. Why should I fear? As a legitimate princess, why should I debase myself before a mere subject? Such blunt disdain could not be feigned. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered, uncertain of what had gone awry. The plan had been progressing smoothly, and in a few months, Lu Xiangyuan and Chu Qianqian were to be formally wed. Instead of currying favor with him to solidify their relationship, how could she? Chu Qianqian, gulp. Fourth sister, if you have no further business, please depart. This matter required clarification. Had Lu Xiangyuan overstepped in some manner, causing Chu Qianqian to develop animosity towards him? Chu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. Chu Qianqian, just you wait. She re-entered the sedan, ordering her attendants to carry her away. She had to find Lu Xiangyuan and demand an explanation. With Chu Xiaoxiao gone, the entrance was finally quiet. A matron, who had been waiting outside, seized the opportunity to approach. Upon seeing Chu Qianqian, she beamed. Her Majesty the Empress requests an audience with your Highness. The wedding gown tailored for you is complete, and Her Majesty wishes for you to try it on. If any alterations are needed, there is still time to make them. Chu Qianqian was stunned. So soon? The matron smiled. The fifth princess's marriage is a momentous occasion. Although there are still 3 months, preparations must be made for the dowry. Various ceremonies, exchange of betrothal letters, verification of horoscopes, and the preparation of invitations and announcements. Time is of the essence. Chu Qianqian's face paled. Lowering her gaze, she said, I shall see Mother Empress. Her Majesty the Empress was in her palace, gently caressing the scarlet wedding gown. Her face was radiant with joy and anticipation. Soon, my Qianqian will be resplendent in her wedding attire, a vision of beauty. Matron Zhou chuckled. The little princess is already renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital, possessing the grace of Her Majesty in her youth. The Empress smiled, catching sight of Chu Qianqian at the entrance. She beckoned, Qianqian, come and try it on. Chapter 17. The only path for Chu Qianqian standing beside her mother. Chu Qianqian cast her gaze downward at the wedding attire displayed on the table. This exquisite garment was a labor of love from her mother, and in her previous life, she had been overwhelmed with joy upon receiving it. Although some minor details had faded from her memory, She distinctly recalled the admiration of everyone when she donned the outfit, all praising her beauty. Gently placing her hand upon the wedding dress, she lifted her gaze to Empress Su and said, "Mother, I do not wish to marry. At least not so soon." Upon hearing this, Empress Su immediately inquired, "What troubles you, Qianqian? Every girl must eventually marry. You have found someone you truly cherish, and your father has consented to your union. This should bring joy to us all." Tears welled in Chu Qianqian's eyes. It was her own folly that led her to trust Lu Xiangyuan and Chu Xiaoxiao, resulting in the downfall of the entire Su family and leaving her grandfather branded as a traitor. Wrapping her arms around Empress Su and Appo's waist, she nestled closer. "Mother, I truly do not wish to marry. I will speak with father, explaining that I am still young and would prefer to remain in the palace for a few more years to accompany you and father." "You sweet-talking girl, have you forgotten that marriage does not mean one cannot still be with me?" Empress Su chuckled lightly. "Though you cannot run over here in the middle of the night, you may freely visit during the day. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall have prepared for you." A warmth enveloped Chu Qianqian and Appo's heart, yet a pang of sorrow lingered. She hesitated to cause her mother distress. If she were to suddenly retract her engagement, it would not only trouble Empress Su, but would also meet with disapproval from her father. His words were absolute, especially since the imperial edict had already been issued. It could not simply be rescinded. Now, only one path lay before Chu Qianqian. She could not retreat from this marriage. Instead, she must compel Lu Xiangyuan to withdraw. However, this presented an additional dilemma. Lu Xiangyuan had gone to great lengths to win her hand. How could he possibly annul their engagement? Moreover, as a subject, he lacked the audacity to reject a princess's marriage. Lowering her gaze, she clenched her fists, a fleeting glimmer passing through her eyes. For reasons unknown, she thought of Jun Wuyan. If she confided in him, perhaps he would devise a better plan. "Qianqian." Startled, Chu Qianqian snapped back to reality. Blinking at her mother, she exclaimed, "Ah, please try it on. Let me see how beautiful you look." Nodding, she took the wedding attire and stepped into the adjoining room. Lian Qing promptly followed to assist the princess, meticulously helping her with her hair and clothing. Even without the coronet and ceremonial robes, she was stunning. Everyone present was momentarily entranced, their eyes widening as they forgot to avert their gazes. The room fell into a hushed silence. Chu Qianqian tugged at the hem of her gown, asking, "What is wrong with you all?" Zhou Mama was the first to regain her senses. "You look magnificent, Your Highness, as beautiful as a celestial being. Jugagan va apos etik food sly manga." Empress Su and Appo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "You were once just a tiny child by my side, and now you have grown into such a lovely young lady, soon to be married." Feeling bashful, Chu Qianqian lowered her head. "Perhaps I should take off the wedding dress." Yet Empress Su grasped her wrist, smiling. "Try on a little longer. If it doesn't in Appo's fit right, we can alter it later." Chu Qianqian did not protest. Just then, a servant entered, announcing, "Your Majesty, the Duke has arrived." Empress Su paused for a moment, then smiled broadly. She lightly tapped Chu Qianqian and Appo's forehead, saying, "When the Duke arrives, let him see how lovely you look in your wedding attire. It will surely captivate him." Chu Qianqian remained silent, her grip on the sleeve of the dress tightening. "Mother, I believe it is perhaps inappropriate for us to meet before the wedding." Empress Su shook her head. "It is not yet time. Our Western Chu nation has no such customs." "Mother, I think I shall take my leave." Chu Qianqian turned to exit, but it was too late. Lu Xiangyuan had already entered. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Empress Su observed Lu Xiangyuan with increasing satisfaction. Both his appearance and stature were exceptional, and his remarkable talent made her proud of her daughter and Appo's choice. "Lord Lu, please have a seat. You are here for Qianqian, I presume?" Lu Xiangyuan smiled awkwardly. "Your Majesty and Appo's insight is commendable. With the wedding approaching in 3 months, I am uncertain of what misstep I have taken to displease the princess. I hope to ask for your Majesty's intercession, granting me a chance to make amends." Empress Su nodded, saying, "Lord Lu, your concern is noted. Seeing the affection you share, my heart is at ease. knowing Qianqian's sacrifices were not in vain. Lu Xiangyuan looked surprised, then turned to Chu Qianqian, his eyes filled with joy. Has the princess suffered an injury? I hope she's well now. Chu Qianqian remained silent, suppressing a smile as she tugged at Empress Su and Amp, Oppo's sleeve. Yet Empress Su, unaware of the rift between them, assumed her daughter still harbored feelings for Lu Xiangyuan. My Qianqian is simply shy. Lu Xiangyuan stepped closer to Chu Qianqian, his dark eyes fixed upon her as he bowed respectfully. I will not disappoint the princess and Oppo's affections. After our marriage, I vow to treat you with utmost care. Chu Qianqian detected the double entendre in his words, as if he had her completely under his control. Her eyes turned cold, and just as she prepared to retort, Empress Su interjected, "It is still early. Lord Lu, why not accompany Qianqian outside to enjoy the snow? I have heard that there are poetry gatherings at Huanxiang Pavilion these days. As the newly crowned top scholar, you might showcase your talents before her." A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Xiangyuan and Oppo's face. I shall obey your command. He then looked at Chu Qianqian. Princess, shall we? Some things Chu Qianqian could not voice in front of her mother, so she did not refuse the proposal. They traveled in silence, seated in the grand carriage. Lu Xiangyuan sat across from her, his gaze steady, as if attempting to peer into her very soul. Raising her brow, Chu Qianqian snapped, "Why do you stare at me?" Lu Xiangyuan raised an eyebrow. If there were no reason, the princess would not so drastically alter her demeanor towards me. Might I inquire what has changed? What could I possibly say? That she knows his true identity? Such a revelation would likely endanger her life, as he would seek to eliminate her to safeguard himself. Chapter 18. Your nobility is beyond my reach. Chu Qianqian raised an eyebrow, stating, "Many are aware that my affections are fleeting. After a few days of joy, my interest wanes naturally. Moreover, Lu Xiangyuan, your aloofness renders you unattainable for me." Lu Xiangyuan lowered his gaze, acknowledging, "In the past, I was in the wrong. Whatever you wish to see or wherever you desire to go, I shall accompany you." Chu Qianqian replied, "There is no need for that. I harbor no fondness for you. Your mere presence is irksome. Must I be clearer?" Lu Xiangyuan inquired, "Is there truly no room for reconsideration?" Chu Qianqian scoffed, "Indeed, there is no room for reconsideration. Once, I held affection for you, but that will no longer be the case. I kindly ask you not to waste further time on me." The princess's words chilled Lu Xiangyuan's heart. He confessed, "My previous indifference stemmed from misunderstanding your feelings. Now that I comprehend, it pains me to be cast aside. Do those of royal blood truly delight in trifling with others and Oppo's emotions?" Lu Xiangyuan lifted his head to gaze at Chu Qianqian, his expression revealing no anger, only a sense of composure, as if he commanded the situation. Chu Qianqian met his gaze, a smirk gracing her lips. "You are correct. Those of the royal family do revel in such fickleness." Lu Xiangyuan felt an undercurrent in her words, yet dismissed it upon reflection. How could Chu Qianqian possibly possess such knowledge? Suddenly, she relaxed her posture and stated, "Since you persist in questioning why I detest you, I shall be forthright. It is due to Chu Xiao. Lu Xiangyuan was momentarily stunned. The fourth princess? Chu Qianqian nodded. "Indeed, were it not for her, I would still hold you in high regard. Alas, it appears our fates are not meant to entwine." Lu Xiangyuan's eyes deepened with contemplation. Nevertheless, he responded, "Though you may not favor me now, I believe that once we are wed, your affections will surely blossom." A chill coursed through Chu Qianqian. She turned her head away, her eyes veiled in shadows. She yearned to confide in her mother about Lu Xiangyuan and Oppo's true identity, yet the palace was fraught with danger. Presently, the Western Chu resembled a sieve, infiltrated by spies from 3 other nations. Even within the palace, eyes were everywhere. Furthermore, with the Feng family covertly colluding with Lu Xiangyuan, any misstep could spell disaster for both herself and her mother. Fortunately, her adversaries were unaware that she had uncovered the dealings between the Feng family and Northern Qi. The carriage halted outside the Hanxiang Tower. Despite its somewhat pedestrian name, the establishment was frequented by cultured individuals who gathered to compose poetry and engage in literary pursuits. The ambience was refined, and it served as a haven for the aristocracy of the imperial city. As Chu Qianqian alighted from the carriage, Lu Xiangyuan followed closely behind, draping his cloak over her shoulders. Startled, she quickly removed the garment, stomping on it until it was soiled with snow and mud, ensuring it was unwearable before feeling satisfied. Lu Xiangyan observed his cloak trampled upon, his expression somber, yet he said nothing, allowing it to lie where it fell. Upon entering Hanxiang Tower, Chu Qianqian scanned her surroundings. She had come not to witness Lu Xiangyuan and Damp Oppos as performance, but rather to seek someone. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted a familiar figure in a private room on the second floor. "Cousin," she called, her voice cutting through the din and reaching the ears of a gentleman clad in green. The young man paused, then looked up, a smile gracing his lips as warmth radiated from his gentle eyes. "Qianqian," he responded, beckoning her over. "Come, join me for a drink." Chu Qianqian lifted her skirts, disregarding whether Lu Xiangyuan followed, and hastened to her cousin's side. Clad in a green robe, he exuded grace and charm, his demeanor as refined as jade. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, memories of the past surfacing unbidden. In her previous life, her cousin had perished just 3 months after her marriage, ambushed while on a mission to eradicate bandits. Despite preparations, their plans were betrayed, leading to his demise under a hail of arrows in the dead of night. Since her marriage, calamity had befallen the Su family, with her brothers and uncles falling one by one in battle or assassination, culminating in her grandfather taking to the battlefield himself a decade later. Seeing her distressed expression, Su Qingru was taken aback. He gently ruffled her hair, his voice soothing. "You left the palace without informing your elder brother. He sent someone to fetch you." Su Qingru resembled Empress Su more than any of her 6 cousins. Mature and composed, he shared her gentle temperament, doting on Chu Qianqian, the sole daughter of the family. He was a rare talent, excelling in both martial and scholarly pursuits, and her grandfather hoped he would one day inherit the responsibilities of the Su family. The Su family, marked by martial prowess, had failed to produce a female heir despite 3 wives bearing numerous children, thus cherishing Chu Qianqian as their precious jewel. Chu Qianqian gazed up at her cousin's face with reverence, saying, "There was no need for such trouble. I knew you would come here to enjoy music and poetry." Su Qingru playfully tapped her nose. "Only you understand me." A smile graced Chu Qianqian's lips. It was then Su Qingru noticed Lu Xiangyan lingering behind her, furrowing his brow. "Isn't this Lu Zhuangyuan? What brings you here today?" Lu Xiangyan regarded Su Qingru, recognizing him as the foremost figure of the Su family in the current court. He bowed respectfully. "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and today it is indeed as remarkable as they say." Su Qingru chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing slightly as they settled on Chu Qianqian. "I hear you're soon to be wed to Lu Zhuangyuan?" "Indeed," Lu Xiangyuan affirmed promptly. Su Qingru was about to offer a complimentary remark when Chu Qianqian grasped his sleeve, her smile radiant and sweet, evoking an urge to pinch her cheeks. "Elder brother, he is the newly crowned top scholar. I'm certain many here know him. Yet, I still believe you are the most formidable in my heart. Why not engage in a poetic duel with him?" Su Qingru nodded. "Since it is your suggestion, I have no objections." Lu Xiangyuan lowered his gaze, slightly narrowing his eyes as his pupils constricted. Although he considered himself talented and had gained the top scholar rank through certain means, he felt no assurance of victory against Su Qingru. To lose before a multitude of scholars would be to suffer great humiliation. Chapter 19. The humiliating defeat of the top scholar, yet he found himself unable to refuse. The official humbly acknowledged, "I have heard of your remarkable talents, Master Su, and I greatly admire you." Chu Qianqian smirked inwardly, recognizing that Lu Xiangyuan had succumbed to pressure. She remarked, "You are the newly crowned top scholar, a prodigy hailed by my father as a once-in-a-century talent. To say you admire my elder brother is to imply you fall short of him, is it not?" Chu Qianqian aimed to elevate him, ensnaring him in a predicament from which there was no escape. Lu Xiangyuan, aware that Chu Qianqian was deliberately putting him in a difficult position, took a deep breath and said, "Since it is the princess's request, I shall make a fool of myself." Chu Qianqian quirked a smile. Let us hope it's not a true folly, Lu Xiangyuan. With his lips tightly pressed, he suppressed his rising anger and turned to descend the stairs. In the center of the first floor stood a high platform designed for contests, with spectators gathering below to place their bets on the outcome. Of course, this was not a gambling den. The stakes were modest, intended solely for amusement. The victors would be rewarded with exquisite wines aged for decades at the Xiangxiang Tower. However, as scholars by nature tended to possess a sense of pride, such contests were infrequent. Losing would be a public acknowledgement of inferiority. As the crowd regained their senses, they beheld two figures on the platform draped in crimson. Lu Xiangyuan, observing Su Qingru's composed demeanor, felt a tightening in his chest. He bowed and gestured, "Master Su, please." Su Qingru raised his hand in response. "Lu Xiangyuan, you're also invited." The atmosphere within the Xiangxiang Tower grew tense, with curious gazes directed toward the two. After all, they recognized Lu Xiangyuan from his portraits, while Su Qingru was a familiar face known to many. ISN and AMP, Oppose, T, that's Su Qingru, and the new top scholar, Lu Xiangyuan. Today, we are in for a spectacle. The crowd buzzed with excitement, speculating whether the two were to engage in a literary duel. From her vantage point on the second floor, Chu Qianqian observed with a smile, already aware of the outcome of this contest. However, Lu Xiangyuan unexpectedly proposed, "Though poetry is refined, exchanging verses can be tedious and difficult to judge. Why not engage in a game of chess instead? Let's test our skills and strategy." Su Qingru paused, taken aback by the suggestion, but then smiled softly. "Are you certain?" Lu Xiangyuan nodded, "Absolutely." The attendants of Xiangxiang Tower quickly set up the chessboard and chairs for the two to face each other. Chu Qianqian leaned over the railing, watching the unfolding match with interest. Although Lu Xiangyuan sought to sidestep the literary contest, attempting to gain an advantage through chess, she felt compelled to inform him. He had miscalculated. Chess, akin to warfare, requires foresight. Each move must be carefully considered. Su Qingru was a strategist of great caliber, capable of commanding vast armies, not only excelling in martial prowess but also possessing keen intellect. Every decision he made could mean life or death for countless soldiers. At 29, Su Qingru had led troops in numerous battles, decisively defeating the northern tribes. In contrast, Lu Xiangyuan's experience was merely theoretical, limited to bookish knowledge. In the first game, Lu Xiangyuan played with the white pieces, while Su Qingru took the black. The former began cautiously, balancing offense and defense with meticulous thought. However, as the game progressed, Lu Xiangyuan found himself increasingly at a disadvantage, unable to pinpoint where he had erred. Meanwhile, Su Qingru remained unflustered, his pace unchanged. As Lu Xiangyuan's move slowed, Su Qingru rested his chin on his hand, waiting. Was Lu Xiangyuan planning to play until dusk? He paused, then chuckled. "I suppose I can keep you company." Lu Xiangyuan and Oppo's expression darkened, feeling a piercing humiliation. As the crown prince of Beiqi, he had been educated by the finest scholars, consistently surpassing his peers. Yet, standing before another equally accomplished individual, he found himself overshadowed at every turn. Su Qingru was simply too exceptional, so much so that it ignited a sense of envy within him. Unable to maintain his composure, Lu Xiangyuan made a move. But the moment the piece landed, his expression changed dramatically. It was a blunder. He had lost. His fingers trembled slightly, instinctively reaching to reclaim the piece. Yet, Su Qingru and Oppo's hand blocked his, a smile gracing his lips. "I'm afraid, Lu Xiangyuan, you have lost." Cold sweat beaded on Lu Xiangyuan and Oppo's forehead as whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Lu Xiangyuan had actually lost. Previously, they had never witnessed Su Qingru play chess. He was reputed to prefer poetry and prose, having crafted many exquisite verses within these walls. Su Qingru collected the pieces, best 2 out of 3. That was merely a stroke of luck. "Let's play again." He glanced toward Chu Qianqian, sharing a knowing smile. Though their encounters were infrequent, he held a deep affection for his younger sister, taking her wishes to heart. With her clear desire for him to triumph over Lu Xiangyuan, he, as her elder brother, was determined not to disappoint her. In his eyes, the top scholar was merely a stepping stone. Lu Xiangyuan relaxed his expression, acknowledging that he had been careless this time. His chess skills were formidable, with few rivals during his time in Beiqi. Hence, he had proposed to compete in this manner. Very well, let us continue. I still have a chance. In the second game, Su Qingru took the white pieces and made his move first. Within mere moments, Lu Xiangyuan was left dumbfounded. The board crumbled under his strategy, his pieces falling like autumn leaves. A majority of the board was already dominated by white, while the black pieces huddled in a corner, desperately clinging to survival, merely delaying the inevitable. Logically, Lu Xiangyuan should have conceded defeat long ago. Yet, driven by pride, he fought tooth and nail, unwilling to concede gracefully. Yet the tide had turned. Chapter 20. Accepting the consequences of defeat, a few individuals had gathered closely, able to discern the situation on the chessboard clearly. In being knowledgeable about the game, they exchanged subtle glances at Lu Xiangyuan. However, given Lu's esteemed status as a favored individual and a prospective prince consort, no one dared to confront him directly. Yet, Chu Qianqian offered no such courtesy. With keen eyes, she could easily see the chessboard from the second floor and chuckled. Lu Zhuangyuan, a loss is a loss. Why prolong the inevitable? Lu Xiangyuan's face flushed crimson at her words, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. His gaze still fixed on the board. Chu Qianqian, however, was relentless. Oh, it's clear you can't oppose. Bear to lose, unwilling to admit your inferiority. Knowing you're destined to lose, yet still wasting others in oppose. Time. How shameless. I feel embarrassed for you. Though Lu had managed to maintain his composure, Chu Qianqian and oppose, incessant teasing caused his cheeks to redden further, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. His hand trembled slightly as he held the chess piece, completely infuriated. Having previously ventured out of the palace, some recognized her. Look, isn't that the fifth princess? I heard she has a soft spot for Lu Zhuangyuan and even asked the emperor for their union. Initially, Lu seemed reluctant. That sounds like mere gossip. Did you not hear what the fifth princess just said? There was no hint of affection in her words. If she truly liked him, how could she mock him so? With the crowd below murmuring, the chess match reached its conclusion. Lu Xiangyuan sat slumped in his chair, feeling as if all his struggles had culminated in a farce. His complexion paled slightly, lips pressed tight in silence. Across from him, Su Qingru rose, bowing slightly. Thank you for the match. Lu, surrounded by onlookers, could not afford to exhibit his humiliation, so despite the sting of defeat, he stood to return the gesture. Master Su, not only are you well-versed in literature and martial arts, but your chess skills are also unparalleled. I am truly in awe. Not at all. My skills are merely average. Su Qingru replied, raising an eyebrow, clearly catching the underlying meaning in Lu and oppose, words. He reached out to pat Lu and oppose, shoulder lightly. I dare not claim such praise. There are always those more skilled than oneself. Lu, lowering his gaze, responded politely, your humility is commendable, Master Su. Su Qingru smiled, come now. It's rare for you and Qianqian to be out together. Let us not linger here in tedium. How about we head to the Zue Chun Lu across the street for a drink? My treat. Lu recognized Su and oppose, attempt to offer him an out. His pride had already been thoroughly trampled. Without needing to glance at the expressions of those around him, he understood their thoughts. I appreciate your kind offer, Master Su, but regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps next time. Seeing him decline, Su Qingru did not press further. Very well. I look forward to our next opportunity. Having exchanged pleasantries, Lu turned to leave the platform, but suddenly, water cascaded from above, drenching him completely. Stunned for a moment, he resembled a drenched chicken. His dark hair plastered to his face as he tightly shut his eyes, water streaming down. The hall fell eerily silent as all heads instinctively turned upwards. There stood Chu Qianqian, holding a teapot with the spout directed downwards, clearly the source of the deluge. Although the tea had cooled, remnants of it clung to Lu Xiangyuan's face. With a bright smile, she placed the teapot back and leaned over the railing, stating, since you lost, you must accept the punishment. There is no escape from consequences. Her words, while seemingly reasonable, served to humiliate Lu further, as if she were stomping on his dignity. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, he wiped his face and, with a countenance resembling thunder, opened his eyes. Yet, his voice held no anger, merely a hint of resignation. "Qian, please, do not jest." Her smile instantly vanished. The title of Indamp, Oppos, Princess Indamp, Oppos, is not something just anyone can utter. If their essay next time, I shall have someone teach you a lesson to ensure you remember. Her merciless words left Lu Xiangyuan feeling utterly humiliated, prompting laughter from many onlookers. Indeed, being a royal consort is no easy feat, especially with the fifth princess and Oppos' willful demeanor. This top scholar was in for a rough time. Exactly. To spread rumors of the fifth princess forcing marriage. With her attitude, she likely wishes to see him perish rather than wed. I hear young Master Su is a martial general. His scholarly pursuits are but a pastime, yet Lu, as a literary champion, loses to him in chess. What a disgrace for us scholars. Faced with the derision of countless voices, Lu Xiangyuan maintained a calm demeanor. His capacity for endurance had brought him to this point. Chu Qianqian realized that no matter her tactics, he would not become enraged or confrontational. Lu, disregarding his disheveled appearance, straightened his posture and declared, "Previously, I inadvertently displeased the princess. A minor punishment is warranted, as long as your highness finds it satisfying." At this, Chu Qianqian let out a light, cold laugh. It was undeniable. Lu and Oppos' response made her feel as though she had struck a blow against a soft cushion. Her mind raced, and a new idea sparked. Since verbal jabs yielded no advantage, she resolved to employ other means. Descending from the second floor clad in a fox fur coat, she wore her previous gentle smile once more. Glancing at Su Qingru and then at Lu Xiangyin, she raised an eyebrow. "As my brother mentioned, I find myself a bit weary here. With the recent snowfall, I would like you both to accompany me to the lakeside for some fun." Chapter 21. She was delighted to have struck the crown prince. Su Qingru naturally agreed wholeheartedly. "All right, brother, I shall accompany you." Lu Xiangyuan and Oppos' lips twitched slightly. The grand cloak that draped over him was now muddied and drenched, and it seemed likely that he would freeze the moment he stepped outside this room. However, Chu Qianqian appeared to sense his impending protest. She squinted her eyes and declared, "I am in a great hurry to leave right now. If Lu Zhuangyuan does not wish to accompany me, I shall not insist. I will simply inform Mother Empress that you are too busy to join me." The mention of Su Empress left no room for Lu Xiangyuan to refuse. He was still reliant on Su Empress and Oppos' support to maintain this relationship. If she were to develop a negative opinion of him, his plans could very well unravel. After all, it was Chu Qianqian who had sought this engagement. She could not possibly approach the emperor to request a dissolution. Yet, if Su Empress found fault with him and conjured innumerable excuses and evidence to oppose the union, a cancellation was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, even with his hair drenched in tea, Lu Xiangyuan had no choice but to proceed. He had no attendants nearby, save for a coachman driving the carriage ahead, and he lacked a change of clothes. Lowering his gaze, he said, "Since it is the princess's desire to go out, I shall naturally accompany your highness." Chu Qianqian's expression brightened instantly. She smiled, her eyes curving with joy. "I knew Lu Zhuangyuan would agree. Let us be on our way." The ice along the lake was thick. The banks were covered with snow, and there were few passers-by. After the recent snowfall, the cold was biting, and many common folk without thick winter garments were reluctant to venture outside, let alone to admire the snowy scenery. Chu Qianqian adjusted her collar, watching her feet leave a long trail of footprints in the snow. Suddenly, she was reminded of the night when Jun Huiyin had approached her through the falling snow. Although she had felt a tinge of fear then, the scene had still struck her as beautiful. Lu Xiangyin, nearly frozen, had lips tinged with a bluish hue, yet he remained silent, trailing closely behind Chu Qianqian. In that moment, a snowball was unexpectedly hurled at him, striking him squarely in the face. Chu Qianqian turned around and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how amusing, brother. Look at Lu Zhuangyuan and Oppos' face." Lu Xiangyuan and Oppos' expression darkened considerably. He lowered his gaze, wiping the remnants of snow from his face, but the area that had been hit remained reddened and cold. He could feel the muscles in his face stiffening. Su Qingru chuckled, ruffling Chu Qianqian and Appo's hair. Why are you behaving like a child, engaging in snowball fights? Chu Qianqian, however, stuck out her tongue at Su Qingru and unhesitatingly threw another snowball at him. Brother, catch this. Unlike Lu Xiangyuan, Su Qingru was well insulated in his thick coat, and being a martial artist, he was sturdy and robust, even if his scholarly visage seemed somewhat incongruous. He brushed the snow off his shoulders and playfully retaliated with a small snowball, which burst against Chu Qianqian's fur coat. Chu Qianqian barely felt it. Su Qingru was gentle, merely teasing her. But the next moment, he raised an eyebrow and formed a large snowball, hurling it toward Lu Xiangyuan, who had just wiped the snow from his face, now sporting a new bump on his head. Ah, he exclaimed, covering his head, feeling certain that Su Qingru had done it on purpose. Lu Xiangyuan's expression was one of utter dismay. Lowering his head, he scooped up some snow, ready to retaliate. Just as he crouched down, Chu Qianqian smirked and hurled a snowball, packed with a stone, right at Lu Xiangyuan's head. Ah! He cried out, collapsing to the ground. It took him a moment to regain his composure, and he appeared quite worse for wear. Chu Qianqian feigned a look of panic, turning to Su Qingru with an innocent and delicate gaze. Brother, you must see what has happened to Lu Zhuangyuan. I merely threw a snowball at him, and now he lies there. How fragile he is. Su Qingru nodded, narrowing his eyes as he approached Lu Xiangyuan, noticing blood seeping through the gaps between his fingers as he held his head. He quickly looked up at Chu Qianqian. It appears he has fallen and bumped his head. I will take him to a nearby clinic. Qianqian, you should return to the palace. Oh, so he fell by himself. How clumsy. Lu Xiangyuan thought to himself. If not for the pain immobilizing him, he would have liked to curse the pair of siblings. What bump? Haven and Appo's. Do you see the blood-stained stone in the snow nearby? How could I have hit my head while lying on the ground? But there was no one around, and the siblings continued to twist the facts in their playful banter. Su Qingru effortlessly lifted him from the ground with one hand, maintaining a composed demeanor as he led him to the clinic. After all, he was the newly crowned top scholar, and having recently achieved merit by assisting the emperor in resolving numerous issues, it would be quite the scandal if he were to inadvertently be killed by his own sister's playful antics. Chu Qianqian returned to the palace alone, unconcerned about Lu Xiangyuan and Appo's fate. After a leisurely stroll, Su Empress specifically summoned her to inquire about her outing with Lu Zhuangyuan. How was your trip? Did you enjoy yourself? Chu Qianqian replied honestly, I was overjoyed. Overjoyed to the point of elation, for I had struck Lu Zhuangyuan on the head. Su Empress smiled as she patted her head, removing a bracelet she had been wearing and slipping it onto Chu Qianqian and Appo's wrist. This bracelet is a cherished item of mine, a gift from your grandmother before I was married. As long as you wear it, it shall be as if I am always by your side. Chu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. The jade bracelet felt cool and smooth against her skin, accentuating her delicate wrist. Her skin appeared even more refined, glowing softly in the light. The gentle glow of the fire reflected through the translucent jade, as if her entire hand were illuminated. Upon seeing the bracelet, her heart began to race, a sensation akin to being gripped tightly by an unseen force, overwhelming her senses. It was like a tidal wave crashing over her, leaving her breathless. In her previous life, after her mother's death, this bracelet had been her only companion. Regrettably, it had shattered later, and when she was trampled underfoot, she could only weakly protect the fragments, as if guarding the last remnant of her mother's memory. Noticing the tears welling in Chu Qianqian and Appo's eyes, Su Empress gently stroked her head. Why are you crying? Mother can always provide you with even better things. Chu Qianqian merely responded with a soft hum, carefully placing the bracelet within her sleeve. Suddenly, a noise came from outside the door. Chu Qianqian looked up to see the emperor, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, striding into the palace, still carrying a hint of chill from the outside. Chapter 22. A miraculous victory. Chu Qianqian and Empress Su immediately rose to bow before the emperor. The emperor, clearly elated, wore a broad smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. He suddenly approached Chu Qianqian, resting a hand on her shoulder to assist her in standing. Chu Qianqian gazed at him in astonishment, perplexed by his unusual behavior at such a late hour. "My dear Qianqian," he began. Chu Qianqian lifted her chin, blinking in confusion, her eyes reflecting her bewilderment. "You have truly rendered me a tremendous service." "What?" Chu Qianqian inquired. The Emperor and Appo's eyes sparkled with delight as he proclaimed, just as night fell. Su Cheng returned with troops, bringing along several carts brimming with gold and jewels. Qingfeng village is not far from the imperial city. It takes less than 2 hours to reach on foot. Chu Qianqian recalled that Jun Wuyin and the Su family had set off early that morning, and now, just a day later, they had returned? Even the very thought of it left her wide-eyed in disbelief. How could it be so swift? Indeed, I too did not anticipate Su Cheng and Appo's prowess. Not only did he retrieve the carts of silver, but he also eradicated over 5,000 bandits from Qingfeng village without losing a single soldier. It is nothing short of a miracle, a resounding victory. Su Cheng was the father of Su Qingru, her maternal uncle. The elder Su still lived, remaining in the capital, occasionally attending court. Aside from her uncle Su Cheng, who stayed behind to lead troops alongside the elder Su, her other uncles were away at war. Though the western Shu appeared relatively peaceful, the borders often faced incursions from marauding tribes, particularly fierce during the harsh winter months when the northern grassland tribes became most aggressive. Deprived of sustenance and unable to cultivate their own food, they resorted to raiding the central plains. The plight of the border inhabitants was dire, and the presence of the Su family served to protect their people from such barbaric oppression. As for relations between Western Chu and other nations, despite the tense atmosphere, outright warfare seemed unlikely in the near future, as the repercussions of conflict would be far-reaching. Thus, they resorted to underhanded tactics. Frankly, Chu Qianqian held a more favorable view of the barbarian tribes than of the royal families of these 3 kingdoms. Empress Su was equally astonished. Although she resided in the inner palace, she had heard from her father and brothers of the brutality of the mountain bandits, who often took refuge in easily defensible locations. Even when the court dispatched troops for multiple attempts at suppression, they suffered heavy losses, resulting in a stalemate. Yet her brother had subdued a 5,000-strong bandit stronghold without losing a single soldier. When had he become so formidable? She was taken aback, though she maintained a composed expression. It is the honor of the Su family to alleviate the Emperor and Appo's burdens. The Emperor turned his gaze toward Empress Su, his eyes softening considerably. He cleared his throat gently and lowered his voice, saying, "Once this matter is resolved, I shall spend more time with you, Empress." Empress Su paused, then lowered her head, replying, "Your Majesty has state affairs to attend to. I cannot impede your important duties. Strengthening our bond is also a vital matter. How can one maintain peace in the realm if the home is unsettled?" Empress Su appeared indifferent, a demeanor often described as apathetic. "Since your Majesty has made up your mind, let it be as you wish." The Emperor felt a twinge of rejection, yet he had no evidence to support his feelings. To avoid embarrassment before his daughter, he masked his discomfort and said, "Qianqian, it is late. You should retire. I will converse with your mother. Also, I shall ensure a reward is delivered to you in the palace tomorrow. You have done well, and I must commend you before your siblings to showcase your capabilities." Listening to the Emperor's praise, Chu Qianqian felt an unusual calmness. In her past life, such words from her father would have sent her spirits soaring. However, now, she felt indifferent. This complex feeling was akin to a distant memory, as if the previous version of herself belonged to a long-gone past, and many matters no longer held significance for her. "Thank you, father. I shall take my leave," Chu Qianqian said without further inquiry. She was eager to see Jun Wuyin. Upon leaving Fengming Palace and returning to her quarters, Chu Qianqian turned to ask the servants, "Where is Jun Wuyin?" The palace attendants were momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar name. That person seems to have been taken to his residence." As night had already fallen, Chu Qianqian thought it would suffice to visit him the next day. However, just as she took a few steps, she overheard a servant whispering, "I saw him being carried away. It appeared he was gravely injured." Carried away? How severe could it be? Chu Qianqian halted, her expression darkening slightly, as she turned and hurried outside. Lianqing quickly followed, dismissing the other attendants. In the North Palace side chamber, the night air was biting, and the room felt similarly frigid. As Chu Qianqian pushed open the door and entered, she felt no warmth. She frowned and instructed Lianqing stoke the heater. Yes, Your Highness. Lianqing promptly ignited the candles and moved the brazier closer, leaving the charcoal untouched as it had been delivered by the fifth princess. After hearing about the incident involving eunuch Li, Chu Qianqian had ordered the eunuchs not to enter this place freely, ensuring that Jun Wuyin would no longer need to worry about being bullied. As she approached the bedside, she suddenly caught a whiff of blood. Chu Qianqian's brow furrowed deeply as she lowered her gaze to Jun Wuyin's features. The young man lay with closed eyes on a wooden bed that lacked warmth, the bedding still damp and cold. A sharp pang of concern struck her heart as her fingers instinctively brushed against his hand, which felt as cold as ice. While his cheeks burned with fever, wisps of steam rising from his forehead. He had a fever, though a cold may not be a grave illness. It could be perilous, as it might lead to delirium if not managed properly. Where's the physician? Fetch the physician. Having just ignited the fire, Lianqing wiped her nose, black streaks marking her face. I shall go at once. The young girl braved the cold wind and soon returned with Physician Lin. The elderly man, accustomed to being roused from slumber at such hours, promptly arrived with his medical kit. Chu Qianqian urged, Physician Lin, please examine him quickly. Why is he burning with such intensity? Your Highness, do not fret. Allow me to take a look. The old physician first felt Jun Wuyin's pulse, and upon discovering something alarming, he unfastened the young man and Appo's clothing, revealing a side of his abdomen that was seeping blood. He swiftly unwrapped the bandaged area, unveiling a gruesome wound that appeared to have been inflicted by a sharp object, as if something had viciously scraped across it. Chapter 23, Should I Kill Jun Wuyin? He pondered for a moment and replied, Your Highness, this young gentleman is gravely injured. The wounds are severely torn, and healing will likely be exceedingly difficult. Chu Qianqian also observed the grotesqueness of the injury. How did this happen? It appeared as if something irregular had forcefully scraped across his body, leaving such marks. Suddenly, Chu Qianqian realized, could it have been the impact from an explosion? The rocks flung out? The old physician enlightened. Indeed, Your Highness speaks correctly. He retrieved a medicine bottle and some writing materials from his medical kit. This is an ointment for external injuries, capable of stopping the bleeding. I shall prepare a prescription for him shortly. If fortune favors us, he should be able to reduce the fever by tomorrow morning. Chu Qianqian nodded. Thank you, esteemed physician. Physician Lin humbly replied, as commanded by Your Highness. I shall exert myself to the utmost. Lianqing rummaged through her pouch and promptly produced several silver coins, placing them into the old physician and Appo's hands. It is indeed hard work for you to come here. Physician Lin did not refuse, as the fifth princess was known for her generosity, and he had received considerable rewards from his previous visits. Thank you, Your Highness. This prescription should be administered 3 times a day, and he should recover within a few days. Young men possess remarkable recuperative abilities. After seeing off Physician Lin, Lianqing personally brewed the medicine. However, upon her return, she was taken aback to find the usually delicate princess sitting by the bed, tending to Jun Wuyin's wounds. Lianqing set the medicine aside, astonished, Your Highness. Why are you personally attending to this? I could easily summon 2 eunuchs to assist. You are of noble birth and should not engage in such menial tasks. Chu Qianqian glanced at the blood on her hands. Shaking her head, she said, It is merely a trivial matter, and besides, those eunuchs have bullied him before. I am not at ease letting them care for him. Lianqing remarked, Your Highness, have you perhaps become too concerned for him lately? I recall you despised him not long ago and even had him punished. Oh, did I say that? Chu Qianqian's movements halted. Her eyes widened in shock. Lianqing, puzzled, continued, though you did not directly command it. Your attitude influenced those beneath you. I remember a year when he inadvertently soiled your gown, and you cast him into the river, vowing to strike him every time you saw him. The medicine in Chu Qianqian and Appo's hand fell onto the bed with a thud. Fortunately, there was a box outside to prevent it from spilling. Her complexion turned pale. devoid of color, and disbelief filled her eyes. She struggled to recall the details of that incident. In her youth, she had been willful and domineering, and this must have occurred when she was around 12 or 13. Lianqing, who else knows about this? Lianqing thought for a moment. Everyone knows. Who in the palace does not act according to your whims? Chu Qianqian pursed her lips, falling silent. So, it follows that her previous treatment of him had indeed justified Jun Wuyin and Appo's murderous intent and gaze towards her. Could someone like Jun Wuyin truly set aside past grievances simply because she had shown him a modicum of kindness? Perhaps, not likely. With his ruthless and cunning nature, those who had once tormented him were now all ruthlessly crushed beneath his heel, meeting dreadful fates. She considered herself among the fortunate ones. Perhaps it was merely because he sought a satisfactory plaything, or perhaps she inadvertently piqued his interest, which was why. Chu Qianqian dared not delve deeper in her thoughts. The more she contemplated, the more her scalp tingled with dread. The pallor of her lips deepened as she gazed upon the feeble figure of Jun Wuyin lying before her. In that instant, Chu Qianqian suddenly declared to Lianqing, "I shall administer the medicine. You may step outside for a while." Lianqing, perplexed by the sudden change, complied with the princess and Appo's command. Upon closing the door behind her, the warmth from the lit stove filled the room, enveloping it in a cozy embrace. Chu Qianqian and Appo's gaze skimmed over Jun Wuyin and Appo's features. His youthful eyes were tightly shut, brow furrowed, as if ensnared in a chasm of agony, utterly unaware of the peril surrounding him. Only when Chu Qianqian and Appo's fingers grazed his wounds did he involuntarily twitch in discomfort, suggesting the pain he endured. Jun Wuyin, Chu Qianqian called out to him. He offered no response. She fell into silence, her gaze lowered, her countenance darkening slightly. "I wronged you in the past. Can you perhaps forget those unpleasant memories?" The absurdity of her own words struck her. If she were in his position, she would undoubtedly wish to drink his blood and devour his flesh. Suddenly, she lifted her hand and placed it upon Jun Wuyin and Appo's neck. "I know it is too late to apologize now. With your temperament, you would never forgive those who have harmed you." Her fingers tightened slightly, and his brow deepened further in discomfort as he struggled to breathe. The instinct to avoid harm is innate. Having realized she was the architect of Jun Wuyin and Appo's prolonged suffering, her anxiety reached its zenith. There's a saying that goes, "To raise a tiger is to invite disaster." If it came to it, there was but one method left to ensure that all threats vanished swiftly. Chu Qianqian attempted to exert pressure, yet a sudden pang of pain gripped her chest, rendering her powerless, as if all strength had been drained from her. No matter how hard she tried, she could not draw in a breath. Once, she had believed there was a chance for redemption, but now, with wounds so deep, any hope of atonement seemed futile. Just as her hand rested upon his neck, her mind swirling with doubts and hesitations, suddenly her wrist was seized. She gasped in surprise, nearly crying out. The young man in Appo's grip was strong, swiftly draining her hand of strength before he flipped over, pinning her beneath him. Chu Qianqian struggled violently, her expression frantic. Yet, her hand was captured, her body immobilized, leaving her entirely devoid of agency. She stared wide-eyed at Jun Wuyin before her, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. This was it. What to do? Chu Qianqian felt as though her heart had plunged into an abyss. But she gritted her teeth and met his gaze defiantly. At worst, I shall break the jar and sink with it. She was a princess, capable of calling for help. How could she fear him? Chapter 24. Could he also be reborn? Flames danced within Jun Wuyin's phoenix eyes. The corners stained crimson, as if on the verge of weeping blood. His dark pupils reflected Chu Qianqian's visage, causing him to momentarily falter. A flicker of bewilderment and vulnerability in his gaze. Chu Qianqian, holding her breath, rebuked, "Get up." Jun Wuyin's gaze remained fixed upon her face as he extended his other hand. Anticipating an assault, Chu Qianqian instinctively recoiled. "What do you intend to do?" Jun Wuyin and Appo's fingers alighted upon the back of her hand. Then, she heard a murmur, "I can still dream of you, Qianqian." Chu Qianqian was bewildered. What was Jun Wuyin saying? After your demise, I have ceaselessly performed the rites of necromancy, yet you refuse to visit me even in my dreams. Do you resent me? Resent me for failing to protect you? I. Chu Chantian and Amp, Oppo's, body stiffened, akin to a mouse ensnared by a cat, with no escape. Her limbs felt leaden, her eyes fixated on Jun Wuyan. Could it be that he, too, had been reborn? Her mind reeled, yet her ears involuntarily absorbed Jun Wuyan's words. Chantian, I have fulfilled all my promises to you. Yet why could you not honor your pledge to me? Very well, I have procured the secret art to preserve your corpse, so that even in death, you shall remain by my side, continuing to fulfill your promises to me. Chu Chantian felt her heart, and indeed the very warmth within her, gradually dissipate. Her limbs grew frigid, her pupils constricted. If Jun Wuyan and Oppo's words held truth, then he must have enacted those deeds after her death in their previous life. Why? Could we not have parted amicably? A chilling sensation crept up Chu Chantian and Amp, Oppo's spine. The mere thought of her deceased body cradled in this man and Amp, Oppo's arms, embraced day and night, sent shivers down her spine. Jun Wuyan must be deranged. Utterly mad, she refused to endure this any longer. Jun Wuyan, release me. Chu Chantian struggled, attempting to break free from his embrace. Yet, despite his apparent illness, he possessed an inexplicable strength, holding her captive. The young man in Oppo's face drew near, Jun Wuyan seizing her struggling hands and pinning them above her head before lowering his own. Their breaths mingled, Chu Chantian and Oppo's ears filled with the thunderous rhythm of her own heart. Jun Wuyan and Oppo's fever radiated from him, as if capable of scorching her entire being. Even in dreams, you seek to flee? Jun Wuyan is plil caressel tu kiankanis causing her cheeks to flush crimson. A conflagration seemed to ignite wherever his touch landed, and her eyes welled with tears. Chu Chantian gritted her teeth. Jun Wuyan, release me. Yet, her plea was in vain as the man before her ruthlessly descended upon her lips. Chu Chantian felt a sharp sting as she was bitten. Chu Chantian was incensed. Just as she was about to close her lips and retaliate with a bite of her own, his tongue deftly evaded her, nearly causing her to bite her own tongue. Chu Chantian glared at Jun Wuyan, her eyes reddened, her body trembling. Jun Wuyan merely smiled, his face as handsome as ever, akin to a demon capable of bewitching all. His manner, his aura, and his very approach were identical to that of 10 years hence. Chu Chantian and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened, her heart a tempest of emotions. He, too, had been reborn, yet his state was clearly different from hers. Still, a profound possessiveness smoldered within his dark eyes, as if he sought to devour her, flesh and bone. Jun Wuyan and Amp, Oppo's lips curled into a smile as he murmured, "This dream feels so real." Chu Chantian was amused by his words. It was real, after all, but the man was utterly unreasonable. With Lian Qing nearby, she dared not raise her voice lest she be overheard. She could only lower her voice as much as possible. Jun Wuyan, release me first, and then, I won't. Jun Wuyan's gaze was profound, icily resolute. You are mine, Chantian. Chu Chantian and Amp, Oppo's heart skipped a beat at his words. Abruptly, she turned her head and posed a question. What am I to you, a plaything? Perhaps because Jun Wuyan believed this to be a dream, he was more loquacious than usual. He chuckled softly and shook his head. No, then what am I? Chu Chantian pressed. She was overcome with a desire to know what she had been in his heart in her previous life, even if the answer was unpleasant. The smile faded from Jun Wuyan and Oppo's face. He raised his hand and gently caressed Chu Chantian and Oppo's cheek. He spoke softly, "You are mine." Just as Chu Chantian awaited the answer, she suddenly felt a weight upon her. Jun Wuyan had collapsed upon her, unmoving. The hands that had been gripping her wrists slackened. Chu Chantian and Oppo's eyes widened, utterly bewildered. Jun Wuyan, who had seemed so composed and in control, had suddenly collapsed. She pushed him. Hey, Jun Wuyan. Hey. No response. Jun Wuyan's eyes were tightly shut, his forehead burning, his breath scalding. He seemed to have suddenly lost all moisture, like a withered eggplant. Seeing his state, Chu Chantian struggled, to push him off and rise. She saw that his wound, which had just been treated but not yet bandaged, was bleeding again, staining her dress. Chu Qianqian sat by the bed in silence. After the recent ordeal, Chu Qianqian's gaze at him grew even more complex. Jun Wuyin had not killed her in the previous life. Did that mean there was still room for maneuver? As she pondered and carefully weighed whether it was better for Jun Wuyin to live or die, Jun Wuyin suddenly stirred. His long eyelashes trembled, revealing dark, bewildered eyes. Jun Wuyin and oppose. As pale, chapped lips parted, his voice weak and helpless, like a small animal whimpering. Princess? He recognized Chu Qianqian and oppose. S face and tried to sit up, but found himself too weak to move. He gave her a pure, innocent smile. The princess has come to see me. How wonderful. He spoke with difficulty, his voice raspy. All the arrogance he had displayed earlier was gone. I am fortunate to have been of service to the princess. Even in death, I would be willing. Chu Qianqian heard the young man and Oppo's feeble voice, and his last words struck her heart. Chapter 25. The life of Jun Wuyin cannot be preserved. The fleeting hint of murderous intent that had briefly surfaced within the boy was extinguished by a gentle word. However, Chu Qianqian's gaze towards Jun Wuyin grew increasingly vigilant. She suspected that this man was feigning innocence. The words he had just spoken were ones he could not possibly articulate in his current state, except perhaps a decade hence. A sigh escaped her lips as her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Killing was not an option. Behind Jun Wuyin stood a formidable power inherited from his maternal clan, which had tirelessly sought to unite and locate their young master over the years. It was precisely this lineage that had facilitated Jun Wuyin and Oppo's rapid ascent in the past. Should she take his life, the repercussions could inflict catastrophic damage upon the Western Shu, as those loyal to him were reckless and fiercely devoted. Her earlier inclination towards violence had stemmed from momentary fear and her limited understanding of Jun Wuyin. Perhaps, she thought, it would be prudent to observe further. After a moment and Oppo's contemplation, Chu Qianqian retrieved a bandage from nearby and began to wrap it around his waist. You should rise and take your medicine, she instructed softly. Her gaze averted to conceal her thoughts as she assisted the dazed and weakened Jun Wuyin to his feet. She administered the medicine to him, spoonful by spoonful, and only when he had finished did she stand up. Very well, I owe you this. If you seek revenge, do as you wish. I shall not cower. Jun Wuyin, seemingly oblivious to her words, had already closed his eyes and surrendered to slumber once more. Chu Qianqian felt as though she were performing a monologue, with the other protagonist entirely disengaged. She touched her lip, where it had been bitten, and inhaled sharply. Jun Wuyin, are you a dog? Why do you bite? Her concern for him had resulted in her receiving an unwelcome bite in return. Hearing the door creak, Lian Qing hurried over. Your Highness. She paused, as if having seen something unexpected. What happened to the corner of your mouth? Chu Qianqian lowered her gaze. It's nothing, just a careless bite from a dog. A dog? There are no dogs here. Lian Qing, still lost in her thoughts, was interrupted by Chu Qianqian. It's too cold outside, let us return. Lian Qing, bundled in layers and holding a hand warmer, felt little chill aside from her ears. She rubbed her face and quickly followed the princess back to the Golden Feather Palace. Within the dimly lit northern palace side hall, the candlelight flickered. The youth lying on the bed had flushed cheeks, his lips parting slightly as if ensnared in a nightmare. Murmuring inaudibly. At that very moment, within the vast and opulent palace, an eerie silence pervaded the air. Red silk curtains cascaded from intricately carved crimson beams, casting a hazy veil over the grand hall. On the table, faded red wedding characters clung to the surface, appearing weathered with time. In the center of the hall lay a coffin made of cold jade, transparent and ethereal, within which rested a beauty with closed eyes. Clad in a blood-red wedding gown, her exquisite form was reminiscent of a celestial maiden descended to earth, with skin as white as snow and features delicately flawless. Beside the jade coffin stood a tall figure, resting his elbows on it, seemingly in a shallow slumber. His inky hair cascaded untamed, and as he opened his slanted, phoenix-like eyes, a faint crimson hue appeared at their corners. The soft robe he wore loosened at the neck, revealing delicate yet pale collarbones. The temperature in the room plummeted as he blinked awake, his jet-black pupils widening instantly. The woman in the jade coffin remained serene, her lifelike appearance unchanged, as if merely in slumber. Jun Wuyin squinted, reliving the sensation of touching Chu Qianqian and Amp. Appo's lips in his dream, his gaze fixed upon the figure within the coffin, as if attempting to pierce through her very being. Was it but a dream? The sensation was too vivid, too real, leading him to believe it was reality. Yet, reality was cruel, so cruel that it ignited a crimson blaze within his eyes, spiraling him into madness. Qianqian, it seems I have dreamed of you from long ago. He murmured, his voice the sole echo within the desolate hall, reverberating hauntingly in the silence. As dawn broke, Empress Su unexpectedly visited the Golden Feather Palace. Chu Qianqian hastily tidied herself, rising from her bed while stifling a yawn to greet her mother. Observing her daughter's disheveled state, Empress Su sighed softly. This was the consequence of her indulgence. Only Chu Qianqian among the 6 palaces was exempt from early morning etiquette at Fengming Palace. You, sleeping in every day, look at those dark circles. Once married, you must not continue this way. To preempt further admonition from Empress Su, Chu Qianqian eagerly nodded. It is my fault, mother. Please, let us discuss the matter at hand. Empress Su settled herself, instructing her trusted aide to stand guard and close the door. Her gaze lowered in contemplation as she asked, "What of Jun Wuyin?" At the mention of his name, Chu Qianqian and Appo's drowsiness evaporated. He is well. Why do you suddenly inquire about him, mother? Empress Su continued. That is good. The emperor sent someone yesterday to investigate the matters of Qing Feng Zhai, seeking proof of collusion with the Feng family. Chu Qianqian replied, that may prove difficult. Empress Su nodded gravely. Indeed, it is unlikely to yield results. Although the Feng family concealed their dealings within Qing Feng Zhai, they left no tangible evidence. Moreover, the loyal leader of Qing Feng Zhai perished during the crackdown, severing any remaining leads. Looking up at Empress Su, Chu Qianqian inquired, how did they manage to capture over 5,000 individuals at Qing Feng Zhai without a single soldier lost? Empress Su and Appo's expression turned serious. I have come to discuss this matter with you. Empress Su pressed her lips together before grasping Chu Qianqian's hand. Qianqian, I am aware of your close ties with Jun Wuyin, and it appears your relationship is favorable. However, there is something I must solemnly convey. Chu Qianqian's expression shifted to one of confusion. Mother, please speak. Jun Wuyin must not be allowed to live. Why? Chu Qianqian's heart raced, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded her mother. Hasn't this operation already been successful? The Su family surely received praise from father. And Jun Wuyin won your wager. Empress Su sighed, her eyes narrowing slightly. Precisely because of this, we cannot allow his life to endure. Chapter 26. She offered Jun Wuyin 2 choices last night. Chu Qianqian contemplated the notion of taking Jun Wuyin's life, yet now, with the opportunity presented before her, she found herself hesitating. She lowered her gaze, her eyes deep and contemplative. Empress Su explained, do you know how he seized Qing Feng's stronghold? I suspect he employed explosives. After all, his severe injuries clearly indicate the power of an explosion. Indeed, he had procured a considerable amount of explosives from the Su family, personally climbed a high mountain to bury them, and then lured the bandits out, resulting in a thunderous explosion that buried them all. Chu Qianqian and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't that remarkable? Achieving such a significant effect without losing a single soldier. The Empress paused. Your uncle mentioned that Jun Wuyin is a man of cunning strategies, ruthless towards his enemies, and even harsher on himself. Igniting those explosives was perilous. He volunteered to do so, only to be injured by the rocks propelled by the explosion. Empress Su continued, he is exceedingly intelligent. Even if another were to attempt it, they would not succeed. He can accurately predict whether a collapse will yield such results. If he were a general in the enemy's army, it would be a grave concern. Chu Qianqian lifted her head, finally grasping her mother and Appo's implication. After all, Jun Wuyin was a prince of Dongling, and despite spending years in Shichu, he would never feel a sense of belonging to Shichu. Moreover, his demonstrated prowess was indeed formidable. A tactical genius like him unleashed on the battlefield would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Chu Qianqian was well aware of Jun Wuyin and Appo's as capabilities. A decade hence, he was undefeated, having repeatedly triumphed against overwhelming odds, turning Dongling upside down with only a handful of troops. Ultimately, he decimated the royal family, leaving only a newborn prince to ascend the throne. He was merciless and resourceful, appearing to navigate all matters effortlessly, possessing an innate ability to control the situation. Chu Qianqian raised her head. What if he assists us? The empress momentarily faltered, having not considered that angle. Qianqian, a man of his nature, is akin to a wolf. He cannot be easily restrained. Do not take that risk. Chu Qianqian lowered her head, exposing her pale and fragile neck, trembling slightly as if deeply troubled. Mother, please believe in your daughter. Preserving his life is far more advantageous than eliminating him. Furthermore, Dongling has neglected his well-being for years. I believe he has been forsaken. If we can control such a figure, what else could we fear? Empress Su sighed. I knew you would not agree. Chu Qianqian smiled softly. Mother knows me well. The empress lowered her gaze in contemplation before suddenly producing a porcelain vial from her sleeve and handing it to Chu Qianqian. This contains a poison. If administered, he will require an antidote every month, or he shall suffer a gruesome demise. If you wish for him to survive, give him this. Otherwise, I cannot rest easy with such a person near you. Chu Qianqian's eyes flickered as she grasped the vial, incredulously asking, This is a substance used to control the dark guards, a method the royal family has employed for years. Even the most loyal subordinates cannot be easily trusted. Only when their lives are in our hands can we feel secure. Chu Qianqian bit her lip. Is there an antidote? There is none. Once ingested, you will be bound to this fate for life. Chu Qianqian lowered her eyelids. I understand, mother. Empress Su regarded her. I have heard that you have treated him poorly in the past, having bullied him. Such a person harbors grudges. If you do not wish to face retaliation, you must administer this medicine. The choice lies with you. I do not wish to coerce you. Ultimately, you must bear the consequences. After imparting these words, Empress Su departed. Alone, Chu Qianqian sat on a soft couch, lost in thought, holding the porcelain vial. It must be said, her mother had provided a clever strategy. As long as she could control Jun Wuyin's life, she would have no reason to fear his disobedience. Should complications arise in the future, she could simply bring him down with her. Jun Wuyin valued his life. She was certain she could dominate him. With this thought, Chu Qianqian rose and exited. She cast one last glance at the vial, then emptied its solitary pill into her palm, toying with it. Her mother was indeed correct. It was better to be prepared. The youth's body recovered remarkably swiftly. According to Lin Tai, by the following morning, Jun Wuyin had already broken his fever. After taking his medicine, he was even able to change his dress and bandage himself independently. The room, warmed by Chu Qianqian's attendants, was no longer the cold and unbearable space it once was. Upon hearing footsteps at the door, Jun Wuyin's ears perked up, and he immediately discerned who was approaching. He promptly rose to greet her. Your Highness. Seeing the brightness in the youth and Appo's eyes, Chu Qianqian suddenly pressed her lips together, vividly recalling the events of last night. It was highly likely that another and Appo's memories were still concealed within his being. Otherwise, she could not fathom how the true Jun Wuyin, awakened to his past life's memories, would allow himself to remain trampled here. Or perhaps it was merely that he had lost consciousness last night, awakening the buried memories. Any of these possibilities could be true, yet regardless of which it was, Chu Qianqian resolved to remain cautious. Yun Wuyin, she called out suddenly. He lifted his gaze slightly, anticipation and delight glimmering in his eyes. He had performed admirably this time, providing no cause for Chu Qianqian to feel embarrassed. Surely, his princess would commend him. I am here, Jun Wuyin replied, indicating that he had heard her. Chu Qianqian lowered her gaze, then stepped forward, raising her brow and taking hold of his chin. The two figures stood mere inches apart, as if a single step forward would meld their dreams. Chu Qianqian's lips, still slightly bruised, bore a hint of crimson, rendering them more full and alluring. You have done excellently. I am quite pleased. Jun Wien and Apos, phoenix-like eyes lifted gently, the black pupils reflecting Chu Qianqian and Apos' visage, brimming with delight. As long as your highness is satisfied, that is enough. However, in the next moment, Chu Qianqian pressed the porcelain vial into his hands and gently stepped back. I now present you with two choices: death, or to consume the contents of this vial. Chapter 27. He has placed a green hat upon me, yet I, the princess, shall bestow upon him a grander one. Even with Jun Wien's inherently mature disposition, upon hearing Chu Qianqian's remarks, he could not help but reveal an expression of disbelief. His slender fingers trembled slightly, the veins on the back of his hand standing out due to the force he exerted. The intricate network of veins visible upon his hand rendered him even more gaunt and fragile. Jun Wien, astute as he was, discerned the contents of the vial almost instantaneously, along with the motive behind Chu Qianqian's actions. He let out a wry smile and declared, I choose the second option. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the porcelain vial and swallowed the solitary pill within. He even opened his mouth wide, allowing Chu Qianqian to inspect and confirm that he concealed nothing. A smile graced Jun Wen's lips, though the depth of his gaze grew considerably more profound. Is this sufficient, your highness? Chu Qianqian, observing him, felt a pang of discomfort in her heart for reasons she could not fathom. However, she felt compelled to act thus, to ease her mother's worries and assuage the anxieties of others. Very well, she replied with two simple words, only to witness Jun Wien audaciously draw closer to her, his gaze penetrating. Your highness, I am quite aggrieved, he lamented. Chu Qianqian was taken aback, uncertain as to why he would express such a sentiment. I assisted you in resolving matters at King Feng's High, retrieved the silver, and ensured that the Su and Feng families exhausted their resources in this competition, thus achieving a significant merit. Chu Qianqian listened in silence. Yet the Su family has conspired to take my life. A mist seemed to cloud his eyes, filled with emotions that left Chu Qianqian feeling peculiar. But I am not angry. Since my life rests in your hands, I implore you to trust me, your highness. Jun Wen's pallor was accentuated by his injuries, and in his haste to descend, fresh blood oozed from the hastily bandaged wound. Chu Qianqian's heart softened at last. She bit her lip and questioned, if you are aware, why consume the poison? Jun Wien narrowed his eyes. Because I do not wish to die, as she had anticipated. Chu Qianqian sighed inwardly. She knew he had no alternative. If he did, but the crux of the matter remained. I believe you, your highness, would not wish for my demise. A flutter coursed through Chu Qianqian's heart. Suddenly, Jun Wien reached out, brushing his fingers against the corner of her mouth. She instinctively stepped back, raising her gaze to him. What do you intend? Jun Wien was momentarily taken aback by her reaction. He abruptly stated, I merely wish to inquire if the wound at your lip is. Silence. Do not entertain such thoughts. It is not. Chu Qianqian wiped her lips, her heart brimming with ire, yet she dared not express it too overtly. Jun Wien was far too perceptive. He could deduce the truth from the slightest hint. With just a single word from her, he could almost ascertain the entire situation. Jun Wien lowered his hand, yet a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. His mood seemingly lifted, as if he were not the one who had just ingested poison, his life precariously in another's grasp. Realizing she must temper her reprimands with kindness, Chu Qianqian softened her demeanor. From now on, come to me for the antidote every month on this day. Jun Wien nodded. Chu Qianqian's tone grew lighter. Sit by the bedside. I shall reapply the ointment. Such an opportunity was not one Jun Wien would refuse. His long lashes fluttered, concealing the myriad emotions swirling within his eyes. Very well, I shall trouble you, your highness. Once this matter was resolved, Jun Wien remained at the northern palace to recuperate. Chu Qianqian felt a weight lift from her heart. Upon returning to her chamber, she opened her dressing box to reveal a small porcelain vial containing a pill that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one bestowed upon her by Empress Su. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to administer it to him. The pill he had ingested, purportedly poison, was merely a restorative she had replicated. She remained uncertain about the righteousness of her actions. Nonetheless, Chu Tianqian did not wish for the man destined to soar like an eagle to be ensnared in this predicament. The truth of her thoughts was she, too, feared death. Jun Wuyin was surrounded by capable individuals who could easily counteract poison, should the time arise. She would merely await her fate with resignation. In such a scenario, perhaps he would grant her some leniency, considering she had not truly poisoned him. The Chu emperor received a substantial sum of silver, alleviating his immediate concerns. Meanwhile, the Feng family remained silent, as if the silver within King Feng's High had no bearing on their affairs. The court opened its granaries to aid the refugees, simultaneously organizing troops to escort them southward for resettlement. Though this approach could not assist everyone, it garnered immense gratitude from the rescued, with many composing poems to extol the emperor's virtues, spreading their praises far and wide. Perhaps due to some discord between Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Xiangyuan, the two had recently not been seen around her, allowing Chu Tianqian a rare moment of tranquility. Time passed swiftly, and the year's end approached. Chu Tianqian mused that aside from the discomfort during the onset of the Bai Mei Dan, the time had not been particularly arduous. She remained industrious, utilizing the rewards bestowed upon her by the emperor for the King Feng's High incident, alongside her accumulated wealth, to discreetly acquire several shops. As women in the Western Chu kingdom could not assume regency, Chu Tianqian had no means to intervene in court matters. Thus she resolved to amass wealth. Her ambition was to accumulate such a fortune that even the emperor could not overlook her, aspiring to become the wealthiest woman in the realm. Moreover, while the Bai Mei Dan was indeed treacherous, she believed that once married, all would no longer be insurmountable. Even without marriage, as a princess, could she not afford a handsome paramour? With these thoughts in mind, Chu Tianqian contemplated her course of action. She summoned Lianqing and inquired, "Lianqing, do you know of any establishments in the capital akin to the brothels, but for men?" Lianqing's eyes widened, perplexed by the princess's inquiry. She quickly responded, "Young male courtesans?" Chu Tianqian arched an eyebrow. "Close enough." The social mores of the Western Chu were relatively liberal, with some women seeking merriment, albeit in limited numbers. After a moment of contemplation, Lianqing replied, "I recall the capital's largest establishment, Wanhou, which boasts a top male courtesan. Many noble ladies are willing to spend lavishly for a mere glimpse of him, rumored to possess a beauty akin to the moon and a mastery of poetry and song. With an eloquence that captivates all upon hearing Lianqing's effusive praise for this esteemed gentleman, Chu Tianqian felt a stir of interest. If she were to seek a man, she certainly desired one who was pleasing to the eye, ideally reminiscent of Jun Wuyin from her past life. "Let us go. I wish to see for myself." Lianqing was taken aback. "Your Highness, you are to be married in 2 months. Is this appropriate?" At her words, Chu Tianqian's lips curled into a grin. "Excellent. This princess shall lavishly spend for my handsome companion, allowing him to don a green hat upon me, and in return, I shall gift him an even grander one." Chapter 28. Young Master, long time no see. I hope all is well. The Wanhua Tower stands as the grandest brothel within the capital, frequented solely by cultured scholars and refined guests, while the vulgar are barred from even crossing its threshold. With a formidable backing, its origins remain shrouded in mystery, allowing it to thrive for years without faltering. Uniquely, it welcomes female patrons, providing not only exquisite courtesans, but also men, albeit in fewer numbers, capable of satisfying the desires of most noble ladies. The most renowned among them is none other than the esteemed Qingyue Gongzi, previously mentioned by Lianqing. Draped in a simple, elegant gown, Chu Tianqian alighted from the carriage, her presence striking. Jun Wuyin cast a sidelong glance at the distant Wanhua Tower, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. He entrusted the reins to a servant at the brothel and followed closely behind Chu Tianqian, sensing an ominous premonition regarding her sudden visit. With the new year approaching, the establishment and Oppo's business was bustling, with even parking spaces extending into the alley. An attendant promptly emerged, momentarily taken aback by Chu Tianqian and Oppo's distinguished aura and her striking beauty. Swiftly, She summoned a group to approach with utmost reverence. "Greetings to Her Highness, the fifth princess." Waving her hand, Chu Qianqian gestured for Lianqing and Jun Wuyin to accompany her as she strode confidently inside. The brothel's matrons stood momentarily stunned, bewildered by the unforeseen visit of the fifth princess. Her complexion paled slightly as she trailed behind Chu Qianqian, ingratiatingly inquiring, "Does the princess have any instructions for today?" Upon entering, Chu Qianqian surveyed her surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. The first floor was alive with dancers clad in sheer garments, while patrons indulged in wine and feasted their eyes upon beauty. Suddenly, she inquired, "Is Qingwei Gongzi present?" "Ah, yes, he is." Though famed, Qingwei Gongzi seldom appeared, only occasionally gracing the eager, noble women with a fleeting glimpse. His unrivaled musical talent drew admirers of all ages, all yearning for a taste of his melodies. Chu Qianqian nodded approvingly, and Lianqing, understanding the cue, retrieved a pouch of silver. The matron waited, her eyes widening at the substantial 100 taels. It held considerable purchasing power, sufficient to redeem several women from servitude. Her face broke into a radiant smile, looking at Chu Qianqian as though she were a luminescent treasure. "Your Highness is so generous. I shall fetch Qingwei Gongzi at once." Soon, Chu Qianqian was escorted to the most opulent chamber. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing 3 figures within. Her gaze fell upon the newcomer, her eyes widening in recognition. This was someone she had encountered in her previous life, though not in such an establishment, but rather beside Yun Wuyin, the world's foremost strategist, Yin Qingwei. A tremor ran through her hand, causing the teacup she held to clatter to the ground. Whirling around, she met Jun Wuyin and Appo's icy glare, his expression dark as he fixated on the newcomer. Lianqing hastily wiped the tea from Chu Qianqian and Appo's attire, concern etched on her face. "Your Highness, are you burned?" Chu Qianqian managed a shaky smile, pressing a hand to her forehead. "I am well." Internally flustered, her ears reddening in embarrassment, she lamented her predicament. How had she unwittingly entangled herself with Jun Wuyin's subordinate? Was it possible that she had inadvertently led the wolf back to its den? Yin Qingwei, recognizing the fifth princess, approached with a voice as melodious as silk, akin to the gentle sound of flowing water. Chu Qianqian steeled herself to look, finding his face adorned with a warm smile, as radiant as the moonlight, inviting her to gaze longer. Dressed in a crescent-white robe layered with delicate gauze, he exuded an ethereal grace, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, held loosely in place with a jade hairpin. He embodied the essence of a celestial being. Indeed, among all the men Chu Qianqian had encountered, Yin Qingwei was the only one who could rival Jun Wuyin, though their styles diverged significantly. Jun Wuyin was cold and aloof, his striking features unforgettable, while Yin Qingwei and Appo's celestial demeanor overshadowed his physical appearance. Lianqing, entranced, momentarily lost in admiration. Fortunately, her familiarity with Jun Wuyin's visage had fortified her against such distractions. "Please, master, come inside." Yin Qingwei, cradling a guqin, stepped into the room, his gaze briefly passing over Jun Wuyin, betraying no emotion. Chu Qianqian observed him intently, noting his inscrutable expression, compelling her to avert her gaze. It was said that Qingwei Gongzi was exceptionally talented, with a guqin skill that left many yearning to hear his melodies. Placing the guqin upon the table, Yin Qingwei stood gracefully at a distance from Chu Qianqian, his voice soft and enchanting, reminiscent of a lover and Appo's tender musings. "Your Highness is too kind." As he settled, his bright eyes met Chu Qianqian's, and he continued, "If it pleases you, I shall perform." All thoughts of romance fled her mind upon recognizing the gravity of Yin Qingwei and Appo's intellect. In his presence, she felt as though her thoughts had been rendered muddled, and engaging in any form of intrigue would be perilous. Yin Qingwei and Appo's slender fingers danced gracefully across the strings of the guqin, producing melodies that seemed to cavort upon the heartstrings. Even as an amateur, Chu Qianqian found herself entranced, losing track of time. Meanwhile, Jun Wuyin observed her rapt attention with a calm demeanor, his eyes a fathomless abyss. After several pieces, Yun Qinghua ceased playing, glancing at the now slumbering Chu Qianqian and Lianqing, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He extinguished the sandalwood incense beside him, then turned to Jun Wuyin, who remained unperturbed. It appears this incense is of no effect on you, young master. Long time no see. I hope all is well. Chapter 29. I adore. This visage with a serene countenance. Jun Wuyin cast his gaze upon Yun Qinghua. Are you affiliated with the Shangwan family? Shangwan is the surname of the empress's kin in the Eastern Mausoleum. Yun Qinghua inclined her head. Indeed, I have remained here, awaiting the young master's return. Jun Wuyin's visage remained frigid, yet his taut posture relaxed ever so slightly. His attire, now dissimilar to that of yesteryear, lent him the air of a gilded young nobleman. The sable robe, of exquisite make, was a bespoke creation of Chu Qianqian, who had commissioned a score of them for his daily change. He diverted his gaze from Yun Qinghua, approaching Chu Qianqian and gently lifting her chin. Her countenance remained as captivating as ever, her alabaster skin akin to a shelled egg to the touch. Jun Wuyin and Appo's phoenix eyes narrowed imperceptibly, a fleeting chill flickering within their depths. He then lowered his hand, grasping her seemingly delicate neck. It appeared as though the slightest pressure would render it asunder. Though Jun Wuyin had indeed succumbed to unconsciousness that day, his senses were preternaturally attuned to the presence of malice. He lowered his voice, addressing the unconscious Chu Qianqian. Princess, you have forfeited your sole opportunity to extinguish my existence. Yun Qinghua, her gaze lowered, inquired, does the young master intend to slay her? Jun Wuyin and damp. Appo's long lashes veiled the emotions swirling within his eyes. He released his hold. Appo's, check. She is mine to command. None shall lay a hand upon her. He paused, the corners of his lips tilting upward in a subtle smile. After all, I'm quite fond of this visage of hers. Upon hearing Jun Wuyin's words, Yun Qinghua lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Chu Qianqian. He knew the young master spoke not in jest. He could only speculate as to what transgression the young maiden had committed to incur the young master's wrath, for her fate was certain to be dire. From his earliest years, the young master had exhibited extraordinary gifts, a trump card concealed by the Shangwan family for many years. Alas, the Eastern Mausoleum and Appo's defeat years prior and the machinations against the Shangwan family had forced them to dispatch the young master to Western Chu as a hostage. Through years of patient endurance, the remnants of the Shangwan family's power had gradually burgeoned. Jun Wuyin retracted his hand, inclining his head slightly. Have you received the message I left at Qingfeng Stronghold last month? Yun Qinghua nodded. We have acted in accordance with your instructions. And here is what you requested. He presented Jun Wuyin with a small porcelain vial. Jun Wuyin accepted it, his countenance betraying no hint of elation, as though a congenital indifference permeated his being. Though but a youth, even Yun Qinghua found him inscrutable, unable to fathom his thoughts. I trust you shall not disappoint me. Yun Qinghua arched a brow, inquiring, does the young master not intend to depart with his subordinates? If you desire to leave, you may do so now. Jun Wuyin shook his head. I shall not depart yet. Not yet, not cannot. A look of bewilderment crossed Yun Qinghua and Appo's face. He had investigated the affairs of the Western Shu Palace and knew that Jun Wuyin and Appo's life within its walls was far from enviable. He could not fathom why he would choose to remain. A glint of darkness flickered within Jun Wuyin and Appo's eyes. I have ingested the Western Chu royal family and Appo's concoction for controlling shadow guards. Yun Qinghua paused momentarily, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his face. I shall summon Ghost Physician. Jun Wuyin demurred. Nay, even with his prodigious skills, Ghost Physician would require a sample of the poison to concoct an antidote that would completely eradicate the toxins. Furthermore, there is someone I must locate within this Western Shu Palace. Yun Qinghua furrowed his brow slightly. Does the young master require my assistance in locating this individual? Nay, you may depart first and take her with you. Yun Vuyen Diestil Tolts Lian King. With a fluid motion, Yun Qingwell lifted Lian Qing from her seat, bearing her away with ease, as though she were a mere chick. He even cradled his zither with tender care in his other arm. Upon departing, he closed the door behind him, instructing all to keep their distance from the chamber fell silent, save for the presence of Chu Qianqian and Jun Wuyin. Jun Wuyin swept Chu Qianqian into his arms, carrying her to a soft couch covered in plush bedding. Night had fallen, and the candlelight within the chamber illuminated the space, casting an eerie, somber light upon Jun Wuyin and Amp, Oppo's gaze as he stared at Chu Qianqian. Only now, when unseen by others, did Jun Wuyin allow his true emotions to surface. His eyes seemed to harbor a bottomless abyss, devoid of light. Knowing my penchant for exacting retribution, why would you attempt to be kind to me? Yun Vuyen mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. I have etched every deed you have done into my memory and shall find a way to return them to you, one by one. Did you know that? He retrieved the porcelain vial from Yun Qingwei, extracting a snow-white pill. Without hesitation, he pinched Chu Qianqian and Amp, Oppo's jaw, placing the pill into her mouth. Chu Qianqian made no swallowing motion, yet the pill dissolved within her mouth, vanishing without a trace. Princess, you fed me a pill, and I return the favor. Is that not equitable? Jun Wuyin chuckled to himself, his countenance already exquisite, now rendered even more captivating by the smile. Yet, there was none to appreciate it. Chu Qianqian slumbered soundly, her breathing even, oblivious to her surroundings. Even when spoken to, she showed no sign of stirring, as though she were a delicate doll. Jun Wuyin was well pleased with her current state. His fingers lingered upon her cheeks and neck, his gaze that of a ravenous wolf eyeing a delectable feast. No matter how docile he might appear in Chu Qianqian's presence, his true nature remained unchanged. He was still the youth who would bite without hesitation if one let their guard down. Princess has been so kind to me of late. Once I have found that person and rid myself of the poison, I shall allow the princess to relinquish this visage of yours without any pain. You cannot escape, my princess. At that moment, a pattern resembling a blood-drawn design materialized upon Chu Qianqian's collarbone. The pattern appeared eerie, as though formed by the deepened color of her veins beneath her alabaster skin. Upon beholding the design, the harshness in Jun Wuyin and Amp, Oppo's eyes softened slightly, and he reached out, gently stroking the area, careful not to leave any mark. Chu Qianqian knew not how long she had slept, but as her mind cleared, her eyes snapped open. She had just experienced a nightmare. Chapter 30. The princess splurges a fortune for a night with a gentleman. I dreamt of being strangled by Jun Wuyin, the suffocating pain engulfing me. I also dreamt of being bound to a chair, unable to move, while Jun Wuyin, with his beautiful and bewitching face, smiled faintly, holding a gleaming dagger, ready to flame me alive. I awoke drenched in sweat, hastily rising from the bed and rushing to the mirror. I pulled open my collar, scrutinizing my neck for any marks. My white robe was as pristine as ever, without any oddities. I exhaled in relief, the tension finally dissipating. However, glancing around, I realized I was in an unfamiliar room, with bright daylight streaming through the window. Panic surged through me as I recalled coming to find a man. Seeing Yun Qingyu and Oppo's face, hearing the zither, and then nothing. My heart sank. Fortunately, I felt no discomfort, and nothing was missing. Perhaps I had simply fallen asleep, captivated by the music. Supporting my forehead, I pondered with closed eyes. If Yun Qingyu wasn't the person I remembered from my past life, I might believe my slumber was accidental. However, he was a dangerous individual. I was almost certain I had been manipulated, with Jun Wuyin and Yun Qingyu conspiring in secret, not wanting me to know. I had unwittingly created an opportunity for them. My temples throbbing, I immediately called out, Lian Qing, Your Highness, you and Amp, Oppo's, reawake. Lian Qing responded, entering from outside. Did you fall asleep yesterday as well? I inquired. Lian Qing scratched her head, a little embarrassed. Yes, I donned an Amp, Oppo's, to know what happened. I was probably too tired, and the zither music was so soothing I accidentally. It an Amp, Oppo's, that's all right, I understand. I was almost certain Yin Qingyu was behind it all. How could he resist showing himself when his young master was present? I smirked, resolving to retaliate in kind for being used as a pawn. By the way, where is Jun Wu Yen? As if on cue, a knock echoed at the door. Lian Qing opened it to reveal Jun Wu Yen holding a tray laden with food. He entered and placed the dishes before me. Princess, I made this myself. Please try it. His voice was gentle. I lowered my gaze, concealing my emotions. The young man was remarkably talented, excelling at everything he did, even cooking. He had spoiled my appetite these past few days. Ever since he had recovered and prepared a meal for me, I had grown accustomed to his cooking. Of course, my past life had made me overly familiar with that flavor. Lian Qing, catching the aroma, felt a pang of jealousy and envy. Your Highness has tasted every delicacy imaginable. How could his cooking compare to the imperial chef's? Jun Wu Yen chuckled, his youthful features radiant. I'm not sure if it compares, but I know that only with heart can one create delicious food. Lian Qing observed the dishes, which were undeniably appealing in appearance, aroma, and taste. The steamed pastries were meticulously crafted into delicate animal shapes, making them incredibly endearing. Jun Wu Yen suddenly picked up a rabbit-shaped pastry, playfully holding it before me. Princess, am I so adorable that you can't end amp? Oppos. T-bear to eat me? I gazed at Jun Wu Yen and amp. Oppos. S bright, sunny smile, filled with youthful energy. And a wave of inexplicable bitterness washed over me. I immediately snatched the pastry with my chopsticks and swallowed it whole. Truly delicious. Jun Wu Yen was speechless. Jun Wu Yen had prepared a generous amount, enough for 3 people. So Lian Qing also had the good fortune to enjoy a feast. Having tasted the food, Lian Qing, who had previously held some reservations about Jun Wu Yen, finally understood why the princess enjoyed his cooking so much. It was exceptionally delicious. She even praised Jun Wu Yen a couple of times. Your cooking skills are passable. You must take good care of the princess and amp. Oppos. S meals from now on, understand? Jun Wu Yen merely raised an eyebrow, saying nothing. After breakfast, I immediately summoned Yun Qingyu. I had not forgotten yesterday and amp. Amp, oppos, as transgression. Yun Qingyu still exuded an aura of purity and grace. He entered and said with a gentle smile, Is your highness well rested? I didn't and oppos. To expect my and oppos, tranquility melody and oppos, to lull your highness to sleep. I scoffed inwardly, but showed nothing on my face. I suddenly stood up and strode towards Yun Qingyu. Yun Qingyu stiffened slightly, instinctively wanting to retreat, but he resisted. Knowing the relationship between Jun Wu Yen and him, I grew bolder, deliberately teasing him in front of Jun Wu Yen. I am very pleased with you, gentlemen. Both your zither skills and appearance are to my liking. Yun Qingyu pursed his lips, a distinct glint in his eyes. It is my honor to be favored by your highness. I raised my hand to touch his face. This time, Yun Qingyu cooed and amp. Amp, oppos. T helped but retreat 2 steps, avoiding my touch. Jun Wu Yen and amp. Amp, oppos. S icy gaze was fixed on him from nearby, sending a chill down his spine. He dared not touch his young master and amp. Amp, oppos. S possession. Seeing him evade, I cooed and amp. Amp, oppos. T helped but laugh. I was already beautiful, and my laughter made me even more captivating. What does Gentleman Qing you think I and oppos? Am offering 2 little silver. Lian Qing, at your service. Bring out another 1,000 taels of silver notes. I shall splurge a fortune for a night with Gentleman Qingyu. Yin Qingyu had not anticipated that I would make such a proposal. For a moment, even his sharp mind was baffled. If I were any other woman, he would have 100 ways to deceive me. But this woman was his young master's. Yin Qingyu lowered his eyes. Thank you for your highness's affection, but there are so many who wish to spend the night with me. If it only required silver, I and amp, oppos, am afraid I would be too busy. I smiled. Although it sounds like you're trying to decline, there's some truth to what you say. So tell me, what other conditions are there? My eyes were filled with determination. Yin Qingyu knew that if he didn't end amp, oppos, to provide a reason, I wouldn't end amp, oppos, to give up. As the 5th princess, I had wealth, status, and beauty, making me the ideal woman in the dreams of all men. Even Yin Qingyu himself, seeing my beauty, Kuden and oppos, he helped but feel a stirring in his heart. Yin Qingyu pondered for a moment, then said, "Whoever becomes my guest must show me the princess and amp. Oppose. S resolve." Chapter 31. No matter how you choose. It is a dead end. Chu Qianqian smiled and said, "Please, young master, go ahead." Yun Qingyue raised her gaze, her pupils resembling ink wash. Besides the Guqin, Qingyue also relished fine wine, and if her opponent's drinking capacity surpassed her own, it would not matter if it were 1 night or 100 nights. She could easily endure. Chu Qianqian discerned Yun Qingyue and amp. Oppo's intention to invite her to the wine table. However, she was acutely aware that Yun Qingyue possessed a unique constitution that rendered her impervious to intoxication. No matter how much she drank, she would remain composed. This peculiarity had even become a legend in her past life. Lowering her gaze, Chu Qianqian suddenly chuckled. "If young master speaks thus, it seems no one in the world can approach you. I shall not partake in such a guaranteed defeat." Yun Qingyue's expression relaxed slightly, since the princess understood the futility. "I do not retreat from difficulty, but rather find your condition rather unfair." Yun Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chu Qianqian. Her eyes sparkled as she continued, "Young master, if you can consume 1,000 cups without inebriation, and no one in the world can outdrink you, do you not feel a pang of embarrassment for proposing such an unattainable challenge?" Yun Qingyue fell silent, her demeanor dimming slightly. This was something he had never disclosed to anyone, not even to those closest to him. How did she know? Furthermore, how could she be so certain? Yun Qingyue narrowed her eyes. "How does the princess know I cannot become intoxicated?" Chu Qianqian smirked. "It is merely a guess. You clearly do not favor me and would surely present a condition I could never fulfill. If you propose a drinking contest, it must be because you are confident of your victory, regardless of my drinking prowess." Yun Qingyue's expression darkened, yet she did not press further. Even if Chu Qianqian and Oppo's conjecture were somewhat implausible, her reasoning held merit. Perhaps she had indeed guessed correctly. He lowered his gaze. "The challenge has been laid forth, and I shall not alter it. If the princess fears, you may take your leave." Chu Qianqian raised an eyebrow. "Do you mean that if someone can surpass you in drinking capacity, you will accompany them?" Yun Qingyue nodded. "Indeed." For some inexplicable reason, Yun Qingyue felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Chu Qianqian unexpectedly retreated to stand beside Jun Wuyin, playfully patting his shoulder. "My friend possesses quite a good drinking capacity. Why not let him compete against you?" Chu Qianqian looked up, tilting her chin to whisper in Jun Wuyin and Amp, Oppo's ear, but intentionally spoke loudly enough for all present to hear. "If you win against him, I shall grant you this month's antidote. If you do not, I shall withhold it. Do not worry. Going without the antidote for a month will only bring discomfort, not death." Upon hearing this, Jun Wuyin's gaze deepened slightly. He approached Yun Qingyue, his expression unchanged. Yet Yun Qingyue was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Qianqian would resort to such tactics, nor why she would make her words audible to him. With so few clues, the situation remained disjointed, even with Yun Qingyue and Amp, Oppo's sharp intellect. He could not fathom Chu Qianqian and Amp, Oppo's true intentions, unless she had already uncovered the truth and knew of his relationship with Jun Wuyin. But that seemed impossible. Jun Wuyin had only just recognized him. Yet having spoken, Yun Qingyue felt compelled to proceed. He instructed those guarding outside to fetch the wine. Jars of fine wine were soon laid out in the room, and Chu Qianqian counted 10 in total. "The cost of the wine shall be covered by this princess. If it is insufficient, I shall procure more." Yun Qingyue and Jun Wuyin sat on opposite sides of the table, each embracing a jar of wine. There was no need for cups. If it was a contest of drinking, they would indulge directly from the jars. Yun Qingyue and Oppo's expression was decidedly grim, her eyes swirling with complexity. She had not anticipated that the two individuals, who had conversed amiably the night before, would now be pitted against each other in a contest. Raising her jar, Yun Qingyue declared, "Cheers." Jun Wuyin remained silent, lifting his jar to drink deeply. Meanwhile, Chu Qianqian lounged in her chair, propping her chin on her hand while nibbling on snacks. The aroma of wine filled the room. Having finished a jar of wine, Jun Wuyin and Oppo's expression remained unchanged, though his ears subtly flushed. He abruptly slammed the jar on the table, startling Yun Qingyue. Unlike Jun Wuyin, who drank with abandon, Yun Qingyue savored the flavors. Though her consumption was swift yet elegant, Jun Wuyin downed an entire jar without any visible reaction, his demeanor unhurried as he did not immediately reach for a second jar. He wore a contemplative expression, his dark eyes gazing into the void as if lost in thought. Yun Qingyue suddenly sensed that matters were taking a turn for the worse. The challenge before him was no longer about surpassing his opponent, but rather how to discreetly concede to Jun Wuyin. Whether Chu Qianqian and Amp, Oppo's words were true or false. If Jun Wuyin failed to secure the antidote for the month, it would be a failure in his duty to protect his master, leading to his demise. Yet if he lost and agreed to Chu Qianqian's condition of spending a night with her, it would surely displease the young master, resulting in a similar fate. Yun Qingyue never anticipated he would find himself ensnared by his own trap, with no avenue of escape. He glanced at Chu Qianqian, suddenly realizing that this woman was far from the simple figure she appeared to be. For a long time, no one had pushed him to this extent. After contemplating, Yun Qingyue decided to continue this charade. He could not afford to lose, nor could his opponent. He retrieved a second jar of wine, preparing to uncork it for Jun Wuyin. However, as he pushed it toward him, his wrist was seized. Jun Wuyin and Amp, Oppo's eyes were dark and devoid of luster, yet he exerted a firm grip. Sensing the force behind the grasp, Yun Qingyue swiftly caught Jun Wuyin's hand with his other hand to prevent his wrist from being twisted. Seeing the resistance, Jun Wuyin wasted no time and retaliated, and soon they were embroiled in a scuffle at the wine table. In an instant, the jar of wine was smashed to pieces on the floor due to their struggle. Noting the brawl, Chu Qianqian, unfazed, called out, "Lianqing, let us take cover." Jun Wuyin's movements were fierce and relentless, while the alert Yun Qingyue could only defend himself passively. Despite possessing superior martial skills, he found it challenging to unleash his full potential. Chu Qianqian watched intently from a distance, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. Let these two conspire against her. She had long known that Jun Wuyin was a lightweight, unlike others who succumbed to drunkenness with wild antics or fell into a deep slumber. He appeared as composed as when sober, yet his combat prowess surged. Anyone daring to approach him would face his wrath, and those unfortunate enough might even meet their end. A decade hence, Jun Wuyin would be nearly invincible, with few able to withstand even 10 exchanges against him. Thus, a drunken Jun Wuyin was a perilous foe. Even his most loyal subordinates dared not provoke him at such times. Yet there was one person who had never encountered his wrath while sober. Chapter 32. If you don't let go, I shall call for help. It was her. Chu Qianqian's gaze darkened, prompting her to ponder further. At that moment, several jars of wine erupted nearby, and she immediately pulled Lianqing down to avoid the splatter. Once the commotion subsided, Chu Qianqian cautiously peeked out, revealing her head from behind the screen. Then she was struck dumb. To her astonishment, a figure she did not expect appeared before her. The screen was abruptly pushed aside, and Jun Wuyin and Amp, Oppo's face loomed large before her. Chu Qianqian was utterly stunned. In her memory, Jun Wuyin should not have been a match for Yun Qingyue, unless the latter had let his guard down. However, as she peered beyond Jun Wuyin's silhouette, she saw Yun Qingyue slumped against the corner, already unconscious. How could this be possible? Lianqing was about to speak, but before she could utter a word, she collapsed to the ground. Jun Wuyin retracted the shards he had thrown, which had struck Lianqing and Amp, Oppo's pressure point, and gazed deeply at Chu Qianqian before striding towards her. Chu Qianqian took a small step back, intimidated by Jun Wuyin and Amp, Oppo's imposing presence, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. "We want," she stammered. Jun Wuyin smirked. What a peculiar dream this is, complete with a scenario. Chu Qianqian cautiously retreated once more. Yet, before she could escape Jun Wuyin's reach, she felt a sudden tightening around her waist as he swept her up in his arms. Her eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively struck at his arms with fists and feet. but it was futile. The young man in damp, Oppos. S physique was remarkably well trained. Though slender, he was undeniably strong. His slight muscles exuded a sense of power, while Chu Qianqian, being a delicate woman, found herself utterly unable to break free. Jun Wein paid no heed to her struggles, placing her onto a nearby couch and drawing the curtain to shield them from view. Chu Qianqian and Oppos. S heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gritted her teeth. Jun Wein, let me go. Suddenly, Jun Wein responded calmly. Not a chance. You. Chu Qianqian seethed with anger, striking his arm once more. If you don an amp, Oppos, let go. I will call for help. A smirk danced across Jun Wein and amp. Oppos. S lips, his eyes alight with mirth. Though his visage remained that of the youthful Jun Wein, the emotions lurking within had shifted from innocence to something far more profound. He leaned down, nearly brushing his cheek against hers, his breath caressing her skin. Princess, do you not realize where you are? Regardless of how loud you shout, no one will come to your rescue. After all, this is my dream. Chu Qianqian and Oppos, as complexion paled, and suddenly her body went rigid, her pupils constricted, and her eyes widened in terror. He captured her lips and seized her hands, enveloping her in his intoxicating aura, confining her within a space that was solely his. She could not move. In a fit of frustration, Chu Qianqian attempted to kick him. Yet, her delicate ankle was grasped firmly by his hand. Jun Wein chuckled softly, finally releasing her already swollen lips. Still as disobedient as ever, realization dawned on Chu Qianqian. She hesitantly parted her lips, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with moisture as she gazed at the man before her. You are Yun Wein. Jun Wein raised an eyebrow, a shadow flickering in his eyes. He stared at her as if he wished to absorb her very essence. Have I not satisfied you enough in my waking hours, that you seek other men in my dreams? Hearing such teasing words, Chu Qianqian and amp. Oppos. S cheeks burned crimson, her ears tingling with heat. She turned her head, her chest heaving, now certain that Jun Wein occasionally retained memories from his past life. Yet, this incarnation of him was slightly different. He did not perceive her as real, believing that both this encounter and the previous one were merely figments of his imagination. Though perplexed, Chu Qianqian felt a surge of curiosity. She bit her lip, then suddenly looped her arm around Jun Wein and amp. Amp, Oppos. S neck. She leaned closer, their foreheads touching, their noses nearly brushing. This intimate posture sent a thrill coursing through her. Yun Vuyen Imp, Apus, his body stiffened momentarily. His heart raced, and his cold, jade-like features flushed with warmth. Previously, he had been in control, but the situation now hinted at a loss of restraint. Chu Qianqian breathed softly, her voice laced with sweetness. Ayan. Jun Wein and amp. Amp, Oppos. S pupils darkened, and he swiftly pressed Chu Qianqian down onto the couch, his eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson. An overwhelming possessiveness surged forth, as he cradled her face, trapping her within his grasp. Indeed, only in dreams does Qianqian dare to so boldly entice me. In that moment, Chu Qianqian was certain. This was the Jun Wein she had known in her past life. Every tentative gesture had culminated in a definitive response, despite his youthful appearance. His essence remained unchanged. After 2 years of companionship, she recognized all his facets, including his passionate side and his joyous demeanor. Yun Vuenis fingers kasit hianek, following the curve of her body down to her waist. Chu Qianqian and amp. Oppos. S heart tightened, and she hastily grasped his wrist. Ayan, please don an amp. Oppos. Jun Wein narrowed his eyes, but pressed his lips against hers, a blend of reassurance and tenderness in his kiss. Do not be afraid. Chu Qianqian's heart raced, yet she felt powerless to stop him. She could only watch as he furrowed his brow in concentration, struggling with her belt. The sound of fabric tearing filled the air. Her mind blanked. She squeezed her eyes shut, her cheeks aflame, fists clenched as she resignedly tilted her head back, bracing for the worst. Just as she believed she was about to surrender to Jun Wein, he abruptly ceased his actions and collapsed atop her, unconscious. Chu Qianqian. She tilted her head back, gazing skyward. Then, she gingerly poked Jun Wuyan's head with her fingertip. A long sigh escaped her lips, and she finally relaxed, feeling the weariness seep into her tense body. She had survived. As the thoughts swirled in her mind, she glanced down and was taken aback by the sight before her, a myriad of pale, delicate skin. In a panic, she shoved the motionless Jun Wuyan off the couch, hastily attempting to tidy her disheveled attire. However, her lips were crimson, her eyes misty, her cheeks flushed, her hair a tangle, and her clothes in tatters, creating a scene that was undeniably provocative. At that moment, Lianxing, who had just regained consciousness, happened to witness this very tableau. Chapter 33. A desire to spend a beautiful night with you. Upon gazing into Lianxing and Appo's eyes, Chu Qianqian realized that she had misunderstood. I am fine. Both of them are intoxicated. I need your help. Lianxing rubbed her aching head, having no recollection of how she had fainted. She had not seen clearly. Perhaps she had been inadvertently struck during the scuffle between the two. Immediately, she sprang up to assist Chu Qianqian in laying Yun Qingyue on the adjacent bed, then glanced at Jun Wuyan, who was unconscious in another spot. Your Highness, weren't they just fighting? How did they end up by the bed? Chu Qianqian spoke in a hushed tone. Do not ask. Lianxing and Appo's eyes widened, and she quickly covered her mouth, daring not to utter a word or pose any questions, such as why the princess and Appo's lips were so red or why her eyes were so moist. Chu Qianqian approached Jun Wuyan to assist him, and she noticed that the youth and Appo's cheeks had taken on a slight flush. As her hand rested on his shoulder, their gazes met as he opened his eyes. Instinctively, Jun Wuyan grasped Chu Qianqian's wrist, his evident wariness causing her body to stiffen momentarily. Your Highness, my head aches. It feels as if it might split open, he confessed, having no recollection of his earlier actions. Frowning slightly, it was his first experience with alcohol, and thus the circumstances had exceeded his expectations. He lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions, his eyes returning to a semblance of grievance, as if Chu Qianqian had committed some grievous act. Chu Qianqian and Appo's lips twitched slightly. After pondering, she said, You should get up. Although Jun Wuyan and Appo's head still swam somewhat, the initial pain had subsided to a bearable level, akin to the aftermath of a hangover. Chu Qianqian studied Jun Wuyan and Appo's figure, her expression complex and indecipherable, her mood growing heavy. What should she do with him? The signs of Jun Wuyan and Appo's previous life and Appo's memories were evidently resurfacing. Although in his current state, he believed he was merely dreaming. She could not fathom the consequences should he awaken once more, realizing that this was not a dream, but reality. The thought of Jun Wuyan, even in death, desiring her company, sent a chill through her. Through these two incidents, she had discerned certain patterns regarding Jun Wuyan and Appo's awakenings. Firstly, he needed to be in an unconscious state, not merely asleep and dreaming, but rather in a state induced by unexpected events. Secondly, his periods of consciousness were likely brief, while the exact duration remained uncertain. One factor would ensure his slumber. His emotions must not become excessively agitated. What is your Highness contemplating? Jun Wuyan and Appo's phoenix-like eyes narrowed as he silently observed Chu Qianqian, attempting to discern what had transpired moments before. He had always been vigilant and would never permit himself to fall into such a state again. Henceforth, he vowed to abstain from any intoxicating substances. Returning to herself, Chu Qianqian noticed that Jun Wuyan had regained his composure, which relieved her. It is nothing. I will have someone bring you a hangover remedy. Seated on a chair, Jun Wuyan propped his head slightly and then raised his gaze. Your Highness, did I win? Chu Qianqian lowered her eyes and nodded. Yes, you won. However, upon hearing this affirmation, Jun Wuyan did not appear particularly elated. Oh, seeing the youth's expression, Chu Qianqian could not help but feel a playful urge. He seemed far more endearing than the future version of himself. Why was he not happy about winning? Did he desire a reward? Jun Wuyan shook his head. No need for a reward. It is my duty to alleviate the princess's burdens. Such sweet words. Chu Chanqian raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, Jun Wuyin appeared to notice something. Why is your highness an amp? Oppose, as attire torn? And your lips are so red. Chu Chanqian touched her lips and feigned nonchalance. I had a sip of wine, and it resulted in this. I accidentally damaged my clothing. I will have Lian Qing fetch another outfit shortly. Upon hearing the princess and amp, oppose, words, Lian Qing dashed out. By the time Chu Chanqian returned in a new garment, Yin Qingwei, who had just regained consciousness from being knocked out, had also awoken. Rubbing his neck, he sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze towards Jun Wuyin filled with disbelief. To his astonishment, he had not been a match for Jun Wuyin despite his own martial prowess. Initially, he had felt at ease, while his opponent's strikes seemed haphazard and reliant on brute strength. Had he not restrained himself from harming his young master, he would have surely subdued Jun Wuyin long ago. Yet, amidst the confrontation, Jun Wuyin's techniques had suddenly transformed, unpredictable and elusive. He had not even managed to withstand 5 moves before succumbing to unconsciousness. Noticing Chu Chanqian's return, Yin Qingwei quickly composed himself, rising from the bed to bow. 5th Princess. Chu Chanqian smiled and raised an eyebrow. Are you willing to concede, sir? Yin Qingwei's lips twitched, wanting to deny it, for he had not been defeated by intoxication. However, recalling the various traps embedded in Chu Chanqian and oppose, words and her current position of superiority, he swallowed his protest. If he truly provoked her ire, he might find himself in a far more precarious situation. The royal family of Shichu commanded respect. Chu Chanqian could effortlessly subdue him with her status, for often, one in oppose, identity afforded the most formidable power. Lowering his gaze, Yin Qingwei felt that even if Chu Chanqian were to exploit him, becoming her confidant would not result in dire consequences. Ultimately, Qingwei concedes. Chu Chanqian smiled with satisfaction and then reached out to pat Yin Qingwei and oppose's shoulder. You are quite perceptive. Yin Qingwei narrowed his eyes slightly. For some reason, he felt as though she understood him all too well, as if she was fully aware of his thoughts. This sensation of being led by the nose was unsettling to him. Suddenly, he looked up. Your Highness summoned me, presumably for the sake of my reputation. Moreover, with less than 2 months until your marriage, such news would undoubtedly infuriate your future husband. He merely offered a brief analysis, ultimately presenting Chu Chanqian with a conclusion. Thus, your Highness intends to use me to humiliate the prince, ideally provoking him to call off the engagement. Zhu Gian Pauset, momentarily taken aback. She blinked at Yin Qingwei and then burst into applause. Well said. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she stepped closer, lifting her hand to gently grasp Yin Qingwei and oppose's chin. Yin Qingwei and oppose's eyes widened in surprise. Then Chu Chanqian spoke. This is but one of my objectives. The other, of course, is to spend a beautiful night with you. Via autre, define conventions. Le King Shimyon King Yu subconsciously glanced at Yun Wuyin, only to be met by the boy and oppose's dark, inscrutable eyes, who will come to his rescue. Despite her intelligence, Yin Qingwei was merely of a similar age to Jun Wuyin and was far from possessing the strategic prowess of a future mastermind of the world, able to mask her emotions like a cunning tiger. Chu Chanqian glanced at the sky outside and instructed Lian Qing to notify everyone that she wished to spend a day and a night with Yin Qingwei, and no one was to disturb them. Subsequently, she pushed Yin Qingwei onto the spacious bed in the room, which could comfortably accommodate 4 to 5 people. Yin Qingwei and oppose's face turned pale, her body stiff with tension as a look of despair washed over her. Jun Wuyin remained stoic, his expression betraying his discontent. Suddenly, Chu Chanqian approached with a small bundle and directed Lian Qing to lock the door. Have all notifications been sent out? Lian Qing nodded promptly. Rest assured, Your Highness. The silver has been generously provided. Unless we issue further instructions, no one shall enter. That and oppose. Good. Yin Qingwei murmured, lifting her gaze to Chu Chanqian, then to Lian Qing and Jun Wuyin, wondering how the princess planned to entertain her. Chu Qianqian unwrapped the bundle and flashed a rather mischievous smile at Yin Qingwei. Of course. In this manner. Large, large, large. It must be small. This princess bets on large. Laughter erupted as Lianqing could no longer contain herself. The sound muffled by the room and amp. Oppo's soundproofing. Chu Qianqian tossed the dice onto the table, then slumped against the headboard, her face adorned with numerous little notes. Another loss. Why do I always lose? I shall not play anymore. As Lianqing prepared to affix a new note to Chu Qianqian's chin, Jun Wuyin intervened, his dark eyes sparkling with a gentle, unassuming smile. Allow me to take over the punishment for the princess and amp, Oppo's losses. The four present naturally had no objections to this. Chu Qianqian observed Jun Wuyin's adeptness with a slight curve of her eyes, feeling a sense of comfort within. Who would have imagined that the formidable mastermind behind Four Nations in a past life would now appear so docile and endearing? If only all of this were true. Lianqing offered words of encouragement. Your Highness, you are destined for great fortune. You will surely win next time. A spark of determination ignited in Chu Qianqian and amp. Oppo's eyes, and she rose, fiery-eyed, locking her gaze on Yin Qingwei. Let us try again. I refuse to believe I cannot best you. Thus, Chu Qianqian and young Master Qingwei remained in the room for a full 2 days and nights. This news swiftly took flight, as the fifth princess became a guest of young Master Qingwei, invited into his quarters for a prolonged discussion. Who would believe nothing untoward had transpired? Most crucially, Chu Qianqian was soon to be wed, with a suitor already chosen for her. After rejoining court, Lu Xiangyuan, whose facial injuries had healed, surveyed the glances of his colleagues and narrowed his eyes slightly. Lowering his gaze, a flicker of malice crossed his features, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Lu Zhuangyuan, a voice called out, halting him. Lu Xiangyuan turned to see an official of similar age, bearing a sympathetic expression. Your Highness, the princess is of noble lineage. You must be lenient. After all, this is a splendid opportunity for your ascent. Do not act impulsively. Treat this as if you had not heard. Lu Xiangyuan, proud and lofty, could not tolerate such provocation. The anger he had managed to suppress erupted, rushing to his head. It was once the fifth princess and the emperor who sought my hand in marriage. Now, she shamelessly frequents the flower pavilion. Even if the other party is of royal blood, I cannot endure this humiliation. It is said that the princess has spent 2 days and nights with that young Master Qingwei. Surely, the unmentionable has transpired. Alas, Zhuangyuan, please accept my condolences. Is that how one uses and amp? Oppo's. Accept my condolences and amp? Oppo's. Lu Xiangyuan glared at the speaker, before straightening his court attire and turning towards the palace to seek an audience with the emperor. He was determined to confront the emperor for an explanation, convinced that the emperor could not disregard the face of the Western Chu kingdom. Within the imperial palace, as Emperor Chu concluded his audience, he was informed that Zhuangyuan sought an audience. He had been busy resettling refugees, and progress was finally evident, lifting his spirits. Lu Xiangyuan had provided several valuable insights during this endeavor, earning the emperor and Oppo's regard. Announce him. As soon as Lu Xiangyuan entered, he knelt before the emperor. Emperor Chu, taken aback, set aside his documents. Does Lu Qing have something to discuss? Lu Xiangyuan kept his head lowered, his voice gravelly. I implore your majesty to take my side. The emperor, intrigued by the grievance in Lu Xiangyuan's tone, paused momentarily and asked, What grievance do you bear, Lu Qing? I accuse the fifth princess of being unchaste and lacking decorum, despite our impending marriage. With a resounding clap, Emperor Chu struck the table. Absurd. Lu Xiangyuan felt a flicker of hope, relaxing slightly. If he could provoke the emperor's anger, his complaint might succeed, and Chu Qianqian would be justly punished for her actions. However, the emperor retorted, How dare you tarnish my daughter's reputation? Lu Xiangyuan was incredulous, his expression a mixture of shock. Your Majesty, this is the truth. The fifth princess has gone to the Wanhua Pavilion, becoming young Master Qingwen Amp. Oppo's guest. This is common knowledge. And how would I know this? His focus solely on his daughter and Amp. Oppo's honor. Not only was Chu Qianqian his most cherished daughter, she had recently aided him in reclaiming a fortune to save countless lives. Such merit was enough to elevate an ordinary person to great heights. Yet, Qianqian had requested nothing in return. She merely expressed her desire to learn the art of the Guqin from young Master Qingwei, who was indeed a talented individual. Her visit to the Wanhua Pavilion was sanctioned by the emperor, and as her fiancé, Lu Xiangyuan should have trusted his future wife rather than succumb to hearsay. Lu Xiangyuan, in disbelief, knelt rigidly, his eyes betraying his astonishment. The emperor had permitted her visit to the flower pavilion? What was Emperor Chu thinking? This matter is not to be discussed further. I no longer wish to hear any disparaging remarks regarding Qianqian, the emperor declared, his bias glaringly evident. Lu Xiangyuan and oppose. S face darkened with discontent, but he had no choice but to withdraw. I understand. His gaze was clouded with murkiness. If even now the emperor would not punish Chu Qianqian, then perhaps he would take matters into his own hands. Thus, with such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Xiangyuan proceeded to act. He could not believe that Chu Qianqian would behave decorously within the confines of the flower pavilion. In broad daylight, a crowd suddenly stormed the Wanhua Pavilion. Lu Xiangyuan, his expression dark as thunder, followed closely behind, declaring coldly, "Bring forth the fifth princess." Chapter 35. A strong protector for the princess. What are you doing? You cannot enter here at will. Someone nearby attempted to obstruct them, but was swiftly pushed aside by the individuals accompanying Lu Xiangyuan. Unlike the night, most of the patrons within the Wanhua building were resting during the day. The hall appeared somewhat desolate, with only a few timid kittens trembling in fear, seeking refuge. The group barged upstairs without hesitation, forcefully kicking open the tightly shut doors. In the next moment, a cacophony of startled cries erupted. Those guests who had been resting there were thoroughly alarmed. However, Lu Xiangyuan had instructed his men to simply take a glance and search before moving on to the next location. After a brief chaos, the guests of the Wanhua building were nearly driven to madness. This group, capable of entering such a place, possessed significant status, including some of the capital's most notorious young lords, who frequented this establishment for amusement. Disturbed from their slumber, they emerged from their rooms, donned in their garments. Their expressions darkened. Soon after, a dozen or so individuals descended the stairs in a ruckus. "Lord Lu, we have not found Her Highness the Princess. Neither here." Lu Xiangyuan's countenance turned grim. "Not found? How can that be? Have the other places been searched? All the rooms on the second and third floors have been inspected, leaving only the largest room on the fourth floor unexamined. However, they were blocked at the staircase, unable to proceed." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangyuan let out a faint, cold laugh. "Anyone who dares to obstruct my meeting with the princess shall face severe consequences. Strike them hard, and I will bear any repercussions." As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere at the top of the stairs shifted, becoming oppressive. He narrowed his eyes and saw a group of extravagantly dressed young lords on the second floor. Their postures bizarre and their expressions unfriendly, fixating their gazes upon him. Lu Xiangyuan recognized many of them, as he had seen their portraits. His memory served him well, enabling him to identify the majority present. Among them stood the most notorious wastrel in the capital, the emperor's own nephew, the heir of the Yong'an prince's residence, Chu Chang'an. His robe was particularly vibrant, his frame slender and pallid. Though he possessed a certain handsomeness, it was overshadowed by an air of dishevelment and debauchery. With a darkened expression, Chu Chang'an oppose, and coldly remarked, "Is it you who has disturbed this young master and oppose? As dreams?" Lu Xiangyuan instantly recognized the identity of the individual before him. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. He had unwittingly stirred a hornet and oppose, as nest. This young master, along with the young and oppose, and prince, was notoriously reckless, yet enjoyed the emperor and oppose as favor. Even though they were a family of ineptitude, their standing in the capital was unparalleled. Lu Xiangyuan took a deep breath and promptly bowed in respect. "This humble servant greets the young master. You possess immense audacity." Chu Chang'an oppose, and suddenly bellowed, his eyes wide with rage. He seized a teacup from a nearby table and hurled it toward Lu Xiangyuan and Amp, Oppo's head. Lu Xiangyuan lowered his gaze, not daring to evade, allowing the cup to strike his forehead and draw blood. Please, young master, quell your anger. I am here to search for the fifth princess, fearing she may be in danger. After all, I am her betrothed. Lu Xiangyuan spoke calmly, revealing his identity as the future son-in-law. As anticipated, his declaration managed to intimidate several present. Despite the arrogance of these young lords, they understood whom they could provoke and whom they could not. The fifth princess, Chu Qianqian, was indeed the one they all dared not offend. Not only was her mother the empress and her father the current emperor, but her maternal family, comprising 6 or 7 elder brothers, was equally formidable. The entire Su family cherished their sole daughter as if she were their most precious jewel. Who would dare to offend her? Chu Chang'an's brow furrowed slightly. Qianqian is here? He had a good relationship with Chu Qianqian and, in fact, was her cousin. However, the young and Amp, Oppo's, and Prince and Amp, Oppo's, residence had never involved itself in imperial affairs, merely holding a title and immense wealth without any real power. They could not even be compared to the Su family. Someone nearby whispered a reminder that the fifth princess indeed had come to the Wanhua building, reportedly as the guest of the esteemed Qingwei. It seemed she had been there for 2 days and nights. Chu Chang'an's eyes widened slightly, momentarily forgetting Lu Xiangyuan's presence. He had been so engrossed in revelry these past few days that he had been oblivious to the outside news. Now, upon learning that Chu Qianqian was in the building, his interest piqued. Why did Qianqian not inform me of her arrival? What's so special about this Qingwei? He appears to be a frail scholar. If this young master were to search for her, I would surely find a strong and capable protector to satisfy her. Lu Xiangyuan. Upon hearing these words, he felt his temples throb with fury. Yet, due to the other and Amp, Oppo's status, he could only lower his head slightly, remaining silent. The young lords prepared to ascend the stairs, and Lu Xiangyuan wiped the blood from his brow, shamelessly following behind. It was fortuitous to have these witnesses. He could ensure that everything he observed would be reported, allowing the entire capital to witness just how shameless the fifth princess of the Western Chu kingdom truly was. Aside from her appearance, Chu Qianqian was utterly lacking. How could a woman of such caliber possibly gain his favor? Were it not for the troubles facing the Lu family, he, the crown prince of Beiki, would never endure such humiliation to engage in such dangerous endeavors. As they reached the 4th floor, the servants guarding the door recognized Chu Chang and Oppo's, and immediately bowed respectfully. Young master, Chu Chang and Amp, Oppo's, and wave his hand, I will go see Sister Qianqian. The servants exchanged glances, then moved aside to clear a path. Please, young master, enter. Chu Chang and Oppo's, and had not anticipated that a single sentence from him would cause them to part ways, which filled him with a sense of pride. He was naturally inclined to relish the attention of others. At that moment, he felt as if he were a peacock displaying its plumage, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He cleared his throat. Although I am intruding a bit, since Sister Qianqian has permitted it, I shall go visit her. The others promptly followed suit. A large group surged onto the 4th floor. However, as they reached the corridor, they heard the distant sound of a melodious tune. The music was exceedingly enchanting, with a lilting melody that seemed to calm the mind and spirit. It caused a previously noisy crowd to fall silent in an instant. Lu Xiangyuan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He quickened his pace to catch up with the others, arriving at the door of the last room. Peering inside, he beheld the interior of the Wanhua building, suffused with the fragrance of sandalwood. The room was immaculate, and the esteemed Qingwei was playing the guqin. Meanwhile, Chu Qianqian, accompanied by her maid and servant, was engaged in conversation with an elderly man of about 60, laughing and listening intently. Chapter 36. Do I still need to spend silver to listen to Her Highness and Amp, Oppo's melody? Upon hearing the commotion outside, Chu Qianqian immediately lifted her head, noticing a throng of people gathered at the door. Oh, what brings so many here? Are they all here to accompany this princess in her piano studies? The elderly man beside her also slightly tilted his head. As the dandy youths recognized the elder's face, they were all rendered speechless. A few even weakened at the knees and collapsed to the ground. TT Tutor. The young rascals turned pale, instantly kneeling in unison. Lu Xiangyuan was inadvertently revealed by this group of diminished stature. Once Chu Qianqian spotted him, a smile blossomed on her face. Behind her, Jun Wuyin also raised his head to observe Lu Xiangyuan and Amp, Oppo's figure. The boy's eyes held no glimmer, dark and abyssal like purgatory. Lu Xiangyuan tightened his lips slightly. Did Her Highness even comprehend the significance of this place? Hearing the accusatory tone, Chu Qianqian chuckled. Of course I do. Lu Xiangyuan and Oppo's gaze deepened, his voice suddenly turning cold. I kindly request that Her Highness and this humble servant return, for in just 2 months we are to wed. Your Highness's actions may not be well received by the public. Chu Qianqian narrowed her eyes. What gives you the right to dictate my actions, top scholar? Lu Xiangyuan was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at her face. Did she not fear her reputation being tarnished? Raising an eyebrow, Chu Qianqian retorted, Who dares to speak ill of this princess? I shall simply remove their tongue. Isn't that a suitable remedy? Lu Xiangyuan was taken aback. They were not yet wed. Yet Chu Qianqian's true nature was already laid bare. He realized that the rumors were indeed accurate. She was haughty and arrogant, relying on her favored status. Old Tutor Zhou, having sipped his wine, suddenly interjected, Lord Lu, the princess is not of that nature. She merely came to the Wanhu Lu to learn from the renowned Qingyue Gongzi. And knowing that I also enjoy music, she invited me as an audience. I once thought this Wanhu Lu to be a place of frivolity, but today, I see it as quite different from what is commonly spoken of. Chu Chang'an stepped forward, bowing to the old tutor, his expression earnest. Your wisdom is indeed profound. Esteemed tutor. Old tutor, Zhou shot him a glare, clearly annoyed. Of course, excluding your motives for being here. Chu Chang'an protested. But how can you be so biased? Sister Qianqian is here for a noble pursuit. Why must I be deemed vulgar? Old tutor, Zhou kicked him unceremoniously, leaving a noticeable shoe print on his attire. You? Can you compare to Qianqian? Do you not know she recently accomplished great deeds before the emperor, saving countless lives? What harm is there in her coming to learn? Faced with old tutor Zhou and Amp, Oppo's sudden onslaught, Chu Chang and Amp, Oppo's, and dared not retort. After all, these young rascals had once been under the old tutor's tutelage, and the weight of respect for their teacher was ingrained deeply within them. Moreover, old tutor Zhou held great prestige. Even the current emperor respected him, despite no longer managing court affairs. Chu Chang'an replied earnestly, You speak the truth. Old tutor Zhou surveyed the room. You lot. Cease your dawdling and sit properly to listen to the music. I also wish to test you all to see if you've forgotten the lessons of your youth. If you cannot answer, humph. With that, Chu Chang and Amp, Oppo's, and a dozen other young scions obediently sought out chairs to sit nearby, while those without seats simply settled on the floor. As others complied, Lu Xiangyuan appeared somewhat out of place. A young master tugged at him, urging him to sit. What are you doing? Did you not hear the tutor speak? Lu Xiangyuan, being pulled, reluctantly sat down on the ground, his face now ashen. Did anyone here even remember he had come to catch a glimpse of infidelity? Yin Qingyue played a melody, then handed the score to Chu Qianqian to learn from. Her lack of skill made her rendition utterly discordant, torturing the ears of the young rascals. Yet, old tutor Zhou seemed unfazed, sipping his wine with a satisfied expression. Not bad, not bad. This performance is much improved from the last. She is truly talented, a prodigy. The young gentlemen collectively thought, Esteemed tutor, is your hearing impaired? The fifth princess is playing pales in comparison to a rooster's crow. The entire day was spent in this torturous manner. Whoever dared to flee would face old tutor Zhou's threat of revealing their disobedience to their parents, leading to a severe beating at home. Old tutor Zhou possessed such authority, which explained why these young masters were so obedient and fearful. Lu Xiangyuan's forehead throbbed as he listened, until Chu Qianqian finally rose and said, How did everyone find today as performance? Chu Chang and Amp, Oppo's, and was the first to applaud. Excellent. Qianqian played splendidly. Chu Qianqian smiled, then addressed Lianqing. Having performed for everyone today, you cannot expect us to leave without recompense. The crowd exchanged glances, utterly bewildered. However, Chu Chang'an's lips twitched slightly before he stood up to declare his support. He pulled a silver ingot from his pocket and placed it on the tray Lianqing was holding. This is my brother's intention. Lianqing did not move. Chu Qianqian jested, Brother Chang'an, your offering is rather modest. Chu Chang'an's face contorted with discomfort. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his purse and added it to the tray. Now that's more fitting. The others caught on, and soon everyone produced their silver, depositing it into Lianqing and Appo's tray. Old tutor Zhou stroked his beard and chuckled, nodding at Chu Qianqian. Indeed, the fifth princess has a way with matters. Once their silver runs dry, let's see how these young rascals continue their indulgences. Lianqing approached Lu Xiangyuan. His countenance stiffened as he stood and proclaimed, I have no silver. Lianqing's expression darkened, her demeanor becoming serious. Though she once admired Lu Xiangyuan, her allegiance now lay with the princess. Did he intend to evade his debt? Lu Xiangyuan, typically portraying a virtuous demeanor, now felt a flush of embarrassment as Lianqing and Appo's word struck him. Must I truly spend silver to listen to Her Highness and Appo's melodies? Chapter 37. Your Highness, the princess, belongs to me. Do you not know? Lianqing was momentarily taken aback, then raised an eyebrow. Lu Zhuangyuan, not only have you not yet become a prince consort, but even if you were to marry the princess, certain matters must be clearly settled. What do you possess that sets you apart from others? Chu Chang and Appo's, and, disturbed from his slumber by Lu Xiangyuan, felt a flicker of anger upon witnessing his audacity in front of his beloved sister. He coldly scoffed, What are you? I have already offered my silver. Let us see who dares to refuse among the assembled. The others were intimidated by Chu Chang'an's presence and dared not counter his words. Only Lu Xiangyuan appeared out of place in this scene. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I did not come here to listen to music. Lianqing retorted, Yet you have listened. If you do not wish to hear, you need not attend. But if you do come, you must pay. Otherwise, perhaps you ought to sever your own ears. Indeed, sever your ears. The others echoed, causing Lu Xiangyuan's complexion to pale further. He was breathing rapidly, clearly incensed. This group of young rakes displayed a complete disregard for reason, each one more reckless than the last, with their minds set askew. Lu Xiangyuan was finally grasping the true nature of power. After all, he had been so well protected by Chu Qianqian in the past. Had it not been for her declaration of affection, forbidding anyone from disrespecting him, a newly minted scholar from humble origins would have meant little. The Feng family's assistance was discreet, and it was imperative that it remained concealed. Thus, Lu Xiangyuan and Appo's current standing in the imperial city was largely attributed to Chu Qianqian. The emperor and Appo's favor and protection stemmed from her as well. Once Chu Qianqian and Appo's affection waned and her support faded, Lu Xiangyuan's aura would dissipate entirely, leaving him vulnerable to disdain from all. He resembled a sheep that had wandered into a den of wolves, surrounded by foes. Since arriving in the western Chu kingdom, this was Lu Xiangyuan's first experience of such a significant setback. Previously, he had looked down upon others, his pride unyielding, and was regarded as exceptionally talented. Now, to maintain such an attitude would be to flaunt his merit and disregard the situation. In a moment, I shall send someone to deliver the silver. Chu Qianqian affirmed. That would be splendid. Everyone else may take their leave. Lu Xiangyuan will have his servants bring the money to redeem the person, she added. Lianqing placed a pile of silver on the table and whispered to Chu Qianqian, Your Highness, your manner of speaking resembles that of a bandit. Chu Qianqian chuckled lightly. Am I not engaging in a form of robbery? Zhou Taifu then rose. It grows late. The princess should retire early. His gaze suddenly fell upon Yun Qingyue, and with a grin, he stroked his beard. If the princess is fond of him, this young master Qingyue certainly possesses remarkable talent. It would be no issue to keep him in the inner courtyard. Yun Qingyue, cough, cough. He had just taken a sip of water and nearly choked. Chu Qianqian laughed, playfully saying, Taifu, Seeing her shy and demure demeanor, Zhou Taifu chuckled again. I am merely jesting. I know the princess's heart is pure, not fixated on matters of romance. However, one thing is certain. As the fifth princess of the Western Shu Kingdom, you need not bow your head for any man, regardless of who it may be. Zhou Taifu paused, then added, You're the cherished offspring of the Western Shu. Now, and in the future, live for yourself, and find joy in your existence. Pay no heed to the words of others. Even if the heavens were to fall, your Uncle Zhou and that old man of yours will stand by you. Chu Chanqian was momentarily stunned, then offered Zhou Taifu a warm smile. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, for your enlightening words. Allow me to see you out. She had summoned Zhou Taifu with a purpose. His prestige and reputation could certainly command respect from all present. Yet, she genuinely respected this elder. After the incident with the Su family, Zhou Taifu was the first to plead with the emperor on their behalf, even sacrificing his life in the Golden Throne Hall to vindicate them. When she learned of this, her heart shattered with grief. Had it not been for that, given Zhou Taifu and Appo's robust health, he could have lived well into his hundreds. He had even attended her wedding and promised to name her future children. Yet, fate is capricious. With myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, Chu Chanqian concealed her emotions as she accompanied the elder to the carriage. Inside the room, only Jun Wuyan remained, observing Lu Xiangyuan. Lu Xiangyuan sat in a chair, his expression dark and icy. Jun Wuyan stood across from him, suddenly moving without hesitation to deliver a punch to his face. Lu Xiangyuan was caught off guard, sent sprawling to the ground, the pain causing stars to dance before his eyes as he clutched his face, utterly humiliated. You! Before he could utter another word, Jun Wuyan silently delivered a series of kicks to his more concealed areas, each strike painfully precise, yet leaving no visible marks. This technique was one he had refined over the years, having learned from how others had once treated him. Lu Sheng writhed on the floor, unable to stifle his cries. But the room was empty now, echoing with desolation. Jun Wuyan's fists and feet fell like rain, cold and merciless. You have the audacity to covet what belongs to me. His voice was laced with a chilling malice, revealing a fierce intent to kill. He seized Lu Xiangyuan by the collar, his eyes dark and foreboding. The princess is mine, do you understand? Lu Xiangyuan and Appo's gaze turned dazed, the beating having left him bewildered, and he could only nod instinctively, tears of agony spilling uncontrollably from his eyes. Calculating the time, Jun Wuyan determined that Chu Chanqian would return shortly. He lifted Lu Xiangyuan back onto the chair, tidying his clothing and brushing off the dust, feigning ignorance of the previous events. When Chu Chanqian re-entered the room, she noticed Jun Wuyan standing idly nearby, while Lu Xiangyuan leaned awkwardly against the chair, his face marred by swelling and a split lip. She inquired with surprise, "What happened to his face?" Jun Wuyan blinked innocently. Just now, Lu Gongzi accidentally fell, and his face met with the ground. He assured me it is nothing serious. A bit of rest will suffice. Chapter 38. After years of dullness, intelligence remains unlikely. Lu Xiangyuan was livid, yet he refrained from revealing his humiliation to Chu Chanqian, choosing to suppress his shame. After approximately half an hour, the messenger returned with the silver. Observing the paltry sum, a mere few dozen taels, Chu Chanqian's face contorted with derision. It seems that your master is only worth this much. Lu Xiangyuan discerned the sarcasm in her words, lowering his gaze to conceal his thoughts. Let her revel for a few days. I will not rescind this betrothal. I will ensure that Chu Chanqian grovels and begs to marry me. Once she is under his roof, her torment would be at his whim. This thought assuaged his vexation. Supported by his subordinates, he departed. Chu Chanqian then relinquished her smile, her gaze deepening. She could expose Lu Xiangyuan's treachery, but it was not yet opportune. The Su family's brothers and uncles were at the frontier, defending against invaders, and unable to intervene in the capital. The Su family, primarily martial, lacked influence in the imperial city. Her father might doubt her claims, and pressing the issue could provoke a desperate rebellion, incurring severe losses even in victory. She would not endanger her family or friends. A direct confrontation, without the Su family's overwhelming force, offered slim prospects of success. She needed alternative strategies to further weaken the Feng family. Lian Qing inquired, "Your Highness, we have been out for quite some time. The Empress Dowager may grow concerned." Chu Qianqian nodded, her eyes narrowing. "Indeed, our amusement has reached its end. It is time to return." She gathered the silver pilfered from the young nobles, filling a pouch to the brim, amounting to nearly 1,000 taels. Flush with newfound wealth, Chu Qianqian returned to the palace in high spirits. However, her primary objective remained unfulfilled, as she could not extend her reach to those under Jun Wuyin and Amp, Oppos, as command. Therefore, the matter of the bewitching elixir required further deliberation. Patience. A little more patience. The West Chu Kingdom enjoyed a prosperous year. On this day, the capital seemed to awaken, filled with the incessant clamor of firecrackers. The palace banquet had been prepared, with Empress Su Wanru working tirelessly to ensure its perfection. All concubines, princesses, and princes were to gather, including those who had married out, to pay homage to their ancestors. Has Her Highness not yet adorned herself? The Empress Dowager has sent word for her presence. Coming, coming, Lian Qing responded, swiftly arranging Chu Qianqian and Oppos' final strands of hair before they departed. Chu Qianqian, exquisitely adorned, wore a crimson dress embroidered with golden phoenixes, their wings encircling the hem, appearing to take flight with her every step. Her hair was adorned with delicate jewelry, tied simply with a red ribbon, the remaining strands cascading like ink. Her makeup was light yet impeccable, enhancing her beauty and fair complexion. Chu Qianqian emerged and was carried by sedan to the Empress. She had forbidden Jun Wuyin from leaving her courtyard, wary of the palace and Amp, Oppos, as prying eyes. Jun Wuyin was not a servant, and his stubborn nature might lead to trouble with the impudent nobles. Chu Qianqian had sent him meals and snacks, ensuring he would not go hungry. It was nearly noon, and Chu Qianqian was late. Upon her arrival, most of the imperial consorts were already present, their gazes drawn to her. Undeniably, Chu Qianqian and Oppos' title as the capital and Oppos' foremost beauty was well-deserved. Her youthful, flawless skin, as smooth as a peeled egg, put the others to shame. Her appearance eclipsed all others. Empress Su's stern countenance softened upon seeing Chu Qianqian. "Qianqian, come to your mother." Chu Qianqian respectfully curtsied and approached her mother. Before the Empress could speak, a cold laugh echoed from a nearby woman, laced with sarcasm. Soon to be married, yet gallivanting in brothels, dragging the imperial family and Oppos' reputation through the mud. It seems her upbringing has been inadequate, resulting in such behavior. The speaker was Consort Feng, mother to Chu Xiaoxiao and the first prince, Chu Qingzhou. She had been with the emperor since before his ascension. Like Empress Su, now in her 40s, she maintained her youthful appearance, surpassing even younger concubines. Rumored to be a masterful dancer, Consort Feng was favored by the emperor. Empress Su and Oppos' face hardened, her gaze shifting to Chu Xiaoxiao. She scoffed. That is still better than the fourth princess, who seems to be afflicted with a malady that compels her to bite others. Chu Xiaoxiao and Oppos' face paled, incensed that the matter had not been forgotten. "It was not me." Her denials were ignored as the empress continued. "My Qianqian is quite capable, having assisted the emperor in an important matter. Surely you have heard." This statement nearly caused Consort Feng to explode with rage. She had not only heard of it, but had also lost sleep over it. Her once flawless skin had lost its luster. The Feng family's years of accumulation had been undone, benefiting the Su family instead. She could only endure, concealing her resentment. Was it truly she who proposed the assault on Qingfeng Fortress? Empress Su did not deny it, as many knew of the emperor and Amp, Oppos' reward to Chu Qianqian. It was my Qianqian and Amp, Oppos' attention to detail. Hearing the servants lament the bandits of Qingfeng Fortress, she suggested that the Su family suppress them. Who would have thought that so many treasures would be seized? Consort Feng dismissed this as mere coincidence. She glared at Chu Qianqian, convinced that a master strategist guided her actions, pitting her against the Feng family. Chu Qianqian, in her eyes, was merely a pawn, manipulated by others. After years of dullness, intelligence remains unlikely. Thus, she did not consider her a threat. Chapter 39. Striving to undermine Jun Wuyin with just a single remark. The other concubines quickly discerned that this round had been lost by concubine Feng. Presently, the only princesses in the palace who had reached maturity were the fourth princess, Chu Xiaoxiao, and the fifth princess, Chu Qianqian. Before the birthday banquet, the relationship between the two princesses had been quite amiable. However, the reasons behind the sudden rift remained a mystery. To everyone in Appo's astonishment, the fourth princess inexplicably bit the fifth princess, leading to a complete severance of their ties and animosity. The other concubines dared not utter a word, each one observing with bated breath. Seeing concubine Feng and Appo's dismay, Empress Su and Appo's spirits were instantly lifted. "All right, my dear sisters, please take your seats. The emperor will arrive shortly, and we must be ready to serve the dishes." The seating arrangements had been meticulously prepared, with each individual assigned their rightful place. The more amicable concubines huddled together, whispering softly, the majority engrossed in recounting palace gossip. Chu Qianqian took her seat beside the empress. Upon hearing commotion at the entrance, she turned to see three familiar figures enter the palace. They were her three elder sisters, the eldest princess, Chu Jiangyu, the second princess, Chu Yunting, and the third princess, Chu Nanping. Her eldest sister was married to the noble Zhengyang Marquis and seldom visited, except during festive seasons. The second sister had wed the son of a minister and resided in the capital and Appo's Princess Mansion, reportedly enjoying a deep and harmonious bond with her husband. As for the third sister, Chu Nanping, a pang of melancholy surged within Chu Qianqian. Due to their age differences, Chu Qianqian was not particularly close to her elder sisters. But the third sister had always shown her the utmost affection. Chu Nanping was direct and spirited, unconcerned with trivialities, and had cherished her since childhood. Though she was merely 3 years her senior and would soon turn 20, her appearance bore the marks of hardship, largely due to her choice to marry a man of humble means, defying their father and Appo's imperial decree to elope. 3 years prior, this scandal had become common knowledge, leading Emperor Chu to nearly disown her. Thankfully, with their mother and Appo's intercession, he refrained from such a decree, though he remained displeased with her, preventing her return to the palace for several years. Occasionally, Chu Qianqian would send someone to check on her sister and deliver gifts. Yet whatever she offered was invariably returned unopened. "I chose this path," Chu Nanping had declared. "I will not regret it, no matter the suffering I endure." This scene replayed vividly in Chu Qianqian's mind, almost as if her memories were blossoming anew, causing her to momentarily lose herself in thought. Greetings to Mother and all the esteemed ladies. The three princesses bowed respectfully to Empress Su. Although they were not her offspring, they were compelled to address her as an Appo's mother, and Appo's Empress Su maintained a composed demeanor, revealing no emotion towards the princesses, merely conducting her duties with a curt, "Please, take your seats." "Thank you, Mother." The Empress had reserved spots for them, yet none for Chu Nanping. Standing beside the table, she found herself in an awkward predicament, as there were no available seats. Given her sudden decision to enter the palace, it was understandable that Empress Su had not prepared a place for her. Not a deliberate slight against her. A few concubines stifled their laughter, and even Chu Xiaoxiao cast a derisive glance her way, her expression saturated with scorn. She whispered to her two sisters, "Look at how our eldest and second sisters came dressed in fine silks and adorned with jewels. Yet she appears so pitiable." It and Appo's truly laughable. The second princess, Chu Yunting, sighed, lamenting, "We were once so close, frequently gathering in the palace. Even after marriage, I would visit our eldest sister whenever I had the chance. But ever since the third sister and Appo's marriage, we have lost contact, leaving us heartbroken." Chu Xiaoxiao mocked her further. As a princess, she has willingly degraded herself by marrying a man of no fortune. Has her mind truly gone awry? Their voices were not particularly hushed, and Chu Nanping heard every word. Her face flushed crimson, and she fidgeted with her sleeves, clearly distressed. Yet, amidst the laughter of the concubines, Her mother had long since passed, and her family connections were tenuous at best. In this imperial harem, she had become a mere shadow of her former self. Chu Nanping and Appo's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she began to regret seeking help in this manner. However, she had cast aside her dignity solely for the sake of her husband, hoping to find a glimmer of opportunity for him. Noticing her sister and Appo's expression, Chu Qianqian gradually regained her composure and abruptly stood, approaching her sister with determination. "Come, third sister, sit beside me." Her seat was the most prominent at the banquet. Chu Nanping stared wide-eyed at Chu Qianqian in disbelief, blinking in astonishment. "Xiaoqian, you," with a gentle smile, Chu Qianqian reassured her. "We are sisters. There is no need for formality. Please take a seat." She guided Chu Nanping to the chair. Fully aware of her sister and Appo's purpose for entering the palace, to seek medical assistance for her ailing husband. In her previous life, she had been swayed by Chu Xiao and had not heeded Chu Nanping's pleas. The man she married, a humble warrior, had once saved Chu Nanping's life. Yet he was often looked down upon for his lack of education, despite his commendable martial skills. Years later, after enduring hardship, he had risen to become a renowned general under Jun Wuyin, possessing an innate battlefield intuition that earned him great respect, despite his illiteracy. Chu Nanping was his only wife, one of the last surviving princesses of the fallen Western Chu dynasty. Yet unlike her, the infamous fifth princess, her past as a princess had been forgotten by all, including herself. Upon their reunion, Chu Nanping had continued to treat her kindly, even providing meals during her imprisonment. Without her sister and Appo's encouragement, Chu Qianqian would have long since faltered. On several occasions, when escape seemed imminent, it was Chu Nanping who lent her assistance from the shadows. Chu Qianqian was grateful for this kindness, and thus resolved to repay her sister's favor. Leaning in closer, she whispered, "Has something happened to brother-in-law? Do not worry, after tonight's banquet, I will accompany you to see him with the physician first thing in the morning." The way she addressed him as an Appo's, brother-in-law and Appo's, momentarily stunned Chu Nanping, her cheeks flushing deeper. "And no need to rush," Chu Qianqian shook her head. "Such matters cannot be delayed. The longer we wait, the worse his condition will become. We must treat him promptly to prevent future complications." Chu Nanping looked up, her gaze brimming with gratitude. Tears welled in her eyes, and after a moment of hesitation, she murmured, "Xiaoqian, thank you." Chu Qianqian lowered her eyes and gently patted her sister's shoulder. She was determined not only to heal her brother-in-law's leg, but also to elevate him, making him a formidable member of the Su family. How could Jun Wuyin be so astute, discovering treasures everywhere? She would devise every means possible to undermine him. Chapter 40. Is life not worth living without a man? Regrettably, at this moment, she remains oblivious to the fact that the corner she has dug, including the Su family, will eventually become the greatest support for Jun Wuyin's quest for dominance over the world. The palace ladies, who initially intended to mock Chu Nanping, found their smiles frozen upon witnessing Chu Qianqian's actions. Even the eldest and second princesses wore expressions tinged with awkwardness. Chu Xiao, eyes wide with astonishment, covered her mouth and said, "Fifth sister, I advise you to refrain from associating with those who willingly wallow in degradation. It is well known that soon you will be wed to the top scholar. Truly, a match made in heaven that others can only envy." The eldest princess remarked, "I have met Lu Xiangyuan. Indeed, he is a talented individual. Though marrying him may seem beneath you, since you are fond of him, I am certain you two will find happiness together." The second princess chuckled, "Indeed, our fifth sister is of noble birth, the daughter of the queen. Lu, as a top scholar, will undoubtedly cherish her." Chu Xiao nodded in agreement. "What you both say is quite right. Anything is preferable to our third sister marrying a commoner." The group continued to chatter, comparing Chu Nanping to Chu Qianqian's future husband, their voices growing more animated. Several palace ladies joined in, and soon the hall was filled with their discussions. Suddenly, Chu Qianqian slammed her palm on the table, nearly toppling the teacups. Many were startled, glancing toward her, bewildered by her sudden outburst. Chu Qianqian declared, "Have you all said enough?" The others exchanged looks, their expressions awkward, some even casting furtive glances at the queen. Chu Qianqian surveyed the room, gently reassuring Chu Nanping to remain seated before continuing. Your mouths are meant for eating, not for spewing nonsense. The harshness of her words startled everyone, and as a princess, her sudden outburst left many with peculiar expressions. Concubine Feng unreservedly criticized her, raising an eyebrow while nibbling on a pastry. It seems the Su family has raised a daughter with no sense of decorum. Queen Su's expression turned cold. Concubine Feng lifted her chin defiantly. Am I mistaken? With so many ears present, it's hard to deny. Chu Qianqian retorted coolly. This princess merely speaks the truth. I'm not being vulgar. On the contrary, it is you lot, with your snide remarks, who ought to learn how to converse. If you cannot speak properly, it is wise to keep silent, lest you invite trouble. Chu Xiao, incensed, rose to her feet. Fifth sister, we sisters are only looking out for your well-being. When we mention third sister, it is to awaken her to her fortune. She ought to value her wealth and noble status instead of associating with a commoner. Shuden and Amp, oppose. Till we discuss it? Chu Nanping and Amp, oppose. As complexion grew paler as she bit her lip, reaching out to grasp Chu Qianqian and Amp, oppose, sleeve, gently shaking her head in a gesture urging her to let it go. After all, it was merely a few words. She would not lose anything over this. Yet, Chu Qianqian smiled. Third sister, whom you wish to marry is your own choice. I believe your husband-to-be is quite commendable and worthy of your lifelong commitment. She had heard that although Chu Nanping's future husband rose to prominence, he never abandoned his first wife, treating her with utmost kindness. At that time, Chu Nanping's complexion was radiant, her face adorned with smiles, and they had a lovely daughter, living a blissful life. Chu Qianqian felt genuinely pleased for her. The saying holds true. Perseverance will eventually reveal clarity. Not all sacrifices go unrewarded. Though Chu Nanping may be somewhat naive, there's a saying that foolish people enjoy foolish blessings. However, it is wise to remain vigilant and discerning, for not everyone is fortunate enough to encounter someone sincere and kind. Chu Qianqian lifted her gaze to her sisters. Sisters, you ought to be aware of your own status. As princesses, is it truly entertaining to compare the merits of our accomplishments while discussing our husbands at this banquet? The expressions of the princesses darkened. Zhu Xiaoxia, ever eager to confront, raised her chin and inquired, Chu Qianqian, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? I find your conversations rather ridiculous. Are you all mere appendages to your husbands? If they were to cast you aside, would you cease to exist? Qianqian, the eldest princess, Chu Jiangyu, flushed with indignation. Although her bond with Chu Qianqian was not particularly strong, the sisters had always treated her with courtesy. And now she was taken aback by Chu Qianqian's blatant disregard for them in favor of a married sister. Chu Yunting also appeared displeased. Fifth sister, we are aware of how we are faring. You stand with Chu Nanping and defend her. Seated, Chu Qianqian and Amp, oppose, as striking beauty became even more pronounced. I am merely stating facts. If you believe your lives are satisfactory, I shall not interfere. However, I will not allow you to speak ill of third sister. Just as Chu Xiao was about to respond, she was restrained by Chu Yunting. Enough, Qianqian is correct. We ought to mind our own affairs. Chu Xiao reluctantly resumed her seat, her gaze lowered, filled with cold disdain. Chu Qianqian remained as foolish as ever, failing to cultivate relationships with the elder sisters while attempting to ingratiate herself with a sister who knew little. It is worth noting that the eldest sister married a marquis, while the second sister wed into a prominent family. Gaining their support would be far more advantageous. Amidst the meal, each person was lost in their own thoughts. Chu Nanping could scarcely eat, managing only a few bites. Chu Qianqian arranged for her third sister to stay in her palace, and, after the banquet concluded, made her way to the northern palace. The northern palace remained unusually quiet. Even the servants, rare in their leisure, had gone off to celebrate the new year. Chu Qianqian turned several corners before entering the courtyard of Junwuyan. She placed her belongings on the table and rested her chin, smiling at the young man. I told you I would bring you something delicious. Here it is. Junwuyan, obediently refraining from wandering about, had not been attended to since his midday meal. He had grown accustomed to hunger, initially planning to spend the lonely night with just a blanket for company. Yet unexpectedly, Chu Qianqian appeared late at night. Jun Wuyan's expression shifted slightly as he reached for the food box. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, revealing a whole roasted chicken atop the contents. Chu Qianqian, resting her chin in her hand, gazed at him with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. I remember you adore chicken. This entire one is for you. Enjoy it at your leisure. Chapter 41. She would not allow such a filthy man to touch her. Perhaps it had been years since he had savored anything delightful. The boy in Appo's appetite was prodigious. His height had visibly increased as well. Chu Qianqian recalled the first time she encountered him after her rebirth. He had appeared emaciated and devoid of flesh. Yet now, although he remained slender, the muscles beneath his clothing had become quite pronounced. During this period, Jun Wuyan had been obedient and docile, leaving her puzzled as to how such a character could evolve into the dark figure he would become in the future. Jun Wuyan lowered his head, holding his bowl of rice, appearing somewhat contemplative. His long bangs fell over his pitch-black eyes. After a moment, he spoke, "Thank you, Your Highness. This is the first time in 6 years since I came to Shichu that someone has kept me company for the new year." Chu Qianqian lowered her chin and felt a slight flush on her fair cheeks. Avoiding his gaze, she mumbled, "There's no need for thanks. I can accompany you every new year from now on." Jun Wuyan paused in his eating, his eyes suddenly sparkling with hope. "Really?" Chu Qianqian felt her previous words had been overly influenced by the atmosphere, but upon meeting Jun Wuyan and Appo's gaze, she found herself unable to retract them. His demeanor stirred a softness in her heart, leading her to believe that perhaps the past had not been without its remedies. She was completely blinded by the radiant facade he presented. Yes, indeed, a smile graced Jun Wuyan and Appo's face, his previously cold features now animated. "I shall remember, Princess." Chu Qianqian was unaware of the true meaning behind his words, yet she felt compelled to offer some form of recompense. If he were willing to remain by her side, maintaining a personality devoid of the sinister traits from her previous life, she thought she could treat him with kindness for a lifetime. How foolish she had been to once contemplate killing him. She would ensure he did not regain the memories of his past life. What good was there in a life filled with bloodshed? She would diligently care for him, nurturing this incarnation of Jun Wuyan into a virtuous and kind-hearted youth. As the food dwindled, Chu Qianqian suddenly seized Jun Wuyan and Appo's wrist. "Come with me." Jun Wuyan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her delicate hand upon his wrist. He did not resist as she pulled him along. Chu Qianqian led him to a rock formation within the palace garden, a place devoid of any presence save for the surrounding frost and snow. "Climb up," she urged, and together they ascended to the summit of the rock, where a modest space awaited them, allowing them to sit comfortably. Chu Qianqian and Appo's eyes sparkled as she gazed up at the night sky. After a moment, she calculated the time and said, "It's about time. Jun Wuyan, look over there." Following her finger, Jun Wuyan beheld the dark sky suddenly erupt in a myriad of fireworks. The magnificent display was breathtaking, as if a stunning painting had come to life before their eyes. Being young and having spent much time within the palace, he had never dared to wander freely during festivals, having long forfeited the right to enjoy such pleasures as a discarded hostage. Yet tonight, the beautiful scene unfolded before him, blazing and bursting forth, a fleeting beauty that he wished to etch in his memory forever. Suddenly, Jun Wuyan's gaze shifted, landing on Chu Qianqian's profile. His heart calmed amidst the swirling emotions of hatred and gloom that had previously consumed him. Perhaps he could afford to wait a little longer. However, in the midst of this serene and beautiful night, thick smoke suddenly billowed from the palace not far away. Chu Qianqian and Appo's pupils constricted sharply as she stood abruptly. That direction was Foaming Palace. Something must have happened there. "Jun Wuyan, you must return," she shouted, lifting her skirts and rushing toward the source of the fire. Jun Wuyan's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he did not heed her words to turn back. Instead, he quickened his pace to follow her. Chu Qianqian could not recall a year when Foaming Palace had been engulfed in flames, so this must be a consequence of her actions. Above all else, Her greatest concern was for her mother's safety. As she traversed the long corridor near the Imperial Garden, just as she was about to turn a corner, a hand suddenly seized her. Chu Qianqian's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated an intruder would dare to infiltrate the palace today. Yet she quickly regained her composure, drawing the hairpin from her head and thrusting at the hand that had captured her. Caught off guard by her resistance, the assailant let out a muffled grunt, but quickly gripped her wrist, twisting it behind her back. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Just as she was about to scream, he covered her mouth with his other hand. Chu Qianqian's eyes widened, tears brimming as she bit down on his hand with all her might. Her eyes glinted with fury. She yearned to savage a piece of flesh from him, struggling to turn and knee him in a vulnerable spot. Her reflexes were remarkably swift. Although she lacked martial prowess, her background in dance endowed her with agility and flexibility, allowing her to execute difficult movements with ease. Her strike landed perfectly, causing the grip on her to loosen momentarily. However, she did not hesitate to escape, narrowing her eyes. She gritted her teeth and reached for a dagger concealed within her skirts, aiming directly for his eyes. The man had never anticipated that a seemingly delicate woman would strike so ruthlessly. He rolled away just in time to evade her thrust, yet his arm was sliced, blood spilling onto the ground. Rising to his feet, his towering figure cast a shadow upon the ground. Chu Qianqian realized she could not match his combat skills in a direct confrontation. Creating distance between them, she withdrew a pouch from her waist and flung it at him. Inside were powders she often carried for self-defense or emergencies. While not lethal, the powder could cause significant harm to the eyes, granting her an opportunity to escape. Without a backward glance, Chu Qianqian fled toward a more populated area, having been overly careless today, leaving her guards behind. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her calf as a stone struck her. The force and agony caused her to fall to the ground. Struggling to rise, the man had already wiped his face clean of blood and approached her from behind, seizing her ankle. "Princess, you truly are remarkable. I had no intention of causing you too much distress, but if I do not deal with you properly, I would be remiss given the punishment I have already endured." Chu Qianqian glared fiercely at him. "Who sent you? What do you want?" The man sneered. "What do I want? To savor the flavor of the princess, of course. The capital's most beautiful gem indeed lives up to her reputation. Such a face, such a figure. It would be a delight to die beneath a peony, even as a ghost." Hearing such nauseating words made Chu Qianqian's pupils constrict slightly. At that moment, she deduced the identity of a mastermind behind this heinous act. Tension coursed through her body, her eyes revealing a cold fury. Today, even if it meant perishing alongside this man, she would not allow such a filthy creature to lay a finger on her. Just as the man reached for her wrist, intending to fully subdue her, Chu Qianqian suddenly caught sight of Jun Wuyin appearing behind him. Chapter 42, A Beautiful Face. But scars would ruin it. Jun Wuyin picked up the dagger that Chu Qianqian had dropped on the ground and thrust it towards the man's neck. However, the man was clearly skilled, as if he had eyes on his back, swiftly seizing Jun Wuyin's wrist. They engaged in a fierce struggle, grappling for the dagger, while Jun Wuyin shouted to Chu Qianqian, "Princess, run!" Enduring the pain in her leg, Chu Qianqian rose from the ground. Seeing Jun Wuyin's precarious state nearly caused her to bite her lip. She immediately cried out for help. "Someone, please help." Yet, the raging fire at Foaming Palace attracted many onlookers, rendering her desperate cries as inconsequential as a pebble dropped into the sea, creating not even a ripple. Jun Wuyin shielded his head with his arm as a punch struck his forearm, causing him to stagger. He had never mastered such formidable martial arts. The last time he managed to hold his ground against Yun Qingyue was due to her deliberate restraint. At this moment, in terms of both height and tactics, he was no match for the towering man before him. Gritting his teeth, Jun Wuyin tasted a coppery sweetness in his mouth, narrowing his eyes as he urged, "Go." He was unsure why he had rushed out, but it all stemmed from the man threatening what was his. That was simply his nature, whether good or bad. Once he desired something, it would never escape his grasp. Chu Qianqian turned back, gazing deeply at Jun Wuyin. She raised her left hand, gently placing it on her sleeve, where her most potent talisman was concealed, a poison sleeve arrow. Jun Wein had taught her how to use it in her previous life, providing her with protection during her outings, and she had utilized it effectively. Therefore, after her rebirth, she had commissioned a craftsman to create an identical one. As a princess, she could have anything she desired with a mere word, and thus no one noticed these small items. The sleeve arrow held immense power, but came with a significant drawback. It could only be fired once. The poison would seal the throat upon contact with blood, ensuring that even a mere scratch could lead to a swift demise. Hence, Chu Qianqian would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Now, with the enemy and oppos back toward her and Jun Wein restraining him, she felt confident in her ability to eliminate him. Damn it, where did this brat come from? The man had not anticipated Jun Wein and oppos tenacity and strength. The order to target Chu Qianqian had been given from above, and this opportunity had been painstakingly created. If he missed it, there might not be another chance. Most critically, failing the task would lead to a fate worse than death. He did not wish to become overly entangled with Jun Wein, exerting all his strength in punches and kicks to break free quickly and seize Chu Qianqian. The youth and oppos face was grim, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes burned with a ferocious intensity, resembling a ravenous beast eyeing its prey. Even the seasoned warrior felt a flicker of apprehension at the sight of such determination. It was as if the outcome of their encounter would determine who would live or die. Cursing his luck, he glanced in Chu Qianqian's direction, initially worried she might flee, only to find her standing there, seemingly paralyzed with fear. This sight eased his anxiety. A ruthless glimmer flashed in his eyes as he raised his fist, aiming for Jun Wein's head. You sought death. Don't blame me. Just as that fist was about to land on Jun Wein, a sudden sound pierced through flesh, followed by a soft squelch. The man's arm instantly lost its strength, his eyes widening in disbelief. He turned to see Chu Qianqian lifting her hand, revealing a delicate mechanism coiled around her wrist, hidden within her sleeve. The sleeve arrow, no longer than a pinky finger, had embedded itself into his flesh, disappearing without a trace. A torrent of dark blood erupted from the man and oppos mouth. Jun Wein quickly stepped back, his gaze cold and steely as he observed the man struggling on the ground. As he extended a hand for help, convulsing helplessly, Jun Wein took a step forward, gripping the other end of the arrow with a fierce determination. The youth in oppos' gaze was fierce, filled with lethal intent, clearly not inexperienced in such matters. It was not until the man lay still on the ground that Jun Wein finally released his grip. Sweat beaded on Chu Qianqian and oppos' forehead, her body trembling slightly as she touched the sleeve, arrow, and oppos' mechanism on her wrist, her complexion pale and ghostly. Biting her lip, she limped over to Jun Wein, her voice laced with concern. Are you all right? Jun Wein shook his head. Though he had taken 2 punches, his cheek was flushed and his lip was bruised. It was merely superficial. With a couple of days of rest, he would be as good as new. Chu Qianqian's voice was hoarse. It was her first experience taking a life, and she felt a lingering unease. Is he dead? Fortunately, the distance had kept her from feeling the visceral sensation of the blade piercing flesh, allowing her to maintain her composure. Jun Wein nodded. He is dead. They sat upon the ground beside the man and oppos' lifeless body. Chu Qianqian inquired, Wherein and oppos? Do you suppose to go back? Why did you follow me here? Jun Wein pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze. His somewhat disheveled hair obscured half his face, giving him a pitiable appearance. I was worried about you. The 3 words escaped his lips, instantly easing Chu Qianqian and oppos' previously tense demeanor, nearly bringing a smile to her face. Unable to restrain herself, she reached out to tousle his already messy hair. Having lived until the age of 26 in her past life, Jun Wein now appeared to her as a child. She nudged him gently. Turn your head a bit. Let me see your injuries. Jun Wein lifted his chin, revealing his exquisitely beautiful face marred with bruises, evoking sympathy. Chu Qianqian rummaged through her pouch, retrieving a small box and delicately applying ointment to the corner of his mouth. Avoid water for the next few days. Such a beautiful face should not bear any scars. Through their time together, Chu Chantian had thoroughly laid to rest her previous misgivings about the youthful Jun Wuyan. Especially today. Witnessing his willingness to risk his life to save her, she felt it would be impossible to bring harm to the present Jun Wuyan, regardless of past grievances. Suddenly, Jun Wuyan recalled something, his gaze dropping to her leg. Your wound. Chu Chantian smiled, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. It's nothing, just a scrape. When we return, I'll have Lianqing help me with it. Jun Wuyan fell silent, but abruptly grasped her foot, snatching the ointment from her hand. The surroundings fell silent, and Chu Chantian hesitated to rush toward Fengming Palace, realizing that if the enemy's aim was her, the inferno was merely a ruse. Moreover, she now understood that the towering flames did not originate from the main palace where her mother resided, allowing her to temporarily relax her concerns. Yun Wuyan, accustomed to such actions, skillfully rolled up Chu Chantian's pant leg, revealing her delicate, fair calf. The bruises stood in stark contrast against her porcelain skin, a terrifying sight. Just then, a cacophony of voices began to approach from the distance. Chapter 43. Ayan. Accompany me in a performance. Chu Chantian and Jun Wuyan exchanged a glance, both momentarily taken aback. She swiftly grasped his wrist, halting his movements, and whispered, someone is coming. Surveying the scene, Chu Chantian realized the potential for misunderstanding. On this narrow path, only she and Jun Wuyan were alive, while a lifeless body lay on the ground. Surrounded by blood, straining her ears, she discerned familiar voices. It was Lu Xiangyuan and the Emperor of Chu. Though this route was not the standard passage to Fengming Palace, it served as a shortcut. If trouble arose, the Emperor would undoubtedly rush to the scene upon receiving news. In this secluded path, he would witness his daughter being humiliated. She could hardly bear to imagine the fate that awaited her should their scheme succeed, nor the words Lu Xiangyuan would utter as the mastermind behind it all. She recalled his parting words from that day. He hoped she would not regret it. Fury ignited within her, and she clenched her fists tightly. She feared that if she did not avenge this grievance, sleep would elude her at night. The footsteps grew louder, and it was too late to conceal the traces of the struggle or hide. Suddenly, Chu Chantian narrowed her eyes and said to Jun Wuyan, Ayan, let's put on a performance. The Emperor was en route to Fengming Palace when he turned the corner and was horrified by the scene before him. Blood, an abundance of blood. The ground bore unmistakable signs of a struggle, with 3 bodies sprawled in pools of blood, one of whom was his beloved 5th princess. Chantian, the Emperor exclaimed in shock, attempting to rush forward but was stopped by his guards. His subordinates quickly surrounded the area, dispatching individuals to examine the 3 bodies on the ground. Sire, the 5th princess is not gravely injured, merely wounded. Upon hearing this, the Emperor hurried to help Chu Chantian to her feet. Sensing someone holding her, she trembled and opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered, revealing a pale face devoid of color. Upon seeing the Emperor, tears immediately streamed down her cheeks as she clung to his neck, sobbing, Father, Chantian is so scared. Chu Chantian had mastered the art of feigning vulnerability. Tears flowed effortlessly, each drop a testament to her acting prowess. The Emperor, taken aback, felt a swell of concern. He ordered for the other 2 on the ground to be restrained before asking, Chantian, how did you end up here? What transpired? Chu Chantian discreetly glanced behind the Emperor. Lu Xiangyuan stood there, his expression dark and brooding. His disappointment was palpable as he had not witnessed the scene he had hoped for. Such a promising opportunity had slipped through his fingers. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Chantian had remained vigilant even within the palace, always armed with various means of self-defense. Her trust lay solely in herself. The arrival of Jun Wuyan had been fortuitous, yet even without him, she possessed the capability to protect herself. With tear-filled eyes, Chu Chantian suddenly turned her head, searching for her father. Father, what has become of Jun Wuyan? Had he not come to my aid, I fear I would never see you again. When it came to playing the role of the distressed daughter, no other royal princess or prince could rival her. Her eyes were red, her pale cheeks exuding fragility, her delicate features barely the size of a palm, charming and lively. Even the hardest of hearts, that of the Emperor, melted at the sight of his daughter in such a state. His tone softened immediately. He is unharmed. I have already summoned the royal physician. Compared to the situation at Fengming Palace, the emperor and Apos' concern for his bloody daughter was evident. Chu Qianqian lowered her gaze. It was that man who suddenly appeared, brandishing a dagger, intent on taking my life. The emperor paused, regarding the frail Chu Qianqian with patience. Did he provide a reason? With tear-streaked cheeks, Chu Qianqian replied, he accused me of revealing the secrets of the Feng family, causing them significant losses. I understand that you may find it hard to believe me, father, but I speak no lie. Those were his exact words, uttered in a moment of desperation. The emperor and Apos' expression remained serene, unfazed by the mention of the Feng family. He gently stroked her head, reassuring her, you must have been frightened. The physician will examine you shortly, and then you shall rest in the palace. Chu Qianqian felt no disappointment. The Su and Feng families had been adversaries for years, and in her father's eyes, their intrigues were part of a broader strategy. The path of an emperor lies in the balance of power. He would not allow one family to dominate. Therefore, it was implausible that her mere words would prompt the emperor to strike against the Feng family. However, Chu Qianqian was confident in her plan. Suddenly, she lifted her head and leaned closer to the emperor, speaking in a hushed tone. The emperor and Apos' countenance shifted dramatically as he focused intently on her face. Is this true? Chu Qianqian nodded slightly, tears glistening in her eyes. That was also what he told me. I cannot ascertain its truth, but it is best if you keep this matter confidential and have your trusted aides investigate. The emperor nodded, though he remained skeptical, believing it prudent to look into the matter nonetheless. He lowered his gaze, stating, if what you say holds merit, I shall act without hesitation. Lu Xiangyin, having overheard the exchange between father and daughter, furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. It felt as though danger awaited him in the future. His gaze met Chu Qianqian and Apos' and he observed the fifth princess, previously weeping, suddenly break into a wicked smile directed at him. A chill ran through Lu Xiangyuan. He resolved not to remain passive, allowing events to unfold unchecked. Suddenly taking a step forward, he addressed the emperor, Your Majesty, there is something I feel compelled to convey. The emperor frowned, as the royal physician had just arrived, tending to both Chu Qianqian and Jun Wuyin and Apos' injuries. Speak. Lu Xiangyuan raised his eyes, scrutinizing Chu Qianqian and Jun Wuyin before continuing. Do you not find the scene a tad too coincidental? The fifth princess and her attendant have always been close, yet now they are inseparable. There are only 3 individuals on this path, and one is met with an untimely end. I believe this could very well be an orchestrated act to conceal the truth and silence witnesses. Chu Qianqian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Lu Xiangyuan was relentless, refusing to relent until her reputation was tarnished. Alas! Chapter 44, Provocation and Reversal of Roles. Father, how could Lord Lu so shamelessly tarnish my daughter's reputation? This is precisely the path to Fengming Palace. I merely rushed over after seeing the commotion over there. What does he take my daughter for? Does he think I am someone who would be preoccupied with a man while my mother is in distress? Chu Qianqian glared at Lu Xiangyuan, her eyes brimming with profound sorrow. Lu Xiangyin was taken aback by Chu Qianqian and Apos' eloquence, her words swiftly turning the tide in her favor. He quickly retorted, Who knows how long these two have been here? Very few people pass by this area. Even if they were doing something, they would not be discovered. With a quiver in her voice, Chu Qianqian replied, If, according to Lord Lu, there are so many concealed places in the palace, why would I choose to do anything here? Moreover, if he claims this place sees no visitors, then how is it that the corpse lying on the ground, and you, father, are here? Indeed, Chu Qianqian's reasoning was sound, effortlessly dismantling all of Lu Xiangyuan's doubts. She had not explicitly stated anything, yet it felt as if she had voiced everything. Even Emperor Chu found her argument persuasive. After all, even if she truly wished to engage in impropriety, it would not be in such a place. Lu Xiangyuan interjected, Wait, Your Majesty, is your focus misplaced? What do you mean? If Chu Qianqian truly wished to engage in something, it would not be here, then it could be somewhere else. Lu Xiangyuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Your Majesty, Regarding the princess's honor, it is far more important to clarify this matter. The last vestiges of color drained from Chu Chanqian's face, rendering her as pale and fragile as a wilting flower. Suddenly, tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string as she gazed at Emperor Chu. Father, he does not believe me. As my fiancé, he actually doubts my words. If I am to marry him in the future, will I spend my days weeping? Constantly under his suspicion, witnessing such a display of emotion from Chu Chanqian, the emperor felt a surge of compassion. His expression darkened considerably as his icy gaze fell upon Lu Xiangyuan. How do you expect Chanqian to prove her innocence? Lu Xiangyuan faltered, perspiration beading on his forehead under the emperor and Appo's scrutiny. I only worry for the princess. Chu Chanqian pointed an accusing finger at him. Is that what you call worrying about me? Upon seeing me covered in blood, your first thought is not of my well-being, but of whether I have betrayed you. She vividly demonstrated what it meant to be unreasonable and to turn the tables on someone. With her eyes reddened and a pitiful demeanor, she appeared as though the entire world conspired against her. Lu Xiangyuan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the emperor's increasingly intense gaze. He clenched his fists and bowed his head. It is all my fault. I implore your highness not to take my previous words to heart. Seeing him relent, Chu Chanqian and Appo's emotions began to ease. Father, I was too willful before, enamored by Lord Lu and Appo's looks and talents. I insisted on marrying him. Yet now, with his doubts cast upon me, my heart is shattered. May we postpone the wedding, so I may reconsider? Lu Xiangyuan's head snapped up. He had orchestrated so much to hasten the wedding. By marrying Chu Chanqian, he would become the legitimate prince consort, earning the respect of officials throughout the capital. Furthermore, Chu Chanqian and Appo's noble status was a stepping stone to the core of the Su family. Your Majesty, I recognize my error and vow never to doubt Her Highness again. I've been moved by her sincerity and wish to take her as my wife. Lu Xiangyuan knelt, his expression earnest and sincere. The announcement of our union has already been made. Changing it may lead to further rumors. During this time, I will find ways to please Her Highness, and I believe she will forgive my rashness. Upon hearing this, the emperor's demeanor softened. He comforted Chu Chanqian. Chanqian, listen well, marriage is a serious matter. What has been decided cannot be altered, especially since I have invited many of your uncles to attend your wedding. Chu Chanqian lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions. It seemed this marriage would not be changed by her mere words. However, she remained unhurried, believing that solutions were always more abundant than difficulties. At that moment, Jun Wuyin had already risen. His injuries were not severe. He had merely feigned unconsciousness on the ground like Chu Chanqian to heighten the gravity of the situation. Others regarded him with curiosity, especially captivated by his youthful appearance, which was undeniably striking. He was, without a doubt, exceptionally handsome, even within the entirety of Nani Kingdom. Few could rival his looks at such a young age. Standing beside Chu Chanqian, they appeared as a match made in heaven. Jun Wuyin's features were not at all effeminate. His deep-set eyes and sharp contours exuded an air of coldness. Whether in profile or head-on, his prominent nose added depth to his visage, and though his lips were thin, the upper lip formed a beautiful arc. Emperor Chu approached him, looking down as if finally recalling who he was. Thanks to you, Chanqian is safe. I will arrange for some rewards to be sent to you shortly. Jun Wuyin lowered his gaze. Thank you, Your Majesty, but it is my duty to protect Her Highness. No reward is necessary. Hearing his refusal, the emperor scrutinized him more closely. It was no wonder Lu Xiangyuan felt wary. This young man was indeed quite impressive, the type that girls would find appealing. If Chanqian continued to keep him close, rumors would inevitably arise. Thus, Emperor Chu suddenly inquired, where are you currently residing in the palace? Jun Wuyin raised his head to meet the emperor and Appo's gaze. His boldness was notable, yet went unnoticed. In the vacant halls of the northern palace, the emperor replied, Ayan and Appo's. That palace abandoned? Have you been living there all these years? Yun Wuyin remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the statement. From now on, move to the Zilong Palace. I will arrange for attendants to serve you. After all, you were once a prince. It would not reflect well if others were to hear that I treated a hostage poorly. Upon hearing the emperor and Apos' words, both Jun Huiyin and Chu Chanqian turned to look at the old emperor. If Jun Huiyin were to leave the northern palace, their future encounters would likely become complicated. Chapter 45. A wedding cannot be changed, but a prince can be swapped. Jun Huiyin suddenly lowered his gaze. Your Highness, the princess saved my nurse and Apos' life. I have promised her that my life henceforth belongs to her. Therefore, I cannot obey the emperor and Apos' orders. A young eunuch behind him retorted angrily. The emperor summoned you to the Zilong Palace out of consideration for your act of saving the princess. How dare you defy his command? Chu Chanqian hurriedly stepped forward, placing herself in front of Jun Huiyin. Father, he speaks this way because of me. I asked him to help me, and he is merely repaying me for taking care of his nurse. Emperor Chu frowned slightly, showing his disapproval. I will arrange for the imperial physician to continue caring for his nurse. He will enjoy all the privileges of being a prince, which is far better than remaining in that cold, desolate palace. His intention was to allow Chu Chanqian to prepare for her impending marriage without fear of criticism. Lu Xiangyuan, who had been listening nearby, felt a sense of relief at the emperor and Apos' decision to separate the two. As long as that boy was not clinging to Chu Chanqian, he believed she would soon change her mind. After all, he was merely a pawn who had lost his value, no different from a servant. Hearing the emperor and Apos' words, Chu Chanqian pondered for a moment. She turned her gaze toward Jun Huiyin, realizing that the emperor's reasoning held merit. Staying here would only subject him to daily suffering. While in Zilong Palace, he could enjoy the wealth and honor that rightfully belonged to him. It was unreasonable to keep Jun Huiyin by her side like a servant. Though she felt a tinge of regret at the thought of never tasting his cooking again, Chu Chanqian lifted her head earnestly and said, Father, you must promise me not to let anyone bully him. The emperor raised an eyebrow. What nonsense are you speaking, girl? Since I have brought him here, how could I allow him to be mistreated? Very well, Chu Chanqian replied to Jun Huiyin. Nurse Lin is still staying with me. Do not worry. You can visit her whenever you have the chance. Just focus on living comfortably in Zilong Palace. Jun Huiyin and Apos' dark pupils reflected his surprise at Chu Chanqian and Apos' words. After a brief silence, he did not refuse her proposal, as if he would comply with whatever she requested. Since it is the princess's wish, I shall move there first thing tomorrow morning. Emperor Chu instructed his attendants to clean up the scene and investigate the identity of the intruder who had suddenly appeared. They discovered that he was merely an ordinary armed guard with no significant background or issues. Of course, since he had been sent to his demise, it was unlikely he would leave behind any incriminating evidence, indicating a lack of caution on the part of the mastermind. Nevertheless, Chu Chanqian seized this opportunity to sow discord between the Feng family and Lu Xiangyuan, knowing that if discovered by Emperor Chu, it would lead to severe consequences for them. No significant incidents occurred at Fengming Palace. It was reported that a palace servant had accidentally ignited the firewood while setting off fireworks, resulting in a minor fire. Since there was no one present, there were no injuries, and repairs could be arranged later. As Chu Chanqian rose to head to Fengming Palace, she leaned closer to Jun Huiyin and whispered, Ayan, this performance has only just begun. Do not forget to cooperate with me well in the coming events. Jun Huiyin nodded. Though this was not his intention, he would certainly cooperate. Once all matters were settled, and he returned to the palace, Emperor Chu summoned his trusted aide to the Yangxin Palace. A shadow knelt before Emperor Chu, respectfully asking, Your Majesty, what is your command? Emperor Chu narrowed his eyes, recalling the words Chu Chanqian had whispered to him, feeling a chill run down his spine. His voice grew colder, and a surge of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Go, investigate the Crown Prince's chambers and uncover any hidden secrets. Yes. The man immediately withdrew, blending into the shadows. Emperor Chu tightened his fists, hoping that Chu Chanqian and Apos' claims were mere fabrications. Empress Su personally applied medicine to Chu Chanqian, ensuring she had not suffered any further injuries before finally feeling at ease. Her eyes were red, filled with tears of concern. Letting that assassin die so easily is far too lenient. If I had captured him, I would have ensured he faced a most torturous death. Chu Qianqian grasped the Empress's hand, softly reassuring her, "Mother, I am fine. Besides, that man is already dead, even if he were ground to dust. What has happened is done. As long as we are safe, that is enough." Empress Su embraced her. "Do not fear, Qianqian. If you are worried, you may stay here with me for the next few days." Chu Qianqian chuckled. "Mother, I am not a child anymore. By the way, I need to tell you something." She recounted her experiences on the road in detail. Although Emperor Chu might weigh the pros and cons regarding her engagement with Lu Xiangyuan, Empress Su would not share that mindset. Upon learning that Lu Xiangyuan had offered no comfort after her injury and had even spoken ill of her, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Is he truly such a person? I did not perceive this before. Chu Qianqian nodded vigorously, unabashedly tarnishing Lu Xiangyuan's reputation. I was once blinded by appearances and hastily agreed to marry him, but now I see his true nature. Mother, do you wish to see me walk into a fire? Of course not. Empress Su's heart ached as she gently patted Chu Qianqian's head, lifting her chin slightly. My Qianqian is of noble birth in the western Chu kingdom. Marrying him would have been his fortune, yet he did not cherish it and treated you with contempt. This is something I cannot tolerate. Chu Qianqian did not expect such a positive response, and she immediately hugged Empress Su's waist. So, does Mother support my decision to break the engagement? Empress Su nodded lightly, her gaze calm as she looked at Chu Qianqian. However, your father has already sent out the invitations. It will not be easy to withdraw the engagement or change the date. At her words, Chu Qianqian and Appo's face fell, and she lowered her head, as if the surrounding space had dimmed. Yet, Empress Su suddenly smiled, gently patting her shoulder. However, while the marriage cannot be changed, the groom can certainly be swapped. Chu Qianqian and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. She looked at her mother, who was smiling at her, and could not help but marvel inwardly at her cleverness. Empress Su contemplated for a moment before gesturing for Granny Zhou to enter. With just over a month until the princess's wedding, gather portraits of all eligible young men in the capital for the princess to choose from. Also, spread the word that the fifth princess will be selecting her husband in mid-next month. Granny Zhou was completely taken aback. Your Majesty, is this appropriate? Empress Su raised an eyebrow. Appropriate? How could not be? If Lu Xiangyuan wishes to sit in the position of husband, he must prove himself superior to others. My Su family will not marry off their daughter to a worthless man. Chapter 46. So beautiful. No wonder the fifth princess is fond of him. Chu Qianqian had no desire to linger in the Empress and Appo's palace to select suitors. Instead, she sought an excuse to return to her own quarters. She made her way to the northern palace, where she found Jun Wuyin already finished with his tasks, leaning against the door in a contemplative daze. Chu Qianqian instructed Lianqing to wait at the entrance while she limped toward him. Yun Wuyin. Upon hearing her voice, Jun Wuyin immediately lifted his head to gaze at her. The young man in Appo's delicate features glimmered under the moonlight, and his dark eyes mirrored the twinkling stars above. He quickly approached her, grasping her arm to steady her. It's quite late, Your Highness. Why have you come here, especially with your leg injury? It's nothing, Chu Qianqian replied with a smile, producing a pouch of silver from her garments and handing it to him. Take this. There are many expenses in the palace, and without silver, the servants may treat you harshly. Jun Wuyin declined, saying, Your Highness's kindness is appreciated, but I must insist that you keep the silver. Chu Qianqian, however, pressed it into his embrace. Her eyes sparkled like the crescent moon. Just accept it as a loan. You may repay me in the future. Hearing her insistence, Jun Wuyin ultimately accepted the silver. He gazed deeply into her smiling face, a faint light flickering in his eyes. She was truly beautiful. Also, do not forget the 1-month deadline. You must come to me for the antidote. She thought to herself, even if she had dug the pit herself, she must fill it, regardless of the discomfort it caused her heart. She could not yet reveal to Jun Wuyin that the so-called poison was merely a ruse. This was her way of protecting herself. Understood, Jun Wuyin replied, his expression calm, as though he were not the one poisoned. Chu Qianqian felt a wave of relief wash over her. akin to a parent giving advice to a child about to embark on a journey, filled with reminders and concerns, fearing for his safety in her absence. I know you can take care of yourself, but please be cautious and look after yourself. I will ensure that Granny Lin is well taken care of, so she will not be a burden to you. Jun Wuyin nodded again. The young man was obedient and attentive, especially when he smiled, radiating brightness and charm. Chu Qianqian felt her heart melt at the sight, quickly averting her gaze. This is my token. With it, you may use my name to access certain places without hindrance. After handing him the last item, she also gave him a medicinal box, reminding him to tend to his wounds. Previously unprepared, Jun Wuyin was now laden with a box full of items, all thanks to Chu Qianqian's thoughtful preparations before heading to the Zilong Palace. The following morning, Jun Wuyin departed with a young eunuch sent from the Zilong Palace. With Chu Qianqian and Appo's arrangements in place, no one dared to trouble him. Now the object of the fifth princess's affections. However, whispers circulated among the palace eunuchs and maidens whenever Jun Wuyin was seen, although the events of that night had not spread widely, and Chu Qianqian's reputation remained largely intact. The tale of her relationship with Jun Wuyin had become the gossip of the palace, twisted by the tongues of chatterboxes. He is the hostage sent after the East Ling Kingdom and Appo's defeat, having resided in the palace for several years. Recently, it appears the fifth princess has taken a liking to him, as she has been quite attentive to his needs. Just look at how he is treated, almost like a prince. No wonder the fifth princess is captivated. He is indeed handsome. How had they not noticed before? As Jun Wuyin passed by the group, his keen hearing allowed him to catch every word. Yet, he remained expressionless, entering the palace and shutting the door behind him, ignoring the prying eyes. The emperor had assigned servants to attend to him, yet their primary purpose was to keep him under surveillance. Thus, while his life appeared to have improved, it also drew more attention, transforming him from an inconspicuous figure into a well-known hostage of the East Ling Kingdom. Nonetheless, all this seemed to have little effect on him. During his free time, Jun Wuyin remained at his quarters, going nowhere. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and news of Chu Qianqian and Appo's search for a husband had spread throughout the capital, reaching the young gentlemen of nearby cities who hurried to present themselves. Meanwhile, the emperor's investigation yielded results. Following the clues provided by Chu Qianqian, the emperor discovered intriguing items within the first prince and Appo's chambers, and happened upon the first prince clandestinely meeting with one of his consorts in the dead of night. A capture ensued, and with the first prince caught in the act, he could not escape the consequences, regardless of his protests. Although the consort was not well known to the emperor and had never been favored, she was nonetheless considered his woman. The scandal of a prince entangled with a consort nearly infuriated the emperor, who immediately had the first prince whipped and confined. The chaos that ensued in Fengofei's quarters was palpable. However, as this was a royal scandal, no one dared to speak of it. This did not deter Empress Su from eagerly selecting suitors for her daughter. During this time, Minister Liu had become the laughingstock of the court, desperately seeking an audience with Chu Qianqian, only to be consistently rebuffed. As a minister, he could not breach the palace gates uninvited, so he waited outside, hoping for a glimpse of the fifth princess. Chu Qianqian boarded a carriage to leave the palace. The weather had turned warm, with a gentle breeze and sunshine, heralding the arrival of spring. She had ventured out secretly, as Empress Su had presented her with numerous portraits of distinguished suitors, suggesting that she could meet those she favored in advance. However, Chu Qianqian had no time to indulge in such matters, as she had much to prepare. Her only support lay with the Su family. In the palace, where intrigue was rife, it was difficult to speak freely. Yet, within the Su family's domain, she felt at ease. Carrying a number of carefully prepared gifts, she intended to visit her grandfather. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing Chu Qianqian to lurch forward. Lianqing quickly steadied her. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Waving her hand, Chu Qianqian lifted the curtain only to find Minister Liu standing scowling at her window. "Get down. I have something to discuss with you." Chu Qianqian scoffed, rolling her eyes at him. "Who do you think you are, demanding that I exit the carriage?" Minister Liu paused, then said, "If you wish to speak so bluntly, then let me be direct. I advise you against pursuing a husband, as I cannot guarantee that no perilous events will arise." Chapter 47. A catastrophe descends upon the unwary. Are you threatening this princess? Chu Qianqian raised an eyebrow, her gaze provocatively fixed upon him. Liu Xian win skutin ju qian, as if endeavoring to penetrate her fade. This is not a threat, merely a reminder. What did you discuss with the emperor that led him to uncover the affair between the crown prince and Lady Li? Lu Shangyuan's pupils slightly contracted. Lady Li was not the crown prince and Oppose as paramour. Rather, she was a pawn he had strategically placed within the palace, serving as a conduit for messages exchanged between himself and the crown prince. For many years, this piece had functioned flawlessly, remaining undetected by anyone. After all, Lady Li was not favored, existing almost as a specter within the palace. And even when meeting the crown prince, their interactions were marked by decorum. Suddenly, this pawn was removed from play. Lady Li was executed, and the crown prince's reputation significantly tarnished in the emperor's eyes, rendering the prospect of the throne unattainable in the near future. Lu Shangyuan's eyes narrowed, his once handsome and refined visage now darkened and foreboding. Do you know something? Chu Qianqian discerned the underlying meaning in his words. Though the Western Shu appeared tranquil on the surface, it was riddled with turmoil, with spies from enemy states infiltrating the palace. Even as a princess, she could not evade the dangers that loomed. The cold smirk on her face vanished, replaced by a serious expression. She fixated on Lu Shangyuan's face and, with a scoff, declared, "I am well aware of your schemes." This proclamation caused Lu Shangyuan and Oppose heart to leap, his gaze toward Chu Qianqian transforming. No longer did he regard her with the condescending demeanor of one looking at a fool. Instead, it was laced with caution and inquiry. Had he underestimated the fifth princess? Perhaps she was not as foolish as she feigned, maintaining a guise of innocence while secretly grasping the truth, a wolf in sheep's clothing? If that were the case, it would be troublesome, and she could no longer be allowed to remain. Chu Qianqian spoke coldly. Do you think this princess is foolish? Am I unable to discern your intentions? The one you desire is not me. A murderous intent began to crystallize in Lu Shangyuan's eyes. Chu Qianqian continued, You merely wish to exploit me, just as you once deceived me. Lu Shangyuan slightly raised his chin, the chill in his gaze almost palpable. However, he was abruptly interrupted as Chu Qianqian inquired, When did you and Chu Xiaoxiao become involved? She revealed, She told me that the one you love is her. If I were not entangled with you, you two would have long been together. Your prior rejection of me was due to her. The reason I no longer harbor feelings for you is all because of her. Is there any issue with that? Lu Shangyuan was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief at her audacity. During their previous conversation, he had indeed heard her mention that her lack of affection stemmed from Chu Xiaoxiao. Yet he had not anticipated the truth would unveil itself in this manner. Zhu Xiaoxia, that woman dared to disrupt his plans. Although he had promised her that once he achieved his ambitions, he would take her as his empress, now she was hampering his progress. Lu Shangyuan inhaled deeply, suppressing the sharp edges of his emotions. The fifth princess must have misunderstood. I and the fourth princess share nothing. Chu Qianqian interrupted. I'm already aware. Lu Shangyuan, so do not waste your breath. I only believe in what I trust, and your words hold no weight with me. Lu Shangyuan stammered. I do not believe, Your Highness. I refuse to listen. I refuse to believe. Lu Shangyuan's cheeks flushed with indignation. He glared at Chu Qianqian for a long moment, feeling as if his fist struck nothing but air. Frustration welled within him, nearly causing him to choke on his own anger. Chu Qianqian had no time to entertain him. After stating her piece, she promptly lowered the carriage curtain. Let's depart. Having clarified her stance, she was certain Lu Shangyuan would come to understand the situation. Then she would seek out Chu Xiaoxiao to settle the score. As the carriage rattled away, Lu Shangyuan remained behind, his complexion shifting from green to red. He tightened his lips, his gaze dark and brooding, and through gritted teeth instructed the servant approaching, summon the fourth princess. At once. Yes. Upon hearing that Lu Shangyuan wished to see her, Chu Xiaoxiao and Amp, Appo's eyes sparkled with delight. She had long harbored deep feelings for him, and witnessing his impending marriage to Chu Qianqian filled her with jealousy. Though they had initially crossed paths, circumstances had prevented them from being together. Nevertheless, she believed that once he achieved greatness, as the only princess of the Feng family, she would ultimately marry him in a grand manner. Having burned the correspondence, Chu Xiaoxiao meticulously prepared herself and arrived at the appointed location. It was a discreet tea house in the capital, elegantly adorned yet devoid of patrons. Inside sat only Lu Xiangyuan. Chu Xiaoxiao and Amp, Appo's eyes brightened with excitement, and she whispered softly, "Cousin." Lu Xiangyuan immediately lifted his gaze toward her, his expression cold and shadowy. As she approached him, her eyes gleaming with joy, he suddenly raised his hand and struck her sharply across the face. The resounding slap echoed within the room. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned, staring at Lu Xiangyuan in disbelief. Her eyes wide as she asked, "Cousin, why did you hit me?" Indeed, Lu Xiangyuan and she shared a familial connection, as he bore some blood ties to the Feng family. His mother was a cousin of the Feng Empress, intertwining their fates. This was why the Feng family was determined to support Lu Xiangyuan wholeheartedly, believing he would bring Northern Qi's aid to help their crown prince ascend the throne, thus forging a century-long alliance between Northern Qi and Western Chu. However, the Feng family's aspirations were diluted. Once Lu Xiangyuan had used the Feng family to sow discord within Western Chu, their fate would not be one of elevation but of ruin. Do you not comprehend the reason for my actions? Lu Xiangyuan and Amp, Appo's voice dripped with contempt. I. Chu Xiaoxiao covered her face, her expression filled with bewilderment and grievance. I have remained obediently within the palace during this time, having done nothing wrong. This is what it means when trouble descends unexpectedly. Chapter 48. That man killed her in her past life. The carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the Su residence. As Chu Qianqian alighted, the gatekeeper, upon recognizing the fifth princess, promptly escorted her to the guest hall with utmost respect. Before long, Chu Qianqian heard footsteps and stood to see an elderly man with a head full of silver hair appearing at the door. Grandfather. Her face instantly lit up with a smile as she rushed to greet him. Old Master Su, having lived a life of battles, still retained a vigorous demeanor despite his age. Although he was over 60, there remained a glimmer of vitality in his eyes. Upon seeing Chu Qianqian, the stern expression that usually adorned his face melted into a broad smile as he opened his arms to embrace her. Qianqian is here. Let me see how much you've grown. Chu Qianqian raised her chin, her face brimming with joy, feeling as though her grandfather appeared even younger. Is that so? I thought those mischievous rascals at home had caused me to sprout more wrinkles. Come, Qianqian, sit down. Don't tire yourself, he said with warmth. Servants soon brought tea and exquisite pastries, but Chu Qianqian instructed them to take away her gifts before saying, I heard from Mother that you have not been well recently, so I came to visit. Ha ha, my dear girl, you are so thoughtful. Your grandfather has not spoiled you in vain, he replied. With concern, Chu Qianqian inquired, Is there any discomfort, grandfather? Should I fetch a doctor for you? No need, I'm quite well, just a minor ailment. A renowned physician has recently arrived in the capital, and I've invited him to our home. In just a couple of days, I have already recovered splendidly, old General Su assured her, his tone robust, indeed not resembling that of a sick man. Chu Qianqian felt relieved. Where is this physician? I wish to express my gratitude in person. Old General Su paused for a moment before chuckling. What a coincidence. Here, he comes now. Startled, Chu Qianqian turned to see a young man dressed in white entering from outside. Not only was his attire white, but even his hair and eyebrows gleamed like snow. Such a striking figure could easily capture attention amidst a throng of people. His features were handsome, yet carried an ethereal pallor, and his steps were light and almost fragile, as if he might be swept away by the faintest breeze. Suddenly, Chu Qianqian sprang to her feet. In her haste, the chair she occupied toppled over. A nearby maid rushed forward. Your Highness, are you all right? As the chair was righted, old General Su spoke gently. Qianqian, what troubles you? Are you hurt? Chu Qianqian shook her head, though fear and alarm flickered in her eyes. The phantom physician, Why is he here? The color drained from her face as she recognized the man who had been her executioner in a past life. Who could remain composed upon encountering their true murderer? Despite her mental preparations to face those around Jun Wuyin in this life, the haunting memories left her trembling, cold as ice. Even though she had willingly consumed the poison, it could not erase the fact that this man had sought her death. His motive was simple. She, Chu Qianqian, was Jun Wuyin's only vulnerability. Only by eliminating her could he unshackle himself and ascend to the pinnacle of power, seizing the throne to become the emperor who would unify the realm. Lowering her gaze, she stammered, "I was merely startled by your appearance. I've never seen anyone with white hair before." The phantom physician, clad in white, appeared respectful and amiable. Turning to Chu Qianqian with a bow, "I apologize for startling you, Your Highness." His voice was low and gravelly, as if he had once suffered an injury to his throat. Old General Su quickly reassured Chu Qianqian. "When did you become so timid? This physician is merely young and has a condition that turned his hair and skin pale. You must not judge him based on that." Chu Qianqian shook her head. "Not at all. I was just taken aback. I did not mean to be disrespectful to the physician. The fifth princess must not be overly polite. It is I who should apologize," he replied. And, as they exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere grew warm. Old General Su, feeling at ease, said, "That was merely an accident. Physician, please take a seat. We might as well share a meal together." Dinner with the phantom physician by Luo Xue. She feared she might not survive the encounter. Chu Qianqian quickly stood up, smiling. "Grandfather, I have matters to attend to in the palace." A look of disappointment crossed old General Su's face. After all, it was a rare occasion for Qianqian to visit. How could she leave so soon? Indeed, Chu Qianqian had much to discuss with her grandfather, but he had been exceptionally busy lately, and she had not found an opportunity to speak with him. For old General Su, it had only been a few months since they last met, but for Chu Qianqian, it felt like many years had passed. Contemplating her myriad thoughts, she finally steeled herself. "Then I shall stay with you, grandfather, for a couple of days. After all, the events of my past life are long behind me." If she could conquer her fears and behave as naturally as possible, perhaps the phantom physician would not realize she was aware of his true identity. In the Su residence, Chu Qianqian had her own courtyard. After dinner, she made an excuse to return to her room and instructed Lianqing to close the door. Once her emotions settled, she collapsed onto the bed, gasping at the ceiling. What a farce. She never expected that so soon Jun Wuyin's subordinates would already be gathering in the capital. Even his trusted aide, the phantom physician, had arrived. By Luo Xue, who trained under the famed Tian Shan Medical Valley, renowned for gathering the best healers, had betrayed them by stealing their medical texts and, after being pursued, gained fame instead. He was ultimately rescued by Jun Wuyin's family and became fiercely loyal to him, the only young master. In Chu Qianqian's recollection, there were 4 formidable subordinates serving Jun Wuyin, including Yun Qingwei and Bai Luo Xue. Each had distinct roles, managing all affairs under Jun Wuyin's command, aiding him in achieving unparalleled dominance. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. The sound struck Chu Qianqian's heart. Lianqing immediately became alert. "Who is it?" The voice from outside was both familiar and strange. "It is I, seeking an audience with the princess." Chu Qianqian swallowed hard, contemplating for a moment before nodding at Lianqing. When the door opened, the moonlight enveloped the figure clad in white, rendering him ghostly in the darkness. Bai Luo Xue lifted his head, a slight smile gracing his thin lips. His light-colored eyes meeting hers, his snow-white lashes fluttering. "Princess, do you remember me?" Chapter 49. The Princess and Appo's. Embrace. Chu Qianqian and Appo's heart trembled slightly. She instinctively replied, "No. How could I possibly know the divine doctor?" Bai Luo Xue damp. Appo's lips curled into a faint smile, her pale visage appearing gentle, yet it bore an icy coldness. Instead of pressing further, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe and handed it to her. "This contains some 100 relief pills, which can counteract the toxicity of common poisons or diminish the effects of more potent toxins. It is a valuable item, a token of apology for alarming the princess earlier." Chu Qianqian quickly responded, "That was entirely my fault. I made it clear that it was an accident." The divine doctor need not be so courteous. By Luoxue and Amp, Appo's voice remained calm. Accept it. Perhaps Her Highness will find it useful. After a moment of silence, Chu Qianqian nodded and took the vial, entrusting it to Lianqing for safekeeping. In truth, she was not afraid of Bai Luoxue poisoning her, for he had no reason to kill her at present. And if he wished to do so, there were countless ways to ensure her demise without a trace. Once the unwelcome guest departed, beads of sweat began to form on Chu Qianqian and Appo's forehead. Regardless of whether he discerned anything, he would likely not act recklessly within the Su household. As night fell, after bathing and changing, she lay in bed, a wave of overwhelming drowsiness gradually enveloping her. Despite her weary body, she succumbed to slumber, postponing any conversation with her grandfather until there were no outsiders present. The night breeze was cool, as if a chill had wafted in from outside, causing Chu Qianqian to involuntarily shiver. Yet, the weight of fatigue rendered her unable to open her eyes. The room was silent, yet at some point, a faint sound of breathing emerged. Moonlight spilled through the window, illuminating the presence of two individuals within her chamber. Bai Luoxue respectfully bowed his head to the figure sitting by the bedside. Young master, Jun Wian and Appo's expression was indifferent. Clad in dark attire, he seemed enveloped in frost. Bai Luoxue raised his gaze. I beg the young master to extend his hand, so I may take your pulse. He was uncertain why the young master chose to meet in the fifth princess and Appo's chamber, but since it was the young master and Appo's request, he complied. The reason for his arrival in the imperial city was due to news from Yun Qingyue, indicating that the young master had been poisoned. This particular poison, used by the royal family to control the shadow guards, was notoriously difficult to resolve. Even he could not guarantee an antidote. Yun Vuyan nodded. All right. He did not refuse Bai Luoxue's suggestion. Though the room was dim, it did not hinder the ghost doctor's judgment. In a moment, Bai Luoxue furrowed his brow slightly. What is it? Jun Wian raised an eyebrow, his voice chillingly calm. Bai Luoxue was somewhat familiar with both Jun Wuyan and Yun Qingyue from their childhood and understood their natures. Jun Wian awaited Bai Luoxue and Appo's response in silence. After a brief pause, Bai Luoxue replied, I cannot ascertain it. Jun Wuyan raised an eyebrow. Is the poison of the Western Chu royal family truly so formidable that even you cannot discern it? Bai Luoxue lowered his gaze. Not quite. It is merely that the fire poison within the young master, suppressed for years, is on the verge of eruption. His meridians are already in disarray, and his aura is far from ordinary. Jun Wian pondered for a moment before asking, how much time remains? Not more than half a year at most. Therefore, I urge the young master to leave with us soon and seek a remedy. Jun Wian acknowledged with a nod, though his youthful features were obscured by shadows. I understand. You may leave now. Bai Luoxue was not one to engage in idle chatter. Had Yun Qingyue been present, he would have offered further counsel, but Bai Luoxue, upon receiving his directive, turned and departed without a word. At this moment, Lianqing had already slumped against the pillar at the door, fast asleep. Despite their earlier conversation, no one within the room or nearby servants were aware of their exchange, a testament to the ghost doctor and Appo's prowess. Jun Min and Appo's agility was not yet sufficient for him to move undetected within the imperial city, thus he had come accompanied by others. It was known in advance that the old general of the Su family had fallen ill, prompting Jun Wian to select this location for their meeting. It served to conceal their intentions, as no one would suspect that matters would be discussed in such a perilous venue. Beneath the moonlight, he gazed at Chu Qianqian's delicate features, observing her fair and beautiful visage. Suddenly, his fingertip lingered upon her collarbone. The poison you gave me will have no effect, for within me resides the world's most unique poison. The Shangwan family once exhausted their resources to suppress it for a few years, allowing me to live until the age of 20. How could a mere poison from the Western Chu compare? However, you are in a dire predicament. Should I perish, you too shall meet your end, for the curse within you cannot survive without my blood. Jun Wian murmured to himself. He bit his fingertip, drawing forth a drop of blood, which he gently smeared upon the lips of the slumbering Chu Qianqian. The sensation of having power over this woman and Apos' life brought him a sense of exhilaration. He reveled in the thought that this flower could wither at his whim, regardless of her past splendor. A smile crept upon Junwian and Apos' lips, but in the next instant, it froze. A wave of surprise washed over him as he felt his fingertip being enveloped. The warmth of her touch elicited a noticeable shift in his expression. Before he could react, a pair of arms suddenly wrapped around his waist. Junwian and Apos' brow twitched slightly, his countenance darkening as he sensed the strength of her embrace. Bai Luoxue's title as the Ghost Doctor was indeed misleading. He was still young and had never encountered such a scene. He attempted to push Chu Qianqian away, only to find her hold tightening. Her body, inexplicably warm, radiated heat even through their clothing. In the darkness, he could not discern Chu Qianqian and Apos' expression, only the sound of her heavy and rapid breaths. Suddenly, a hint of warmth brushed against his ear, causing him to frown. He heard Chu Qianqian whisper in a tone he had never encountered before, "Wian, hold me." A sudden explosion reverberated in Junwian and Apos' mind, as if fireworks had ignited before his eyes. His throat constricted, a wave of heat surged from his neck to his ears. The warmth emanating from this woman seemed to infect him, reddening his gaze. Junwian lowered his voice, grasping Chu Qianqian and Apos' restless wrist, holding her firmly in place. "Princess, do you understand what you are saying?" "I do not know," Chu Qianqian replied, oblivious to everything. All she was aware of was the heat enveloping her body, as if she had plunged into boiling water and her rationality had shattered. Chapter 50. How did you shrink? The man's presence offered a refreshing coolness, a welcome respite against her skin. His scent, both familiar and pleasing, instilled a profound sense of security, allowing Chu Qianqian to relinquish all restraint. A vein throbbed visibly on Junwian and Apos' forehead. The woman clung to him like an octopus, impossible to dislodge. His breath hitched slightly as he grasped her wrist. Attempting to pry her hand loose, her soft lips brushed against his. A sharp pain followed as Chu Qianqian bit down, drawing blood and savoring it as if it were a delectable treat. No, this is not right. He had administered the blood mandara to control her life and death. The parasitic insect would indeed engender a craving for its master and Apos' blood, perhaps with unforeseen consequences. Yet, Yin Qingyue, who provided the substance, had divulged nothing. Junwian and Apos' brow furrowed. He swiftly turned his face away, covering Chu Qianqian's lips with his hand, desperate to rouse her from her intoxicated state. Fifth Princess, Chu Qianqian. The boy involuntarily uttered her name. But Chu Qianqian was beyond reach, devoid of self-control, writhing and attempting to tear at his garments. Junwian and Apos' breathing grew labored. He tore a strip from the bed curtains, binding her hands to prevent further liberties. A kaleidoscope of emotions painted the young man and Apos' face. Watching Chu Qianqian and Apos' one behavior, his heart raced, an unfamiliar heat coalesced in his loins, defying his command. He grappled with the unfamiliar sensation, a primal urge to devour the woman before him, to consume her flesh and blood. Yet, even such an act might not satiate the void within. He summoned every ounce of reason to suppress his base instincts. He had come to administer a single drop of blood to quell the parasite within. All of this was an unforeseen deviation. His ears burned with shame. Had it been daylight, his reaction would have been evident. The darkness, however, shrouded his transformation. Junwian inhaled deeply, finally extricating himself from Chu Qianqian and Apos' grasp. He rose, his gaze fixed on the writhing figure upon the bed. In the faint moonlight, Chu Qianqian and Apos' eyelashes fluttered. A soft whimper escaped her lips, a testament to her struggle. Hearing the sound, Junwian instinctively clamped his hand over her mouth, his heart threatening to burst from his chest. He frowned. "What have you done to me?" The changes within him were unsettling, a temptation to succumb to Chu Qianqian and Apos' desires. Yet, his resolve surpassed the ordinary, preventing him from being easily manipulated. Chu Chantian and Amp, oppose, as crimson lips parted, uttering a muffled word hot. Jun Huiyin lifted his hand, noting the flush on Chu Chantian and Amp, oppose, as cheeks and the beads of perspiration on her brow. The bedclothes were soaked with sweat in mere moments. He considered abandoning her to her fate. But then, she uttered a name when, Huiyin, save me. Jun Huiyin and Amp, oppose, as pupils contracted, his eyes clouded with a profound darkness. The feeling of being needed stirred something within the young man and Amp, oppose, as heart for the first time. Chu Chantian, in her current state, surpassed any beauty he had witnessed before, captivating him. He suddenly found her more alluring than any lifeless facade, inspiring a desire to preserve the moment. Jun Huiyin returned to the bedside, gazing at Chu Chantian's tear-streaked face, her vulnerability. He lowered his gaze, drawing closer, and whispered, "But you provoked me." He leaned down and lifted Chu Chantian into his arms. She continued to nuzzle against him, her supple body exuding an intoxicating fragrance, easily capable of clouding one's judgment. Combined with the face of the most beautiful woman in Western Shu, only a eunuch could remain unmoved, especially when offered so willingly. Jun Huiyin strained his arms, his brow furrowed. He too was fighting a losing battle. Yet, his steps remained steady as he carried Chu Chantian out of the room. The courtyard was deserted, clear by Luoxue. A gust of cold air caused Chu Chantian, still damp with perspiration, to shiver. For a fleeting moment, she seemed to regain consciousness, her struggles subsiding as she lifted her gaze to Jun Huiyin and Appo's face. Her words, tinged with a feverish heat, were raspy. "Jun Huiyin, how did you shrink?" Yun Huiyin stiffened. He frowned, unable to decipher the meaning of her words. He looked down and saw Chu Chantian and Amp, Appo's smiling face. Her hands were still tied, so she could only use both hands to touch his face. She bent her beautiful eyes slightly, showing a smile on her face, so tender that water could be squeezed out of it. Jun Huiyin lowered his eyes, pursed his thin lips, and looked at her without speaking. This woman is really inexplicable and must be trying to seduce him in every possible way. Luoxue, stationed at the entrance, heard the footsteps and turned abruptly, witnessing Jun Huiyin carrying Chu Chantian from within. Their hair and clothes were disheveled, suggesting a recent encounter. His fair brow furrowed slightly. "Young master, why did you bring her out?" Yun Huiyin frowned. "I feared she would die of dehydration within." Luoxue immediately approached Chu Chantian, taking her pulse. His expression shifted slightly. "Blood mandara?" "Yes." "Did young master administer it?" "Yes," the young man replied, his face impassive, though the redness of his ears and cheeks betrayed him. "I desire her as my servant." "Is there an issue?" Luoxue paused. The blood mandara was an invaluable substance, capable of completely dominating an individual, body, and soul. Escape was impossible. As long as the parasite remained, one could be found even at the ends of the earth. Of course, it was the young master and Appo's right to have a maidservant. Even if she was a princess, she was only worthy of serving the young master. Yun Huiyin inquired, "Do you know her current condition, and how to resolve it?" Luoxue lowered his gaze. "Her body is sound, free of poison. The cause of her distress remains unclear." Jun Huiyin raised an eyebrow. "They call you the ghost doctor, but I see it is an exaggeration. Your soporific was useless, and now you cannot diagnose her condition." Luoxue felt unjustly accused, but his reticence and desire to retain the young master and Appo's respect prevented him from speaking. "Even if I cannot discern it through her pulse, her condition is evident." Jun Huiyin challenged, "Speak." "Fifth princess. She is." Chapter 51. Her innocence violated. Incited by the young master and Appo's blood, a surge of desire coursed through her veins. Lord Huiyin and Appo's eyes widened, aphrodisiac. Having spent years in the inner palace, surrounded by eunuchs, his understanding of such matters was limited. How does one counteract it? Luoxue, with a detached demeanor, glanced at Chu Chantian and said, "Procuring a man would resolve her predicament. Shall I seek one out, young master?" Lord Huiyin hesitated, then retorted frigidly, seek an alternative. The memory of Chu Chantian and Appo's escapade to a brothel stirred a sense of displeasure within him, a feeling akin to his prized quarry being defiled. By Luoshua proposed. Simpler remedies exist, depending on your preference, young master. Elaborate. Chu Chantian, oblivious to any peril, babbled incoherently, her gaze unfocused, unaware of any other presence. She nestled closer to the man, finding solace in his proximity. She whispered, there in Appo's, as something I neglected to convey to you. For these past 2 years. Thank you. Lord Wu Yin listened to her incessant murmurings, comprehending some and missing others. Yet, even when he grasped her words, he struggled to decipher her meaning. He had already escorted Chu Chantian to the edge of a partially thawed lotus pond. The air, though still crisp, was less biting than the frigid depths of winter. The young lord halted, ensuring their solitude, before addressing Chu Chantian. Fifth princess, do you recall the occasion when you unceremoniously plunged me into this very lake? The water, much like now, was icily cold. Upon extricating myself, I succumbed to illness the following day, enduring a fever for a day and night. Had it not been for the caretaker's ministrations and timely provision of medicine, I might have perished. The young lord's countenance broke into a smile, a sweet expression amidst the nocturnal shadows. Thus, a hint of malice tinged the curve of his lips. Then, he released her. Her body, abruptly bereft of support, instinctively sought something to grasp. However, her bound hands rendered her incapable of seizing her would-be savior. A soft cry escaped her lips. Her hands flailed wildly, eventually latching onto something just as she began to plummet. An icy sensation instantly enveloped her, and Chu Chantian closed her eyes, succumbing to the chilling embrace. Just as Lord Wu Yin began to breathe a sigh of relief, he felt a sudden constriction around his waist. His sash, haphazardly fastened earlier, had been seized by Chu Chantian. The force of Chu Chantian and Appo's fall disrupted Lord Wu Yin and Appo's equilibrium, and the young lord and Appo's expression contorted as he lost his footing. Splash! Splash! Two distinct sounds echoed as they plunged into the water. The warmth instantly dissipated from Chu Chantian and Appo's body, fully awakening her senses as she frantically struggled in the water. She held her breath, thrashing her arms about. She was unable to swim. In truth, the pond was shallow, with the water level near the bank only reaching one and Appo's waist. With steady footing, one could avoid submersion. However, the abruptness of her fall, coupled with her weakened state, rendered her incapable of standing. The vigorous thrashing further exacerbated her predicament, as she felt the air being forced from her lungs. The suffocating sensation overwhelmed her. Fear and agony eclipsed all else, leaving her to succumb to helplessness. Yet, in the next instant, she felt her lips being seized. Chu Chantian desperately sought to draw in the meager air offered. The intense suffocation receded as she was pulled to the surface, the frigid air searing her throat. Cough, cough, cough. After a bout of violent coughing, Chu Chantian attempted to open her eyes, only to find them obscured by a strip of cloth imbued with the chill of the water. Lord Wu Yin had used his sash to blindfold Chu Chantian, concealing his identity. The situation had veered unexpectedly. His initial intention was merely to immerse Chu Chantian briefly in the icy water before extracting her and returning her to her quarters. Never had he anticipated joining her in the pond. Everything felt rushed. Lord Wu Yin and Appo's gaze darkened as he touched his lacerated lip, his expression inscrutable. Earlier, in her delirium, he had no fear of being recognized. However, Chu Chantian was now undoubtedly lucid. Her raven locks were drenched, and the water was undeniably frigid. Even he found it difficult to endure. Lord Wu Yin had no intention of allowing Chu Chantian to drown. He assisted Chu Chantian to her feet, her upper body now fully exposed above the water, and Appo's surface, and sternly admonished, "Do not move." Chu Chantian, having just regained her footing, heard a raspy male voice in her ear. Her body tensed, trembling not only physically but also emotionally. Who would dare abduct her from the Sioux residence in the dead of night? and with such stealth. Her awakening had been too recent for her to ascertain her whereabouts. Her only sensation was the biting cold. Having escaped death once did not negate the fear of mortality. The near suffocation she had just experienced sent shivers down her spine. Recalling the underwater ordeal, she wiped her lips with vehemence, incensed. She had been violated by this man. She vowed to exact retribution. Her lips, numb with cold, trembled as she feigned weakness and vulnerability, posing a seemingly innocuous question. Who are you? And what do you intend to do? Chu Qianqian recalled being asleep in her chambers at the Su residence, merely experiencing a peculiar dream. How could she awaken to find herself nearly drowned in frigid water? Her teeth chattered and shivers racked her body. She subtly flexed her fingers, discovering her hands were bound. Reaching out to grasp the front of the man in Appo's garment, Chu Qianqian rubbed the fabric between her fingers. However, the waterlogged material thwarted her attempts to identify it. Lord Wu Yin had no intention of answering Chu Qianqian's queries, his mind consumed by vexation. He merely threatened, if you wish to live, refrain from asking questions. A chill ran through Chu Qianqian and Appo's heart. Uncertain of the other and Appo's motives and identity, she was at a loss as to how to proceed. She probed, if you desire silver, name your price. I shall provide whatever I possess. No response came. Chu Qianqian could never have connected her abductor to Lord Wu Yin. Ensconced within the inner palace, her mind remained clouded. The events of the evening had depleted her strength, leaving her feeling weak and unsteady. Consequently, she stumbled upon reaching the shore. Lord Wu Yin turned to see Chu Qianqian lying pathetically on the ground, her flimsy garments clinging to her exquisite form, failing to conceal her entirely. Her alabaster skin shimmered in the moonlight. Her hands, bound by the crimson drapery, supported her weight on the ground. Her eyes were covered, and the crimson stain on her exposed, slender legs was a stark and jarring sight. Suddenly, the silence of the night was broken by indistinct voices in the distance. Chu Qianqian strained to discern the speaker, quickly identifying the voice. Chapter 52. Your Highness, there is still time. It was thus confirmed that she remained within the Su residence. Chu Qianqian summoned her strength, raising her chin to shout, cousin. Yet in the next moment, someone covered her mouth. Only faint whimpers escaped her throat as darkness enveloped her vision. Despite her desperate struggles, she was no match for her captor and Appo's strength. Jun Wuyin and Appo's attire was somewhat disheveled, yet he reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her off the ground, quickly concealing them both behind a nearby artificial hill. The general's mansion was vast, adorned with numerous gardens, and the artificial hills by the lotus pond presented a picturesque scene. The commotion attracted nearby individuals who approached with quick strides. Su Qingru and Appo's figure emerged at the riverbank. However, the area where Jun Wuyin and Chu Qianqian had been was partially obscured by grass, concealing the watermarks below. In the dim moonlight, even Su Qingru could not discern anything. The mansion was shrouded in silence, with numerous guards around. He had not considered that anyone could infiltrate the estate. Chu Qianqian could see nothing, only feeling the cold, supple body pressed against her. She turned her cheek, attempting to free her lips from the grip of her captor, her hands straining against their bindings. With her cousin outside, she believed that if she could make a sound, he would surely hear her. This was her chance. She kicked her legs fiercely, but just as she lifted them, a hand seized her ankle. The strength of her captor was overwhelming, and all she could do was flail her bound hands at his face. Jun Wuyin, struggling to maintain control, found his breathing becoming rapid. Chu Qianqian's kick nearly struck him in a vulnerable spot. The young man's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His clothes soaked and chilled by the night air, yet warmed by his body heat. Chu Qianqian struck with ferocity, targeting the soft spots, leaving Jun Wuyin with no choice but to restrain her limbs. Nevertheless, the muffled sounds escaping her throat were still audible. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Jun Wuyin clenched his jaw, furrowed his brow, and lowered his head, sealing her lips with his own. Chu Qianqian felt her lips captured, her body stiffening in shock. paralyzed by the sensation. The man and amp, Oppo's breath overwhelmed her senses, momentarily clouding her thoughts. Though she found his presence somewhat familiar, she had no time to ponder further. In an instant, she began to writhe violently, as if determined to perish alongside him. The footsteps outside gradually receded. A servant reported, "Young master, when I went over earlier, it seemed like a mouse." Su Qingru, deep in thought, glanced toward the artificial hill, then fell silent for a moment before responding. "Very well, return." As Su Qingru and Oppo's voice faded, Chu Qianqian and Oppo's struggles weakened, her body cold and furious, the shock from earlier causing her to faint. Only then did Jun Wuyin withdraw. He narrowed his eyes, gazing at Chu Qianqian and amp, Oppo's flushed lips, his expression deepening with contemplation. The metallic taste of blood lingered in his mouth, his tongue wounded, a testament to her ferocity. Yet he had brought this upon himself, seeking to retaliate in the first place. "Chi Feng," Jun Wuyin called out suddenly, only to find his voice hoarse. "Yes." In an instant, a shadow appeared beside the artificial hill, moving with ghostly speed. Jun Wuyin draped his outer robe over the vulnerable Chu Qianqian and cradled her in his arms as he retraced his steps. "I will not return to the palace. You shall make the arrangements." "Understood," Chi Feng replied in a low, steady voice, his response decisive. As for the arrangements, it was unnecessary for Jun Wuyin to concern himself. A profound ambition flickered in the young man and amp, Oppo's eyes as he felt the softness of the woman in his embrace, a smile gracing his equally crimson lips. He found himself intrigued by her. Perhaps it was better to allow this woman to live than to perish. Yet, he recognized his current weakness, needing greater power to act unrestrained. "Your Highness, there is still time." "Achoo! Achoo!" A series of sneezes erupted from Chu Qianqian, who cocooned herself tightly in her blanket, her expression one of desolation. Her complexion was flushed, her forehead burning. She was undoubtedly running a fever. Lianqing promptly replaced the damp cloth on her forehead and tucked her in more securely. "Your Highness, it is all my fault for dozing off in the middle of the night, allowing you to kick off the blanket and catch a chill." Lianqing and amp, Oppo's eyes were red, filled with guilt. Chu Qianqian squinted slightly, but as she spoke, it felt as if blades were slicing through her throat. "It is not your fault." "What did you say?" Lianqing, tearful, had not heard clearly. Chu Qianqian inhaled deeply, feeling the pain intensify, and repeated, "It is not your fault." "What?" Chu Qianqian turned her head away, no longer wishing to speak. Her injuries had been tended to, ointment applied, and her knee bandaged. After awakening, she found herself lying in bed, covered with a blanket, her entire body ablaze with heat. She checked her clothing, realizing that the garments from last night were likely in tatters and drenched, yet she was now clothed in something fresh. A sense of dread washed over her, but upon confirming that there were no strange marks, she finally relaxed. It appeared that he had not harmed her. Yet, what was that man in amp, Oppo's intention? Had he been commissioned by Lu Xiangyuan to tarnish her purity? Was this a second attempt after the first had failed? With countless thoughts swirling in her mind, she could only conclude this possibility, fueling her hatred towards Lu Xiangyuan. Her teeth clenched in rage. As she attempted to move, she felt a sudden pain in her lower abdomen, a warmth trickling forth. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she felt as if she were completely ruined. In a hoarse voice, with tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, she called, Lianqing. Hearing the commotion, Lianqing hastily placed the freshly prepared water down and rushed to the bedside, only to see her princess and amp, Oppo's face flushed, lips trembling as she struggled to utter a few words. "Help me get menstrual supplies." Lianqing froze, then hurriedly scrambled to fetch the items. Once everything was managed, Chu Qianqian felt as though she had danced on the threshold of death. Just as she settled back down, preparing to recuperate, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. General Su spoke with urgency, respectfully addressing the individual beside him. "We must trouble you again today, divine healer. Please come inside." Chu Qianqian and amp, Oppo's eyes widened. Already burdened by an instinctive dread of by Luoxue, Coupled with her current illness and anemia, she now faced an unknown terror. She thought to herself, perhaps it would be better to simply perish. Chapter 53. Memories of a Past Life by Luoxue sat at the bedside, her snow-white hair cascading untidily. With her ethereal beauty, she resembled an otherworldly being, untouched by the mortal realm, akin to a celestial entity dwelling upon a snow-capped mountain. The fifth princess was not gravely ill. She had merely caught a chill last night. After consuming 2 doses of medicine, she would surely recover. Bai Luoxue withdrew her hand, her slender, pale fingers retreating into her sleeve. Chu Qianqian lay silently on the bed, eyes closed, feigning unconsciousness, hoping to divert attention away from herself. Bai Luoxue and Appo's voice resonated once more. The fifth princess exhibits some deficiency in vital energy. It is imperative she consumes nourishing foods to restore her yin essence and remains warm to avoid exacerbating her condition. Lian Qing diligently noted down Bai Luoxue and Appo's words. With great respect, she inquired, Bai Shini, the princess is experiencing throat pain and is unable to articulate clearly. What should be done? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Luoxue produced a small vial from within her robes. Here are a few cold relief pills I have formulated. They will alleviate her throat discomfort. Lian Qing and Appo's face lit up with joy as she accepted the vial and escorted Bai Luoxue out. She retrieved a pill from the vial and held it to Chu Qianqian and Appo's lips. Your Highness, please take this. I shall fetch someone to prepare your medicine. Chu Qianqian resolutely refused to open her mouth, harboring not an ounce of trust for Bai Luoxue. She resolutely avoided consuming anything that she could not personally verify. However, the medicine was unavoidable, and after much persuasion from several of the Su family's elders, they finally managed to administer it to her. Fortunately, Bai Luoxue, aptly dubbed the Ghost Doctor, proved her worth. After a single bowl of medicine, she felt a wave of perspiration wash over her, and the aches that had plagued her body began to dissipate. Having lain dormant for 2 consecutive days, Chu Qianqian found herself able to rise on the 3rd day. Though her complexion had paled significantly, the old General Su was deeply concerned. Qianqian, you have lost so much weight. After returning to the palace, I fear I shall have no explanation for your mother. Although her throat still throbbed with pain, Chu Qianqian could now speak. It is not your concern, grandfather. But do you know if any outsiders entered the Su residence on the night I fell ill? Old Master Su raised an eyebrow in surprise. No, not all. A weighty feeling settled upon Chu Qianqian and Appo's heart. The individual who had silently breached the Su family and Appo's defenses and abducted her must possess remarkable skills. Such a person would be nearly impossible to thwart if they intended to commit assassination. She felt fortunate that the assailant bore no murderous intent, allowing all members of the Su family to remain unharmed. She chose not to divulge this information, partly for the sake of her reputation. After all, it would sound scandalous to admit that a man had invaded her chamber in the middle of the night, regardless of his intentions. Even if nothing had transpired, she could only imagine the rumors that would ensue. Moreover, she did not wish to incite undue fear among the Su family. Grandfather, I felt somewhat unsafe these past few days. The Su family must bolster our defenses, particularly during the night. We cannot afford to overlook any suspicious individuals. Old Master Su discerned the gravity in her tone. What troubles you, child? The Su residence is filled with guards. What thief would dare intrude? Do not underestimate your grandfather. I'm still quite capable. A smile crept onto Chu Qianqian and Appo's face, and her spirits began to lift. I certainly have faith in your abilities, grandfather. As they sat in the tea house, the warming weather enveloped them in comfort, especially at noon when the sun cast a gentle glow upon their bodies. There had been so many matters to address these past few days that she still had important news to share with her grandfather. Old Master Su raised his gaze slightly. What is this important matter? Chu Qianqian's eyes sparkled mischievously. I would like you to show me a map of the area surrounding Pingxiao County. Old Master Su paused. What do you need a map for, child? Chu Qianqian lifted her chin. You will see shortly. The old man did not press further and instructed his attendants to lay out the map upon the table. although he remained uncertain about her intentions. He allowed her the freedom to jest. Chu Qianqian stood, pointing to a specific location. A few days ago, my mother and I visited a temple, where an elderly monk observed the heavens and foretold that a spring flood would soon occur here. This embankment is in dire need of repair, and Pingqiao County will likely be inundated, while a military garrison of the Su family is stationed nearby. She lifted her gaze, earnestness illuminating her features as she regarded Old Master Su. A hint of anxiety coursed through her. After all, she was fabricating a tale, and lying to such a renowned general weighed heavily on her conscience. The old man in damp, Appo's sharp gaze bore into her, as if he could see through a ruse. You possess quite a bit of knowledge. Chu Qianqian recalled hearing about the spring flood in her previous life, which had claimed the lives of tens of thousands in Pingqiao County, including her cousin, who was the son of her third aunt. Upon receiving the news, the entire Su family had been engulfed in sorrow, and she had been among the first to learn of the tragedy. Though she was not particularly close to this cousin, he was nonetheless her kin, a young general who had endured years of hardship in the military and had gained a measure of renown. There remained at least a month before this calamity would unfold, ample time for the Su family to act. If she could persuade her grandfather, a single command could lead to the withdrawal of the Su family's troops stationed there, safeguarding the nearby populace from peril. Chu Qianqian traced a line in the air to indicate the embankment and Appo's location. She had heard her mother mention that the point of collapse was near this area, though she was uncertain of the exact spot and could only generalize. It is here. I implore you, grandfather, to send someone to investigate immediately. Seeing the seriousness in her demeanor, Old Master Su remained unconvinced. He laughed lightly. This embankment has stood firm for many years. The weather does not indicate a spring flood is imminent. Do not be swayed by that old monk and Appo's words. Yet Chu Qianqian replied earnestly, it is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. Grandfather, please heed my request and send someone to examine it closely. It is better to be cautious than to face unforeseen calamities. If this embankment were to collapse, both the downstream populace and our Su forces would face disaster. At last, Old Master Su relented. Very well, since it is your request, I shall send someone to take a look. Chu Qianqian felt a wave of relief wash over her as she insisted that Old Master Su arrange for the investigation in her presence. Once the orders were given, she felt her anxieties ease slightly and continued, there is a second matter. Oh, Old Master Su's interest was piqued. Chu Qianqian stated solemnly, I would like your assistance in finding a bodyguard to ensure my safety. It would be best if this person possesses formidable martial skills. Do you not already have guards in the palace? Chu Qianqian shook her head. They are utterly inept. A man was able to enter my chamber last night without any of them noticing. They're simply incompetent. Old Master Su stroked his chin, as if recalling someone. He promptly sent for that individual. I have a candidate in mind. You may assess whether he meets your approval. Before long, a lean man clad in black appeared near the pavilion. Upon seeing him, Chu Qianqian was once again rendered speechless. Chapter 54. That face seemed somewhat unworthy of its physique. The moment she laid eyes on it, it struck her as oddly familiar, yet she could not recall where she had encountered it before. The individual approached them, slightly bowing in greeting, remaining silent. General Su remarked, Qianqian, this is a phone. Although he has only been with the Su family for half a year, he possesses remarkable martial skills, particularly in lightness techniques, which few can rival. As your shadow guard, he should be more than capable. A phone? Chu Qianqian furrowed her brow, feeling as though an invisible barrier clouded her mind, preventing her from grasping the connection. She examined the young man named Phone, who appeared to be around 20. His features were rather ordinary, his skin a deep hue, yet his eyes sparkled with brightness. He was lean and tall, and it could be said that his face did not match his well-built physique. However, the selection of Shadow Guard is based on capability rather than appearance. After sizing him up, Chu Qianqian nodded. He seems quite amiable. Yet why does he not speak? General Su stroked his grizzled beard. Unfortunately, a phone is mute. Taken aback, Chu Qianqian chose not to press further. The Shadow Guard needed only to follow orders without expressing opinions. As long as he could effectively protect her, all would be well. Very well, but I wish to witness his true abilities, she declared. General Su smiled at Afong. Afong, demonstrate your skills for Her Highness. Clad in dark attire, Afong appeared agile. He lowered his gaze in contemplation before suddenly propelling himself upward with great force. Chu Qianqian watched as a shadow darted past. Afong swiftly ascended to the top of the pavilion. Following his movement, she ran out from within the pavilion only to find that Afong had vanished. The seemingly magical display of skill left her momentarily stunned. Abruptly, she felt a chill breeze brush against her neck. Stiffening, she froze in place. Hearing a slight rustle behind her, a strand of hair fell onto her shoulder. Lianqing, startled, rushed to Chu Qianqian and Appos. Sighed, Your Highness, are you all right? The young girl, displaying displeasure, glared at Afong, who had reappeared in the courtyard, and scolded, How dare you act so recklessly? What if you had harmed Her Highness? Chu Qianqian glanced at the nearby tree trunk. The object that had grazed her neck was merely a leaf, although resilient. The ability to wield a withered leaf as a blade indicated impressive skill. Such a feat was rare in the martial world. The leaf in Appos' tip had even embedded itself in the bark, suggesting that had he aimed for her neck, she would have perished on the spot. Though somewhat apprehensive, Chu Qianqian had witnessed enough to maintain her composure. She approached Afong and gently patted his shoulder. You performed admirably. I entrust my safety to you from now on. Is that agreeable? Afong lifted his gaze to meet hers. The young woman before him, clad in a peach-colored dress, resembled a peach blossom swaying gently in the spring breeze, a sight of exquisite beauty. He nodded in acknowledgement, then retreated and utilized his lightness skill to depart. Seeing their rapport, General Su beamed. Rest assured, Afong possesses exemplary character. He has accomplished many significant tasks since joining the Su family and has aided your grandfather greatly. Chu Qianqian questioned, Where did grandfather find such a skilled individual? Is he trustworthy? General Su pondered briefly before responding. Indeed, I found him. He was gravely injured and on the brink of death, but fortunately, he received timely care and regained his life. While his past remains a mystery, he harbors no ill intentions towards the Su family. You can rest easy knowing he is here to protect you. Chu Qianqian silently committed this information to memory. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that she had encountered a similar situation before. Unable to recall it immediately, she chose to set aside her thoughts and smiled at the old general. There's also a third matter. Another? General Su's expression reflected a blend of helplessness and fondness. Chu Qianqian poured a cup of tea for her grandfather. It concerns my third sister and her husband. General Su was taken aback. The third princess has already pledged herself to a commoner, causing the emperor to erupt in fury. Do you still maintain contact with her? I had not been in touch for a while, but recently, during the New Year palace banquet, my sister sought my assistance. Her husband has sustained a severe leg injury, and only a royal physician can heal him. The medical practices of common folk cannot compare to those of established medical families. General Su nodded. You are sisters. If she is in need, it is but a small favor to assist. Hearing her grandfather's words stirred something within Chu Qianqian. She curled her fingers slightly, recalling her past failure to help her sister, feeling a pang of regret. It was her blindness that allowed the wrongdoers to harm her family and loved ones. Taking a deep breath, she winked at her grandfather. It has been several days. My sister's husband should be recovering. I plan to bring him to see you tomorrow. This statement left General Su bewildered. Why does he wish to see me? Chu Qianqian smiled mysteriously. Grandfather, I assure you, my sister's husband is a man of great potential. If you trust me, perhaps you should consider appointing him a position in the army. He will undoubtedly astonish you in the future. General Su's hand, holding the tea, froze. His beard trembled slightly as he looked at her in disbelief. Qianqian, what are you suggesting? To grant my sister's husband a position? With a sigh, General Su and Appos' brow furrowed deeply. If the Feng family were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to impeach our Su family. If he were merely an ordinary man, I would agree without hesitation. However, your brother-in-law is a prince. How could he possibly serve in the army? Chu Qianqian understood the complexities involved. This was precisely the reason her brother-in-law had accompanied Princess Chu Nanping to leave Shichu in search of a way out. If he were to undertake menial labor, he would likely face scorn and disdain for the rest of his life. He was not a worthless individual. He had worked tirelessly for years to prove himself worthy of Chu Nanping and Appo's status. With this thought in mind, Chu Qianqian leaned closer to General Su and whispered an idea she had long contemplated. Chapter 55. Finally remembering whose face this is, let him shroud himself in anonymity, adopting a new guise to conceal his true identity. After all, it has been many years since third brother-in-law has made an appearance in public. As long as I remain silent and you, grandfather, do not speak, who could possibly discern who he is? Old Master Su paused momentarily. That is indeed a possibility, but under such circumstances, grandfather would be unable to directly assign him a position, forcing him to start from the ranks of the lowest soldiers. Chu Qianqian, however, was unperturbed. Gold will always shine. Third brother-in-law merely lacks an opportunity. Old Master Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. Grandfather has consented to this arrangement. Once he arrives here, I shall ensure he is integrated into the army. If he possesses the talent, he will undoubtedly rise to prominence within the Su family's forces. Chu Qianqian harbored confidence in grandfather's ability to manage the military. The fairness of the Su family's army has led to the emergence of numerous talented generals from humble backgrounds. The assembly of these martial leaders has bestowed upon the Su family's army its current prestige and the loyalty of its soldiers. This is the foremost reason why the Su family has remained steadfast in the Western Chu kingdom, standing resolutely against the Feng family. Having concluded discussions on the most pressing matters with grandfather, Chu Qianqian prepared to depart and share this uplifting news with third brother-in-law. She chose not to take anyone else along, entrusting the journey to Ah Feng. Lian Xing, her devoted palace maid, was an indispensable presence. As the two had practically grown up together, with Chu Qianqian regarding Lian Xing as family. The carriage halted before a modest farmhouse. As Chu Qianqian lifted the curtain, she beheld Chu Nanping clad in coarse linen, feeding chickens with a basin in hand. The sound of barking dogs reached her ears, prompting Chu Nanping to turn, and, upon seeing Chu Qianqian, her eyes sparkled with joy. Qianqian, what brings you here? The location was indeed remote, with few neighboring households, presenting a desolate scene. Chu Qianqian found it hard to believe that Chu Nanping, a princess, had lived in such a place for 3 entire years. Observing Chu Nanping's awkward demeanor, unsure of where to place her hands, Chu Qianqian stepped forward and grasped her hand. Startled, Chu Nanping attempted to withdraw her hand. Qianqian, it's dirty. Chu Qianqian smiled gently, lowering her gaze. It will wash off after a bit. What does it matter? Is there anything I can assist with? As your sister, I cannot visit without offering my help. Oh no, please come inside quickly. Chu Nanping's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her gaze radiated even brighter. She led Chu Qianqian into her humble abode, a dwelling made of earthen walls that appeared rather unkempt, with walls constructed of yellow clay and stone bricks, starkly contrasting with the palace and Appo's elegant architecture. Chu Qianqian refrained from passing judgment on Chu Nanping's choices. Lacking a mother, even as a princess, her life within the palace was not without hardship. Although she had received care from her and the empress, Chu Qianqian was aware that third sister was not truly content. Furthermore, upon reaching adulthood, the emperor would arrange marriages for the princesses. Those with family backing could marry suitably, while someone like Chu Nanping, without maternal support, would be sent elsewhere for a political marriage. Glancing around her room, Chu Nanping suddenly realized she had nothing to offer her guest. Despite her efforts to tidy up, the wooden furniture, aged from years of use, appeared grimy and unworthy of Chu Qianqian and Appo's splendid attire. Qianqian, you, however. Chu Qianqian seemed to sense her unspoken thoughts and took a seat. This gesture allowed Chu Nanping to relax a little. She raised her eyes, her face still beautiful, now weathered with the traces of time, adorned with a smile. Thanks to you, I managed to summon the court physician last time. Brother Long's leg has nearly healed after treatment. He went out today and will return only after dark. I apologize for any lack of hospitality. Please don't hold it against me, Qianqian. At that moment, Chu Chanqian recalled that third brother-in-law was named Long Yu, a name that sounded both unique and imposing. Though she had not had the chance to meet him during her last visit to the palace, she was certain there would be opportunities in the future. I spoke with grandfather and planned to arrange for third brother-in-law to join the Su family's army, but he must remain incognito. As long as he possesses the skills, you need not worry about anything else. I believe he will one day become a general. Chu Chanqian and Appo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if they contained the very stars. Chu Nanping stood frozen in place, her heart racing. Is that true? Grasping Chu Nanping's hand, Chu Chanqian replied with a smile. I came specifically to share this good news with you. How could I possibly deceive you? However, it is best that he does not reveal his identity at first. You must endure a bit, third sister, to avoid giving the Feng family any leverage. Chu Nanping understood the gravity of the situation and nodded vigorously. She had always known that Long Yu aspired to join the military. Becoming a general was his dream, and he had worked diligently towards it since childhood. Although he had never received formal education in literature or philosophy, he had never let her down. Standing up, Chu Nanping bit her lip and said, If you don't mind, please stay for dinner. I will cook something special for you. Chu Chanqian raised an eyebrow, not declining the offer. She patted Lian Qing on the shoulder. Perfect. I brought various ingredients and spices, so I can also sample your culinary skills, third sister. Acknowledging the limitations of her household, Chu Nanping hurried to the kitchen with the ingredients. Meanwhile, Chu Chanqian busied herself feeding the remaining chickens and dogs. Despite the lingering odors of the animals, she found the place to be not as unpleasant as she had imagined. As she reached for the feeding bowl, a hand suddenly stretched out beside her. Startled, Chu Chanqian exclaimed, Feng, no need for that. Yet the grip was stubborn, refusing to release its hold. Her gaze fell upon the face so close to hers, where she could see her own reflection in his eyes. Suddenly, a realization struck her, causing her to widen her eyes in shock. Her fingers relinquished their grasp on the bowl. Despite Feng's efforts to maintain his composure, a portion of the grain spilled. The young man frowned slightly, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. Chu Chanqian staggered back a few steps, nearly colliding with Lian Qing, who had just stepped out of the room. Lian Qing promptly steadied her. Your Highness, what troubles you? Were you startled by a dog? Chu Chanqian paused for a moment before nodding. This subtle gesture was laden with significance, as it coincided with her sudden recollection of the face she had been unable to place until now. Feng, huh? Chapter 56. It's all Junwen's fault. Chiefing, the most enigmatic shadow by Junwen's side, is adept in disguise, assassination, lightness of foot, and stealth, skills that are rare in the world. The face of the man before her is one of the few he commonly employs. Since Chu Chanqian had only glimpsed this visage a couple of times in her past life, it took her a moment to recall it. As thoughts raced through her mind, she began to piece together fragmented memories she had buried deep within. It was no wonder she found him familiar and felt that the old Mr. Su and Appo's words resonated with her. She had once eavesdropped on a conversation between Qifeng and Junwen's in the subterranean palace. Junwen had instructed Qifeng that to assassinate a person of high authority, one must first earn their trust. It is best to appear weak at the outset, allowing the target to believe they owe you their life. Only after gaining their complete trust should one strike and sever their head. The more Chu Chanqian contemplated, the more her heart raced, to the point where her breathing became labored. She pressed her hand to her chest, recalling Junwen and Appo's words and reflecting on Qifeng and Appo's current situation with the Su family. Severely injured, he had been saved by the old General Su, who believed he owed him a debt of gratitude. Moreover, in the past half-year, Qifeng had proven himself remarkably capable and trustworthy, winning the old general's confidence to the extent that he entrusted her safety to him. There was no room for her to dismiss her thoughts. After all, neither of these two was of good character. In 10 years, Junwen would become a ruthless and feared regent, unrivaled by all, even the emperor being but a pawn in his game. His refusal to ascend the throne stemmed from a desire to avoid the burdens of kingship. An emperor must be diligent, preoccupied with the empire, tirelessly reviewing memorials, and inevitably facing the squabbles of officials. Rising early and returning late, consumed by worry and stress. As regent, he could act freely, unencumbered by the constraints of authority, with no one to challenge him or impose regulations. In Junwuyan's view, the welfare of the people was the responsibility of the emperor and the officials. If they could not even manage this minor task, what purpose did it serve to keep them? Better to eliminate them. Chu Qianqian shuddered silently, then raised her gaze to Qifeng's face, eventually focusing on his hands. She must not panic. After all, the notion was imparted to him by the future Junwuyan. He might still be an innocent young man at heart. Surely, he would not resort to such actions, especially since the Su family bore him no grudge. Her thoughts surged like a tumultuous tide, threatening to overwhelm her mind. The immediate priority was to ascertain Qifeng's true identity. Though his face and the name, A Feng, hinted at certain truths, one could never be too cautious. What if he was not who she presumed? Withdrawing her thoughts, she scrutinized him anew, particularly his hands. She remembered distinctly that Qifeng bore a ghastly scar in the palm of his hand, a remnant from his childhood, difficult to detect. Thus he never moved that hand while in disguise. Lianqing waved a hand before Chu Qianqian. "Your Highness, what are you daydreaming about? Why do you keep staring at a phone?" The young man across from them stood still, his food bowl unmoving, his ears reddening under Chu Qianqian's fiery gaze. As if doused with cold water, she snapped back to reality, wiping the cold sweat from her brow and explaining, "I just find a phone somewhat familiar. He resembles someone I know." Seeing that the princess was reluctant to elaborate, Lianqing did not press further, but stated, "The third prince has prepared the meal. Your Highness should eat first." Chu Qianqian cleared her throat, suppressing her overtly obvious gaze. A phone finally moved, intending to continue feeding the chickens. Suddenly, she called out to his back, "A phone, put that down and come and eat with us." He did not budge. This was an order. Only upon sensing the firmness in Chu Qianqian and Appo's tone did a phone set aside his tasks and step through the door. Chun Nanping, visibly pleased, had prepared a lavish spread. She appeared somewhat embarrassed, though. "I cooked the meal. The ingredients were all brought by you, Qianqian." Chu Qianqian smiled. "Third sister, you've worked hard. I am delighted to enjoy the dishes you've made." Chun Nanping's cheeks flushed deeper. Her nimble movements belied her previously pampered existence. Sighing, Chu Qianqian remarked, "Third sister, why won't you accept what I brought? You could move into the grand residence in the capital with third brother-in-law." Chun Nanping shook her head with a smile. "My current freedom is a trade-off for the former splendor I once had. When I left the palace, I took nothing. Not even the clothes I wore. Those were gifted to me by Brother Long." Chu Qianqian felt a pang in her heart. In truth, Chun Nanping was still a princess. Her past jewels and treasures, taken individually, could sustain both of them for a lifetime. Yet, Chun Nanping was resolute. Having quarreled fiercely with their father before exiting the palace without a backward glance. Over the years, she had remained steadfast to her principles. Chun Nanping looked up. "You know well that the Feng family is displeased with my actions. The consort had already arranged a marriage for me with a branch of the Feng family. And upon discovering I had made a private vow, they sought every means to find leverage against me. If I were to accept, they might just use it as an excuse to drag me back." One could not help but commend Chun Nanping's meticulous consideration. Chu Qianqian lowered her gaze. "I was remiss in my thoughts, thinking that you wished to sever ties with me completely. It was this very assumption that had sown discord between us in my previous life." Now that they had openly discussed it, Chu Qianqian felt a newfound clarity. Chun Nanping smiled again. "Regardless, you are the only one who has remembered me since I left the palace. You shall always be my sister in this lifetime." As they conversed, a sudden noise came from outside the door. A look of unmistakable joy lit up Chun Nanping's face. "Brother Long has returned. In such a place, only Chu Qianqian would be able to come." Thus, without any doubt, Chun Nanping rushed out. The joy was evident, eliciting a chuckle from Chu Qianqian. However, as Chun Nanping reached the doorway, she was met by an unexpected group of visitors. Her previous smile froze, and her delicate, gentle face darkened with anger. Chapter 57. The unparalleled and noble fifth princess. As Chu Qianqian was about to step outside, she caught sight of the group of people waiting at the door. She paused, whispering, "Let's wait a moment before going out." Among the crowd, the leader donned a deep green robe, adorned with luxurious embellishments, presenting an appearance of elegance. However, his demeanor was rather casual, exuding an air of lethargy as he moved. Upon spotting Chu Nanping emerging, he slightly raised his chin and arched an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with an ambitious determination. Chu Nanping, how long do you intend to remain obstinate? Do you think that by hiding here with that cripple, I would be unable to find you? Chu Nanping turned around, relieved to see that Chu Qianqian and the others had not yet emerged. The number of guards accompanying Chu Qianqian was limited. If anything were to happen to her here, even her life would not suffice as compensation. Taking a deep breath, Chu Nanping coldly addressed him. Feng Li, must you persist in this relentless pursuit? It has been years. Our ties have long since severed. The man named Feng Li furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Years ago, my aunt betrothed you to me, yet you chose to cavort with wild men. It matters not if you flee to the ends of the earth. As long as you remain in the western Chu kingdom, I shall claim you. Even if I do not desire you, I will not allow you to fall into the hands of another. I can break that rustic fellow's legs once, and I can do so countless times. Chu Nanping's face flushed crimson with anger, her lips pale as she pressed them tightly together, her fingers digging into her palms. The man before her was the nephew of the favored Feng Guifei. Had he not been so insistent, she would not have needed to hide with Long Yu in such a remote place. Long Yu was quite capable, adept in hunting, and capable of providing her with a better life. Yet it was this man who had caused her such relentless distress. Feng Li scanned the surroundings, noting no unusual activity. Is that lad not here? Perfect. Bring the third princess back with me. The thugs accompanying Feng Li surged forward, ready to charge in. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from behind them. Feng Li turned abruptly, only to see a tall man emerging, carrying the corpse of a wolf, bloodied and imposing. Despite the chill in the air, the man bore his arms bare, showcasing well-defined muscles that enhanced his masculine presence. His face, though slightly unkempt, possessed striking features. With deep brows and dark eyes, he forcefully restrained one of Feng Li and Appo's henchmen, twisting his arm behind his back. The scream had emanated from the man, now held captive. Long Yu. Though Feng Li had initially appeared arrogant, the moment he laid eyes on the man, he visibly faltered. Today, he had sought out Chu Nanping precisely because he believed Long Yu would be absent, only to find him returning unexpectedly. Long Yu discarded the hefty wolf carcass onto the ground with a dull thud, then delivered a swift kick to the man he had restrained, sending him flying. He flexed his wrists and neck, the cracking of his joints sending a chill down the spine of onlookers. Fortunately, Feng Li had brought along a contingent of over 30 men. The initial fear was somewhat mitigated by their numerical advantage. Standing at the back of the crowd, he coldly declared, Long Yu, I initially considered sparing your life, but it seems today is your ill-fated day. Killing intent surged within Long Yu, his aura thick with menace, amplified by the blood adorning him. Upon witnessing him, Chu Nanping felt her earlier fear dissipate. She refrained from voicing her thoughts, retreating to a safer distance to avoid becoming a pawn in Feng Li's game against Long Yu. Her previous capture had resulted in Long Yu sustaining a broken leg. The memory of that incident filled her with bitterness, fueling her hatred for the group before her. However, Feng Li appeared to notice her intentions. He ordered his men to restrain Long Yu while swiftly blocking Chu Nanping's escape. His eyes darkened as he wiped his lips, taunting. Where does the third princess think she is going? I brought so many men today precisely for situations like this. If it weren't in Appo's tea for your good fortune last time, allowing you to escape, you wouldn't be so lucky this time. Chu Nanping stepped back, her voice firm. Step aside. Feng Li shukla kudli. Do you still think of yourself as a princess? You command me to step aside, and I shall. During their exchange, the men he had brought along were already being bested, falling over each other in disarray. Long Yu's martial skills were indeed formidable, honed from years of rigorous training. Even employing the most basic techniques, he had reduced the group to cries of despair. However, defeating them would take time, and in the imperial city, one cannot simply kill without consequence. If lives were lost, it would surely attract the attention of the local authorities. And both Feng Li and Long Yu had their reservations. Seeing that no one could assist Chu Nanping, Feng Li and Appo's eyes gleamed with triumph as he slowly extended his hand towards her. At that moment, something struck Feng Li on the head. He raised his hand to touch the back of his skull, feeling the warm blood that stung his eyes. Who? He spun around, glaring at the direction from which the stone had been thrown. There stood 3 individuals, the foremost being an exquisite woman, casually tossing several palm-sized stones in her hand. Clad in a peach-hued gown, she radiated an aura of nobility, her fair complexion delicate and flawless, standing in stark contrast to her surroundings. Even at a standstill, her presence made it evident that she hailed from a prestigious family. Though Feng Li had seldom encountered Chu Qianqian, he would never forget her visage after a single glance. It's me. What is the matter? Feng Li felt his throat dry as he gaped at the 5th princess who had appeared so suddenly, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Fifth princess, how did you end up here? Being one of the idle rich in the capital, he knew well that the most prominent among them was none other than the renowned heir of the Yong'an Wangfu, Chu Chang'an. In Feng Li's eyes, even Chu Chang'an would bow and scrape before Chu Qianqian. Chu Qianqian narrowed her eyes, her lips parting slightly. Order your men to cease their actions. Chapter 58. With a firm grasp on Feng's hand, Feng Li snapped back to reality and shouted behind him, "Stop!" The servants, who had intended to rush forward, halted immediately upon hearing their master and amp, Oppos, as command. Dragon Yu, brimming with rage, kicked aside 2 obstacles and rushed in to embrace Chu Nanping. The man was somewhat unkempt, yet he paid little mind, his eyes filled with concern as he gazed at Chu Nanping. Nan and Oppos, are you all right? I apologize for my late return. I didn't mean for you to be frightened. He held Chu Nanping tightly, as if cradling a precious treasure he had just regained. Chu Nanping grasped his hand and looked up with a gentle smile, her countenance serene. Brother Long, I am fine. The individuals brought by Feng Li struggled to their feet, gathering in a haphazard cluster. They bore wounds and blood, appearing to be the true victims in this altercation. Feng Li, feeling the weight of the moment, approached Chu Qianqian and bowed his head respectfully. I was unaware of the 5th princess's esteemed presence. I must apologize for my negligence. Chu Qianqian remained silent. She strode towards Feng Li and, without hesitation, raised her hand. The sharp crack of a slap resounded, causing Feng Li and amp, Oppos' head to tilt to the side, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chu Qianqian had struck with considerable force, wincing slightly at the pain in her own hand. Yet, she maintained her composure, lifting her chin defiantly. Who permitted you to trouble my 3rd sister? Feng Li, dazed from the blow, felt a surge of anger but dared not retaliate. The 5th princess was the daughter of the empress and the only heiress of the Su family. Should he dare to strike back, he could expect the entire Su family to take their turn at punishing him. No one, it was my own doing. This time, Chu Qianqian refrained from further violence and simply lifted her foot to kick him. After sending Feng Li stumbling back 2 steps, she coldly commanded, "Slap yourself until I'm satisfied." Feng Li, momentarily stunned, lifted his gaze, stammering, "5th princess, I can apologize to the 3rd princess." Chu Qianqian raised an eyebrow. Will you strike yourself, or shall I find someone to assist you? No, that won't be necessary. I will do it myself. Feng Li and Oppos' expression was one of deep grievance. Though he was the nephew of concubine Feng, he was merely a distant relative. If a serious incident were to occur, no one would come to his aid, especially after offending the 5th princess. In the circles of the capital and Oppos' elite, one could only imagine the torment he would face from Chu Chang'an alone. With a resigned sigh, Feng Li raised his hand and slapped his own face. That was not loud enough. I could hardly hear it. With gritted teeth, Feng Li struck again, this time with more force. Chu Qianqian's expression darkened. Often, I can manage. Feng Li struck himself again, and the sound echoed sharply, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Chu Qianqian finally allowed herself a satisfied smile, watching as he continued to slap his own face, until his cheeks were swollen and tears streamed down his face as he knelt in supplication. Please, 5th princess, spare my wrath. I was wrong. Chu Qianqian lowered her gaze to Feng Li. Then let me ask you again, was it you who harmed my brother-in-law's leg? She had initially believed Chu Nanping and Oppos' account that Dragon Yu and Oppos' injury was a mere accident, unaware of the true circumstances. Her sister had chosen not to disclose the matter, wishing to shield her from trouble. This realization filled Chu Qianqian with sympathy for Chu Nanping. Why had she not suspected earlier? Grasping Feng Li by the collar, she noted his panicked expression as he stammered, "Fifth princess, I can provide compensation. Whatever sum you require, I shall deliver." He hastily removed a precious jade pendant from his waist and presented it to Chu Qianqian with utmost reverence. "This is a family heirloom from my grandmother. It is quite valuable." Chu Qianqian accepted the pendant without hesitation, then turned her gaze to Dragon Yu. With a gentle smile, she asked brother-in-law, "How should we deal with him?" Dragon Yu paused, his imposing stature radiating authority. However, his gaze towards Chu Nanping was tender, as he gently tousled her hair. "Nania, I will step away for a moment." Chu Nanping nodet sopti. "Brother Long, please be careful." They exchanged a knowing glance, their connection palpable, observing their sweet interaction. Chu Qianqian felt a bittersweet pang in her heart, momentarily recalling another figure. Yet, she quickly banished the thought from her mind. It was all in the past. Dragon Yu strode purposefully to Feng Li, his expression cold and his eyes dark as night. Feng Li looked up, dread creeping into his heart. Dragon Yu, I swear I will never trouble you again. Had I known the fifth princess was present, I would not have dared. Ah! A piercing scream escaped his lips as Dragon Yu, uninterested in further dialogue, stomped down on Feng Li's calf with tremendous force. Chu Qianqian winced at the sound of bone cracking, the sight of Feng Li writhing in agony on the ground causing her teeth to clench in discomfort. Feng Li rolled on the ground, clutching his leg and wailing, while the servants behind him looked on with concern, yet dared not intervene. Only when Dragon Yu stepped back did Chu Qianqian sharply command, "Get out." Feng Li, regaining his senses despite the pain, wiped his tear-streaked face and beckoned to his companions. "Escort me home. Fetch the physician quickly." The servants hurriedly assisted him, scattering like startled birds. Chu Qianqian tilted her head back slightly, a cold smile playing on her lips as she clapped her hands. There was a certain satisfaction in wielding power over others. As the commotion subsided, Chu Nanping's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She cast aside her previous reservations and threw herself into Chu Qianqian's embrace, holding her tightly. Startled, Chu Qianqian felt the softness against her and glanced down, her expression somewhat bemused. Comparing herself to Chu Nanping, she realized she was still in a phase of growth. "Thank you, Qianqian," Chu Nanping sobbed. Chu Qianqian gently patted her sister's shoulder, her voice warm and reassuring. "It was nothing. In the future, should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to come to me. I will do everything within my power to assist you." Deeply moved, Chu Nanping felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Sensing her shoulder growing damp from tears, Chu Qianqian discreetly signaled Dragon Yu to take his wife away before she was overwhelmed. Chu Nanping, feeling a bit shy, wiped her eyes and smiled. "All right, I won't cry anymore. If we don't eat soon, the food will get cold. Let us head inside." Chu Qianqian nodded with a smile. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Offing standing silently beside them, his protective demeanor evident. Suddenly, she stepped back and seized his hand, catching him off guard, leaving the young man momentarily speechless. Chapter 59. A Test of Identity. Chu Qianqian, with a feigned air of nonchalance, gently tapped and scratched the palm of the man beside her. "A Feng, do join us," she urged. A Feng's eyes narrowed perceptibly as he lowered his gaze to her hand. His dark, unfathomable eyes gave no hint of his thoughts. He followed her into the room, the warmth of her hand leaving a searing impression on his palm. Chu Qianqian was aware that her actions bordered on impropriety, but her naturally uninhibited nature led her to believe that such a gesture would not arouse suspicion. However, as she turned to look at A Feng, a sudden chill ran down her spine, as if she had sensed a palpable wave of hostility. Instinctively, she withdrew her hand. "Is it really that serious?" she mused. "It was just a touch. Does he intend to preserve the sanctity of his hand?" A mix of emotions swirled within her. But one thought stood out. She hadn't felt the telltale scar on his palm. Her heart skipped a beat. The truth she had so confidently embraced seemed to crumble before her eyes. Two conflicting voices battled in her mind. One insisted that this man was indeed Chi Feng in disguise, while the other argued that perhaps this was merely a coincidence, that a man named A Feng existed, and that Chi Feng and Appo's face was simply a mask. Taking a deep breath, Chu Qianqian resolved to test her suspicions further. A Feng, being mute, could only retreat and maintain a distance from Chu Qianqian, his gaze conveying a sense of profound unease. Her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. While grasping his hand was a crude tactic, it was undeniably effective. The group gathered around a circular wooden table. The atmosphere was informal, with Lian Qing and A Feng seated alongside the others, without any regard for rank or status. Chu Nanping offered a toast, expressing his gratitude. A Feng's glass, however, remained untouched. Perplexed, Chu Qianqian recalled Chi Feng and Appo's insatiable thirst for alcohol. A Feng, does the wine not suit your palate? She inquired. A Feng shook his head and gestured to indicate that he would not drink. Lian Qing interjected, Your Highness, A Feng must drive the carriage later. It would not do for him to have his vision impaired. Chu Qianqian conceded the point. On a whim, she picked up several chestnut cakes from a nearby plate and placed them before A Feng. She knew that Chi Feng had an aversion to chestnuts and peanuts, and that even a small amount would cause him to break out in an itchy rash. It's a bit underhanded, she thought, but if he is Chi Feng, he only has himself to blame. A hush fell over the table. Chu Qianqian, her eyes fixed on A Feng, noticed nothing amiss. Chu Nanping and Long Yu exchanged knowing glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Lian Qing, watching the interplay between the princess and the guard, felt like an abandoned spouse. A Feng, you're too thin. Have some more, Chu Qianqian said, resting her chin on her hand and smiling sweetly at him. A Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. He pursed his lips, his ordinary face rendered captivating by his aloof demeanor. He immediately lowered his head and devoured the cakes. Then, he stood up, placed his utensils down, and indicated that he was finished. Chu Qianqian was surprised that he had actually eaten them. Eager to observe his reaction, she called out, A Feng, have some more. Why did you eat so little? But the young man seemed not to hear her, and disappeared from sight. Ahem, Chu Nanping Gao Et Poi Din. She smiled at Chu Qianqian and said, Qianqian has grown up. Chu Qianqian looked at her sister, bewildered. Huh? So, Qianqian likes this type, Chu Nanping teased. Chu Qianqian was speechless. Long Yu chimed in, not bad. He was referring to A Feng. Although the young man was plain-looking and mute, his bearing was remarkable, and anyone approved by General Su must possess extraordinary abilities. What's not bad? Chu Qianqian asked, confused. Lian Qing covered her face and whispered, Even Junwei and Kuden and Appo's. T hold on to the princess and Appo's heart. She and Appo's already moved on. If Chu Qianqian Kuden and Appo's T understand what they were implying, she would be a fool. Her cheeks burned, and her ears turned red. She stood up, flustered. Sister, what are you saying? I could never like A Feng. Oh, we've hit a nerve. Qianqian is embarrassed. Chu Nanping teased, laughing heartily. If Yudon and Appo's T like him, why did you secretly hold his hand? Why did you give him food and ask if he was eating well? I was just... Chu Qianqian stammered, unable to explain that she was testing A Feng's true identity. Unable to explain, she decided to remain silent. Her face flushed, she fled the room for some fresh air. As dusk fell, Chu Qianqian and Lian Qing rode in the carriage driven by A Feng back to the Su residence. She needed to confirm her suspicions before she could relax. So she had obtained permission from the Empress to stay away from the palace for a few days. Fortunately, the Empress knew of her illness and sent people to check on her, instructing her to return to the palace when she had recovered. Inside the carriage, Chu Qianqian watched A Feng's back, discreetly observing his exposed hands. However, the dim light made it difficult to see clearly. The ride was uneventful until they arrived at the entrance of the Su residence, when Chu Qianqian suddenly saw A Feng scratch his arm several times. Her eyes lit up, and she perked up instantly. Gotcha, she thought. He and Appo's finally revealed himself. Chapter 60. His revenge begins. Chu Qianqian was fervently eager to uncover the truth. Suddenly, she called out to Ah Feng, who was standing by the carriage. Wait. Ah Feng halted, grasping the reins, and turned back to regard her with curiosity. Without hesitation, Chu Chanqian lifted her skirts and leapt down from the carriage, rushing towards him. However, her long dress snagged on a protruding part of the carriage, causing her to trip forward uncontrollably. Ah Feng, taken aback, instinctively stepped forward to catch her, fearing she might fall and injure herself. Yet, the force with which she lunged at him was considerable, and in a hurried attempt to stabilize her, they both collapsed onto the ground. Chu Chanqian found herself sprawled atop Ah Feng, her eyes widening in shock. She swore it was an accident, not a deliberate attempt to take advantage of him. Lian Qing, who had just disembarked the carriage, witnessed the scene and promptly covered her eyes, peeking through her fingers. Once she confirmed that no one else had witnessed this embarrassing moment, she breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that her princess's voracious demeanor would become fodder for gossip throughout the capital. Embarrassment flushed Chu Chanqian's cheeks as she stammered, "Are you all right, Ah Feng?" In her haste to rise, she inadvertently tugged at his collar. No, it was not merely an accident. She was intentionally trying to see if there were any rashes on his skin. The lanterns hanging from the carriage illuminated the surrounding darkness, allowing her to glimpse the elegant, fair collarbone exposed beneath his open shirt. The skin appeared pristine, and despite her scrutiny, she could discern nothing amiss. Staring intently at the young man before her, she suddenly gritted her teeth, resolved to take a bold step and touch his face. Ah Feng's expression shifted to one of icy severity as he swiftly pushed her away. Chu Chanqian stumbled and fell to the ground, her garments soiled, leaving her forlornly perched on the earth. Lian Qing, witnessing Ah Feng's audacity to lay hands on the princess, was instantly incensed. "What do you think you're doing? You are but a shadow guard. How dare you push the princess?" Chu Chanqian recognized her own misstep. Her previous actions had been too abrupt. Yet, amidst her probing, she had ascertained one undeniable truth. This man was certainly not Shi Feng, for the latter possessed certain traits that could not be altered unless he were replaced entirely. Rising from the ground, Chu Chanqian addressed the distant Ah Feng, who was adjusting his collar. "I apologize for my earlier behavior." Ah Feng merely shook his head, scrutinizing her for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly before he turned to lead the carriage away. Lian Qing quickly brushed the dirt from Chu Chanqian's clothes, exclaiming, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Ah Feng was exceedingly rude, having promised to protect you. Yet Chu Chanqian interjected, "It was my fault. He is not to blame. I would be equally upset if someone treated me in such a manner." Lian Qing paused, then replied, "Your Highness's admiration for him is indeed a blessing for him. That lad truly does not appreciate his good fortune." Chu Chanqian, that was not her intent at all. Lian Qing leaned closer and whispered, "Your Highness, do you favor Jun Wuyin, Lu Xiangyuan, or Ah Feng? Please enlighten me, so that I might have some clarity." Chu Chanqian. She gazed at Lian Qing's foolish grin for a moment before letting out a sigh. "Very well, let's be on our way." Ah Feng secured the carriage, the vicinity devoid of onlookers, save for a few horses grazing in the stable. From behind a nearby wall, a shadow emerged, revealing a face identical to Ah Feng's. The individual bowed deeply, addressing Ah Feng, "Young master." Ah Feng, also known as Jun Wuyin, lowered his gaze, emanating a chilling aura that seemed to chill the air around him. Shi Feng, oblivious to the unfolding events, typically refrained from questioning, merely bowing his head in silence. The atmosphere was laden with an oppressive quiet. Jun Wuyin raised his head, placing the hand that had recently been grasped by Chu Chanqian to his lips, his expression cold. Now active in the world, he wore a mask provided by Shi Feng, allowing him to conceal his identity while undertaking certain tasks. Chu Chanqian's unexpected departure from the estate piqued his curiosity regarding her intentions. Driven by this intrigue, he followed her, witnessing her interactions with Chu Nanping and Long Yu, observing her familiarity with his alter ego, Ah Feng. At the moment Chu Chanqian seized his hand, Jun Wuyin felt an overwhelming impulse to sever her grasp. It was tainted, yet, reflecting on the situation, he found solace in the fact that she was clutching his own hand and considered granting her another chance. The innocent Shi Feng remained unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling within his master's mind, his own heart tranquil and untroubled. He waited patiently, like a shadow ready to vanish with the wind. Two commands, Jun Wuyin suddenly declared, prompting Qi Feng to listen intently. While you are tasked with her protection, you must not touch her in any manner. Should you do so, you are to sever the part that made contact, whether it be hers or yours. Qi Feng, he was grateful for his master's impartiality. However, he chose not to delve into Jun Wuyin's thoughts, responding respectfully, as you command. Furthermore, when I present myself as Ah Feng, you are to follow discreetly, ensuring that our identities remain concealed for the convenience of both. Understood. Qi Feng's mastery of disguise was unparalleled. Without special cleansing agents, his true identity would remain undiscovered. Within the palace, Jun Wuyin felt little concern. His absence would be compensated by his substitute. Apart from Chu Qianqian, no one would pay heed to a disregarded hostage. With the return of the Shangguan family's influence, he no longer needed to remain confined within the Shichu palace, as long as he confirmed Granny Lin's safety. His revenge had begun. The following morning, those dispatched to inspect the dam in Pingshao County returned. Old Master Su specifically sent word to Chu Qianqian. Upon hearing the messenger declare that the dam was intact, her expression shifted slightly. Rising from her seat, she questioned, "Are you certain that a thorough inspection was conducted? Nothing was overlooked?" The subordinate hastily replied, "It was your Highness's explicit instructions. How could we dare to be negligent? The dam is completely sound, and there are no cracks as you describe impossible." Chu Qianqian narrowed her eyes, utterly unconvinced by his words. Even without witnessing it firsthand in her past life, she had heard enough. The dam must be damaged. After a moment of contemplation, she stood and declared, "I shall go and see for myself." Chapter 61. The original her. As lowly as she could be upon sharing her concerns with her grandfather, General Su immediately interjected, "Qianqian, Pingshao County is far too distant. Even if you travel by horse-drawn carriage, a round trip will consume nearly an entire day. Moreover, the roads are treacherous. Can your health withstand such a journey?" Chu Qianqian recognized the genuine concern in her grandfather's words. Yet, the gravity of the matter compelled her to ascertain the truth with her own eyes. Although the dam and Appo's collapse and the spring flood were still some time away, she understood that waiting for rain to repair the dam would likely result in increased effort and diminished returns. "Rest assured, Grandpa, I will be fine. After the fall of our country, I have endured countless hardships. This is but a trifling matter," she assured him. General Su frowned. "To reach that location, you must first traverse Suyang City and then navigate several dozen miles of mountainous terrain. Many areas are inaccessible by carriage, necessitating a lengthy trek on foot." Hearing this, Chu Qianqian slightly pursed her lips. She had never visited such places in her past life, and now, listening to General Su, it became evident that inspecting the dam was no simple task. If she were to entrust this responsibility to someone else, her apprehension would only grow. Thus, she would bear the burden herself. "I am resolute, Grandpa," Chu Qianqian declared, her gaze earnest as she looked up at General Su. "I must thoroughly investigate the dam. I implore you to allow me to proceed and arrange for someone to guide me." "My dear girl, it seems those fraudulent monks have truly led you astray. Instead of enjoying the comforts of the palace, you insist on. Sigh, if you are determined, I shall have your elder brother protect you along the way." General Su summoned Su Qingru, who upon hearing this, regarded Chu Qianqian with a mixture of affection and exasperation. Despite his reluctance, he bowed respectfully, saying, "Grandfather, you may entrust Qianqian to me. As her elder brother, I would never allow her to suffer." "Very well, be cautious on your journey with Qianqian," General Su instructed, designating approximately 20 men as a guard. The group rode forth, encircling the carriage in which Chu Qianqian was seated. Ah Feng continued to drive the carriage, while Yan Qing was fortunate enough to accompany her princess within. The carriage was furnished with soft cushions, and even the wheels were meticulously wrapped in animal hides by Su Qingru. However, despite these comforts, by the time they reached Suyang City, Chu Qianqian felt utterly exhausted, her body aching from strain. She appeared pale, her legs weak, and required assistance to disembark for a much-needed rest and a meal at a nearby inn. As they approached the entrance, she noticed a throng of people nearby, Another entourage halted before the inn. Frowning slightly, she turned to see two figures descend from the carriage, Lu Xiangyuan and Chu Xiaoxiao. Not merely a coincidence, she mused, furrowing her brow. Lu Xiangyuan, striding confidently, soon stood before her. Su Qingru stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Xiangyuan, preventing him from advancing further. Lu Xiangyuan, what a coincidence! Have you brought the fourth princess here for a spring outing? Su Qingru remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Lu Xiangyin, noting the undertone in Su Qingru and Appo's voice, lowered his head slightly and replied, I intended to visit the Su family to clarify some previous matters. However, I fortuitously encountered the fifth princess departing and decided to accompany her. I apologize for the abruptness. Chu Xiaoxiao, delicate and refined, appeared even paler than Chu Qianqian as she stood beside Lu Xiangyin, supported by two maidservants, resembling a fragile flower at risk of being swept away by the wind. Upon spotting Chu Qianqian, her eyes instantly welled with tears, and she struggled to free herself from her attendants, swaying as she approached Chu Qianqian. Qianqian, I sought you out to apologize and explain, she stammered, despite not knowing what she needed to clarify. The harsh words Lu Xiangyuan had directed at her had never been uttered in Chu Qianqian and Appo's presence. Yet, did that truly matter? Chu Qianqian raised an eyebrow. What is there to explain? I am sorry, Chu Xiaoxiao replied, her voice growing increasingly choked with emotion. Observing her distress, Lu Xiangyuan interjected, Qianqian, I have no connection to the fourth princess and have never harbored feelings for her. His declaration, made before the onlookers, pierced Chu Xiaoxiao's heart like a dagger. Chu Qianqian nodded, oh, I understand. Lu Xiangyuan's face softened, a hint of relief and even amusement flickering across his features. Qianqian, there have been many misunderstandings, he continued. Chu Qianqian, growing impatient, responded, is there anything else? Lu Xiangyuan pressed on. You must be weary from your travels. Allow me to care for you, Qianqian. It was a remarkable feat for Lu Xiangyuan, with his typically aloof demeanor, to utter such words. Chu Qianqian clutched her chest, feeling nausea swell within her. She retched twice. But with little food consumed that morning, nothing emerged. Lian Qing gently patted the princess and Appo's back. Your Highness, are you unwell? I am fine. Chu Qianqian waved her hand dismissively, then addressed Lu Xiangyuan. I have heard your words. However, your assistance is unnecessary. I have ample caretakers, and I do not require yours. Lu Xiangyuan was left speechless. Su Qingru, having discerned his sister's stance, unsheathed his sword and held it against Lu Xiangyuan's throat, speaking with unwavering elegance. I kindly suggest you leave, Lu Xiangyuan. Lu Xiangyuan, taken aback by the futility of his efforts to win Chu Qianqian back, felt the weight of defeat. He cast his gaze downward, his expression clouded with despair, lost in thought as he observed Chu Qianqian's retreating figure. Chu Xiaoxiao hesitated to approach him, whispering, I have apologized. It is Chu Qianqian who is ungrateful. You have made an effort to engage her, yet she failed to seize the opportunity to respond. What is there to feign? Do you not recall how she once knelt before the emperor, begging for your hand in marriage? How lowly she could be. Silence. Lu Xiangyuan's eyes darkened, his fingers trembling slightly. Had he known this would unfold, he would have avoided appearing distant, playing games of seduction with Chu Qianqian. He inhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure and expression, before striding into the inn. Follow me. I wish to discover what brings Chu Qianqian to such a place. Yet, as Lu Xiangyuan entered the inn, he found Chu Qianqian already seated. Her previously frosty demeanor now radiant with joy as she engaged in conversation with a man clad in black, even producing something from her bosom to place in his hand. Chapter 62. The promiscuous fifth princess, despite her inability to discern a Feng's true identity the previous day, Chu Qianqian remained undeterred. After all, her companion was bound to accompany her, and eventually, he would reveal his true colors. With a playful smile, she pressed a pouch of silver into his embrace, saying, Tonight, we shall stay in Pingshao County, and tomorrow morning, we will inspect the dam. If all goes well, we can return to the imperial city by afternoon. A Feng nodded lightly, acknowledging her words. Chu Qianqian continued, Take this silver and procure the items I just mentioned. We shall need them for our ascent tomorrow. A Feng turned to leave, casting a dispassionate glance at Lu Xiangyuan as he paused at the door, his expression tinged with disdain. Lu Xiangyan was taken aback to find such contempt in the eyes of a mere servant, his own gaze darkening as he abruptly inquired of his subordinate. Who is that young man in black? Lu Xiangyuan's aides, being well informed, had already thoroughly investigated Chu Qianqian and her entourage, replying to the young master. He is merely a guard arranged by the Su family for the princess, came the answer. A guard from the Su family? How can the princess be so familiar with him? Their conversation appears quite intimate. The subordinate fell silent, sensing the tension. Lu Xiangyuan's expression hardened. Speak. The subordinate leaned closer, whispering, according to some servants from the Su family, Her Highness seems quite taken with a phone. Last night, when they returned to the Su residence, they were seen embracing at the entrance. Such impropriety. Although Chu Qianqian had not noticed anyone at the door when she alighted from the carriage, the darkness and the commotion of her arrival made it impossible for her to escape notice. Thus, rumors were bound to circulate. Fortunately, the Su family's servants were not particularly gossipy, so the matter had not reached widespread knowledge. However, Lu Xiangyuan's subordinates, ever vigilant, had managed to glean such information without difficulty. Lu Xiangyuan and Appo's face darkened further. There was a hostage from Dongling Kingdom in the palace, and now a mere guard outside. How could Chu Qianqian have become so brazen, engaging in flirtations despite their betrothal? What did her beauty matter if she behaved in such a manner? Lu Xiangyuan's anger surged, and he sat down at a table opposite Chu Qianqian. He watched as she spoke to the waiter, and soon an array of steaming dishes was brought to their table. Su Qingru, taken aback by the lavish spread, leaned closer to Chu Qianqian and murmured, Qianqian, while Suiyang City cannot compare to the capital. This establishment is renowned here, and the prices are steep. Can we possibly consume all this? Chu Qianqian raised an eyebrow. If we cannot finish, we can take it with us. Su Qingru Saiyin Wali. Understanding her frugality was ingrained, yet it was not the cost that troubled him. The table was adorned with exquisite dishes, their aromas tantalizing. The Su family and Appo's guards, having worked up an appetite, relished the generous offerings from their benevolent patron. This feast alone must have cost 100 taels of silver. If not for the fifth princess's generosity, they would likely never have tasted such luxury. The robust men quickly devoured the food, leaving nothing but empty plates behind, their hearty consumption catching the attention of onlookers. Lu Xiangyan, seated a couple of tables away, observed with a smirk as his own table was served a modest fare, contrasting sharply with the raucous indulgence of the others. They dined as if they had never known hunger before. Chu Qianqian, lacking appetite, stood after a while, wiping her mouth. Please pack the remaining dishes. I wish to take them with me. Of course, the waiter replied, promptly bringing forth boxes to contain the leftovers. Lian Qing, puzzled by her request, nonetheless hurried to gather the boxes in her arms. Chu Qianqian clapped her hands. Cousin, are we finished? Su Qingru not dead? With a smile, she declared, then let us depart. Su Qingru rose, intending to retrieve silver notes from his satchel, only to have his hand gently restrained by Chu Qianqian. Let us go. Surprised, but accustomed to following her lead, Su Qingru acquiesced, allowing the others to gather their weapons and exit the tavern. Lu Xiangyuan, having lost all desire to eat, swiftly rose as well, leaving a silver ingot on the table as he made to leave. We should follow, he urged, though Chu Xiaoxiao hesitated before reluctantly joining the others. Just as Lu Xiangyuan reached the entrance, several waiters rushed out. One of them, wearing a sycophantic smile, said, Young master, that young lady just mentioned that all their meals are to be paid for by you. Lu Xiangyuan's face contorted in disbelief. What did you say? The waiter pointed. The total is 300 taels. Lu Xiangyuan, incredulous and infuriated, seized the waiter by his collar. What kind of extravagant feast could warrant such a price? What on earth did Chu Qianqian consume? A nearby waiter, sensing the imminent violence, swiftly produced the menu. Sir, you may see for yourself. These are our signature dishes, all clearly priced, fair and honest. It was evident that Chu Qianqian had ordered only the most expensive items. each meticulously prepared, yet served in scant portions. Each type ordered in multiples of 10, along with 10 jars of 50-year-old daughter's red wine and exquisite millennium spirits. No wonder they departed laden with treasures. Lu Xiangyuan's expression soured to a degree of fury. While out and about, he had not even brought 100 taels with him, let alone 300. Was silver to be swept in like the wind? He slammed the account book down, forgetting all semblance of decorum. Those dishes were not consumed by me. You should seek payment from those who actually ate. As he attempted to storm out, the waiter coolly remarked, "The young lady indicated that if you refuse to settle the bill, she will have the owner seek you out in the capital, publicly exposing your refusal to pay for your meal." Lu Xiangyuan and Apo's countenance turned stormy. As the newly appointed top scholar, his reputation was at its zenith. Every official would address him as Scholar Lu. Should this incident reach the capital, it would tarnish his name irreparably. Gian. Lu Xiangyan understood all too well that this was a deliberate ploy by her, and their lengthy conversation outside had not escaped the ears of many. She had cleverly manipulated the situation, ensuring that everyone believed he was complicit in their association. He had unwittingly stepped into this colossal trap. With narrowed eyes, he ground out through clenched teeth, "Fine, I shall pay." Chapter 63. Is she so kind to every man? Lu Xiangyuan exhausted all the silver he possessed, including the coin pouches of the 7 or 8 subordinates accompanying him, managing to gather only 150 taels. The staff, resolute in their stance, barred the entrance with a bolt, refusing to release them until the silver was presented. It was evident that anyone capable of running such a large establishment would surely have connections, and thus they had no apprehension about Lu Xiangyuan and his companions fleeing. Observing his subordinates, Lu noted their pale faces as they displayed their empty pouches. "Young master, truly, we have not a single drop left." Lu Xiangyuan's gaze shifted to Chu Xiaoxiao, who promptly tightened her grip on her little purse. "Cousin, I also." His attention fell upon the bracelet adorning her wrist, and he strode over, forcibly removing it. Chu Xiaoxiao's expression changed dramatically as she instinctively reached out to reclaim it. "Cousin, no, this was a gift from my grandmother." Nevertheless, Lu Xiangyuan disregarded her protests and placed the bracelet before the staff. "This item is exceedingly valuable, worth at least 1,000 gold. Could we possibly use it as collateral until we return for the silver?" The two staff exchanged glances, then examined the bracelet. "We must inquire with the manager." Lu Xiangyuan nodded, not dwelling on it as he watched the staff member venture inside. Moments later, the staff member emerged, his expression grim. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the bracelet to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Chu Xiaoxiao gasped, her eyes widening as she knelt to gather the fragments, tears threatening to spill. That was her heirloom from her grandmother. Lu Xiangyuan, seething with fury, glared at the staff. "Even if you do not want it, you should not destroy others' possessions. You must compensate for it." The staff member scoffed, his demeanor shifting drastically as a group of burly men emerged from the back room, each one towering and muscular. Clearly seasoned fighters. Faced with this intimidating display, Lu Xiangyuan and his companions felt both anger and helplessness, forcing themselves to swallow their indignation. "Do you intend to act as robbers?" Lu Xiangyuan's words were sharp. "Young Master Lu, your words are rather unkind. We merely seek to reclaim our meal expenses. Let's make this simple. Considering I accidentally damaged your bracelet, we will waive the 150 taels, and you may leave." Lu Xiangyuan was momentarily taken aback by their unexpected leniency. Suppressing his anger, he cast a glance at the men, veins throbbing on his forehead. "Let's depart." The two palace maids hastily lifted their princess, who was still gathering the shattered pieces. The bracelet was beyond recognition, and Chu Xiaoxiao managed to collect only a couple of fragments. In her haste, she accidentally cut her hand, causing the maid to drop her. "My bracelet, woo woo woo." Chu Xiaoxiao wept as she was supported out, her voice mournful. Lu Xiangyuan rubbed his temples, and once outside the tavern he said, "Do not cry. I shall gift you something even better in the future." The tavern's doors reopened for business. Other patrons, sensing the tension, began to leave. The staff made their way to the courtyard, where the manager, seated and admiring the bracelet, wore a smile of feigned amiability. "How does this bracelet fare?" A middle-aged man in a gray cloth robe with a gold-capped tooth smiled. Not bad at all. In Appos, a fine piece. If I present this to young Master Chingwe, I am sure he will promote me. I have grown weary of this shabby place. Perhaps I could soon be closer to the young master. Unbeknownst to all, this establishment, the finest in Suiyang City, was also one of the properties under the dominion of young Master Chingwe from the capital's famed brothel. Meanwhile, Chu Qianqian and her companions had already boarded the carriage. Ah Feng returned with their purchases, placing everything inside. Among the group, only Ah Feng had not eaten anything. Chu Qianqian instructed Su Qingru to find someone to drive, then beckoned to Ah Feng. Ah Feng, come in. The carriage was spacious, occupied solely by her and Lianqing. Ah Feng hesitated, a hint of confusion crossing his youthful features, yet obediently approached. Lianqing's eyes widened in realization. Did the princess bring back food for Ah Feng? Chu Qianqian raised an eyebrow. What of it? I saw clearly that you, girl, have eaten well. Burp. Lianqing at that moment let out a loud belch, her cheeks flushing crimson as she wished to hide her embarrassment. Chu Qianqian stifled a laugh, lifting the curtain to allow Ah Feng entry. Please sit. I brought back some food for you. I wonder if you will like it. Ah Feng lowered his gaze, catching the aroma of the dishes, accompanying Chu Qianqian. He had indeed grown hungry, especially as everyone else had eaten while he was preoccupied with errands. Initially, he had assumed Chu Qianqian was deliberately complicating matters as retribution for his earlier push, but now he realized she had intentionally brought food for Ah Feng, not for him. Yun Vuyen, did she treat every man with such kindness? Could the affection she once showed him be so freely given to others? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the carriage felt chilling, causing her to shiver involuntarily. It was spring, and the midday sun shone brightly outside. Why did it feel so cold? Yet, she paid little mind, extending her hand to arrange the food boxes. The table within the carriage was ample enough to accommodate the dishes, and with the slow pace of travel, it did not hinder their ability to eat. Chu Qianqian prepared the chopsticks and handed them to him, pointing out the dishes. This is the chestnut cake, stir-fried chicken with chestnuts, and drunken peanuts made specially by the tavern. Yun Vuyen, bewildered, pondered when Chu Qianqian had taken on the role of a menu announcer. He remained unaware of Qi Feng's dietary restrictions, as Qi Feng, being his shadow, had never dined with him. With an impassive face, Jun Wuyen picked up the chopsticks and began to eat, his countenance cold. Lianqing, observing from the side, felt displeased by his gloomy demeanor and could not help but roll her eyes, muttering under her breath. The princess has never brought me anything delicious. Yet you dare to sulk? Truly ungrateful. In the realm of jealousy over their princess, Lianqing was a connoisseur. Jun Wuyen slammed his chopsticks down onto the table with a resounding thud. Chapter 64. Becoming the mistress of our village, Chief the meal had been entirely devoured. Chu Qianqian stared in astonishment, realizing that her bodyguard, Ah Feng, could eat just as much as Jun Wuyen. With a stern expression, Jun Wuyen gathered the empty food boxes and promptly leaped down from the carriage. Lianqing was taken aback. She hadn't intended any harm, merely feeling a twinge of jealousy at how well her princess treated him. Upon seeing that she had inadvertently offended him, guilt washed over her. Your Highness, shall I go fetch him back? I didn't mean to speak so thoughtlessly. It was just, the young girl stammered, her face a mask of regret. Chu Qianqian smiled gently, reassuring her that it was all right. She understood Lianqing's intentions were to defend her, and Ah Feng's reaction had indeed caught her off guard, making him increasingly enigmatic. If he were truly that shadowy figure, Qi Feng, he could have easily declined the food without any need for pretense. For they were mere strangers now. No matter how clever one might be, the concept of reincarnation was simply too absurd to fathom. The caravan proceeded to Pingxiao County, which was one of the larger counties in Suiyang City, boasting 1,000 households nestled among the mountains. The most renowned feature here was the tidal lake, which traversed Suiyang City, nourishing the land. To avoid unnecessary complications, Chu Qianqian did not travel in ostentatious attire to announce her identity as a princess. Instead, she disguised the caravan as a typical escort team, claiming to accompany a wealthy young lady visiting relatives. Su Qingru found a spacious house in the village nearest to the embankment. After negotiating with the owner, he emerged, stating, "Qianqian, we've secured accommodations for the night." "Thank you for your efforts, elder brother," Chu Qianqian replied, eager to rest and sleep. However, as soon as she disembarked, Lu Xiangyuan and the others trailed closely behind, persistent as ever. Su Qingru frowned, noting that Chu Qianqian and Appo's health was fragile. The rugged mountain paths had slowed their journey considerably, and he had not anticipated being pursued so closely by Lu Xiangyuan and Appo's group. Chu Qianqian held no secrets regarding her presence here, so she felt no fear of being followed. Narrowing her eyes at the group, she recalled how she had recently tricked them. Lu Xiangyuan's temperament would undoubtedly flare up. Yet, when Lu Xiangyuan dismounted, he merely glanced her way before taking residence in the courtyard across from them. Su Qingru furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you need me to send someone to check on them?" His suggestion implied a need for a close and friendly engagement. Chu Qianqian, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications, gently shook her head. "As long as they do not cause trouble, they may follow us." Lian Qing accompanied her into the farmhouse, which was built with blue bricks and large tiles, far more opulent than the other houses in the village, making it the finest home in the area. It was evident that the homeowner was a local wealthy merchant. The head of the household was a short, stout, middle-aged man, who, upon seeing Chu Qianqian enter, along with all the male servants in the yard, stood frozen in astonishment. The beauty of the young girl was so striking that it seemed to drain the color from the surroundings, a visage rarely seen, akin to a celestial being from legends. To be admired from afar, never to be touched. Su Qingru scoffed. "What are you all standing there for?" A Feng's gaze turned cold as he observed the men, fixating on Chu Qianqian with lecherous eyes, wishing to rip their gaze away with his own hands. Yet, Chu Qianqian was unperturbed by such scrutiny. She adjusted her clothing and made her way to her room. The stout man finally snapped out of his reverie, wiped his face, and, steadying his racing heart, hurried over to inquire, "My humble abode is quite inadequate for the young lady. If there is anything amiss, please do not hesitate to inform me." Lian Qing and Feng positioned themselves protectively on either side of Chu Qianqian, preventing any unwanted intrusions. Chu Qianqian silently entered her room and promptly shut the door, blocking the stout man outside. He stomped in frustration, attempting to peer inside, but the barrier was too solid, leaving him with a look of regret as he turned to Su Qingru with a sycophantic smile. "Rest assured, my lord, the horses are fed the finest fodder, and dinner is already being prepared. You will not be disappointed." After all, these young gentlemen were wealthy heirs, and he had to cater to them diligently. Moreover, the lady was an extraordinary beauty. Simply gazing at her was enough to stir an insatiable itch within him. A glimmer of greed flickered in the stout man's eyes as he raised his head, swiftly donning a smile once more. Some beauties could indeed tempt one into crime. As night fell, Chu Qianqian had just finished washing up and was about to lie down to sleep when she suddenly heard what sounded like tremors beneath her. The noise was too pronounced to ignore. She instantly sat up, just as someone rushed in, breathless with urgency. "Lord Su, trouble is brewing. There's a blaze outside, and a multitude of mounted men are charging down the mountain path, surrounding our little village." The door to her room swung open, and Lian Qing dashed in to help her dress. "Your Highness, the mountain bandits have arrived. You must blacken your face to avoid being seen." Chu Qianqian narrowed her eyes slightly, raising her hand to touch her face, a frown forming. Having spent too long in the safety of the imperial city, she had forgotten the necessity of concealing her identity while traveling. Now, it seemed too late for concealment. She raised her gaze, asking, "How many are there?" Feng and Su Qingru entered behind her. Su Qingru's expression turned grave. "There are over 300 of them, with the men I brought. We may not be able to hold them back. Qianqian, you, Feng, and Lian Qing must take another route under the cover of darkness." Before he could finish, the stout man she had seen earlier emerged with dozens of his men, his eyes gleaming with lecherous intent as he fixated on Chu Qianqian and Lian Qing. With a smug grin, he declared, "The beauty wishes to leave? It may already be too late. Why not obediently stay here and become our village chief's mistress?" Chu Qianqian paused briefly, then looked at the stout man and smiled. This smile rendered him momentarily speechless, his eyes widening in sheer fascination. She parted her lips, resembling a captivating flower, beautiful yet perilous. Very well. At that moment, a loud laugh resonated from outside, and all of Sue and Appo's guards stood ready with their weapons. The door swung open to reveal a rugged man on horseback. Chu Qianqian lifted her gaze, and as her eyes met his, a flame of hatred ignited within her. This bandit, she had seen his likeness in a portrait from her past life. He was. Chapter 65. Are you aware of who my lady is? In her previous life, she was responsible for the demise of the leader of a band of mountain bandits. The kingdom of Chu had recently endured a calamity, and although the Chu emperor has dispatched provisions and land to settle the refugees, many able-bodied men have turned to banditry to survive. Those with a semblance of conscience would rob for wealth rather than life, while the heartless, like the group before them, have gained notoriety as the most formidable band of mountain bandits in the southern hills of Suiyang City in the past 6 months. They are notorious for their brutal raids, and though they seldom reveal themselves, when they do, it is always to massacre entire villages. The treacherous terrain of the southern hills makes them difficult to confront, and the inaction of the Suiyang City authorities has allowed their audacity to grow unchecked. Soon, Su Qingru would undertake the task of eradicating the southern mountain bandits, preparing for a surprise attack under the cover of night, unaware that their plans had been leaked, resulting in an ambush against them. The encounter with this group occurred sooner than anticipated, a fact that Chu Qianqian had not foreseen before arriving here. The distance between the southern hills and this place is considerable, requiring at least 2 hours on horseback. The man at the forefront, clad in animal skins and sporting a rugged beard, dismounted his horse. A scar marred his face, his gaze fierce and calculating as it fell upon Chu Qianqian. He boisterously declared, "I never imagined that this king would attract the attention of such a beauty. Since you have already consented, let us depart at once." Su Qingru and Appo's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew his sword. Jun Wuhuan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze piercing through the darkness, seemingly locking eyes with someone afar. Lian Qing positioned herself protectively in front of Chu Qianqian, her face pale and trembling. The sheer number of their adversaries, at least 300, was daunting, and all exits were blocked. Even if they were sprout wings, escape would be impossible. Engaging in combat, Su Qingru was not particularly concerned. Yet even the mightiest could not single-handedly contend against overwhelming numbers. Fatigue and lapses in vigilance were inevitable. Moreover, they had to safeguard Chu Qianqian and Lian Qing, who were utterly defenseless. Chu Qianqian lifted her chin, regarding the mountain bandit leader without a trace of fear. She pushed Lian Qing and a Feng aside. Jun Wuhuan, still masked as a Feng, momentarily froze, the boy and Appo's expression behind the mask betraying a hint of astonishment. For he had assumed Chu Qianqian would cower in terror behind the others. Stepping out from the crowd, illuminated by the interplay of moonlight and fire, Chu Qianqian and Appo's beauty became even more striking. The rugged bandit leader and Appo's eyes widened in instant admiration. He swallowed hard, and even his subordinates fell silent. Previously hidden behind the crowd, the true extent of her beauty became apparent, and the leader felt that the arduous journey had been worthwhile. The plump headman approached the bandit leader with a grin, whispering, "Well, Chief, she is undoubtedly a rare beauty." The leader clapped him on the shoulder, squinting with approval. "Rest assured, you have done a great service. This king will not forget you." "Thank you, Chief. Thank you." The portly man retreated elated. Meanwhile, Chu Qianqian stepped beyond the protective circle. Just as she was about to stride out from the throng, a hand seized her wrist. Turning to face the owner of the hand, she smiled, her eyes curving with delight. She had not expected a Feng to reach out to her, having noted his avoidance of her in recent days. A Feng gently shook his head. The real Chi Feng was nearby, confident in his ability to ensure Chu Qianqian's safety. Chi Feng's unparalleled agility had allowed him to escape the palace, proving his capability to protect her. As for the others, they would have to leave their fates to chance. She lightly patted the back of his hand, warmth radiating from her palm, igniting an unexpected flutter in Jun Wuhuan's heart. Turning to a Feng, Lian Qing, And Su Qingru, Chu Qianqian declared, "This predicament was brought about by me. Thus, I shall resolve it. Older cousin, fret not. None of these individuals you brought will come to harm today." Su Qingru raised his gaze toward Chu Qianqian, his heart racing. "Qianqian, what do you intend?" Chu Qianqian raised an eyebrow and whispered something in Su Qingru's ear. He narrowed his eyes, biting his lip, but could only clench his fists, rooted in place. Watching her step out from the crowd to stand before the pack of wolves, with her chin raised, her delicate features complemented by her flowing dark hair cascading over her shoulders, she exuded both fragility and allure, her peach-hued gown accentuating her porcelain skin and exquisite countenance. She arched an eyebrow, smiled at the bandit leader, and boldly proclaimed, "Is this how you welcome the future lady of the stronghold?" All the bandits were momentarily taken aback by her unexpected, assertive retort. Accustomed to subservient and fearful women, they had never encountered one who confronted them so defiantly. This woman was truly audacious. Not all bandits were soft-hearted. One subordinate frowned and stepped forward to reprimand the audacious Chu Qianqian, but was halted by the leader and Appo's outstretched hand. The mountain bandit leader and Appo's eyes widened in a haze of infatuation. Had it not been for the multitude of onlookers, he might have trembled with excitement. His heart raced as he beheld Chu Qianqian smile, feeling as though it might escape his chest. Everyone remained still. The bandits obeyed their leader without question, a testament to the swift rise of their stronghold. The mountain bandit leader licked his lips while gazing at Chu Qianqian, then commanded his subordinates, "Obey the lady." Chu Qianqian felt a shiver run down her spine at the utterance of those words, finding them utterly distasteful. Yet, the show must go on, and she intended to make him pay dearly for uttering them. She stood tall, resembling a night blooming Sirius, radiant and captivating. Su Qingru's eyes brimmed with anger. Yet he restrained himself from acting. Had he not feared that even if he sacrificed all, he could not protect Chu Qianqian, he would have acted long ago. With a sidelong glance at the bandit leader, Chu Qianqian spoke coolly, "We and Appo's, we not wed yet, so do not call me and Appo's, lady, and Appo's." The leader, entranced by her beauty, smiled and replied, "What you say is wise. We shall marry upon our return. But for now, what shall I call you? How about beauty?" Chu Qianqian arched an eyebrow, asserting, "I will accompany you to your stronghold, provided you release these people." Lian Qing, nearly in tears, could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Do you know who my lady is?" But her mouth was quickly covered. Chapter 66. Junwian gazed upon him as if observing a corpse. Afeng shook his head at her, and Lian Qing's eyes widened as realization dawned upon her. She understood that she could not, under any circumstances, reveal the identity of the princess. If this group were to discover that Chu Qianqian was the current princess, they would undoubtedly seek to silence her by any means necessary. At the moment they turned to banditry, they had forsaken all rules and etiquette, hanging their lives by a thread. Each day lived was a victory. How could they ever believe that the identity of a princess would instill fear in them? In her moment of fear and urgency, Lian Qing had almost endangered everyone. Now, with clarity, she nodded at Afeng, signaling her understanding. The bandit leader squinted his eyes and inquired coldly, "What identity? Speak of it." Gritting her teeth, Lian Qing replied, "My lady is the daughter of a well-known merchant family in the capital. Her father possesses abundant wealth, and if you release her, he will surely reward you handsomely." The leader could not help but laugh at her words. "Brothers, did you hear that? We've stumbled upon the daughter of a wealthy family." The leader, eager for the prospect of marrying the young lady and becoming a wealthy son-in-law, thought that all that money would eventually be his. The crowd erupted into chatter. Their spirits lifted as they began to entertain thoughts of both possessing the girl and the fortune. Chu Qianqian, unperturbed by this trivial interlude, raised her head and asked, "Leader, what do you think of my previous proposition?" Upon hearing this, the leader's smile faded slightly. Although he could acquiesce to some of Chu Qianqian's minor requests, he was not foolish enough to let them return to inform others or to keep them alive to trouble himself. "My dear, I cannot grant that request," he said, "but I can allow them to accompany you to the mountain, as they are your kin. When we marry, we will need witnesses to partake in the joyous occasion." Chu Qianqian nodded gently, acknowledging the leader and Appo's reasoning. The leader then relaxed his expression and signaled to his subordinates. Go bind their hands and feet. Chu Qianqian turned back and nodded at Su Qingru, confident that her beauty was her bargaining chip, and she believed she could stall for time. Everything could be resolved once they reached the mountain. Moreover, not all of Su Qingru and Appo's men were present. Some had already rushed to inform the Su family station nearby. By tomorrow morning, the Su forces would arrive, and it would be interesting to see if these mountain bandits would truly be fearless. The leader approached Chu Qianqian on horseback, reaching out to embrace her waist, but she deftly evaded him. Frowning slightly, she met his displeased gaze and then casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture that was both enchanting and disarming, effectively quelling his anger. Seizing the moment, Chu Qianqian asserted, I am a lady of good family. The leader must not treat me as one would a woman of the streets. I am quite stubborn, and if you dare to lay a hand on me before we are wed, I shall resist to my last breath. Her eyes glimmered with determination as she drew a concealed dagger to her cheek. Surely the leader would hesitate to harm her. Su Qingru and Appo's heart nearly leapt from his chest at the sight of such a dangerous weapon in Chu Qianqian and Appo's hand. Should anything happen to the fifth princess, he could not bear to face his aunt or the entire Su family. The leader chuckled softly and stepped back. This minor request I can grant. You may travel in a carriage. Chu Qianqian turned to Offing. I want him to drive the carriage. Someone untied Offing's bonds and brought him and Lianqing over. Tears streamed down Lianqing's face as she anxiously grasped Chu Qianqian's hand. My lady Wu, do not fear. I am here, Chu Qianqian comforted, stroking Lianqing's hair. She realized that, despite not being a true 16-year-old, she must shoulder the responsibility of protecting others. The situation had reversed. She was no longer the princess sheltered behind others, but a bargaining chip capable of safeguarding them all. Even though she was weak and could not physically resist these men, she would do her utmost to secure a glimmer of hope for herself and her companions. Just as they were being led out of the courtyard, a sudden commotion erupted from the opposite side. Do not touch me, keep away. The voice belonged to Chu Xiaoxiao. Several individuals emerged from the courtyard, escorting a group of people, including Lu Xiangyuan and Chu Xiaoxiao. Leader, we found another decent catch, one exclaimed, eyeing the two maidservants. They appear to have delicate skin. Let's have them, leader. Chu Xiaoxiao trembled in fear, her attire disheveled from the struggle. Lu Xiangyuan, equally taken aback by their predicament, wore a grim expression, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. What else could they do but accept their misfortune? However, Lu Xiangyuan was not overly concerned, having recognized the leader of the South Mountain Bandits. The Feng family had had dealings with him before, and he hoped that, given their alliance, the leader would not make things difficult for them. The leader seized Chu Xiaoxiao and Appo's chin, tilting her head for a closer inspection. Chu Xiaoxiao trembled in fright, her complexion pale as a ghost. The leader glanced at Chu Qianqian, then back at Chu Xiaoxiao, and with a hint of disdain, tossed her aside. Perfect. The second and third lieutenants are still without women. Let them choose upon our return. Yes. Chu Qianqian rode in a separate carriage, while the others were crammed into a few wagons to conserve space. Bound hand and foot, they were forced to huddle together, unable to move freely. The group of men seemed indifferent, but Chu Xiaoxiao and her two maidservants were miserable, crying softly as they were squeezed against the men. The bandits displayed no mercy towards anyone but Chu Qianqian. Lianqing, fortunate to bask in the protection of her princess, sat safely within the carriage. Chu Qianqian lifted the curtain and glimpsed Offing and Appo's back as he drove the carriage. Withdrawing her gaze, she stared intently into the darkness outside. Offing guided the carriage smoothly, his unremarkable facade blending into the night. Junwen gripped the reins tightly, his gaze fixed on the back of the South Mountain leader's head, eyes as cold and lifeless as those of a corpse. Chapter 67. Chu Qianqian. I have an idea. As they journeyed into the depths of the night, they finally arrived at the lair of the mountain bandits. The carriage came to a halt, and Chu Qianqian peered through the curtain. Ahead, amidst the pitch-black peaks, there was but a narrow path flanked by jagged cliffs. A flicker of recollection washed over her, This was indeed the southern valley of Suiyang City, the final resting place of her cousin, Su Qingru, in her previous life. Although the Su family was stationed in Suiyang City, they could not leave their post without a royal decree, except under extraordinary circumstances. Numerous eyes were ever watchful of the Su family's movements. Any whispers of disturbance would swiftly become common knowledge. The bandits, though they had their stronghold, were cunning and agile. Upon learning of an approaching army, they would undoubtedly flee to wreak havoc elsewhere. The eradication of the southern mountain stronghold had been persistently delayed due to the interference of the Feng family. However, this time, there was no need for concern. With the princess in peril, it was only natural for the Su family forces to mobilize. Upon entering the stronghold, the guards were immediately taken to the dungeon. "Behave yourselves," warned one of the bandits. "Tomorrow, our chieftain will host a celebratory feast and allow you a sip of joy, turning you into gluttons. Should you disobey, any disturbances tonight may prevent you from seeing the light of day." Su Qingru and Lu Xiangyuan found themselves confined alongside the other guards. The bandits seemed unperturbed by their gathering, merely lighting an oil lamp on the nearby wall. The smoke curled, and soon a captivating aroma filled the dungeon. Su Qingru's expression shifted. It was the scent of soft bone powder. Prolonged exposure to this fragrance would induce dizziness and weakness, rendering them incapable of escape, perhaps even a standing. The other guard from a Su family were already in a panic. "Young master, are we to lie here and wait for death?" one exclaimed. "Indeed, have we already become lambs for the slaughter?" Despair washed over their faces, their eyes reflecting hopelessness. Resistance seemed futile under the influence of the drug. Even the strength to struggle had abandoned them. Yet, Su Qingru remained calm, sensing the smoke gradually sapping his strength. He furrowed his brow and suddenly exerted force in his arms. The nearby guards stared wide-eyed as his muscles bulged, and the coarse ropes began to fray. With a final snap, Su Qingru freed his reddened wrists and stood tall. The others were dumbfounded. He approached the door, testing whether he could push it open. The bandits had constructed formidable defenses, and he could not budge the iron gate. The dungeon was eerily silent. Even Lu Xiangyuan gaped at him in shock. Then he jested. "Even if Su Darren can untie the ropes, what use is it? We cannot escape from here. As time passes, even you will lose your strength and become mere prey for these brutes." Su Qingru remained silent. He walked over to his subordinates, loosening their bonds before retrieving a small vial from his robes. This was a precautionary gift from Chu Qianqian, meant for emergencies. It seemed that this very emergency had arrived. "Here, take this medicine." Upon opening the porcelain bottle, Su Qingru poured out around 20 Baijia pills, instructing everyone to place the pills under their tongues. The Baijia pills counteract various common narcotics. With this, they could withstand the toxic smoke, remaining unaffected. As the Su family guards regained their strength and stood, Lu Xiangyuan and his few subordinates were momentarily stunned. Though the duration was brief, they had clearly lost their vigor. Even rising now required immense effort. In contrast, the Su family guards were vibrant and lively, as if nothing had transpired. Su Qingru cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xiangyuan. "What was it you just said?" "I couldn't and amp. Oppose. To hear you." Lu Xiangyuan stammered, his face flushed from the effects of the drug. He had not anticipated Su Qingru and amp. Oppose as hidden prowess. Noticing that Su Qingru had no intention of providing medicine to him and his companions, Lu Xiangyuan could not help but inquire, "What about that medicine?" Su Qingru tucked the vial away. "In Oppose, it's all gone." Lu Xiangyuan had clearly seen that there was still some medicine left in the porcelain bottle. Yet Su Qingru was brazenly lying. Anger surged within Lu Xiangyuan. Gritting his teeth, he implored, "Su Darren, we are both officials of the same court. How can you turn a blind eye to my plight? I'm also engaged to Qianqian. The wedding preparations are well underway, and soon she shall marry me. Will you truly stand by and watch her live in widowhood?" Su Qingru strode up to him, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. "My Qianqian is not yet married. How could she possibly be a widow? Besides, I have heard that my aunt has already chosen a suitable match for her, and I dare say she has long since lost interest in you." With that, Su Qingru tossed him to the ground, releasing him as he stood. He had arranged for the others to position themselves on either side of the door, listening intently for any sound from beyond the iron gate. In the pitch-black dungeon, the only source of light came from a small window in the iron door, and no guards were stationed outside. Lu Xiangyuan, having fallen, coughed weakly, unable to rise, only able to gaze up helplessly. He moved his lips and said, "I had no idea Qianqian cared for me so deeply. Thus, I have treated her with indifference. Yet she once held affection for me, and I too harbor feelings for her. I beseech you, Su Darren, grant me a chance to atone for my past mistakes." Lu Xiangyan spoke earnestly, and Su Qingru could not help but furrow his brows, sensing a hint of sincerity in his words. However, the medicine was precious, and Lu Xiangyuan, a mere scholar, would only be a liability even if he managed to rise. He might very well encounter danger. It would be wiser to remain here and await rescue from those outside. Lu Xiangyuan seethed with frustration, his chest heaving violently. So, had all his previous words been in vain? Meanwhile, two bandits politely escorted Chu Qianqian to the largest and most spacious room in the stronghold. Ah Feng and Lian Qing were also granted the rare privilege of staying behind. "Rest assured, we shall bring you whatever you require shortly," they said, fearful of offending the chieftain. As the door closed and the oil lamp illuminated the room, Lian Qing felt utterly drained, leaning against the wall for support. "Your Highness, do you think we will have a chance to escape from here?" Chu Qianqian glanced out the window, then turned to Ah Feng. "Ah Feng, how do your skills compare to that of the chieftain?" Jun Weian pointed to himself without hesitation. How could he admit to being inferior to that oaf? Chu Qianqian felt a slight relief wash over her, a glimmer of cunning dancing in her eyes. "I have an idea, and I need your cooperation." Chapter 68, Cross-Dressing. Only 0 or infinite times Jun Weian listened intently. Chu Qianqian narrowed her eyes and said, "This southern mountain stronghold is unlike any other place. Everyone here holds the chieftain Lin Bao in high regard. He is formidable in martial arts, but possesses a rather stubborn disposition." Jun Weian raised his gaze, scrutinizing Chu Qianqian's expression. He was perplexed as to why she had such profound knowledge of a chieftain who appeared to lack any remarkable traits. However, as he was currently assuming the role of Offing, he refrained from asking any questions that Offing would not. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Qianqian was unaware of Offing's thoughts. Her expression turned serious as she continued. "The reason these people heed the chieftain's commands is that he has long concealed the locations of the gold and jewels acquired through plunder. Should the chieftain perish, the whereabouts of those treasures would remain a mystery. This was also a means for the chieftain to safeguard himself." Understanding her implication, Jun Weian realized that they were contemplating a strategy to capture the southern mountain chieftain. Chu Qianqian regarded him, her demeanor softening. "This task is fraught with danger, and there may be a threat to life. However, I will create an opportunity for you. Once we can seize control, we can breach the southern mountain stronghold from within." This was her primary motivation for agreeing to enter the stronghold. The geographical layout of the southern mountain was unique, with its valley tunnels resembling an impregnable fortress. An all-out assault, even with meticulous preparation, would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. Yet, if someone opened the doors from within for the outsiders, taking the stronghold would be a straightforward endeavor with minimal cost. Lian Qing, standing nearby, was astonished, her eyes wide. She felt her princess had an impressive breadth of knowledge. She flattered, "Your Highness, you are truly clever to devise a plan so swiftly." Chu Qianqian was taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly. She felt warmth creeping on her face and coughed lightly. "Well, it's not that remarkable. The idea is not entirely my own. I overheard it while eavesdropping in the imperial study during my previous life. Having investigated the matter surrounding her cousin's demise, she had seen the bandits and Appo's portraits and heard the conversation between her father and Master Zhou. These clues were derived from Master Zhou's analyses." Lian Qing inquired, "Your Highness, what shall we do next? When the chieftain arrives, Offing will surely be driven out." Chu Qianqian raised an eyebrow and smiled at Jun Weian. An unsettling premonition surged within him. "Indeed, Offing would be expelled, but you shall not." Lian Qing blinked, not comprehending. Chu Qianqian assessed Jun Weian's physique with her eyes and nodded gently. "Though you're slightly taller, Only need to bend down a bit. Your slim waist will suit Lian Qing's attire perfectly. Yun Vuyen. He truly felt thankful. However, as often, he could not refuse. A flicker of regret surged within him for accompanying Chu Qianqian to this place. He could have spent his time on something far more worthwhile. Chu Qianqian instructed Lian Qing. We do not know when the chieftain will arrive, so hurry and change into the attire inside. I doubt he will wait until tomorrow. The chieftain evidently had ulterior motives, and she believed he would not restrain himself from seeking her out that very night. However, for a duck already cooked, he would not be overly excessive, allowing her a brief respite. This was the moment she aimed to seize. Offing's expression was clearly reluctant, yet he stepped behind the screen. As he removed his clothes, the flickering candlelight illuminated his slender figure against the screen. Chu Qianqian felt a blush creeping to her cheeks as she averted her gaze, feeling slightly guilty. Lian Qing took the garments Offing had discarded to change elsewhere before tossing them back behind the screen for him to wear. Before long, the screen was pushed open, and a figure emerged. Lian Qing donned a lovely blue long dress, embroidered with white lotus flowers, creating a stunning appearance as she moved. It was one of Lian Qing's favorite garments. Yet, now worn by Offing, the waistline was exquisitely accentuated. He was still relatively young, and his stature did not exceed Lian Qing's by much. Thus, the dress appeared entirely fitting. Chu Qianqian was confident that the chieftain would be so captivated by her presence that he would scarcely notice anyone else. Her objective was to capture Lin Bao's full attention at the first moment, allowing Offing to strike when the chieftain was momentarily distracted. It was in essence a beauty trap. Chu Qianqian gazed intently until her eyes rested on his unremarkable face, then withdrew her gaze. Lian Qing, assist him in arranging his hair. Of course, Your Highness, Lian Qing replied, promptly guiding Offing to sit before the mirror. Jun Wuyan watched as Lian Qing deftly styled his long, dark hair into an elegant updo, akin to her own. She even removed a hairpin from her hair to neatly secure it in his, then turned to Chu Qianqian and asked, Your Highness, how do I look? Is it beautiful? Offing's hair quality is truly superior, surpassing that of many women. Jun Wuyan remained expressionless as he glanced at his reflection in the mirror and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not his own face. Chu Qianqian was quite pleased. Very well, Offing, please stand. Jun Wuyan complied, turning to face Chu Qianqian. He lowered his gaze, his dark pupils reflecting her exquisite beauty. The young maiden was a rare vision of loveliness, her countenance unparalleled in the world. In Jun Wuyan and Appo's, as past impressions, she was both beautiful and perilous. Yet now, that danger seemed to be transforming, akin to a vividly enchanting serpent willingly shedding its fangs and exposing its belly for him to caress. Chu Qianqian lifted her hand to adjust his attire. As her fingers brushed against his waist, she could distinctly sense his body stiffening. A sly smile tugged at her lips, her brow arching with mischief. This will suffice, Lian Qing. You should conceal your face and stand by the door, waiting for an opportunity to slip away. Rest assured, Your Highness, Lian Qing will find a suitable hiding spot, she promised. As the three discussed further details, footsteps approached, growing louder. Suddenly, the door burst open, slamming against the walls with a heavy thud. The Southern Mountain chieftain, Lin Bao, strode in with a rather exhilarated smile. My beauty, lying alone, is a restless endeavor. May this king accompany you? Lin Bao's gaze landed abruptly on the screen. Though opaque, the flickering candlelight allowed glimpses of the silhouette behind it. A remarkably alluring figure danced upon the screen, ensnaring his eyes. Chapter 69. A beauty that captivates the heart. Lian Qing donned the garments of Offing. Though they were slightly oversized, the darkness of the night concealed her presence as she slipped away into the shadows, unnoticed. With her head bowed and her face painted a waxen hue, no one recognized her. The guard stationed at the entrance merely cast a fleeting glance her way before turning away, mindful of the chief's affairs, which rendered them unable to eavesdrop. The chief, completely enraptured by the figure behind the screen, took his time, slowly making his way to the table, sitting down and fixating his gaze on the screen. Lost in a trance, he had never beheld such a stunning silhouette. The slender waist and graceful posture of the figure behind the screen resembled an ethereal fairy in the moonlight. The diaphanous veil swayed gently, accentuating every delicate movement with enchanting allure. Even without a clear view of the dancer and Oppo's face, the exquisite performance evoked a regal sensation within him. Lin Bao had never watched a dance with such seriousness before. In the past, when the dancers took the stage, they were often whisked away by his companions before the performance could even commence. He had little interest in such spectacles, preferring instead to hold them close. Yet now, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been, for some beauty truly astounds the soul. As the dance concluded, the figure behind the screen froze in a pose reminiscent of a celestial being. Suddenly, the screen shifted, revealing a breathtaking beauty. Lin Bao's eyes sparkled with delight as he applauded vigorously. Bravo! What a splendid performance! A beauty indeed, captivating to the core. Chu Qianqian emerged from behind the screen, while Lianqing, with her head bowed in respect, assisted her in trailing the light veil behind. The drapery, fashioned from the room's curtains, added an ethereal touch, even when casually draped over her shoulder. Lin Bao was utterly entranced by the exquisite sight before him, his gaze fixated on Chu Qianqian, oblivious to any differences concerning Lianqing. The two were but a few steps from Lin Bao. Lianqing gently released her hold, stepping back with her head lowered. Seizing the moment, Chu Qianqian flung the veil from her sleeve, letting it cascade over Lin Bao's face. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, compelling him to close his eyes in rapture. In a sudden motion, Lin Bao reached out to grasp the veil, intent on pulling Chu Qianqian into his embrace. However, she spun away with remarkable agility, allowing the veil to slip from her form. Lin Bao, witnessing this, felt no anger. Rather, amusement flickered in his eyes. Was the beauty playing coy, inviting him to join in her playful game? With a jovial smile, Lin Bao sprang from his seat, ready to approach. Chu Qianqian then placed her hand on her sash and gently tugged, causing her outer garment to slide away, though she wore many layers beneath, leaving nothing exposed. Nonetheless, the sight ignited a fierce blush in Lin Bao's cheeks, his body freezing in astonishment, utterly captivated by the beauty before him, entirely oblivious to the presence of the maid behind him. In that fleeting moment, Jun Wuyin and Chu Qianqian exchanged knowing glances, and he acted swiftly. Lin Bao felt a sharp chill at his lower back, followed by an intense pain that coursed through him. His eyes widened in shock, disbelief flooding his features as he turned to confront the source of his agony. His kidney had it been severed? Before he could utter a word, a swift kick from the girl sent him crashing to the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Help! Someone help! He bellowed. Jun Wuyin raised his hand, pressing the blade he had drawn against Lin Bao's throat. Chu Qianqian and Oppo's voice was icy as she intoned, "If you call for help, you shall meet your demise." Her words proved effective. Lin Bao's face paled as he clamped his mouth shut, gritting his teeth in agony, trembling uncontrollably. You cannot escape. Surrender your weapons, and I might grant you a complete corpse." Chu Qianqian chuckled softly, taken aback by his stubbornness even in such dire straits. Outside, someone had heard the commotion and approached the door, knocking lightly. "Chief, is there something amiss?" Lin Bao, realizing the peril of his predicament, chided himself inwardly for being so blinded by beauty that he had overlooked the imminent danger. He hadn't even recognized that the maid was, in fact, a man. Swallowing hard, he managed to suppress his pain, muttering, "Nothing. Go away." Silence descended outside as the footsteps retreated. Chu Qianqian picked up the veil from the floor and bound Lin Bao's wound. The reason for targeting his kidney was that, as long as no vital organs were harmed, he would not perish immediately, though he would be rendered incapacitated. They needed Lin Bao alive as leverage, but he was formidable, and perhaps they were no match for him. To hedge against any potential threats, this course of action had been proposed by Jun Wuyin, and Chu Qianqian had acquiesced. She had not anticipated that Offing, though mute, possessed such cleverness. Binding Lin Bao to the chair, Chu Qianqian donned her attire anew and looked down upon him, her voice frigid as she inquired, "Do you wish to live?" Lin Bao rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth in anger. "Who does not wish to live?" He lamented, having never imagined that he, a hunter, would fall prey to a mere bird. Very well, she replied coolly. You shall do as I command, or I shall not hesitate to draw blood. Taking the dagger from Jun Wuyin, she lowered her gaze and let it hover near Lin Bao and Appo's lower half, her intentions crystal clear. Lin Bao and Appo's complexion drained of color. A gentleman may be killed, but not humiliated, he exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Speak. With a fierce and defiant expression, he complied without hesitation. Chu Qianqian's lips curled into a smile, her beauty still radiant. First, have someone bring me a meal. I'm famished. The hour was late, and after a tiresome journey without rest, Chu Qianqian felt both hunger and fatigue weighing upon her. Lin Bao nodded, calling out, bring food. Once more, the sound of footsteps echoed as a bewildered bandit, previously chastised, dared not utter a word this time. Fetch wine and dishes. Of course, wait here, chief. The response was swift. Chu Qianqian instructed Offing to bring the food into the room. She glanced at the bound Lin Bao, then sat at the table with Offing, indulging in the feast. After satisfying their appetites, fatigue began to settle over Chu Qianqian, her eyes drooping. Rubbing her temples, she murmured, Offing, I can hardly keep my eyes open. This man is now in your care. Jun Wuyin, unperturbed by weariness, nodded at Chu Qianqian as she sought a nearby soft couch to recline upon. Struggling to keep her eyes open, her voice became hoarse as she added, You must perform another task. Jun Wuyin raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What is it? Rock the bed. The wooden bed in the center of the room emitted a constant creaking sound. Most of the candlelight had been extinguished, leaving only a dim, yellowish glow. Chu Qianqian quickly fell asleep on the soft couch. Even in such a perilous environment, she slept soundly. Jun Wuyin glanced at Chu Qianqian, and after confirming she wouldn't easily awaken, he turned his icy gaze upon Lin Bao. He found a rag from some forgotten corner and stuffed it into Lin Bao's mouth. Beneath his tongue, Lin Bao's eyes widened, now utterly unable to make sound. Jun Wuyin narrowed his eyes, regarding him coldly. Madam? Lin Bao's eyes were filled with dread, as if he perceived something dangerous in Jun Wuyin's gaze. Moreover, this person was wearing a woman's blue dress, appearing quite peculiar and bizarre. You're not worthy. His hand suddenly pressed on the wound. The barely stanched wound reopened. Ugh! Lin Bao whimpered, a large, burly man with tears welling in his eyes from the pain. Jun Wuyin dragged his chair to the bedside and began rhythmically pushing against the bed frame with his foot. He sat on the table, poking the other man's wound with a stick. Lin Bao was in agony, groaning incessantly. The combination of sounds was somewhat suggestive. A few bandits, guarding not far from the door, perked up their ears, a lewd expression spreading across their faces. Our boss is truly something, so adept. Huh, listening to that, our boss is really enjoying himself. Of course, with such a beauty in his arms, even death would be worth it. To die beneath the peony blossoms, to be a ghost, and still be romantic. They continued, each trying to outdo the other, wishing to make tonight and Appo's events known to everyone. The sounds persisted for 2 hours. The men at the door, yawning and sporting dark circles under their eyes, were awestruck by their chieftain's stamina. They never imagined their chieftain could last so long. Could it be the magic of a beautiful woman? Dawn gradually broke. Everything had returned to silence. Lian Qing, having found a corner, had fallen asleep against the wall. Seeing the pale light outside, she immediately got up to knock on the door. A Feng opened the door, his face expressionless, his eyes cold. Especially with Lian Qing's attire, paired with a Feng's face, it looked somewhat comical. Lian Qing couldn't help but giggle. A Feng's expression darkened. Lian Qing, completely unaware that her actions were being noted in someone's mental ledger, said, Let me in, it's dawn, we need to switch back. Jun Wuyin nodded. The bloodstains in the room had been cleaned, and the bandit's lair was now utterly silent, as if awaiting an imminent storm. Unnoticed, morning had arrived, and someone knocked on their boss and Appo's door. Chieftain, breakfast is ready. Jun Wuyin kicked Lin Bao, who was nearly unconscious. Lin Bao groggily opened his eyes, bloodshot. His face was pale, his lips chapped, as if his skin had been peeled off. He was subdued. After a night of torment, he felt his soul was about to leave his body. As a ruthless bandit, He felt that last night was the greatest ordeal he had ever experienced in his bandit life. This young man was not human, but a demon. He struggled to open his mouth, unable to make a sound for a long time. Fortunately, Lian Qing was observant and gave him a sip of water. Release. Door. Lin Bao's voice was extremely hoarse, startling the bandit outside. He placed the food at the door, wondering if he should inform the kitchen to prepare something to boost virility, seeing how exhausted his boss was. Lian Qing quietly opened the door, making sure no one was around before bringing in the food. Lin Bao leaned against the chair, barely alive. Chu Qianqian had also woken up, pausing at the sight of Lin Bao. Afeng, what happened to him? Afeng shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Since Afeng couldn't speak, he didn't bother to explain. For some reason, Chu Qianqian found the scene familiar, but she couldn't quite recall it, and since it didn't seem important, she dismissed it. Lian Qing glanced at Lin Bao, suddenly feeling sorry for the chieftain. Princess, what should we do next? Should we drag this chieftain out to threaten them to release the people? Chu Qianqian shook her head. That might work, but it's too risky. I have a better plan. Lian Qing's eyes lit up. What plan? Chu Qianqian said, poison them. Make all the bandits collapse. Then it will be easy to act. But there are 700 or 800 people on this mountain. Chu Qianqian smiled. Isn't the chieftain going to marry a new madam? He should bring all the brothers together for a gathering. Lian Qing scratched her head. But where do we get the poison? As soon as she finished speaking, Afeng suddenly took out a box from his side. Chu Qianqian paused, watching him dip his finger in water and write on the table. Muscle-weakening powder. Burning it will make people lose strength. Chu Qianqian's eyes instantly brightened, and she praised, Afeng, you've been a great help. However, she noticed that he had already changed out of the women's clothes, feeling a bit of regret. It had to be said, Afeng's figure is really good, his waist slender and supple, with a sense of youthfulness between a teenager and a young adult, yet it was full of sensuality. Chu Qianqian felt her nose was itchy. She quickly stopped her thoughts, avoiding a nosebleed. Such an important matter should naturally be left to Afeng, while Lian Qing followed him to act as a messenger. Lin Bao and Chu Qianqian would stay in the room without going out, and no one outside would suspect anything. After all, it was so intense last night, it was natural that they wouldn't be able to get up today. The chieftain has ordered that he will prepare the wedding banquet with his beauty today. Remember to call all the brothers to come and drink together. The location is in the front hall. Lian Qing said, hands in her pockets, haughtily. The bandit showed a flattering expression when he heard her words. After all, this girl would soon be the madam's family, and they dared not offend her. Otherwise, if the madam whispered in the chieftain's ear, their lives would be gone. Don't worry. This will naturally be taken care of. We will go now. Afeng also followed. Those people didn't oppose. Take care about him. After all, his young lady was already the chieftain's person. Maybe they would be a family in the future. Chu Qianqian glanced outside, and things were progressing smoothly. However, she suddenly looked at Lin Bao in a chair and found that he was closing his eyes motionless, as if he had no breath. Chu Qianqian and Oppos. S. heart skipped a beat. Dead? Chapter 71. The Princess and Oppos. S. identity is revealed. Lin Bao twitched slightly, his fingers moving to indicate that he still drew breath. Only then did Chu Qianqian feel at ease. After all, a living chieftain proved far more valuable than a deceased one. He now served as her shield, becoming their last line of defense. Lin Bao felt that he would rather be dead. Upon hearing news of their leader, the entire mountainside erupted in excitement, with all the bandits gathering in one place. Countless jars of liquor adorned the table, and the crowd lounged in casual postures, indulging in raucous conversations within the grand hall. This room was immense, typically used for discussions among the group, with seating for several hundred on either side. Although it appeared somewhat cramped, the boisterous chatter filled the air, creating an exuberant atmosphere. The leading few petty chiefs wore lewd grins, eagerly gazing toward the entrance. Why was the elder brother still absent after all this time? Perhaps he was flirting with his new sister-in-law. Let us wait a little longer and enjoy our drinks. They say the elder brother's vigor was undiminished from his prime. That voice. Ha ha! Yet, it seems our new sister-in-law is a tad bashful, fearing the elder brother may not suffice. Let us drink, let us continue to drink. The group at the table exchanged lewd remarks, erupting into uproarious laughter afterward. No one noticed the curling smoke that had enveloped the surroundings. As the revelers lingered, some began to feel fatigue creeping into their bodies, initially attributing it to the effects of alcohol. Meanwhile, someone approached the dungeon door. Two bandits, clutching a wine sack, laughed and drank, casually unlocking the door with a key. However, the moment they opened it, a hand swiftly covered their mouths. Su Qingru unceremoniously twisted her wrist, snapping the necks of the two bandits with a crisp crack. I was told by Qian that if anyone came to open the door, we should prepare for an attack. Everyone, find what weapons you can. We shall charge out. What? My lord, but we are so few. Su Qingru narrowed her eyes, her seemingly gentle and composed demeanor suddenly turning fierce. Did you not feel the potency of the medicine I provided you yesterday? I have faith in Qian's plan. Otherwise, we are simply bound for death. Or are you afraid of dying? Those unafraid should follow me out. We will slay anyone who comes our way. Kill. The guards of the Su family were already bursting with pent-up frustration. Although individually they surpassed the bandits in skill, they were outnumbered. A few hundred bandits faced them, a mere 20, and with the village's accomplices blocking their escape, retreat was impossible. Everyone felt a simmering anger within, a desire to retaliate. Even if they were to perish, they would take someone down with them. The sense of helplessness and vulnerability they experienced the previous night was not one they wished to endure again. They scoured the dungeon for knives, clubs, and weapons, then charged out through the door. Sunlight bathed their faces, and they felt an urgent need to unleash their pent-up emotions. Some had red-rimmed eyes, scanning the area for targets. But where were the bandits? Indeed, where had they all gone? The dungeon's entrance stood unguarded, and the surroundings appeared deserted. The once bustling Nanshan stronghold now lay eerily silent. A cold breeze swept through, rustling a few leaves before the proud Su family guards. Su Qingru remained composed, whispering, "Do not lower your guard. Let us investigate over there." They hastened to the main courtyard, and upon pushing open the door, they were met with the sight of numerous figures sprawled on the ground, a cacophony of noise echoing as 400 to 500 bandits lay defeated. This scene was astonishing. Someone exclaimed, "The room seems filled with the scent we detected last night." Though the aroma was faint, its presence was unmistakable after burning for so long. Su Qingru nodded. "It's soft bone powder. They would be rounded up here without a doubt." And it was clear who was responsible. A smile crept onto Su Qingru's lips, his eyes gleaming with pride. This was his sister Napo's doing. With a single effort, she had captured so many bandits without a single soldier lost. His sister Qian was truly extraordinary, a paragon of intelligence. Seeing the expression on their leader's face, the deputy commander couldn't help but inquire, "My lord, what brings you joy?" Su Qingru immediately concealed his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. "The princess has provided you with an opportunity. Hurry and tidy up this place." Yes. The subordinates unleashed their long-suppressed anger on the defeated bandits, binding them while delivering blows that left them rolling on the ground, wailing incessantly. Su Qingru intended to seek out Chu Qian in the main courtyard, but as he took a few steps, he encountered another group approaching. His previously smiling countenance hardened, his gaze turning dark. In front stood a man with dark skin, wielding two blades, flanked by at least 60 to 70 others. Upon witnessing the scene inside, the Black Mountain Bandit's expression darkened. "Kill them." No words were wasted. The group charged forward in unison. At that moment, Chu Qian also heard the chaotic footsteps outside. "It's me, elder brother. I have something to discuss. Please open the door." Everyone inside the room grew vigilant. Lian Qing and Apos. Heart trembled as she anxiously asked, "Your Highness, why are there still so many people coming this way?" Chu Qian peered through the window crack and observed that at least 20 individuals were approaching, while within the room, aside from a foam, the two of them combined could hardly match a single opponent. This group comprised desperate rogues, known for their ruthless and fierce methods. Moreover, they were now stationed at the door, clearly intent on not letting Lin Bao escape. Listening to the loud knocking on the door, Chu Qian closed her eyes. She sensed that matters were far from simple. These bandits must have dealt with the majority already. She could only hope this last trump card could prove useful. But they would care about the secret Lin Bao held. She then spoke, "Open the door, but try to buy us some time." The Su family's forces should be on their way. Although I don't know exactly when, it's our only chance. Currently, their predicament felt akin to walking a tightrope, with the risk of plummeting into the abyss at any moment. A phone pressed a dagger to Lin Bao's throat. Lin Bao was propped upright in a chair, his head bowed and eyes cast down. Summoning her courage, Lian Qing unlatched the door, just as someone outside prepared to kick it in. Suddenly, a stout man stumbled in, collapsing to the ground. Then, a short, portly man stepped inside. Locking eyes with Chu Qianqian, the man broke into a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. He spoke, Fifth Princess. Chapter 72. Why should he listen to her? The moment those 3 words escaped the lips of the other party, the expressions of the 3 individuals present shifted dramatically. It signified that their identities had been fully exposed. The squat, portly man then directed his gaze towards Lin Bao, letting out a sudden, derisive laugh. Truly blinded by beauty, he mused, oblivious to the fact that he was unworthy of such fortune. I say, my brother, you truly deserve this. Lin Bao found himself rendered speechless. The stout man continued, his voice chillingly cold. Had it not been for a woman revealing the truth, we might have been thoroughly deceived by your lot, nearly falling into your trap. Fortunately, my second brother and I reacted swiftly, allowing us to retain the last group of individuals. After all, who would have imagined a princess would be wandering about instead of residing within the palace, even bringing along such a meager entourage to our remote locale? A woman. Chu Qianqian and Amp, Oppo's gaze turned icy. It dawned upon her that the sole flaw in her meticulously crafted plans lay with Chu Xiaoxiao. Yet, this was hardly unexpected. She was well aware of Chu Xiaoxiao's nature, certainly a mind clouded, and when faced with a threat to her life, she would go to any lengths to ensure her own survival. Of course, she could also barter their secrets for her safety. She could not believe that Lu Xiangyuan had not advised Chu Xiaoxiao to keep their identities concealed. Otherwise, she would have cried out upon capture. These mountain bandits were reckless, and had they remained oblivious to their identities, there might have been a glimmer of hope for survival. Once the truth was known, however, there would be no escape for them. The troops from the Su family must have reached the mountain's entrance by now. The presence of a princess here was more than enough to incite a full-scale mobilization. Now, the chance to preserve their lives rested entirely upon the shoulders of Her Highness. A chill gripped Chu Qianqian's heart, realizing they had entered a dire predicament. Lin Bao's threats had lost their potency. In the face of imminent death, they would value their lives over mere silver. She could only blame herself for failing to account for the unpredictable variable that was Chu Xiaoxiao. She had assumed that, being sisters, the revelation of her identity would deter her from a reckless course of action. Little did she know, Chu Xiaoxiao had chosen the path of desperation, declaring that if one were to die, they would die together. She was truly foolish and venomous in both this life and the last. Jun Weiyin lowered his gaze, shadows swirling within his dark eyes, suddenly regretting the decision to accompany this woman on such a perilous venture. With a swift motion of his dagger, he mercifully liberated Lin Bao from a dismal existence, wiping the blood from the blade before stepping behind Chu Qianqian. His eyes fell upon her frail back, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind. In the absence of Su Qingru and the others to disrupt the enemy and Oppo's focus, even he lacked confidence in breaching their ranks, let alone with Chu Qianqian in tow. Therefore, he resolved to abandon her. She was merely a trinket he had taken a fancy to. Jun Weiyin had no intention of perishing alongside Chu Qianqian. The moment he recognized that Lin Bao and Oppo's reliance was futile, he had made his choice. As the squat, portly man finished speaking, his subordinates had sealed off all escape routes. A few armed men entered, and the stout man, with a piercing gaze, declared, "Spare the most beautiful woman. Let the rest be slain." At that instant, chaos erupted within the mountain stronghold. Su Qingru's side was embroiled in a bloody struggle. However, unlike the overwhelming numbers from the previous night, the enemy now numbered only 60 or 70, merely thrice their own count. Although the conflict proved challenging, victory was not beyond reach. Su Qingru, wielding a long knife seized from an adversary, had just slain one foe when an ominous premonition gripped his heart. If the danger was so palpable here, then Chu Qianqian must be in peril as well. With that thought, Su Qingru's vision turned crimson, and he charged at the nearest bandit with a battle cry. In the main courtyard, just as the mountain bandits were about to burst through the door, Chu Qianqian abruptly shoved a foe aside. "You go. Do not concern yourself with me. If possible, take Lian Qing with you. Though if not, just leave." Jun Wuyin, momentarily taken aback beneath his mask, was indeed inclined to depart. Yet why should she command him? His intended exit faltered, and in that moment, he altered his decision. A flicker of ferocity ignited in his eyes, and an inexplicable chill enveloped his expression. Clenching his dagger, he swiftly seized Chu Qianqian, pulling her behind him. Turning back, he cast Chu Qianqian a look that urged her to remain still, then charged forth against the intruders. The young man fought with ferocity, his movements reckless and desperate. He unleashed every skill he had ever learned, wielding his dagger like a venomous serpent. Cries of agony rang out in a cacophony. The bandits were momentarily cowed by the boy's reckless valor. The stout man, witnessing his men's ineptitude, spat in frustration. "All of you, attack together." Immediately, several rushed forward, blades aimed at Jun Wuyin. In a desperate maneuver to evade another strike, he failed to dodge entirely, receiving a gash across his arm. Having been trapped in Western Chu for years, he had not systematically trained in any martial arts, resulting in movements less agile than a true warrioress. Though the wound was not severe, the accumulation of minor injuries began to take their toll. Chu Qianqian, witnessing the bloodied youth engaged with the enemy, felt her eyes brim with tears. Until now, she had regarded a foe merely as Jun Wuyin's subordinate, never truly trusting him. She had only sought to exploit his strength for her own ends. Yet how had she forgotten that, even if he were indeed Qi Feng, he might not possess the prowess of 10 years hence. She could not allow him to fight alone, even with her meager strength. She had to contribute in some manner. Chu Qianqian rummaged through her sleeve, retrieving a concealed sleeve arrow meant for a last-ditch effort, aiming it at the portly man. Her gaze fierce. "Tell your men to stand down, or I shall take your life." The stout man, initially taken aback by her actions, chuckled derisively. A mocking smile spread across his face. Chu Qianqian felt a chill run down her spine. She attempted to turn, but it was too late. A sharp pain pierced her neck. Unbeknownst to her, someone had stealthily circled behind the screen, while everyone's attention was fixated on Jun Wuyin. Both Lian Qing and she succumbed to darkness, collapsing to the ground. The stout man's expression darkened as he bent to disarm Chu Qianqian of her sleeve arrow, ordering his men to carry the pair away. The stout man, far shrewder than Lin Bao, turned his gaze toward the struggling Jun Wuyin, intrigued by the wolf-like ferocity in his eyes. A sly smile crept across his lips as he said, "Do not kill him just yet." At that moment, Jun Wuyin had been struck at the back of his knee and fell to the ground. Several men pounced on him, pinning him down and quickly securing his hands. Chapter 73. It turns out this is not a dream, but you in my embrace. Jun Wuyin, firmly restrained, lifted his head to coldly glare at his captors. Suddenly, he spoke, "Release me, or you shall deeply regret it." Qi Feng had already gone to summon aid. Those reinforcements would undoubtedly arrive swifter than the troops of the Su family. If they learned of his predicament, the entire Nanshan stronghold would be left in ruins, with not a single blade of grass surviving. The hope for the resurgence of the Shangwan family rested upon him, as the last remnant of their bloodline. They dared not act against him. However, the rotund man remained oblivious to the peril he was courting. With a sneer, he advanced towards Jun Wuyin, raising his foot to deliver a brutal kick to the youth's abdomen. Excruciating pain surged through him. The boy clenched his teeth, tasting the metallic tang of blood in his throat, his vision darkening. His body bore too many wounds. Though shallow, they bled profusely. Strength was swiftly fading. Regret? Boy, let me show you what true regret feels like. The corpulent man rolled up his sleeves, commanded his subordinates to release Jun Wuyin, then seized him by the collar and hurled him violently to the ground. Jun Wuyin struggled momentarily, his chest heaving, before falling still. Well struck. The third elder is formidable. The man chuckled, recalling the boy's fierce gaze. A chill crept into his heart, an ominous premonition stirring within him. He clapped his hands and ordered his men. I shall escort this princess out. You lot, deal with this brat swiftly. Whether you choose to skin him alive or chop him to bits is up to you. These thugs relished the brutality of their tasks. Upon receiving the green light from the third elder, they sharpened their blades with glee. The rotund man strode out of the room, indifferent to the fate of the fallen guard. Chu Qianqian and Lian Qing were hoisted over the shoulders of Tall Man, marching in a determined direction. Yet suddenly, screams erupted from the room behind them. It was not the boy's voice that rang out, but that of his subordinates. The rotund man halted abruptly, glancing back. The doorway loomed dark, obscuring the scene within. His heart raced, breath quickening. He could not fathom why, but his eyes widened in terror, fixated on the door that was about to swing open, sensing a monstrous presence was about to emerge. What? What is happening? The towering bandit, carrying Chu Qianqian, trembled as he questioned the third elder beside him. The rotund man fell silent, for his pupils reflected a blood-soaked figure advancing towards them. No, that might not even be human. It could be a demon risen from the depths of hell. As the door swung wide, the figure emerged step by step, leaving a trail of bloody footprints behind. Nearly 20 of his men had been left behind, none of whom had managed to escape. The span of time was but a fleeting moment. He had barely moved far from the threshold. The rotund man felt his legs weaken, a visceral understanding that should that figure catch up to him, death was certain. He lowered his voice, gritting his teeth, run. Quickly, a dozen men had met their doom without a chance to fight back. That boy was perhaps not human, but a specter. The tall man longed to release the two burdens that slowed him down, yet under the third elder and Oppos, his orders, he dared not, compelled to flee alongside them. Just moments ago, they had been the hunters, yet now, the tide had turned dramatically. Who could have foreseen that the one on the brink of death would unleash such terrifying power? It was nothing short of a miracle. They quickened their pace, but soon the tall man felt a grip seize his arm. His momentum halted abruptly, and before he could comprehend, he was flung into the air, crashing to the ground. The last image his eyes beheld was his own headless body. A severed head tumbled to the feet of the rotund man, causing him to slip and fall. In utter disarray, he found himself bereft of courage even to threaten his captor with a hostage, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Run. Flee for your life. Otherwise, he would meet a fate far worse than death. Yet the man did not hasten to pursue the rotund figure. He lifted his hands, cradling Chu Qianqian, then grasped Lian Qing and Amp, Oppos, Escarment, gently placing her on the ground beside him. At that moment, Junwian and Amp, Oppos, S gaze had transformed entirely, his dark eyes now glimmering with a profound crimson hue. Blood inadvertently smeared onto Chu Qianqian and Oppos' delicate cheek, adding a vivid splash to her fair complexion. His obsidian eyes deepened further. With one hand encircling Chu Qianqian and Oppos' waist, he held her tightly, while his other hand delicately caressed her face, smearing more blood upon her skin. He lowered his gaze. Despite her seemingly ordinary features, under his formidable aura, she radiated an undeniable brilliance. Truly beautiful. Junwian's voice emerged from his throat, low and husky, followed by a gentle laugh. His eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of the earlier muddled haze. I have finally found you, Qianqian. This is no dream. You are my embrace. As he lifted his gaze to confront the rotund man, his eyes glinted with a thirst for blood and cruelty. The man trembled violently, a sudden warmth flooding from within him. He was utterly petrified by the mere gaze of his adversary. Junwian lowered his head, tenderly kissing Chu Qianqian and Oppos' forehead, then used a clean edge of his garment to wipe the blood from her face. Wait here for a moment. I must go crush an ant. He carefully set Chu Qianqian down, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, yet he had no choice. He used Lian Qing as a cushion beneath her. Once he ensured the unconscious Chu Qianqian was settled, he turned back towards the rotund man, deliberately lowering his head to lock eyes with him. Please, spare me. I want an Oppos. Dare again. I bow to you. Please, let me go. The rotund man, recognizing his inability to escape or fight back, had relinquished all dignity. wishing only to break his skull against the ground in hopes of a sliver of mercy. The gruesome sight of the man and amp, Apo's severed head remained etched in his mind, fear spreading within him, uncontrollable, rendering him breathless. Chapter 74. The fifth princess is the young master and Apo's consort. Alas, his supplications held no more significance in the eyes of the man before him than the death throes of a cornered prey, failing to elicit even a modicum of sympathy. Junwen, disinclined to waste words on such vermin, raised a foot and brought it down heavily upon the man and amp, Apo's hand. Bones audibly shattered. The corpulent man emitted a harrowing shriek, akin to a pig being slaughtered. Junwen's torturous ministrations were deliberate, each movement measured, even imbued with a certain morbid elegance. He systematically dislocated the man and Apo's limbs at their joints until the man, consumed by agony, could barely muster a whimper. To forestall unconsciousness, Junwen meticulously stimulated specific acupoints, ensuring the man remained lucid throughout his torment. When he deemed the moment opportune, Junwen lifted the man by his collar and inquired, "Where the treasures of this stronghold concealed?" The portly man and amp, Apo's pupils were dilated, his consciousness teetering on the brink of oblivion from the inflicted torment. Compelled to answer the demoniacal figure before him, he rasped the location in a near-inaudible tone. Junwen inclined his head, drawing closer to catch the faint utterance. "Very well," he intoned, "you may now embrace oblivion." His voice, a resonant baritone, was as chilling as the netherworld from whence it seemed to emanate. With those words, his fingers closed around the man and amp, Apo's neck, and with a subtle application of force, the man and amp, Apo's cervical vertebrae fractured, extinguishing his life. Junwen narrowed his gaze, his eyes fixed upon the contorted and disfigured corpse sprawled upon the ground. Had time not been of the essence, he would have reveled in prolonging the torment for 3 days and nights. Only then did he take stock of his own corporeal form. He was clad in grimy, tattered black fabric, concealing a body scarred and emaciated, at least half a head shorter than his own. His hands, with their prominent knuckles, possessed an unnaturally pallid complexion. He had inexplicably returned to his body of a decade past. Junwen pivoted abruptly, striding toward Chu Qianqian, after confirming that she was merely unconscious and unharmed. His brow furrowed in relief. His abyssal eyes, dark as the abyss, seemed to trace every delicate feature of Chu Qianqian and amp, Apo's face. He tentatively touched her lips. Then, a faint smile played upon his lips. Soft and warm, he murmured, no longer a frigid, lifeless cadaver. Even in her most perfect repose, she had remained devoid of warmth. A profound melancholy clouded his eyes. Assured that she was unchanged from their last encounter, he comprehended the situation. The temporal flow differed between these two realities. Since those initial encounters he had perceived as dreams, Junwen had endured a solitary year. Yet, he had been unable to re-enter those reveries. In his quest to rediscover the means of traversing to that dreamscape, Junwen had apprehended every renowned Taoist priest in the realm. This audacious undertaking had instilled trepidation throughout the populace. Those who were fraudulent were summarily executed, leaving only 3 remaining. Depopulace, believing the Regent to be consumed by mystical pursuits and more tyrannical than ever, lived in perpetual fear, unaware that he had incurred such a great cost solely for the chance to once more behold a certain person in his dreams. "My little princess," he murmured, "how gaunt you have become. Was I not there to care for you properly?" Junwen's gaze was tender and profound, akin to a dragon jealously guarding its hoard. Suddenly, several dark figures materialized around him. Junwen betrayed no surprise, as if he had anticipated their arrival. Though devoid of the memories of this particular incarnation, he had swiftly discerned his present circumstances. "Qifeng," Junwen uttered. He rose to his feet and gently lifted Chu Qianqian from the ground, cradling her in his arms. One arm supported her waist, while the other encircled her legs, securing her firmly against his chest. Qifeng, upon hearing his young master's voice, immediately approached to offer his respects, but noticed a subtle shift in his young master's demeanor and gaze. even concealed behind a mask. The formidable aura and oppressive presence were palpable. Qi Feng's heart quickened, and he instinctively knelt upon one knee. "Young master," he exclaimed. He had brought approximately a dozen men clad in black, all highly skilled members of the personal guard. Jun Wuyan cast a cursory glance in their direction, his gaze exuding an innate command. "Well done," he remarked. Upon receiving his young master's commendation, Qi Feng, who was normally stoic, felt a surge of gratification. He was deeply moved by the recognition. Jun Wuyan continued, "Your task is solely to ensure my survival. You need not intervene in other matters." He arched an eyebrow. "If I cannot endure even these minor setbacks, then I am unworthy of being myself." Qi Feng and Appo's heart skipped a beat. Though he did not fully grasp his young master's meaning, he knew that the man before him was as ruthless with himself as he was with others. He lowered his head, an impulse to pledge fealty stirring within him. Suppressing his thoughts, he bowed respectfully. "As you command, my lord." Qi Feng had arrived on the scene when Jun Wuyan was in peril. However, as they prepared to intervene, they witnessed their young master and Appo's overwhelming display of power. Now, he and the other guards were utterly convinced of their young master and Appo's capabilities. They had never encountered anyone so formidable. Even when wounded, he could carve a path through a sea of enemies. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could extinguish a life. Therefore, they had remained on the sidelines, refraining from offering assistance because it was unnecessary. Jun Wuyan, through his previous encounters, had come to realize that his sojourn in this dreamlike state was ephemeral. Soon, he would likely return to his solitary existence. His gaze lingered upon Chu Qianqian and Appo's face, his longing almost palpable. He lowered his head and gently brushed his lips against hers. The guard stood dumbfounded. Even Qi Feng was taken aback. He raised his head in astonishment, witnessing his young master and Appo's natural gesture, and suddenly understood. So that was it. No wonder his young master had forbidden him from touching the fifth princess. No wonder his young master had threatened to kill either Chu Qianqian or him if anyone laid a hand on her. It turned out that his young master was merely being polite. Had he inadvertently offended the princess, he would have been the one to face the consequences. Qi Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He had been rather obtuse, failing to discern the hidden meaning in his young master and Appo's words. Now, he fully understood. The fifth princess was, in fact, the young master's consort. Chapter 75. My little princess, look at me. Jun Wuyan did not say much. Even a mere hint about the future could have steered his past self away from countless detours. Yet, he was not a benevolent soul, even towards his 10-year younger self. He had already shown enough compassion by sparing him from further suffering and hardship. After all, he was not the one destined to be by Chu Qianqian's side. In this fleeting moment, he preferred to engage in conversation with his little princess, even though she remained unconscious and unaware of his presence. It was perhaps for the best, for he feared that upon awakening, she would desire nothing more than to flee, avoiding even a glance in his direction, just as she had done before. Finding a hidden door within the bandit stronghold, Jun Wuyan cradled Chu Qianqian and entered a naturally formed cave at the back. He marked his path as he ventured deeper into the labyrinthine cave. Relying on his remarkable memory, he effortlessly located the secret stash of treasures concealed within Nanshan's stronghold. Although this location was meant to be known only to the leader, the portly man, serving as the third in command, was undoubtedly the cleverest among them. How could he possibly be unaware of its whereabouts? The cave was filled with a plethora of gold, silver, and jewels, with some chests overflowing to the point of being unable to close. Jun Wuyan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, darkness encroaching upon his vision. The sensation of his soul being drawn away returned, causing him to gradually lose control over his body. His fingers became unresponsive, compelling him to gently place Chu Qianqian against a clean stone wall. He removed his outer robe to lay on the ground. Though it was somewhat dirty, it would at least prevent her from feeling too cold. Casting a glance at the treasures before him, he tenderly brushed his clean hand across her brow, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. His voice was soft and lingering, imbued with deep affection. "Qianqian, do you like the gift this king has bestowed upon you? All that lies here is yours, and you alone know of this place. If it pleases you, I shall grant you even more. Do you prefer gems or gold? I was wrong in the past, frightening you without realizing it was love. The pomegranate tree you planted has blossomed. If only you could open your eyes and see me. Time was of the essence, and he had little to say. As darkness continued to envelop him, Junwen leaned his head against Chu Chantian and Amp, Oppo's shoulder, and slowly relinquished control of his body. In the Gilded Palace, Junwen abruptly opened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Around the ice coffin were densely inscribed, eerie talismans that sent chills down one's spine. His blood fell upon the talismans, seemingly absorbed into them, vanishing without a trace. The once vibrant red symbols dimmed significantly in an instant. 3 individuals dressed as Taoists sat in the room, their faces as pale as paper, waxy and ghostly. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they paled at the sight of Junwen's spitting blood. Should anything happen to the regent, their ancestral graves would surely be disturbed. The lead man, a middle-aged figure in a yellow robe, quickly spoke, "Your Highness, you must not allow your soul to be absent for so long. It could harm your body. Indeed, even with a treasure like the soul-transcending pearl, one must not be reckless. If mishandled, your soul may be irretrievably lost." Junwen coldly closed his eyes, betraying no emotion. "I understand. Continue your efforts. I must reunite with my princess as soon as possible." Within the dark cavern, the candlelight that had recently ignited flickered gently. The moment Junwen opened his eyes, he was momentarily stunned. Before him lay Chu Chantian, her eyes tightly shut, while he found himself leaning against her. Their bodies were so close that he could feel her breath against his face. The youth felt his cheeks flush crimson, and he instinctively retreated slightly, glancing around in a daze. Various gold and silver artifacts, along with gemstone jewelry, surrounded them, and weapons adorned with gold and silver hung on the walls. How had he ended up here? Hadn't end Amp, Oppo's been on the brink of death? Junwen felt a void in his memories, his gaze falling on Chu Chantian. Noticing her seated atop his clothes, his eyes narrowing. There was no one else present, and he dared not voice a sound, merely approaching to gently nudge her shoulder. Perhaps she could explain what had transpired. After several gentle pushes, Chu Chantian, who was already on the verge of awakening, fluttered her eyelashes like the wings of a butterfly. Her long, thick lashes slowly opened, revealing eyes as dark as black jewels, glistening with moisture. The candlelight stung her eyes, prompting her to instinctively blink, and finally, she could make out the figure of a phone. Chu Chantian blinked in surprise. "A phone, where are we?" Junwen thought to himself. How would he know? However, given the abundance of treasure surrounding them, it was likely this was the bandits and Oppo's lair. He raised a hand, pointing toward a nearby pile of chests, and upon seeing them, Chu Chantian and Oppo's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be where they hide their gold and silver? How'd you find this place? Realizing that Chu Chantian assumed he had led her here, Junwen shook his head, opting for silence. Observing his reticent demeanor, she refrained from pressing further. Recalling a phone and Oppo's fierce struggle against those men, she steadied herself against the wall and stood, not rushing to inspect the treasures, but instead asking, "How are your injuries? Are they serious?" Junwen felt a throbbing pain throughout his body, though the wounds were shallow, and most had likely ceased bleeding. That was sufficient. No further care was necessary. He shook his head, indicating he was unharmed. However, Chu Chantian searched her belongings and retrieved a vial of external medicine. She had prepared numerous supplies before leaving, even having Junwen purchase some along the way. Naturally, she kept some medicinal ointment close at hand for emergencies. "Come here." Junwen hesitated to approach Chu Chantian, as the sight that greeted him upon awakening had profoundly impacted him. Their positions were intimate, bodies nearly entwined. Most notably, he had noticed her lips, lush and slightly swollen. In that fleeting moment, he felt an impulse to explore, to discover whether her lips would bloom into a more beautiful hue. At that instant, he questioned if he had lost his sanity, fearing that in his unconscious state, he had done something to her. Chapter 76. The discovery of her kiss marks. Chu Chantian took the initiative to approach, and with a swift motion, she tore the fabric covering Jun Wein and Appo's arm. Startled, Jun Wein and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, and he instinctively recoiled, shielding his arm. Witnessing such a naive reaction from him, Chu Chantian couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle, her exquisite eyes narrowing in delight. A phone, come here. I merely wish to apply some ointment. I mean you no harm. What are you afraid of? Jun Wein stepped forward, snatched the medicine from her hand, and retreated to a corner to administer it himself. Chu Chantian sensed his refusal and sighed slightly. All right, just call me if they're in Appo's spot you cannot reach. Upon hearing her words, Jun Wein and Appo's gaze darkened. A spot I cannot reach? Does she wish to see another man's body? He pondered whether she remembered she was a woman, that there existed a certain propriety between the sexes. His fingers tightened around the medicine bottle, as if he could crush it. It was clear he should maintain his distance from Chu Chantian, otherwise, he might eventually succumb to the impulse of eliminating her. While he tended to his wounds, Chu Chantian took the opportunity to explore the cave. It was vast, filled with chests of silver. Though she did not count them meticulously, it was undoubtedly a considerable sum. Did a phone bring me here? She mused, narrowing her eyes in contemplation. Although Lin Bao was dead, Jun Wein had spent the entire night with him, which likely meant he had extracted some information. No wonder he had killed him so decisively. Lin Bao had long lost his value. Yet, why hadn't Appo's leveraged this secret for his own release? As a mere servant, even the most ruthless bandits would choose profit over a single life. A myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind, but the predominant feeling was gratitude that a Feng had chosen to stay and brought her here. He could have kept this wealth a secret from her. In that moment, Chu Chantian regarded a Feng who had risked his life for her as one of her own. She resolved to treat him well in the future. Just then, distant voices echoed from outside the cave. Your Highness, Fifth Princess. Chu Chantian snapped back to reality. Jun Wein had finished applying the medicine, casually tying the fabric of his sleeve to avoid hindrance in movement. He did not mind his current appearance, but when he caught Chu Chantian staring at him, he managed to smile. The girl's laughter was undeniably captivating. Beauty is universally appreciated, even by him. He was momentarily taken aback before averting his gaze. We must depart. We should handle things here later, preferably without drawing attention, he advised. Chu Chantian suddenly stepped in front of him, lifting her delicate face. With a playful glint in her eye, she winked. A Feng, from now on, this will be our secret. What do you think? Taken aback, Jun Wein furrowed his brow, hesitating before finally nodding in agreement. Chu Chantian smiled again, her demeanor lightening. I need the silver here for future endeavors, but even if it becomes known, there is no need for you to feel pressured. Let us go. Upon exiting the cave, she realized the path was winding and treacherous. Finding the entrance from outside would prove challenging. Fortunately, Jun Wein noticed markings on the wall, remnants of his previous explorations, which facilitated their exit. However, once outside, his expression turned even more peculiar. Those markings were his alone. He had never shared them with anyone. With no one else nearby, he had led Chu Chantian here, and the traces on her lips hinted at a singular conclusion. He was unwell. Jun Wein lowered his gaze, clenching his fists tightly. This matter must remain concealed. The repercussions were unimaginable. Not only could it be used against him by the old guard of the Shangwan family upon his return, thereby undermining his authority, but it could also provide an opportunity for subordinates to slip from his grasp. Having distanced themselves from the cave, they paused at the foot of a mountain. Chu Chantian called out to her searching party, I'm here. Hearing her voice, the group hastened towards her. Xiao Lianqing, upon spotting Chu Chantian, rushed forward with tears in her eyes. Your Highness, whoa, you scared me. I thought something had happened to you. Chu Chantian smiled gently, patting the girl on the shoulder. Are you all right? Wiping her tears, Lianqing nodded. I'm fine, but what happened? Scratching her head, Lianqing replied innocently. I woke up feeling sore, as if I had been lying on stones, and it's bruised. A pang of compassion struck Chu Chantian. Once we return, I'll have the matron massage it for you to dispel the bruising. You are the kindest, Your Highness. Lianqing beamed, her spirits lifted. At that moment, Su Qingru approached, wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze flitting between her and a phone. "You've been with a phone the whole time?" Chu Qianqian confirmed. "I was pursued by those men, and it was a phone who saved me." Hearing this, Su Qingru and Appo's demeanor softened as he regarded a phone. He clasped his hands in gratitude. "Regardless, thank you for saving my sister. Please allow me to bow in thanks." A phone stepped forward, gently supporting Su Qingru's arm to prevent him from bending. Su Qingru's respect for his sister's savior was evident, and a smile broke across his face as he patted a phone and Appo's shoulder. "Upon our return, I shall inform grandfather of your deeds, ensuring you receive due rewards. You must be weary. Let's go home." Surrounded by her companions, Chu Qianqian felt a sense of safety. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Elder brother, how are things on your end?" Su Qingru hesitated, his expression darkening. Although something felt amiss, as if unseen forces were aiding them, the outcome was ultimately favorable. "Do not worry, everyone is alive, just as you said, not a single casualty, though some have sustained injuries and are being treated." A sigh of relief escaped Chu Qianqian. The South Mountain stronghold had been dealt with. Her brother no longer needed to lead troops to subdue the area, which meant he would not meet his demise. In an instant, her spirits soared, her eyes sparkling with joy. Just then, Su Qingru, trailing behind her, caught sight of a mark concealed beneath her collar. Though he was not yet married, he was no stranger to such matters. He quickly stepped forward, gently pulling her collar down slightly, his expression darkening instantly. "Qianqian, what happened to your neck?" Su Qingru and Appo's gaze turned icy, his sharp stare landing squarely on a phone. He recognized that the mark was not merely an insect bite or a bruise, but rather a kiss mark. Chapter 77. The Mute Eating Bitter Gourd. Suffering in silence, Chu Qianqian was oblivious to the unfolding situation as she raised her hand to touch the back of her neck. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Is something the matter?" Lian Qing rushed over, her gaze lingering momentarily on the back of Chu Qianqian and Appo's neck. The young girl, still naive to the world, gasped, "It appears you've been bitten by something. It's quite red." Chu Qianqian lowered her head slightly, unable to see the mark herself, and feeling no unusual sensation. She dismissed it casually. "Perhaps there are many insects in these mountains." Lian Qing stayed close to Chu Qianqian. "I shall apply some medicine for you shortly, Your Highness." Su Qingru, observing Chu Qianqian's reaction, realized her ignorance of the situation. He chose not to make a fuss, but instead called out to Ah Feng, who stood a short distance away. "Ah Feng, come here for a moment." Jun Wian halted, narrowing his eyes slightly, sensing something was amiss. However, since Su Qingru had already summoned him, he could only follow him behind a large tree. Su Qingru's expression was icy. He held a long knife firmly, his piercing gaze fixated on Jun Wuyan, radiating an unsettling chill. Not long ago, Su, who had seemed like a close ally, now exuded an aura of murderous intent. "Is the mark on the princess's neck left by you?" Jun Wuyan's eyes widened in surprise, clearly taken aback. He quickly shook his head, signaling his ignorance. "Yet," Su Qingru sneered coldly. "Has the princess been with you this entire time?" Jun Wuyan hesitated, nodding slightly before shaking his head again. He could not recall the specifics. Suddenly, Su Qingru withdrew his knife and severed a nearby sapling in half. The pitiful little tree fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jun Mian turned to see Su Qingru and Appo's ominous voice whispering in his ear. "Given that you saved the princess, I will overlook this incident this time. But should you dare to repeat such folly, this tree shall be your fate." Jun Wian recognized that his attempts at explanation were futile and would likely only further incite Su Qingru and Appo's wrath. The fact remained that he and Chu Qianqian had returned together, and Su had already concluded he was responsible for the incident. Even he himself could not ascertain whether he was truly uninvolved. In that moment, Jun Wian furrowed his brow, feeling as though he were a mute consuming bitter gourd, suffering in silence. Indeed, the role he played as Ah Feng was akin to that of a mute. Su Qingru sheathed his knife, his gaze now frigid. To have acted and yet not dare to admit it, truly cowardly. Do not make me lose respect for you. He brushed past Junwian, jostling him with his shoulder, the disdain and fury evident in his eyes, erasing any prior goodwill. Junwian was engulfed in frustration. As someone still grappling with the situation, he bore the brunt of the consequences regardless of the circumstances. Eventually, the group descended the mountain, joining the Sioux family's station troops at the entrance of the southern mountain stronghold. Although the reinforcements had arrived a tad late, the remaining bandits within the mountains would be dealt with by them. Chu Chanchian navigated through the crowd, heading straight to the forefront of the military. She sought to meet another individual. In her previous life, when her fifth brother perished, she had scarcely had the chance to see him, let alone share a few words. The demise of the Sioux family began with the deaths of her two cousins. However, as she approached, she encountered several individuals she wished to avoid. At that moment, Chu Xiao had been rescued, draped in a cloak, her complexion pale and fragile, on the verge of tears. She appeared as a delicate white lotus blooming amidst a storm. Moreover, she clutched the clothing of a young man in his 20s, refusing to let him depart. What was happening? Chu Chanchian immediately seized a deputy commander from the Sioux family. The deputy, unable to meet her gaze, stammered. It was just now that the young general rescued the fourth princess and her companions. The fourth princess seems to have been frightened, and since it was the young general who saved her, she insists on keeping him by her side. Upon hearing this, Chu Chanchian narrowed her eyes and strode forward. Many turned to see the fifth princess and Appo's arrival and quickly parted to make way. The young general lifted his head, and Chu Chanchian beheld his visage. In his 20s, clad in silver armor and wielding a long spear, his long hair was neatly tied atop his head. His features were striking, with a strong, resolute face that radiated an aura of righteousness. It was her fifth cousin, Su Huangfei. She had heard that he had the opportunity to leave, but chose to remain to save the flood-stricken populace, ultimately succumbing to a landslide and becoming trapped beneath the rubble, never to emerge again. This calamity, being the result of a natural disaster, meant that the Sioux family could not blame anyone for their profound grief. Chu Chanchian had resolved that, regardless of the cost, she would not allow the tragic experiences of her past life to unfold again. Su Huangfei stood anxiously in place, his garment tugged by a hand, yet he could not extricate himself due to the princess's presence. His cheeks flushed crimson, his urgency palpable. Fifth brother, Chu Chanchian suddenly called out. Hearing her voice, Su Huangfei snapped back to attention, his anxious expression finally easing upon seeing Chu Chanchian unharmed. Fifth princess, are you all right? Their relationship was not particularly close, having only met in childhood. Thus his demeanor was somewhat stiff, lacking the natural warmth displayed by Su Qingru. Chu Chanchian paid little mind to this as she strode determinately to Chu Xiao, narrowing her eyes. It was she who had disrupted her meticulously crafted plans, one that had not required such perilous risks. It had nearly resulted in the deaths of many innocent lives before her eyes. Anger ignited within her, and she addressed Chu Xiao sharply. Chu Xiao. Startled, Chu Xiao sprang to her feet, clutching Su Huangfei's attire even tighter, retreating behind him as if terrified of Chu Chanchian. Su Huangfei found himself caught between the two, his expression awkward, feeling utterly at a loss for how to navigate the situation. Your Highness is you. Su Huangfei lifted his gaze, spotting Su Qingru approaching, his eyes lighting up as if he had found a savior. Elder brother, Su Qingru, upon witnessing the scene, recognized the situation at once. He stepped beside Su Huangfei, casting a cold glare at the fourth princess. Release her, fourth princess. Do you intend to become the subject of gossip in front of so many? Su Qingru and Appo's words had the desired effect. The once panicked Chu Xiao immediately let go, retreating a couple of steps. She bit her lip tightly, her face pale, her pitiable demeanor reaching its zenith. Chapter 78. Those who commit wrongdoings shall face their reckoning. The atmosphere was laden with an oppressive silence. The soldiers of the Sioux family stood in neat rows, awaiting orders, their eyes fixed upon the unfolding scene. Chu Chanchian coldly inquired, How dare you weep? Do you not realize that your actions nearly led to our demise? Chu Xiaoxiao lifted her head, feigning innocence. What are you talking about, fifth sister? I was terrified. I know nothing. Know nothing? Chu Qianqian's words were laced with barely contained fury. Were it not for the multitude of Su family soldiers observing, she would have gladly slapped her across the face. Meanwhile, one of the two palace maids accompanying Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly knelt before her, pleading, "Please spare me, Your Highness. It was my carelessness that revealed the princess's identity. It is not the fourth princess and Appo's fault." Chu Qianqian recognized the blatant scapegoating at play. These palace maids were merely servants. Even if she were to kill them, they lacked the courage to conspire against her. The palace maids were well acquainted with the consequences of their actions, for should they inadvertently harm a royal, their families would face ruin. Yet, here was someone willing to take the blame, indicating that Chu Xiaoxiao must have promised something in return. Chu Xiaoxiao, upon hearing this, stared incredulously at the maid before forcefully pushing her to the ground. "How dare you disclose such critical information, endangering our lives? You deserve no mercy." Chu Qianqian, lacking the patience to witness their farce any longer, barked, "Enough." Startled, Chu Xiaoxiao ceased her berating of the maid. Chu Qianqian narrowed her eyes, her gaze piercing as if she had long seen through Chu Xiaoxiao's facade, making her feel like a mere jester in a tragic play. Biting her lip, she lowered her gaze, perfecting her innocent expression. At that moment, Lu Xiangyin, assisted by others, approached, his eyes settling on Chu Qianqian. In a feeble voice, he murmured, "Qianqian, I am relieved to see you unharmed. I would endure any torment for your safety." His words implied that it was due to him that Chu Qianqian had escaped peril. Chu Qianqian felt a wave of revulsion towards the duo, yet with so many witnesses, she had to maintain a semblance of decorum. Lu Darren had languished in the dungeon all night, having done nothing of consequence. Yet he acted as if he had suffered greatly. Lu Xiangyuan, feeling exposed, displayed an air of embarrassment. However, he knew he could no longer approach Chu Qianqian as he once did. A new strategy was required, even if he had to abandon all shame. Achieving his goal was paramount. "I am ashamed to admit that my ineptitude has caused the princess distress. Rest assured, next time I shall." Chu Qianqian abruptly interrupted. "Next time? Are you suggesting I will be kidnapped again?" Lu Xiangyuan hastily clarified, "That is not what I meant." Chu Qianqian scrutinized him. "If you are aware of your uselessness, you should remain in the palace and refrain from causing trouble." As she delivered her words, Chu Qianqian felt as though each syllable pierced his heart. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he could not withstand her unwavering demeanor. Ignoring Lu Xiangyuan's changing expressions, Chu Qianqian turned to the maid who had taken the blame, stating, "If what Chu Xiaoxiao claims is true, as a princess, she would merely face reprimand and a few days of confinement. But if you confess to having harmed a royal and nearly causing the death of everyone, the consequences will be far graver than just your life." She was not devoid of compassion. Had the maid chosen to trust her and speak the truth, she would have done her utmost to assist her, granting her a chance at survival. The maid trembled, her lips as pale as paper, quaking in fear. She understood her lowly status, yet if she did not confess, her fate would be even worse. The princess had assured her that if she took the blame, her family would be cared for, and she would receive a substantial sum of silver. It appeared she had a choice, yet in reality, she had none. Suddenly, the maid gritted her teeth and, in a moment of despair, hurled herself against a nearby stone, blood gushing from her head as she collapsed. The onlookers gasped in shock, rushing to check for signs of life. She was dead. The young maid lay on her back, her eyes wide open, her death unceremoniously denied. The other maid beside Chu Xiaoxiao lost all strength, collapsing to the ground, her face drained of color. Observing this, Chu Xiaoxiao secretly sighed with relief. She squinted, raising her head, sorrowfully pointing at Chu Qianqian, accusing Chu Qianqian, "You drove her to her death." Before Chu Qianqian could respond, Su Qingru interjected, "I implore the fourth princess to refrain from unfounded accusations." With tears in her eyes, Chu Xiaoxiao retorted, "Chui and Appo's has been with me for many years. I have always regarded her as a sister. Though she made a mistake, it was not a capital offense. Had you not relentlessly pursued this matter, she would not have taken her own life. The surroundings fell silent, particularly the disciplined Sioux family soldiers. Many bore witness to this tragic scene, their expressions revealing a complex mixture of emotions. Su Qingru, usually of a gentle temperament, was taken aback that the fourth princess would publicly blame Chu Qianqian for a maid and Appo's death. He cautiously observed Chu Qianqian, fearing she might feel guilt for the absurd accusations levied against her. After all, his dear Qianqian was excessively kind-hearted, so much so that when a little dog she once cared for went missing, she had grieved for days, let alone the loss of a human life. However, he then saw his gentle and pure cousin smile coldly. When did I drive her to her death? Was it not you, Chu Xiaoxiao? Chu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Chu Qianqian and Appo's reaction. In that instant of confusion, Chu Qianqian continued, "Your own demands forced her to take the blame. If she had refused, she would have faced your wrath, a fate worse than death. Thus, she saw no choice but to end her own life. It is you, Chu Xiaoxiao, who has driven her to despair. Chui and Appo's, died with resentment toward you. Do you not fear her spirit seeking vengeance upon you?" Chu Xiaoxiao and Appo's eyes widened in terror as she watched Chu Qianqian approach, her words chilling to the bone. With a grave expression, Chu Qianqian leaned closer, her voice a hushed whisper, "Chu Xiaoxiao, those who harbor guilt shall find that ghosts will come knocking at their door." Chapter 79. The Fourth Princess. "Descend with me into hell." She retreated 2 steps, casting one last glance at Chu Xiaoxiao, who was rendered speechless. "Cousin, have someone take that little maid and Appo's body back to her family. We have important matters to attend to. Let us descend the mountain." Su Qingru nodded slightly. Indeed, Lianqing was utterly infuriated, despite being a somewhat simple-minded little maid. She felt a sense of sorrow akin to the death of a rabbit bringing grief to the fox when she witnessed Chueyer's tragic demise. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes red with unshed tears. Fortunately, her mistress was princess, yet Shui and Appo's, who had done nothing wrong, had met such a fate due to her association with a mistress like that, and she was still so young. Chu Qianqian lowered her gaze. Though she understood that Chu Xiaoxiao had deliberately shifted the blame for Chui and Appo's death onto her, she occasionally pondered whether the maid might have survived had she not pursued the matter. Nonetheless, Chu Qianqian held her own principles and would not permit Chu Xiaoxiao to manipulate her so easily again, even if Chui and Appo's were to escape death this time. The very presence of Chu Xiaoxiao as her mistress had already sealed her fate. She was not a savior, capable of rescuing all those in distress. It sufficed for her to protect those she cherished. As for others, each had their own destiny. She could not intervene. With a calm demeanor, Chu Qianqian comfortingly patted Lianqing and Appo's shoulder. "Do not grieve. She is her own person, and you are yours. You shall not encounter such misfortune." This was because Lianqing fell within the circle of those she sought to protect, even after having lived a life anew. Chu Qianqian did not believe her life held greater value than that of others. Not far behind the two, Junwen narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly casting a profound glance at Chu Xiaoxiao. Su Huangfei hurried over to his elder brother and Appo's side, lowering his voice to inquire, "Elder brother, did you not say our cousin possesses a gentle disposition? Who was it just now that pointed at the fourth princess and scolded her into silence?" Su Qingru, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose. "She is gentle when she is not agitated. And did you not say our cousin is timid? Who was it that just now frightened the fourth princess in a pallor?" Su Qingru looked skyward. "She is timid when no one is watching." Despite the plethora of grievances, the young general suddenly broke into a foolish grin, gazing blankly at Chu Qianqian and Appo's retreating figure. "But I truly adore this cousin of ours. The ladies of the Su family must possess fortitude. What use is it to be overly delicate?" Su Qingru raised his foot and delivered a sharp kick to Su Huangfei and Appo's backside. "You are the one who is delicate. Now get away from me." Having faced capture, many had not rested well. After being escorted down the mountain by the Su family army, everyone took refuge in a safer inn in the town to recuperate. Su Huangfei led the 3,000 men he had personally dispatched to escort the surviving mountain bandits back, unable to linger here for long. Thus, once the main forces withdrew, only their original companions remained. From the time of capture to their descent, only that maid had perished. The inn was quiet, with others having retired early. After sending off his wounded subordinates, Su Qingru borrowed a few men from Su Huangfei to take turns guarding through the night. Chu Xiao, utterly exhausted, had fallen into a deep slumber, though her dreams were anything but peaceful, echoing the words Chu Qianqian had spoken to her. You have caused her death. Beware lest she returns as a vengeful spirit to haunt you at night. She must have died with great resentment toward you. Suddenly, Chu Xiao awoke with a start, gasping for breath in the pitch-black night. The room was dimly lit by a solitary candle, casting a shadowy, dusky hue that did not hinder her vision. As she fumbled to rise and fetch water, she noticed the water jug on the table beside her bed. Yet, just as she grasped the jug, a loud crash echoed from the window. Startled, she dropped the jug, which shattered upon the floor. Chu Xiao's heart raced as she beheld the window, now ajar, a cold wind sweeping in. The candlelight flickered perilously, threatening to extinguish. A lump lodged in her throat. She yearned to scream, yet fear rendered her voiceless. Retreating against the wall, she suddenly sensed a shadow pass by, a chilling presence enveloping her, causing her to tremble with cold. Who is there? Show yourself, she cried out, her voice breaking the silence. However, it seemed no one outside had heard her. The maid stationed at the door did not enter. Panic gripped her, her face betraying her fear. She cautiously edged toward the door, only to feel a firm grip on her shoulder, immobilizing her completely. In that instant, an icy dread coursed through her veins. A tingling sensation surging to her head, rendering her legs weak and her teeth chattering. Slowly, she turned her head and beheld a familiar face. Chui'er. The visage was bloodied, pale, and devoid of life. Chui and Oppos. Spoke, her voice chillingly hollow, as if it seeped from the very marrow of her bones. Why did you cause my death? It was your information that betrayed me. I hate you. You need only to admit your fault. Why must you take my life? Fourth princess. I want you dead. Accompany me to hell. In the depths of terror, Chu Xiao fainted, her body collapsing to the ground. Silence reclaimed the room, and Oppos, Chui and Oppos, savagely kicked Chu Xiao twice. But upon hearing footsteps outside, she swiftly darted back through the window. Arriving late were Lu Xiangyuan and others. After all, Chu Xiao was not under the protection of the Su family guards. Thus, despite a few having heard the commotion, no one dared to intervene. The candle flared bright, and Lu Xiangyuan, spotting the small maid sleeping soundly in the corner, promptly slapped her awake. The maid, groggy, blinked at the gathering figures. What happened? Lu Xiangyuan frowned. What do you mean what happened? The princess is in trouble. Everyone hastily pushed the door open, revealing Chu Xiao lying unconscious on the floor, a suspicious liquid pooling beneath her. Lu Xiangyan and Oppos' lips twitched in annoyance, noticing the strange expressions on the others and Oppos' faces. What you witnessed tonight must remain a secret. Yes, master. Meanwhile, Jun Wein had stealthily returned to his own room through the window. His gaze was sharp, akin to stars twinkling amidst the night. A sly smile graced his lips, his eyes concealed behind a mask, brimming with mockery and derision. Just as he prepared to change into an outfit resembling Chui'er's, which Qi Feng had arranged in advance, he sensed a gaze upon him. The youth abruptly turned, and through the moonlight filtering in, he spotted a slender figure that had appeared unbeknownst to him. Chu Qianqian stood against the moonlight, half her face shrouded in darkness, while the other half glimmered in the silvery light. Chapter 80. It must be that A Feng likes her. Her heart felt as though it had been struck by a sudden force. Jun Wein stood frozen in place, his muscles taut, his body rigid. Though he could not comprehend the source of his anxiety, Chu Qianqian approached him step by step from the window, her face illuminated by a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. She appeared akin to a fairy under the moonlight. He had always recognized Chu Qianqian's beauty, yet previously, beneath that exquisite facade, Leia's soul he found utterly detestable. Her beauty was overbearing and reckless, bolstered by her favored status, which instilled a sense of trepidation in many. He had never forgotten the myriad grievances she had inflicted upon him, and even the humiliation from those little eunuchs was intrinsically linked to her as the principal offender. In his mind, memories surged like boiling water, a chaotic tapestry of recollections. Suddenly, Chu Qianqian halted before him. She extended her delicate fingers, resembling pale green onions, and seized the item in his grasp. Jun Wuyan lowered his gaze, remaining still. He was uncertain of Chu Qianqian and Oppos, as thoughts upon seeing him in such attire at this hour, or whether she might harbor suspicions about him. Fortunately, his disguise as A Feng had remained intact. The mask he wore was not particularly refined, merely a crude likeness of Chuyer, obscured by the darkness of night. With such a grotesque visage, few would care to scrutinize it closely, especially someone as timid as Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Qianqian unraveled the crumpled mask from Jun Wuyan and Oppos' hand, her fingers stained with red dye, yet she seemed unperturbed. After examining the mask closely, she burst into laughter. A Feng, this is quite unique. The mask and Oppos' pallid face resembled that of a ghost, smeared with red dye that gave it a gruesome appearance. It was undeniably terrifying. She held the mask before her face and playfully howled, "Awu Jun Wuyan." She tilted her head, revealing her bright eyes. "A Feng, was I frightening just now?" Jun Wuyan replied, "Not frightening, rather somewhat." He squinted. If he were a ghost, he would likely have devoured her at first sight. Noticing his expression remained impassive, Chu Qianqian felt the moment lacked excitement, so she tossed the peculiar mask aside. Wiping her hands, stained as if with blood, she suddenly dropped her smile. "A Feng, are you dressed like this in the middle of the night to scare Chu Xiaoxiao?" Jun Wuyan lowered his gaze and nodded slightly. With his intentions exposed, there was no point in denying them. Besides, he felt no shame, as he was merely avenging Chu Qianqian. Whether or not it was discovered mattered little. It would likely please her. Chu Qianqian gazed into his eyes, her glance sweeping over his ordinary face. The more she looked, the more appealing he became. This sensation was inexplicable, as if an innate familiarity enveloped her. "Thank you," she uttered softly, her sincerity palpable. It must be said that when she sought out A Feng and found the room empty, her emotions were quite complex. She had feared that A Feng might reveal his true identity. Although she was aware of his role as Jun Wuyan and Oppos' subordinate, their time together had forged a bond, and witnessing his dedication to her, especially in their treasure hunts, left her undeniably touched. Ultimately, he had presented her with another unexpected surprise. The last time he donned women and Oppos' attire, A Feng had been visibly reluctant, yet he had obeyed her command. This time, however, he had taken the initiative to impersonate the deceased Chuyer to defend her honor. He had no idea how astonished she was to see him appear before her in such garb. Upon hearing Chu Qianqian and Oppos' heartfelt thanks, Jun Wuyan felt a slight stirring within him, although his expression remained cold, as he was still encased within A Feng and Oppos' guise. This Fade served as a barrier, allowing him to maintain control over his emotions, preventing her words from unsettling him. He narrowed his eyes, contemplating how adept she was at enchanting others. Were A Feng and Oppos' shell occupied by anyone else, he would have likely been utterly captivated by her. After expressing her gratitude, Chu Qianqian took a deep breath, exhaling a long sigh. She then asked earnestly, "Do you know why I came to find you in the dead of night?" Jun Wuyan furrowed his brow, knowing full well that he had no insight into her intentions. He even suspected he might have inadvertently revealed something. Observing his expression, Chu Qianqian realized he was still oblivious to her purpose. She raised a hand to touch the back of her neck. Upon returning to her room, Lian Qing had mentioned that she had been bitten by insects on her neck, insisting on applying medicine. After glancing in the mirror, she finally understood the meaning behind her cousin and Oppos' gaze. Lian Qing was unaware, but how could she be ignorant? She was not naive. Initially, she had felt considerable anger, as the most suspicious person was undoubtedly A Feng, who had remained at her side. It cannot be anyone else. During her period of unconsciousness, Only A Feng had been by her side. Who else could have been? Thus, she sought him out for a conversation in the dead of night, hoping to avoid any rumors or speculations. Gradually, Chu Qianqian pieced together various clues, leading her to a single conclusion. A Feng had feelings for her. For instance, when she first touched his hand, he had blushed. He would intentionally avoid her gaze. He would devour the food she offered without hesitation, despite his own fullness. Later, when she was kidnapped, A Feng had clearly intended to rescue her. He would shield her from danger, bestow upon her his treasures, and discreetly seek vengeance when she was wronged. Faced with A Feng, Chu Qianqian felt an unexpected flutter of nervousness. A suspicious blush crept across her previously pale face, clearing her throat to alleviate the awkwardness. She mustered her courage. The kiss mark on the back of my neck and amp, oppos, S from UISN and amp, oppos, T. Chapter 81. Do you like me? Jun Wein and amp, oppos. S expression grew increasingly stiff. His lips twitched, and his mind momentarily descended into chaos. Seeing him like this, Chu Qianqian suddenly took a step forward, startling Jun Wuyan, who instinctively recoiled. You only need to nod or shake your head. Is that so difficult to answer? Chu Qianqian pressed on, causing Jun Wuyan and amp, oppos, S face to flush, his heartbeat quickening. Fortunately, his true visage lay concealed beneath a mask, shielding him from scrutiny. The room was dimly lit, allowing him to hide his expressions. He would not take the blame for this. He inhaled deeply and, in front of Chu Qianqian, shook his head. Chu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, surprised that a Feng would tell a lie. She stared at him for a while, realizing that perhaps her actions had been a bit too abrupt. If she secretly harbored feelings for someone whose status was worlds apart from hers, she certainly would not disclose the truth if questioned. For some things once spoken, the chance to be by that person's side might vanish entirely. Even if she received a true answer, what could she do? Was she expected to give a Feng a definitive reply right now? That was clearly beyond her capacity. Though a Feng did not confess, Chu Qianqian felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over her. It was better this way. As long as nothing was said aloud, they could interact as they always had. Well then, let us pretend I was never here tonight. You should tidy up properly. Tomorrow, we must attend to more pressing matters. In a flurry, Chu Qianqian hastily fled, leaving Jun Wein in a state of nervous confusion, utterly bewildered. Thus, she ventured into his room in the dead of night. A lone man and woman sharing the same space, merely to inquire whether the kiss marks on her body were his doing. Did Chu Qianqian not realize how perilous this was? If he truly harbored any inappropriate intentions towards her, she might find it impossible to escape unscathed. Jun Wein furrowed his brow, contemplating that should he not be around in the future, he would need to ensure this woman was well guarded. The following morning, Chu Xiaoxiao fell ill. She suffered from a high fever, disoriented, and unable to accompany Chu Qianqian and the others. After all, she was brought by Lu Xiangyuan, who bore the responsibility of ensuring her safe return. Though Chu Xiaoxiao could not assist her, she was still of the Feng family bloodline. Thus, only Chu Qianqian and her companions departed the inn. The inspection of the dike had already been delayed by a day, but fortunately, after a night in Oppos, as rest, everyone had regained their energy. The mountain roads of Pingqiao County were rugged. In many areas, riding or driving was impossible, necessitating travel on foot. It took Chu Qianqian an entire hour to reach the vicinity of the dike marked on the map for inspection. The dike was flanked by woods, and in the distance, a waterfall cascaded down a sheer cliff, creating a breathtaking scene. The group paused to rest for a while, and Su Qingru took out the prepared map, pointing to a location Chu Qianqian had previously marked. Qianqian, just ahead, lies the place you mentioned. We can reach it quickly by taking the small path through the woods. Chu Qianqian sat on a stone while Lianqing crouched down to help her massage her ankles. She felt an unbearable soreness in her legs. As a pampered princess, she rarely walked such distances, especially on mountainous paths. Noticing Chu Qianqian frowning, Lianqing's heart ached. She quickly removed the princess's shoes and socks, shielding her feet with her body to sneak a glance at the soles. What she saw was a pitiful sight. Chu Qianqian's delicate feet were covered in blisters. Due to her tender skin, several blisters had burst, sticking to her socks, and when Lianqing removed them, Chu Qianqian could not help but gasp in pain. "Oh, Your Highness!" Lianqing exclaimed, her heart aching. "If you need to inspect something, let the others do it. You mustn't and Apos. T continue up the mountain." Chu Qianqian and Apos. S face turned pale with pain. She had a low tolerance for discomfort, even more so than most. With her feet in such a state, each step felt like walking on shards of glass, a torment in every sense. Yet, she bit her lip and shook her head. "No, I must see it for myself. This matter is of utmost importance. I've come this far. I cannot turn back now. I can endure. But your feet." Lianqing furrowed her brow, disagreeing with Chu Qianqian's determination. However, Chu Qianqian snatched her socks back and put them on, stepping into her shoes. As she stood, a sudden wave of pain nearly caused her to collapse. Fortunately, Lianqing was quick to grasp her arm. "This cannot go on. It truly cannot." Lianqing insisted. Yet Chu Qianqian pushed her hand away and limped forward. "I'm fine. I can manage." Su Qingru looked up and, upon witnessing this scene, promptly approached without hesitation. Patting his back, "Qianqian, come up. I'll carry you." Chu Qianqian was taken aback, gazing up at her brother. She felt a bit embarrassed. "But how can that be? You've walked such a long way and must be tired as well." Su Qingru chuckled lightly. "With my stamina, carrying you through the woods is hardly a challenge." Lianqing nodded in agreement. "Lord Su is correct. Besides, Your Highness, your pace is slow. You may not finish before dark if you continue this way." Lianqing's words finally persuaded Chu Qianqian. She lowered her gaze and nodded. "Then, I shall trouble my brother." Su Qingru immediately squatted before her. "Come, hop on." As Chu Qianqian prepared to climb onto his back, she was unexpectedly pulled back by someone. Before she could react, she found herself on another person in Apos' back. Chu Qianqian froze, as did the others, especially Su Qingru, who felt a sudden weightlessness behind him and turned to see a lithe figure carrying Chu Qianqian past him. Su Qingru and Apos' face darkened to a profound shade of anger. However, Chu Qianqian remained, and since a foam was her bodyguard, he could not voice his thoughts openly. Clenching the hilt of his dagger at his waist, a surge of fury welled up within him. The other Su family guards, witnessing this scene, dared not utter a word, their expressions reflecting Su, Darren, and Amp, Apos' murderous intent. They quickly sought excuses to busy themselves. Chu Qianqian wrapped her arms around a Feng and Amp, Apos' neck, her weight fully resting on him. He firmly grasped her legs, securing them at his waist. Though her head felt a bit dizzy, her senses were filled with the faint scent of grass and wood emanating from a foam. The rhythm of her heartbeat seemed to resonate within him, and the sensation flushed her ears with warmth. Chapter 82. Does she really like a foam? Lianqing caught up with the two and was momentarily taken aback by Chu Qianqian's flushed face. "Your Highness, are you feeling warm?" Chu Qianqian and Amp, Apos' face reddened even further as she buried her head. Apos, mifine. Then why is your face so red?" Faced with Lianqing and Amp, Apos' innocent inquiry, Chu Qianqian was at a loss for words. After a brief silence, she admitted, "Yes, I am warm." Lianqing then followed closely behind, tirelessly fanning Chu Qianqian with her sleeve. The weather was still quite cool, and with the cold wind from the mountains, Chu Qianqian felt as though she might fall ill upon returning. After a long trek, they finally arrived at the marked location on the map. Chu Qianqian remained on Jun Wuyin and Apos' back and pointed to a few places, instructing, "You all split up and check these locations. Remember to search every inch and leave no stone unturned." "Yes, Your Highness." Over 20 voices echoed in unison. Chu Qianqian turned to Su Qingru and Lianqing, noting that the number was not large and that the dam was too long. It would be best if they formed pairs. "Elder brother, please take care of Lianqing." Lianqing felt a twinge of disappointment. She wished to accompany the princess. However, Chu Qianqian could not walk at the moment and had to proceed with a phone. They would regroup at the designated spot in an hour to report on the dam and Apos' condition. If no problems were found, they would switch inspection locations and repeat the process. This way, even if one group overlooked something, the other might have a keen observer. The lives of tens of thousands were at stake, and Chu Qianqian could not afford to be careless. She did not trust others to check. She needed to see the critical areas with her own eyes. Upon hearing Chu Qianqian's orders, the others promptly paired up and dispersed to various inspection points along the dam, a necessary measure to save time given the dam's considerable length. Su Qingru fixed a menacing gaze on A Feng, exuding a sense of threat. Take good care of the princess. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. A Feng said nothing, merely glancing at him with indifference. Su Qingru felt provoked. Time was of the essence, so he had to hasten his pace and took Lian Qing to another location. Each individual carried a map, inspecting their assigned sections of the dam. The dam, having fallen into disrepair over the years, appeared particularly dilapidated, as if it could be washed away by the water within at any moment. Yet, this very structure had withstood the test of time for many years, which was the primary reason General Su opposed Chu Qianqian and Appo's suggestion to evacuate. How could such a sturdy dam possibly collapse? Leaving their homeland was not a trivial matter. Where would tens of thousands relocate? The dam stretched for miles, built against the mountains, with the fertile fields of countless citizens lying below. This land had nurtured generations. Jun Huiyan carried Chu Qianqian effortlessly, his steps steady as they traversed the dam and Appo's edge. Chu Qianqian meticulously examined areas that appeared cracked, ensuring there were no significant issues before proceeding. Such minor fissures could hardly be the primary cause of a dam collapse, so she continued her search. After inspecting one section, Chu Qianqian moved to another, but dense woods lay between the two paths. To pass through, they had to navigate a narrow trail. The surrounding forest was ominously silent, with the wind rustling the leaves. Fatigued, Chu Qianqian rested her head on A Feng and Appo's shoulder, a unique sense of safety enveloping her. She inadvertently lost her focus. Suddenly, she felt A Feng and Appo's body spin sharply. The immense force nearly threw her off balance. Startled, she quickly regained her senses, widening her eyes at A Feng. What happened? She leaned forward to look, realizing he had released his grip on her and was now gripping a snake that had latched onto his left wrist. He had just thwarted the snake and Appo's attack on her with his arm. The snake and Appo's head was a dark green triangle, its body adorned with vivid patterns, roughly the thickness of 3 fingers. It had opened its mouth wide, firmly biting his wrist. Blood seeped through his sleeve as the snake and Appo's fangs, sharp as needles, threatened to pierce his skin and inject venom. Chu Qianqian felt a rush of blood to her head. A Feng and Appo's a venomous snake. In contrast to Chu Qianqian and Appo's panic, Jun Huiyan remained composed. He swiftly pried the snake and Appo's jaws apart and, with a firm twist, severed the head from its body, extracting the venom sac. The severed head fell to the ground with a thud, and Jun Huiyan, his gaze lowered, expressionless, began to wrap the cloth around his wounded wrist. However, the cloth was snatched from his hands. Chu Qianqian stood before him, her expression grave, deftly binding the cloth around his arm near his heart. Then she tightened it forcefully. Jun Huiyan was unable to speak. He attempted to push Chu Qianqian away, signaling that he was fine, but she had a firm grip on his arm. "Chu gan ba Appo's womb." Rosy lips pressed against his wrist, and a pull emanated from the wound as she drew out the venomous blood and spat it aside. Jun Huiyan, his gaze darkening, observed her actions and realized what she was doing without moving. Was she not afraid for her life? Though this method might prove somewhat effective, it risked exposing her to the snake and Appo's venom through the tiny wounds in her mouth, potentially resulting in her own poisoning. She was willing to risk her life to save him. The unique poison within him rendered him nearly immune to toxins. This mere snake venom would hardly affect him. Once injected into his bloodstream, it would initially darken his blood. After Chu Qianqian extracted the poisonous blood and confirmed it was bright red, she finally felt relieved. However, she knew the situation could not be taken lightly, so she promptly retrieved a detoxifying pill given to her by Luoxua, placing one in Junwen and Appo's mouth. This antidote might not directly neutralize the snake venom, but it was effective enough. "Take it," she insisted. Jun Huiyan lowered his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Seeing the urgency in Chu Tiantian and Appo's expression, he swallowed the detoxifying pill. Her demeanor now contrasted starkly with the time she had administered poison to him. Did she truly harbor feelings for Aphone? Feelings for a mere illusion? She was willing to disregard her own safety to extract venom from him, to provide him with food, to serve him, and even to hold his hand? A wave of heavy emotions washed over Jun Wuyin, his gaze turning icy. Chu Tiantian also consumed an antidote to prevent her own poisoning. She then bandaged his wrist with a strip torn from her own clothing, looking up at him with a smile, momentarily forgetting the pain in her foot. All right, if this doesn't end Appo's work, we can continue our search tomorrow. Your health is paramount. Let an Appo's hurry down the mountain to see a doctor. She grasped his uninjured arm, attempting to lead him back. Yet after only a few steps, Chu Tiantian suddenly felt a familiar wave of heat envelop her body. Weakness washed over her, and her vision blurred, almost causing her to collapse. No. Could it be? The lingering aftereffects of the 100-charm pill, which had not manifested for many days, were returning? Chapter 83 Tiantian. This time you come by yourself. Jun Wuyin acted swiftly, grasping Chu Tiantian and Appo's arm just in time to prevent her from falling. Chu Tiantian and Appo's breath became hurried. Her once fair cheeks now flushed with a deep crimson. She felt her skin burning, and even the slightest touch sent waves of tingling sensations coursing through her. She quickly shielded her face with her sleeve, shaking off Jun Wuyin's arm, leaning against the tree trunk to steady her dizzying head. Before her, the path seemed to shimmer with double vision. Her breath was hot and her heartbeat thunderous. She gasped for air, attempting to calm herself, and called to a phone behind her, saying, "You should go down the mountain alone. I have matters to attend to. I will venture into the mountains by myself." At that moment, Chu Tiantian could no longer think of anything else. She lifted her skirt and dashed into the woods. Yet after only 2 steps, her body stumbled, and she fell to the ground, feeling utterly weak and her limbs languid. The intensity of this sensation overwhelmed her, leaving her unable to control herself. Seeing her in such a state, Jun Wuyin suddenly recalled something and glanced at the wound on his wrist. It was his blood. He had been afflicted by a strange poison, the fire toxin deeply ingrained within his veins. Years ago, the Shangwan family had procured a remedy to neutralize this toxicity, allowing him to live in peace for so long. It was only after Bai Luoxue informed him that he realized his blood possessed aphrodisiac properties. The last time at the Su family, when he nourished the blood mandrake within her with his blood, it triggered unusual reactions in Chu Tiantian. Though that incident had appeared severe, the presence of ice water had mitigated the effects, leaving her unharmed. However, this time, she had once again come into contact with his blood, and it seemed a considerable amount had been absorbed. Thus, the reaction was swift and overwhelming. Just as Jun Wuyin moved closer to her, he heard Chu Tiantian softly gasp, "Don and Appo's, come near." She could hear footsteps behind her, gripping the fallen leaves on the ground tightly, struggling against the waves of unbearable itchiness surging through her. She shut her eyes tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her cheeks so red they seemed on the verge of bleeding. Endure. I can endure this. Each time she had experienced such episodes in the past, she had managed to withstand them. But why did this sensation feel so intense, so overpowering that she feared she might lose her sanity? Chu Tiantian was at a loss. Her mind was a chaotic whirl. The air she inhaled felt as if it had turned scalding. She crawled a few steps on the ground, then clung tightly to a tree as if seeking to anchor herself to it. If only it could cool her down a bit. Her consciousness gradually slipped into a haze, and she struggled to restrain her instinct to curl up beneath the tree. Jun Wuyin observed her distress, realizing that it was his blood that had incited this calamity, and approached her side once more. He could carry her down the mountain to seek a doctor. Moments ago, it had been Chu Tiantian wanting to take him to see a physician. Now, the situation had reversed. Fortunately, Jun Wuyin's injury was not severe, so he remained unhurried. He firmly grasped Chu Tiantian and Appo's arms, pulling them down from their grip around the tree trunk. Yet, as soon as he released her arms, they coiled around his waist like a serpent. Chu Qianqian trembled slightly, her eyes reddening with urgency. Her breath came in soft gasps, laced with an alluring sweetness. Her voice, already melodious, became even more intoxicating in that moment. Wein. Two indistinct words slipped from her lips. However, Jun Wein was too focused on her grasp around his arm to comprehend her words. In an effort to hasten their escape, he finally hoisted her onto his back. But after only a few steps, he froze. Someone had kissed the back of his neck. Jun Wuyin's eyes widened. A wave of tingling sensations surged from the skin at his nape into his mind. At that instant, Chu Qianqian tightened her embrace, drawing herself closer to him, the one who provided her with a sense of safety, even in a state of unconsciousness. She was unaware of what this feeling was. It felt as though something was controlling her body and will, compelling her to instinctively seek contact with him. Jun Wein furrowed his brow, unable to endure any longer. Her hands began to wander aimlessly over him, rapidly disheveling his clothing. As Chu Qianqian whimpered on his back, writhing restlessly, he soon found himself in disarray, his hair tousled, appearing quite disheveled. It felt as if he had become the unwilling recipient of an overwhelming advance. Just as he traversed a thicket of dense grass, Chu Qianqian, who had been relatively composed, suddenly leaned backward. Jun Wein reacted instantly, turning to catch her waist. The uneven ground caused him to tumble backward, landing on the ground, while Chu Qianqian ended up sprawled across his chest. Jun Wein had not anticipated the situation to unfold in such a manner. His face flickered between shades of pale and crimson, unsure of how to navigate this unexpected scenario. Chu Qianqian fell silent, her mind conjuring illusions. The face of the man before her morphed into a figure from her memories. His brows were elegantly arched, ink-black hair cascading about him, exuding an enchanting aura. His piercing dark eyes locked onto her, his exquisitely handsome face adorned with a hint of teasing amusement. One hand rested on her waist, while the other brushed her hair from her forehead to behind her ear. Within those deep eyes lay a warmth and affection so profound it blurred the line between reality and fantasy. Qianqian, this time you come by yourself. The gentle coaxing echoed as if resonating in her ears. Chu Qianqian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, trickling down her cheeks, her beautiful, confused gaze devoid of any anxiety. Jun Wein seized her flailing hands, flipping her beneath him once more. His brow furrowed deeper, his breath growing erratic, despite his formidable self-restraint. He found himself unable to control certain urges. He distinctly sensed unusual reactions within his body due to Chu Qianqian and Appo's ministrations, gritting his teeth as he spoke in a low, husky voice, "If you move again, I will." He hesitated, staring into her tear-filled, reddened eyes and her lips, nearly bitten through by her own teeth. Momentarily taken aback, it felt as though he were entranced, instinctively drawn to her, wishing to seize that beauty. Just as his lips were about to brush against Chu Qianqian and Appo's, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed in the distance, accompanied by Su Qingru's voice. Chapter 84. The princess's caprice. Qianqian and her companions should be nearby. Lianqing expressed her concern. This forest is far from safe. Could anything have happened to the princess? Su Qingru paused momentarily before responding. Alfeng possesses commendable martial skills. Even if trouble arises, he can certainly escape. There is no need for worry. Let us search along this small path. It's the only route ascending the mountain, conveniently passing through here. Jun Wein swiftly regained his composure, lowering his gaze to the dazed Chu Qianqian. With a gentle yet firm motion, he struck her neck, rendering her unconscious in an instant. His precision was impeccable, and once he confirmed she had succumbed to slumber, he adjusted his attire and hair before lifting her onto his back and hastening in the opposite direction. Su Qingru, nearing their previous location, distinctly heard the sound of footsteps crushing fallen leaves. He furrowed his brow and called out, "Qianqian?" Yet silence met him. A dark shadow flickered across his expression as he commanded, "Lianqing, follow me." Lianqing promptly quickened her pace to keep up. Upon reaching the spot where Chu Qianqian and Jun Wuyan had lingered, he lowered his gaze and quickly discerned signs of disturbance in the foliage. Indeed, there were individuals here moments ago, likely alerted by our voices, yet they fled. Lianqing's eyes widened in alarm. Could something have befallen Her Highness? Su Qingru found himself uncertain, his trust in Ah Feng wavering. He seethed internally at the thought of the secretive actions Ah Feng had taken against Qianqian, contemplating retribution if he were to publicize such matters. They pressed onward, soon encountering a fork in the path. As they hesitated over which route to pursue, a shadow darted past at the end of the right-hand trail. Su Qingru, spotting the figure, took the lead in pursuit. "Lianqing, wait for me," she exclaimed while trailing behind. The duo moved with astonishing speed, quickly vanishing into the forest, leaving her behind. Jun Wuyan had orchestrated for the concealed Qi Feng to divert Su Qingru. As a shadowy guardian of the Shangwan family, Qi Feng possessed unparalleled skills in remaining undetected. Even Su Qingru would find it challenging to trace his presence. Unless he desired to reveal himself, few would ever notice him. Carrying Chu Qianqian, Jun Wuyan reached a lower section of the embankment. He soaked a piece of cloth in water and gently wiped her face. Her skin still bore a slight redness, a testament to her discomfort even while unconscious. Chu Qianqian felt as if she had been cast into a furnace, on the verge of being scorched. The cool water upon her face eased the furrow in her brow. Observing her slight relief, Jun Wuyan felt a measure of ease wash over him. Leaning against the embankment, he quietly gazed at the flowing water ahead. Nearby, Chu Qianqian rested against a stone, her eyes closed in slumber. The midday air was not particularly cold, and the sounds of insects and birds surrounded them, creating an oddly tranquil atmosphere. After an indeterminate time, Chu Qianqian finally awakened, her body aching and her throat parched, feeling akin to a desiccated fish. Turning her head, she spotted Ah Feng seated beside the embankment. Her eyes widened in shock as fragmented memories surged forth, igniting a desire to vanish into the earth. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse. "What time is it?" Ah Feng glanced back, his expression inscrutable. Yet, Chu Qianqian's gaze was drawn to the mark on his neck. Her eyes widened further, and she stammered, "What? What did I do to you?" Seeing her panic-stricken demeanor, a shadow flickered in Ah Feng and Appo's dark eyes. He gestured, pulling aside his collar, pointing to the evidence on his neck. He was curious to observe her reaction in the face of such a revelation. Her eyes widened, her complexion shifting from red to pale. She averted her gaze, unable to meet Ah Feng and Appo's eyes, feeling an overwhelming affection for him. This sudden proximity stirred her thoughts, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, leaving her cheeks flushed. She had never experienced such emotions before, and now, recalling her earlier audacity, her mind was in disarray. I apologize for what transpired previously. I will make amends." Junwen and Appo's movements in adjusting his attire faltered momentarily as he regarded Chu Qianqian, who was turned away from him. A smirk crept onto Junwen and Appo's lips, though it bore a chilling quality, as if he were observing a fickle woman. Chu Qianqian's gaze darted around before settling on a particular spot along the embankment. Beneath the shade of the trees, she noticed ants scurrying about. Rising to her feet, she approached, brushing aside branches to reveal a multitude of ant mounds at the base of the embankment. Her eyes widened as she used a stick to uncover the earth, her mind suddenly alert. These ants were astute. The location of their nests was remarkably concealed. Had she and Jun Wuyan not stumbled upon it, it might have gone unnoticed altogether. The mounds were obscured not only by fallen leaves and branches, but also by numerous small stones. Jun Wuyan approached, his gaze narrowing as he observed the ants. The saying goes, 1,000-mile dike collapses from an anthole. If such ants infested the embankment, its structural integrity would soon be compromised. This indicated a significant risk of a breach during the upcoming spring floods. As Suiyang City was situated in the mountains, any water cascading down would inundate the low-lying fields and homes, leaving the inhabitants with no means of escape. Chu Qianqian retrieved a small porcelain bottle to collect the ants as evidence, tying a piece of cloth to a nearby tree as a marker. We and Amp, Oppos, VE found it. Let S return for now. We shall discuss other matters once the urgent issues are addressed. With her head bowed, her cheeks still flushed as if cooked, Jun Wien observed her limping form and chose not to dwell on her earlier actions, lifting her onto his back to descend a mountain. Su Qingru and the others had been waiting at the agreed-upon location for quite some time. He stood with arms crossed, leaning against a tree with his weapon in hand. The day was nearing dusk, and he had circumnavigated the forest for 2 hours, yet still lost track of the cloaked figure. The moment he spotted Ah Feng carrying Chu Tianqian, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he charged forward, pressing the blade against Ah Feng and Amp, Oppos, as throat. Speak, where have you taken the princess? Chapter 85. That medicine does not exist. Chu Tianqian was taken aback, and quickly spoke up. Big brother, do not act impulsively. Su Qingru, visibly agitated, his eyes cold and somber, asked Tianqian, did he do anything to you? Chu Tianqian immediately shook her head. If anything was to be said, it was perhaps she who had done something. Nothing happened. Ah Feng and I have already found evidence of the dam and Oppos' damage. Upon hearing this crucial information, Su Qingru sheathed the knife in his hand and glanced at the few ants in the white porcelain bottle held by Chu Tianqian. His expression changed dramatically. He was almost certain that the dam would not hold. Tianqian, I cannot believe what you said is true. Su Qingru and Oppos' astonishment was beyond words. This was a matter concerning the lives of tens of thousands of people. Chu Tianqian nodded. It is better to believe it exists than to doubt its existence. I did not come here without gain. Upon returning, Big Brother can discuss how to handle the affairs of Pingchao County with Grandfather. Su Qingru nodded. You need not worry about the remaining matters. I will make preparations in advance. Only then did Chu Tianqian feel relieved, her eyes curving into a smile. Su Qingru regained his composure and turned his gaze back to Ah Feng, mentioning, when I came to find you, I noticed Ah Feng and Oppos' figure vanish into the woods. Yeah, I cannot catch up. Chu Tianqian and Oppos' heart skipped a beat, but she knew she could not let anyone see her in that state. It must remain a secret. Lowering her gaze, she said, Big brother, Ah Feng has been with me the entire time. How could he have been chased by you? You must not have mistaken someone else for him. Su Qingru appeared somewhat puzzled by Chu Tianqian and Oppos' assertion. However, it was evident that his suspicions regarding Ah Feng had diminished significantly. If that were the case, the situation was indeed strange. There might be others in the woods besides us. Chu Tianqian remarked, since nothing untoward has occurred. It indicates that the person may have wandered into this place by mistake. Besides, we will not stay here long. This should not be of great importance. Su Qingru was persuaded by Chu Tianqian and Oppos' reasoning and promptly led everyone down the mountain. The task at hand was completed, and he intended to report the matter to General Su without delay, even if it meant riding swiftly. After resting for another night, they finally returned to the imperial city. Chu Tianqian alighted from the carriage at the Su residence and entered with Ah Feng Lianqing. General Su had received news in advance and came out personally to welcome them. Upon seeing Chu Tianqian, weary and travel-worn, he embraced her with concern. My dear Tianqian, you have suffered. It is all my fault for not believing you and for sending you on such a long journey, nearly putting you in danger. Remembering the reports of bandits from earlier, General Su felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. His beloved Tianqian had single-handedly dismantled the entire Nanshan stronghold without a single soldier and had discovered evidence of the imminent dam collapse. This expedition was nothing short of a remarkable achievement for her. General Su gently stroked Chu Tianqian and Oppos' head, saying, I spoke to the emperor about these matters last night, and he praised you highly. There will likely be a welcome banquet for you at the palace shortly. You should rest well at the Su residence for a few hours, and when the time comes, I will send someone to escort you, the guest of honor. The old general continued to speak animatedly, his joy evident, and Chu Tianqian refrained from interrupting. Once he finished, she replied, I will follow Grandfather and Oppos' wishes. The old general had someone prepare lunch for Chu Tianqian and her companions. After they finished eating, she excused herself from the main courtyard, summoning her courage to venture into the back courtyard alone. She did not dare exchange a word with Aphone along the way. Recently, she felt something was amiss, and the effects of the by Maid Dan had become increasingly potent, which had been a source of growing concern for her. She intended to clarify this matter before considering her feelings for Aphone. Is Dr. Bai in? Chu Chantian paused outside by Luoxue and Amp, Appo's residence within the Su household. Her palms were sweaty, and one could hardly fathom the courage it took for her to stand there. The young maidservant immediately bowed to her. Dr. Bai's inside. Please. Fifth princess. Guided into by Luoxue and Appo's courtyard, Chu Chantian dared not touch anything and went straight into the room. A man with white hair and fair skin, exquisite in appearance, sat quietly inside, grinding medicinal herbs, the aroma of medicine filling the air. Hearing the commotion at the door, Bai Luoxue slowly raised his gaze and said in a calm voice, "Sit." Chu Chantian did not dare to take a seat and remained standing at the entrance. Once the departing maidservant closed the door behind her, only she and Bai Luoxue remained in the room. Chu Chantian swallowed hard and inquired, "Dr. Bai must know much about pharmacology." Bai Luoxue nodded. "Indeed. Then, do you know about Maid Dan?" Upon uttering those 3 words, Chu Chantian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, the very name of the medicine sounding quite improper. She felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in, deeply regretting her decision. Yet, if she did not seize the opportunity to clarify this matter, it could lead to even greater troubles for her. After all, whether one faces a knife drawn or retracts, it is the same. It is better to cut through the chaos swiftly. Bai Luoxue raised an eyebrow, then looked at Chu Chantian. She bit her lip, attempting to appear serious. Bai Luoxue stated, "I have not heard of it." Chu Chantian was taken aback. It is the kind of treasure found in brothels, which, even if detoxified, can lead to, certain undesirable side effects. Bai Luoxue reiterated, "I understand the princess and Appo's implication. However, I truly have not heard of such a medicine." His tone remained cool and composed. Chu Chantian could hardly believe that Bai Luoxue, renowned for his extensive medical knowledge, had never heard of it. Observing her astonished expression, Bai Luoxue set down the pestle and took out a nearby medical book. "There are few medicines I am unaware of in this world. The properties you describe are unfamiliar to me. Either this medicine lies within a realm I am not familiar with, or it simply does not exist and is merely a fabrication by some individuals." Chu Chantian stood there, dazed and incapable of thought. However, the one thing she knew was that regardless of the name, the properties of the medicine could not be unknown to Bai Luoxue. If even he was unaware of the so-called by Maid Dan, it was highly probable that, from beginning to end, such a medicine never existed at all. In her previous life, when Chu Xiaoxiao administered this medicine to her, the words spoken were a deception. Yet, how then did the symptoms that later appeared manifest? And what was the reason for her suffering so soon after her rebirth? Chapter 86. The diagnosis of the white divine. Dr. Chu Chantian found herself immersed in her own thoughts, completely oblivious to the fact that Bai Luoxue had already approached her. He extended his hand to feel her pulse, his dark eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of understanding within. The blood mandala was a curse he had entrusted to Jun Wuyin, one that craved blood and would develop a dependence on its master, displaying an insatiable greed. It could control the lives of others while ensuring their unwavering loyalty to the blood master, devoid of any treachery. As for the potential side effects, he was still investigating. At that time, he had been unaware that the young master would employ this curse on the 5th princess, thus adopting an experimental mindset to observe the curse and Appo's changes. To his surprise, the recent excessive blood feeding by the young master had caused the blood mandala to exhibit unusually heightened activity. He remained uncertain whether this was a boon or a bane. However, this matter was not one he could disclose, as it was part of the young master and Appo's scheme, and he could not act as a saboteur. He simply stated, "I will procure some medicine for you. If you take it upon noticing any unusual condition in your body, it will suppress the symptoms, at the very least preventing you from losing consciousness." Chu Chantian snapped back to reality. Upon hearing Bai Luoxue and Appo's words, she looked at him with the admiration one would bestow upon a benevolent savior. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude as she exclaimed, Thank you, Divine Dr. Bai. Bai Luoxue raised an eyebrow slightly, his white lashes fluttering gently, and with a calm and composed demeanor, he inquired, "Are you afraid of me?" Startled, Chu Qianqian quickly shook her head. "No, not at all." Bai Luoxue lowered his gaze, his voice remaining cool and tranquil, as if untouched by the whirlwind amp, oppose, escrime. "It is all right. Many people fear me. For reasons unknown." Chu Qianqian felt an unsettling sensation upon hearing his words. Bai Luoxue had always been perceived as a monster since childhood. She accepted the medicine he offered, and suddenly, much of the fear lingering in her heart dissipated. At the very least, she felt capable of facing this man with composure. "Thank you," she said, turning to leave the room, intending to safely stow away the medicine Bai Luoxue had given her. Just as she rounded a corner, she collided with a shadowy figure. Her eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing a phone, and she swiftly hid the medicine behind her. "A phone? I actually have something to discuss with you." A phone halted, his posture instantly tense, then he discreetly retreated. The expression beneath his mask was noticeably anxious. He had come to take over due to the young master and Oppo's urgent matters. He was merely tasked with escorting the princess to the palace, so why was he being summoned for a private conversation? What mess had the young master left for him to clean up? The young man beneath the mask lowered his head impassively. Chu Qianqian hesitated, the atmosphere thick with silence. She suddenly declared, "In a few days, my mother wishes to select a consort for me." A phone was taken aback, puzzled as to why Chu Qianqian would abruptly share this information. She lifted her gaze and smiled gently, her eyes curving with mirth. "I told my mother that there would be no restrictions on the identity of the consort. As long as they possess the ability to reach me in the end, they may emerge victorious." Her words were laden with implication, subtly suggesting that even a phone could be considered as a potential consort. After all, it was the first time in her life that she had experienced the fluttering of her heart, and she found comfort in a phone and Oppo's presence. A phone. He raised a finger to his lips, indicating his muteness, clearly suggesting he was not within the bounds of potential consorts. Understanding his gesture, Chu Qianqian took a few steps forward, causing a phone to retreat in alarm, his body bristling. "It is all right, as long as I do not mind." Her words seemed to distract a phone from his duties, prompting him to hastily employ his agility and flee. Observing his swift departure, Chu Qianqian couldn't Oppo's helped but smile. Is he shy? In truth, she had never found a phone as appealing as she did now, even when she had gazed at Lu Xiangyuan. Perhaps it was youth and naivety that had led her to believe she owed her life in return for a promise. Although she had yet to see a Feng's true face, nor did she know if he had any connection to Qifeng. But such details no longer mattered to her. What mattered was the feeling that resonated within her. Inside the palace, a grand banquet was arranged to welcome Chu Qianqian. This gathering not only included various consorts and princes, but also the esteemed officials of the court. Lian Qing, along with a throng of palace maids and matrons, busily prepared Chu Qianqian for the event. Chu Qianqian seldom attended extravagant banquets, and even when she did, she preferred to linger in the shadows as an observer. Her tendency to keep her distance had deterred many noble ladies from approaching her. Yet this time, she was the main attraction, destined to be the focal point of all eyes. Chu Qianqian was determined not to tarnish her mother and Oppo's reputation. The golden crown adorned her head, with crimson tassels swaying gently as she moved. The crane feathers atop seemed poised for flight, exuding unparalleled nobility. Clad in a dark golden gown, a jade belt accentuated her slender waist, which seemed delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. Gazing into the mirror at her meticulously crafted appearance, Chu Qianqian stood and turned to Lian Qing. "Let us go." However, Lian Qing appeared momentarily stunned. The fifth princess typically refrained from makeup, though naturally beautiful. She often lacked a touch of color. Yet today, her makeup highlighted her exquisite features to perfection. Her skin resembled fine jade, her lips a rosy hue, and her eyes, akin to autumn waters, seemed to ripple with life. A mere smile could transform her into a breathtaking masterpiece, captivating all who beheld her. "Lian Qing, what is the matter?" Chu Qianqian inquired, puzzled. Lian Qing quickly averted her gaze, Having spent considerable time at the princess's side, her resistance to beauty somewhat fortified. It is nothing. I was simply momentarily entranced by the princess and Appo's beauty. At this, Chu Qianqian chuckled softly. You are with me every day. How could you be so mesmerized? Seeking excuses for daydreaming. Have you learned to lie in front of this princess? Her playful banter caused Lin Qing to lower her head. No, it is truly the case. Even as a woman herself, she felt compelled to commend the princess's beauty, harboring no trace of jealousy. After all, some individuals were simply favored from birth. The banquet hall was already filled with guests. The Emperor of Chu's eyes sparkled with delight, his face radiating pride. Listening to the praises from the officials directed at Chu Qianqian, the Emperor could not help but swell with paternal pride. With a wave of his hand, the music and dance commenced, and he smiled slightly as he gazed toward the entrance. The star of our welcoming banquet has finally arrived. Chapter 87. I desire to exchange my prince consort as soon as Emperor Chu and Appo's words fell. The doors of the banquet hall were pushed open by the little eunuchs on either side. A procession of palace maids entered in an orderly fashion, immediately taking their places on either side. The grandeur of the scene compelled the attention of all present, and their eyes widened in astonishment. Amidst the crowd, a woman approached, surrounded by admirers. She was clad in resplendent attire that accentuated her regal bearing. Particularly striking was her visage, which, enhanced by her opulent garments, appeared as a rare beauty among mortals. Chu Qianqian had never adorned herself so splendidly in public before. Many had only heard of the fifth princess and Appo's beauty, but had never beheld her. Today marked her first formal appearance since reaching maturity, illuminating for all attendees the true essence of ethereal grace. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Some gasped, astonished to the point of forgetting to swallow their drinks, while others accidentally dropped their cups. Among the younger officials, hearts raced in a flurry of excitement. Lu Xiangyuan, seated among them, was entranced by Chu Qianqian. He had always acknowledged her beauty, but had largely overlooked her charms due to his own ambitions. Typically, Chu Qianqian eschewed heavy makeup, preferring a natural appearance that rendered her unremarkable among the more flamboyantly adorned women. Yet today, Lu Xiangyuan pressed a hand to his chest, where his heart throbbed uncontrollably, causing his eyes to redden with heat. An exhilarating sense of hidden delight surged within him as he observed the reactions of others to Chu Qianqian and Appo's beauty, for he imagined that such loveliness would one day belong to him. Breathing heavily, he took a sip of wine to compose himself, only to find Chu Qianqian standing in the center of the hall. She gracefully bowed, executing the most impeccable princess salute. I pay my respects to Father Emperor and Mother Empress. Empress Su, seated beside the emperor, beamed with joy as she observed her daughter blossom from a small sprout into a remarkable young woman, her beauty filling the mother's heart with an overwhelming sense of pride. Qianqian, come sit beside me, the empress beckoned. To her side, a prominent seat was reserved specifically for Chu Qianqian. Nodding in acknowledgement, she elegantly lifted her gown and settled next to her mother, casting her gaze around the hall, deliberately avoiding the many eyes upon her until it landed on a familiar direction. Her siblings had also arrived. The bond among the palace and Appo's siblings was tenuous. She struggled to distinguish between her fifth and sixth brothers. The children of Emperor Chu were arranged separately by gender, and aside from her four sisters, she had 3 older brothers and 4 younger ones. At this banquet, she had not anticipated the presence of Chu Xiao, who seemed to have recovered from her illness quite swiftly. Empress Su presented delicate fruits before Chu Qianqian, while Emperor Chu promptly declared, Qianqian has rendered great service to the people of Shichu. If there is anything you desire today, speak, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Gazing at her father's beaming face, Chu Qianqian suddenly stated, if I make an unreasonable request, I hope Father Emperor will not be angered. The Emperor waved his hand dismissively. How can I know unless you voice it? Speak, I beseech you. Lowering her gaze, Chu Qianqian declared, I wish for my third sister to regain her title as a princess, and for my brother-in-law to become the legitimate prince consort of Shichu, along with a princess residence for them, and permission for him to join the army. The emperor and amp, Oppos, S expression shifted slightly, and an eerie silence blanketed the hall. Empress Su had not anticipated that Chu Qianqian and amp, Oppos, S request would center on others. However, she understood the bond between Chu Qianqian and Chu Nanping and added, Your Majesty. The third princess has been away from the palace for 3 years. No matter your anger, you cannot deny her lineage. With a resigned sigh, Emperor Chu lamented, Nanping has suffered for 3 years outside. Today, in light of your service to the people, I shall grant your request. A smile finally graced Chu Qianqian's features. Then I shall express my gratitude to father in advance. The emperor inquired further, You are soon to be wed. Do you have no other wishes? Indeed, I do. Chu Qian ziplit vi soleti. I wish to change my prince consort. At that moment, Lu Xiangyuan nearly crushed his cup in disbelief. He sprang to his feet, feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him, his face paling. Your Majesty, my engagement to the fifth princess was bestowed by your own hand. To alter such a decree on a whim contradicts your sacred word. Chu Qianqian, eyes lowered, waited for Lu Xiangyuan to finish before lifting her gaze. Father has always taught me to remember and repay kindness. Thus, in gratitude for Lu Zhuangye's saving grace, I sought your permission for our union, hoping to leave behind a beautiful tale. Her eyes glistened with unvoiced sorrow. Yet, she never anticipated that the so-called hero's rescue had been premeditated. Her words ignited a flurry of whispers among the assembly. Lu Xiangyuan was caught off guard by her sudden recollection of past grievances. He quickly interjected, Your Highness, I have never sought to repay kindness with malice. It has always been your unrequited affection. Rising to her feet, Chu Qianqian retorted, That is because I was deceived by your machinations. I implore Father to adjudicate on my behalf. Lu Xiangyuan's heart tightened in alarm. He had never wished to sever their engagement. His ambitions had driven him thus far, yet now he felt an unexpected reluctance to relinquish it. Emperor Chu furrowed his brow. Is this truly the case? Chu Qianqian nodded, then called towards the entrance, Bring in the witness. The attendees, taken aback by the unfolding drama, turned their attention to the entrance. A middle-aged groom, apprehensively led in, trembled before the dignitaries of Shichu. Chu Qianqian fixed her icy gaze upon the man in gray linen, recalling the considerable effort and wealth expended to locate him. She interrogated him, Speak, was the incident involving my carriage truly an accident, or were you directed to act? The groom knelt, unable to raise his head, and, having faced prior intimidation, dared not lie. Someone offered me silver. Juqian, this? Who was it that paid you? Summoning his courage, the man finally replied, It was. Chapter 88. He will surely find ways to torment him. He raised his finger, pointing at Lu Xiangyuan. It's him, it is he. Lu Xiangyuan's countenance shifted. He had never personally approached this stable man. How could he possibly recognize him? Lu Xiangyuan immediately bowed towards the emperor. Your Majesty, this man speaks utter nonsense, fabricating stories out of thin air. He is slandering your subject, who has never laid eyes on this stable man. Chu Qianqian raised an eyebrow. When this princess was nearly harmed, fourth sister was also present. She should know that the stable man I found is undoubtedly the correct one. Upon hearing Chu Qianqian mention her name, Chu Xiaoxiao's face paled visibly. Subsequently, she gently stated, Father, your daughter was overly concerned for her younger sister's safety at the time and does not recall the stableman's appearance. Thus, I cannot corroborate fifth sister's claims. Chu Qianqian knew she would deny it. Cousin. She suddenly looked towards Chu Chong and amp, Oppos, and in amp, Oppos, S direction. Chu Chong and amp, Oppos, and who was surreptitiously indulging in food, instantly became the focal point of everyone in amp, Oppos, S gaze. As the sole wastrel heir of the wastrel prince, Chu Chong and amp, Oppos, and typically prefer to hide in corners and loaf around during such occasions, selecting his favorite dishes from the palace banquet to devour. Consequently, while others were preoccupied with other matters, the sight of him with a greasy mouth became the center of attention. The assembled officials, imperial concubines, princes, and princesses all wore peculiar expressions upon witnessing Chu Chong and Oppos, and in this state. Chu Chong and Oppos, and hurriedly put down the chicken leg, casually wiped his mouth, and raised his hand. Yes, I know him. He's the one who tried to run into Chanchian that day. I was in the nearby tavern's second floor, and even considered bringing people to beat him up. Chu Xiao glared at Chu Chang'an, her heart filled with rage. Chu Chang'an truly lived up to his reputation as Chu Chanchian's lifelong follower, echoing her every word, despite being her cousin as well. She had never seen him stand on her side. Seeing the testimony from the air, the emperor's face darkened. Lu Zhuangyin, you possess quite the deep-seated scheme. Willing to hire assassins to harm a princess in order to curry favor. Lu Xiangyin immediately emerged from behind the table, kneeling before the emperor. Your subject is wronged. I swear to the heavens that I have never colluded with him to harm the princess. If such a thing were true, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. The person who hired the assassin was actually Chu Xiao. What did it have to do with him? Lu Xiangyin thought to himself, making the oath without hesitation. Seeing him make such a solemn vow, the emperor frowned slightly, momentarily hesitant. However, Empress Su suddenly slammed her hand on the table. If this matter is true, even beheading you would not be excessive, daring to harm a princess. Lu Xiangyuan raised his head, his eyes filled with sincerity. Your subject fell in love with the fifth princess at first sight, deeply and passionately. How could I possibly harm her? Empress Su sternly retorted. That is not harm, but ulterior motives. Lu Xiangyuan lowered his head, his voice dry. The princess is willing to believe the words of a stableman rather than trust your subject. I am at a loss for words, yet I am not convinced. Is it possible that without concrete evidence, a single statement can determine that everything was done by your subject? His gaze gradually sharpened, his eyes fixed on Chu Chanchian. Or has the princess already transferred her affections, merely using this stableman as a pretext to dissolve the engagement? Chu Chanchian lowered her eyes, gazing at Lu Xiangyin kneeling on the ground. She wore noble and exquisite attire, her delicate and beautiful face now possessing the aura of a superior, no longer resembling her usual quirky and delicate self. Chu Chanchian said, this princess also has doubts about the stableman's words. The reason why this princess brings up this matter in front of everyone today is naturally to give you a fair and just opportunity to pursue this princess. Hearing the words pursue her, a dense, unresolved melancholy seemed to gather in Lu Xiangyuan's eyes. Had she forgotten that she once chased after him? Forgotten what she had done to be with him? Yet now, everything had been reversed. Lu Xiangyuan felt uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to look up at Chu Chanchian, waiting for her next words. Chu Chanchian said calmly, after discussing with the empress, the wedding date remains unchanged, but if you want to become you must rely on your own abilities. Lu Xiangyuan was incredulous. What abilities? Chu Chanchian turned around, bowing to the emperor. Father, Chanchian is aware that she was young and immature in the past, easily deceived, leading to delays in her lifelong affairs. Therefore, this time, I have decided to broadly recruit. Only those who pass numerous tests can ultimately become Chanchian and Amp, Appo's husband. Chu Xiao did not expect Chu Chanchian to have such a rebellious idea. She immediately said, Father, fifth sister is purely asking for trouble. Lu Zhuangyuan is a phoenix among men, possessing both looks and talent. A dragon son that cannot be found even with a lantern. Chu Chanchian slightly curved her lips. Fourth sister has a high opinion of Lu Zhuangyuan. I usually see the two of you walking close together. Would you like me and father to request an imperial decree to bestow this wonderful marriage upon you? Lu Xiangyuan's expression changed. Your subject is not familiar with the fourth princess. The reason why we walked closer was also because of you, fifth princess. I wouldn't dare. Everyone saw how much Lu Zhuangyuan despised this princess back then. Chu Chang'an suddenly slammed the table, nearly knocking the dishes on the table to the ground. He wore an indignant expression. Chanchian is right. I saw it. If Chanchian hadn't an Appo's protected you back then, this heir would have been the first to beat your face black and blue. Lu Xiangyuan's lips were tightly pursed, the muscles on his cheeks twitching. He understood. Chu Chanchian had already planned everything, speaking it out in front of everyone today, step by step, making it impossible for him to refuse. Refusing would prove that he didn't end Appo's. Didn't end Appo's He had the ability and was afraid of not being able to compare to others, not refusing, and the other party would definitely find ways to torment him, toying with him. Choosing or not choosing, both were problematic. The Sue family and Apos' group naturally sat in the back. Although they couldn't and Apos' directly helped the fifth princess speak, they did have the right to speak. Old General Sue and Grand Tutor Zhou exchanged glances. Then, Grand Tutor Zhou spoke first. Your Majesty, this old minister believes that what the fifth princess said is very true. The princess's marriage is of utmost importance. In case she entrusts herself to the wrong person, it would not be a good thing for the princess herself, nor for Lu Zhuangyuan. Old General Su stroked his beard. This old minister believes in Lu Zhuangyuan and Apos' ability. He loves the princess so much. He will definitely be able to overcome the difficulties. Grand Tutor Zhou glanced at him. The older the ginger, the spicier. This flattery directly raised Lu Zhuangyuan high up, unable to come down. Now it depends on whether the emperor agrees or not. Everyone in the hall held their breath, waiting for the emperor and Apos' reply. Chapter 89. The decline of Granny Lin suddenly. Emperor Chu spoke, his expression softening as he uttered a single word within the somewhat tranquil grand hall. The ministers were taken aback. Chu Qianqian and Apos' actions were unprecedented. The replacement of a consort prior to the fifth princess and Apos' wedding was indeed a monumental event for the entire kingdom of Shichu. Although rumors had circulated before, without the emperor and Apos' consent, they remained mere whispers. However, with the emperor and Apos' nod today, the matter was now irrevocable. Many ministers cast sympathetic glances towards Minister Lu, as the newly appointed top scholar and future consort had become the subject of ridicule. Should he fail to marry the fifth princess and secure his position, he would inevitably face mockery wherever he went. The emperor continued, "My fifth princess is exceptional. Not only can she alleviate my worries, but she can also combat bandits and save tens of thousands in Pingchao County. If I cannot ensure that the consort is worthy of her, I shall remain uneasy. Therefore, what does it matter if I retract my previous words?" Furthermore, Chu Qianqian had not canceled the wedding date. The invitations he had sent remained valid, and her relatives would have no objections to attending the banquet in the capital. Chu Qianqian lowered her gaze. "Thank you, Father, for your support." The emperor raised his hand. "Bring forth the rewards I have prepared for Qianqian." Startled, she turned to glance at Empress Su, who nodded with a smile, reassuring her. Soon, a young eunuch approached, carrying a large plaque inscribed with 4 gilded characters, Hui Ji Lan Xian. The calligraphy was vigorous and familiar. Looking at her father, she saw his expression of pride. In front of the assembled ministers, he declared, "This is my handwritten inscription, which shall be hung at the entrance of your princess and Apos' residence." Chu Qianqian replied, "There's no need for that." However, recognizing it was a gift from her father, she could not display her disdain outwardly. She suddenly empathized with those ministers who had earned the emperor and Apos' favor through their accomplishments. It was troubling. Although the inscription was fairly well crafted, having it displayed prominently at her door felt rather embarrassing. The emperor appeared quite pleased, surrounded by the enthusiastic praises of the courtiers. The emperor and Apos' calligraphy is indeed remarkable. If framed and displayed at home, it could become a treasured heirloom. The fifth princess is truly favored by the emperor to receive such a thoughtful gift. Observing this scene, Chu Qianqian felt a palpable jealousy directed towards her. Her siblings were casting furtive, envious glances her way. She could not comprehend why a mere plaque would incite such jealousy. The emperor continued, "Qianqian is soon to be married, so I have arranged for the finest princess and Apos' residence in the capital, conveniently close to the Su family, allowing you to visit your maternal grandfather without much hassle." Chu Qianqian was taken aback. She recalled that in her past life, she had not received such treatment. Thus, while the plaque seemed somewhat trivial, the princess's residence was indeed to her satisfaction, unless she were to be named the crown prince. Princesses and royal sons were expected to move out of the palace after marriage. "Thank you for your generous gift, Father." The household staff has also been arranged by your mother. After the wedding, you can move directly in. If there is anything you wish to change, arrangements can be made. Chu Chanqian acknowledged this. Persuaded by the emperor, she reluctantly shared a couple of cups of wine with him. As she departed from the banquet, her cheeks flushed slightly from the drink. Although her tolerance was not great, it was not as severe as Jun Wuyan's, who would collapse after a single cup. After her drink, she felt a gentle warmth in her cheeks, accompanied by a hint of drowsiness. As the banquet dispersed, Chu Chanqian excused herself and, accompanied by Lianqing, returned to her chamber, Jinling Palace. Just as she was about to recline, a palace maid rushed in, flustered. "Your Highness, something has happened." The startling volume of her voice jolted Chu Chanqian awake. Eyes wide and still flushed, she inquired, "What is it?" If it were not something of grave importance, her palace maids would not be in such a tizzy. The young maid hurriedly reported, "It's regarding Granny Lin, whom you took in over 2 months ago. She seemed perfectly fine yesterday, but today it appears she is failing. She lies in bed with a fever and cannot be awakened no matter how we call her." Hearing Granny Lin and Appo's name felt like a thunderclap to Chu Chanqian. She quickly donned the outer gown she had just removed, her hair hastily draped over her shoulders after having taken off her golden crown. "I must go see." Lianqing promptly assisted her in tidying her appearance, and Chu Chanqian hastened outside, all fatigue forgotten. With only half a month until her wedding to Liu Xiangyuan, and after having arranged for Granny Lin and Appo's care in Jinling Palace for over 2 months, Chu Chanqian had ensured that no detail was neglected. Daily visits from physicians were made to check on her health. How could something have gone awry? Granny Lin was the most important person in Jun Wuyan and Appo's heart, the sole source of warmth within the palace of Shichu. Chu Chanqian could not bear to think of how devastated Jun Wuyan would be should she pass away. In her past life, Granny Lin had died 2 months prior, and since then, Jun Wuyan had rarely appeared before her. As a princess, she had never cared about the fate of a mere servant, nor had she pondered where the latter had gone or what had become of her. Yet, Chu Chanqian recalled the expression and gaze of the young man kneeling before her on the day of Granny Lin and Appo's misfortune. The more she understood Jun Wuyan and Appo's nature, the more she realized how significant a person must be to compel him to kneel in supplication for another and Appo's salvation. Yun Qingyue and Bai Luoxue had only recently arrived in the capital, likely without having made formal contact with him before. Distant waters cannot quench present thirst, and at that moment, if he wished to save Granny Lin's life, he could only turn to the physicians for help. The physician had already arrived. The room was filled with the pungent scent of medicinal herbs. A group of palace maids stood to the side as Chu Chanqian strode to the bedside. She saw Granny Lin lying there, eyes closed, her aged and wrinkled face bearing an unnatural flush, reminiscent of a dying person and Appo's fleeting moment of vitality. Chu Chanqian did not realize her voice trembled with anxiety as she asked, "Dr. Lin, how is Granny Lin?" The elderly physician withdrew his hand from her pulse, a shadow of sorrow crossing his gaze. Though he was a healer, he could not resurrect the dead. Faced with Granny Lin and Appo's long-accumulated ailments, he had expended great effort merely to extend her life for an additional couple of months. Valuable medicines were delivered daily, yet even so, they could only barely sustain her existence. "Your Highness, it is a natural cycle of life. Granny Lin has already succumbed to her ailments. I have administered ginseng soup to prolong her life, but I cannot guarantee she will survive the night." Chapter 90. Young Master. Do not harbor resentment towards the 5th princess, Chu Chanqian and Appo's heart raced as she promptly instructed, "Send someone to the Su residence to summon Dr. Bai." Lin Tai hesitated for a moment before gently advising, "Your Highness, I believe this action is ill-advised. It is quite late to open the palace gates for a stranger. Should anything untoward occur, the responsibility would inevitably fall upon you." Chu Chanqian understood that Lin Tai and Appo's words were caution. However, when it comes to matters of life and death, she was resolute. "If anything happens, I shall bear the consequences. Dr. Bai has resided at the Su household and has saved my grandfather and Appo's life. He is trustworthy." Immediately, Someone received her command and took her waste token to leave the palace in search of the doctor. Chu Qianqian dismissed the other maidens, remaining alone in her chamber, her brow furrowed in concern. Lianxing, who accompanied her, was utterly perplexed as to why the princess was so invested in the well-being of a mere palace matron. Your Highness, Lin Mama has been under your care during this time. She should have no regrets. Chu Qianqian shook her head. All right, you should go to Zilong Hall and summon Jun Wuyan. Lianxing complied, swiftly departing. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside. Chu Qianqian turned to see Jun Wuyan, clad in a dark robe, standing before her. It had been several days since she last saw him, and she felt he had grown considerably taller. No longer the disheveled boy from months prior, he appeared clean and well-groomed, his exquisite features lending him an air of refined elegance. Chu Qianqian rose from her bedside, approaching the doorway. An inexplicable sense of familiarity and affection welled up within her heart. She frowned, suspecting she might have consumed some inferior wine, rendering her body oddly affected. Nonetheless, she brushed aside her thoughts and stated directly, Lin Mama is unwell tonight. I summoned you here to keep her company. I have already dispatched someone to invite Dr. Bai to the palace, so do not worry excessively. Upon hearing her words, Jun Wuyan's gaze lowered slightly. He maintained his obedient demeanor, his dark hair falling over his forehead, obscuring his eyes. Thank you, Your Highness. His voice held an unexpected huskiness. Chu Qianqian recalled her previous promise to protect him and, gathering her courage, asked, how have you been at Zilong Hall? Has anyone bullied you? Jun Wuyan shook his head. Not at all. Most people in the palace regarded him as invisible. His presence merely meant an additional person to serve meals. With the funds Chu Qianqian had provided, the palace maids and servants diligently fulfilled their duties, avoiding unnecessary interference. Thus, even when he was absent from the palace, he managed to disguise himself without arousing suspicion. With no one watching, it also facilitated his discreet comings and goings through the secret passages discovered by Qi Feng. Suddenly, Jun Wuyan raised his head and asked, Your Highness, may I speak with Mama alone for a moment? Chu Qianqian felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly replied, of course. Lianxing, we shall step outside. Lianxing noted her princess and Appo's unusually favorable attitude towards Jun Wuyan. However, she also recognized that he had ceased to trouble the princess since being sent to Zilong Hall, which brought her peace of mind. Once everyone exited the room, Jun Wuyan surveyed the empty chamber, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before approaching the bed. Mama, he whispered, grasping Lin Mama's hands tightly. Although he visited her whenever possible, he could not prevent her health from deteriorating further. Lin Mama had been his wet nurse, the closest person in his life. As if sensing a familiar voice, Lin Mama and Appo's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her aging, clouded eyes. Though she was only 50, she appeared much older. Upon catching sight of Jun Wuyan and Appo's face, a smile spread across her features. It is the young master. She struggled to sit up, but lacked the strength. Trembling, her frail hand caressed Jun Wuyan and Appo's face. Her voice soft and raspy. In the blink of an eye, our young master has grown so much. Lin Mama's eyes sparkled with satisfaction and joy, as if she wished to etch every detail of his features into her memory. She lamented her own frailty, worried about how her young master would fare without her. He had once been the crown prince, a figure of great nobility, undeserving of such suffering. Mama, the boy and Appo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Do not cry, young master. Mama prefers to see you smile. The usually cold and ruthless boy forced a stiff smile, one that appeared more sorrowful than joyful. Seeing this expression, Lin Mama could not help but laugh, her eyes brightening momentarily. You have grown into a man now. When Mama is no longer here, remember to take good care of yourself. Upon witnessing Jun Wuyan's nod, she suddenly paused, mustering her strength to add, Also, the fifth princess is not a bad person. Do not harbor resentment toward her. Jun Wuyan and Appo's gaze darkened at once, concealing the flicker of shadow that passed through his eyes. Not harbor resentment? How could that be possible? The hardships he endured in the Western Shu Palace were largely due to her. If Mama could survive this ordeal, He would continue to be her obedient servant, dutiful and uncomplaining. But if anything were to happen to her, his first target for vengeance would undoubtedly be her. Chu Qianqian. Lin Mama had surely been influenced by the kindness she received during her recent care, which prompted her to speak such words. Jun Wuyin suppressed all his thoughts. Reassuring her softly, Wuyin understands, Mama, do not worry. He would seek to reclaim everything that was rightfully his. Seeing him speak thus, Lin Mama appeared to finally find solace. As if the strength she had summoned was suddenly drained from her, leaving her spirit languid and weary. Yet, she continued to murmur, the fifth princess is a good person. When news of the incident at the Shangwan family reached us, you were gravely ill, and the others in the palace treated us like lepers. I had no one to turn to, and it was only the fifth princess who helped us. Lin Mama had only recently learned that the noble ones in the palace had assisted them, having moved to Jinling Palace and met the maid who had once aided them. Jun Wuyin furrowed his brow upon hearing this, his pupils trembling slightly. Is that so? She once had such benevolence? There must have been some misunderstanding between him and the fifth princess. Lin Mama had even hoped he would apologize, but it seemed they had already reconciled. Take good care of yourself, young master. In the future, marry a good girl to accompany you. Mama is of no use. I will no longer be able to bring you a little mistress. Her voice grew softer, weaker, and the light in her eyes began to fade. Chapter 91. May you find solace in your grief, Lord Wuyin. Upon Bai Luoxue's arrival at the palace, Chu Qianqian found the room enveloped in an unsettling stillness. A pang of sorrow constricted her heart, halting her steps as her gaze fell upon the frail, lifeless form of the old woman resting on the bed. Despite summoning Bai Luoxue with utmost haste, it seemed, they were too late. Chu Qianqian's voice was hushed, imbued with a gentle cadence as she spoke. Esteemed physician Bai has arrived, Lord Wuyin. Lord Wuyin remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Bai Luoxue advanced but a few steps before casting a fleeting glance at the serene countenance of Lin. Subsequently, he turned to Chu Qianqian, stating, Alas, the spirit has departed. I possess no art to resurrect the deceased. I implore your highness to seek aid elsewhere. A tinge of crimson dusted Chu Qianqian into Amp, Oppos, his eyes. Despite her earnest endeavors, she had only managed to prolong Lin's existence by a mere 2 months. How boastful she had been before Lord Wuyin, asserting her ability to care for Lin, assuring him that with her presence, he could rest easy. The youth had been seated by the bedside for an interminable span, his gaze unwavering, his eyes scarcely blinking. Within the depths of his pupils, a profound darkness dwelled, devoid of tears. His hand lay upon Lin and Amp, Oppos, S. aged hand, now bereft of warmth. Her strength diminished. None could fathom the thoughts that swirled within his mind. Lord Wuyin and Oppos, S. current state engendered deep concern. May you find solace in your grief. As if stirred from a trance, Lord Wuyin turned his head, his gaze meeting Chu Qianqian and Oppos. Within those eyes, no light flickered. Chu Qianqian lowered her gaze, her fingers fidgeting nervously, uncertain of the appropriate demeanor to adopt in the face of Lord Wuyin and Amp, Oppos, S. sorrow. I shall arrange for Lin and Amp, Oppos, S. affairs to be handled with utmost care, ensuring her burial is befitting, granting her eternal rest. Finally, her words penetrated Lord Wuyin and Oppos, S. consciousness. Yet, he responded, there is no need to trouble your highness. His voice, now raspy, was barely audible. He rose abruptly, gently lifting Lin and Amp, Oppos, S. frail body onto his back, and turned to depart. Where do you intend to go? Chu Qianqian called out. Lord Wuyin and Oppos, S. steps faltered momentarily, yet he did not turn back, to attend to the mortal remains. You. Chu Qianqian began to protest. Yet she watched as he carried Lin away. She sensed a palpable resentment directed towards her, yet she accepted it willingly, acknowledging her own culpability. Lian Qing moved to pursue him, but her princess bid her to stay. Let him be. She understood that Lord Wuyin would never allow Lin to remain confined within the walls of the Western Shu Imperial Palace. His refusal of assistance suggested an alternative plan brewing within his mind. Lin's condition had been grave, and Imperial physician Lin, esteemed within the palace, possessed considerable skill. While he may have lacked by Luoshue's unconventional methods, their mastery of orthodox medicine was comparable. Thus, even had Bai Luoshue arrived sooner, the outcome would likely have remained unchanged. Yet, Chu Qianqian felt a profound sense of regret. Bai Luoshue stated, "As there is naught else for me to do, I shall take my leave. Chu Qian Zipli, I shall have someone escort you." Bai Luoshue offered no resistance. However, his evening had proven to be a futile endeavor. Chu Qianqian's mind was in turmoil, her weary thoughts preventing her from finding slumber. As she lay in bed, her mind raced, only to be interrupted by yet another disturbance. This time, it was Lian Qing who arrived with dire news, pounding frantically on the door, her cries capable of rousing even the deaf. Chu Qianqian flung open the door, her hair disheveled, her mood irritable. "Lian Qing, what now?" "After your highness dispatched esteemed physician by from the palace, he was intercepted." Chu Qianqian's brow furrowed. "Who dares to impede my guests? Who possesses such audacity?" Lian Qing reported. Guards bearing swords were responsible, claiming that an assassin had infiltrated the palace, necessitating the interrogation of all outsiders. An assassin? Chu Qianqian and damp, Oppo's expression grew grave. She had to retrieve Bai Luoshue at once. She had invited him, and she could not allow him to suffer harm on her account. Chu Qianqian hastily donned her attire and hastened towards the hall of mental cultivation. Indeed, something had transpired, though it was being kept discreet. The security, however, was significantly heightened. 2 guards barred Chu Qianqian's path, causing her countenance to darken. "Stand Azida, I wish to see my imperial father." The guard hastily explained, "Your Highness, an interrogation of a suspicious individual is currently underway within the hall of mental cultivation. Therefore, His Majesty has decreed that no unauthorized personnel shall be permitted entry." Chu Qianqian raised an eyebrow. "Am I considered unauthorized personnel?" The guard and Oppo's expression betrayed his discomfort. "I beseech your Highness not to make things difficult for this humble servant. I am merely following orders." Faced with such resistance, Chu Qianqian could not resort to coercion. She stood her ground, her eyes betraying her anxiety. Fortunately, a figure emerged from behind, accompanied by a retinue of palace attendants. Upon recognizing the Empress, Chu Qianqian felt a surge of hope. "Imperial Mother." The Empress paused, surprised to find Chu Qianqian near the hall of mental cultivation at this late hour. She approached, stating, "Qianqian, return to your chambers. Tonight and Oppo's events are of no concern to you. I wish I could, but Bai Luoshue has been taken away. I must inform Imperial Mother that I invited a friend to the palace this evening. He is a divine physician, come specifically to treat me." Upon hearing Chu Qianqian's claim that the physician was there to treat her, the Empress's eyes widened in alarm. She grasped Chu Qianqian's hand, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Treat you? What ailment? Why did you not inform me that you were unwell?" Chu Qianqian lowered her head, explaining, "I did not wish to cause Imperial Mother undue worry." To reveal that she had summoned a divine physician to treat a mere nanny from Dongling would have been most peculiar. Thus, she had resorted to a white lie. Or perhaps it was not entirely a lie, as she was, in a sense, Bai Luoshue and Oppo's his patient, albeit for a condition that was somewhat difficult to articulate. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on such matters, as saving the physician was paramount. The Empress frowned, her heart filled with concern, yet she reassured her daughter. "In that case, I shall accompany you to see your imperial father and request the physician's release." Chu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. With her mother's presence, all would surely be well. While the guards dared to impede Princess Chu Qianqian, they would not dare to obstruct the Empress. After a brief announcement, someone emerged to escort them inside. As Chu Qianqian accompanied her mother towards the entrance of the hall of mental cultivation, she noticed a group of individuals approaching from behind. Led by Consort Phone, their faces bore mocking smiles. It appears that elder sister received the news with greater alacrity than her younger sister, she quipped. The Empress and Consort Phone had always been adversaries. Her expression turned icy. "That is because I am deeply concerned for His Majesty and Oppo's well-being and wish to offer my support without delay. Unlike you, younger sister, who, upon hearing of His Majesty and Oppo's plight, took the time to apply makeup before venturing out. Chapter 92. Is the assassin Junwian? Empress Su and Amp. Oppos. S-word struck a chord deep within concubine Feng, rendering her momentarily speechless as she glared at the Empress in indignation. After a prolonged silence, she managed to retort, "It is certainly better than your sullen demeanor," which the Emperor finds displeasing. Such a sight is ominous. No wonder he seldom visits your palace. The expression of Empress Su shifted subtly, yet she chose to remain silent. Princess Chu Qianqian perceptibly sensed the change in her mother's countenance, a fleeting glimpse of sorrow hidden within her gaze. Though outsiders might not discern it as her daughter, she understood her mother and Oppos as feelings at that moment. Quietly, she took her mother and Oppos' hand in a reassuring grip. If the Emperor were unreliable, she would be there for her. Having been rivals for many years within the harem, Empress Su and concubine Feng knew each other better than they understood themselves. "Your Majesty, the esteemed concubine Feng and the fifth princess have arrived." A young eunuch and Oppos' shrill voice echoed from the doorway, drawing the Emperor and Oppos' attention. His shoulder was exposed, wrapped in white cloth that was still seeping blood, suggesting a serious injury. The Emperor's complexion appeared pale, and beads of sweat glistened on his forehead from the pain. Upon entering, concubine Feng was immediately overcome with tears at the sight of the Emperor's condition. "Your Majesty, how did you sustain such a grave injury? Have you summoned the imperial physician? What did he say?" Her frantic outburst caused the Emperor and Oppos' brow to twitch. Concubine Feng rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face as if he were on the brink of death. The Emperor raised his uninjured hand dismissively. "It is nothing, merely a surface wound. You are the Son of Heaven. Who would dare harm your sacred body?" In the hall, only one person was forcibly made to kneel, his arms bound behind him. Clad in white, he appeared elegant and unsullied, his striking white hair making him stand out like a beautiful apparition in the dark of night. The Emperor and Oppos' voice turned cold. "The assassin has fled. A search is underway." Concubine Feng and Oppos' gaze swiftly fell upon by Luoxue. "Your Majesty, how could someone like him possibly be innocent? He certainly does not appear to be a good person." Princess Chu Qianqian and Oppos' brows shot up in response. She was incensed by concubine Feng and Oppos' words. Although Bai Luoxue was indeed no saint, he did possess a semblance of goodwill. "Your Highness, one must speak with evidence. You claim Bai Shini is not a good person, yet he is a distinguished guest whom I personally invited into the palace." Concubine Feng raised an eyebrow. The fifth princess sneaking a man into the palace at such an hour surely has ulterior motives. He could very well be the assassin himself, or perhaps your relationship with him is less than innocent, engaging in secret rendezvous. Empress Su and Oppos' expression darkened abruptly. Concubine Feng was brazenly casting aspersions on her daughter in front of her. "Concubine Feng, you would do well to speak more judiciously," she replied coldly. The Emperor and Oppos' patience thinned. "Enough. Cease this bickering." Concubine Feng and Oppos' expression shifted to one of feigned innocence, her tone softening. "I am merely concerned for the Emperor and Oppos' safety. The fifth princess brings someone into the palace at the very moment an assassination attempt occurs. What a remarkable coincidence. I believe it prudent to thoroughly investigate the identity of this monstrous man, just to be safe." The Emperor's brow furrowed. "I've already arranged for an investigation." Princess Chu Qianqian's chest heaved slightly as she knelt before the Emperor. "Father, I implore you to release Bai Shini." The Emperor frowned, as concubine Feng pointed out. "The timing of his entrance into the palace coincides too closely with my assassination attempt. It is difficult to guarantee he is not involved." Princess Chu Qianqian looked up earnestly. "I Qianqian vouch for him. The assassin is absolutely unrelated to Bai Shini." Her expression was grave as she respectfully raised her hands in supplication. The Emperor leaned back on the soft couch, shaking his head slightly. "No, I cannot release him until the investigation is complete." Princess Chu Qianqian bit her lip. "He came at my request, working tirelessly to treat me through the night. It pains me to see him wronged. If you refuse to release him, Then imprison me as well. Concubine Feng snorted. The princess is indeed naive and kind-hearted, perhaps unaware that she is being deceived. If we were to release such a dangerous individual and further incidents occur, even a fifth princess would not be able to bear the consequences. Empress Su approached her daughter, her gaze sharp as she addressed the emperor. Bai Shunyi is indeed innocent. Not only is he a guest of Qianqian, but he is also my father and Appo's, as savior. Should you harbor doubts about him, you cast suspicion upon the Su family. Perhaps all of this was orchestrated by the Su family from the shadows. I have long seen through your family and Appo's unbridled ambition. Concubine Feng seized the opportunity to attack the Su family mercilessly. The emperor regarded both Princess Chu Qianqian and Empress Su with a complex expression. Once I ascertain Bai Shunyi and Appo's identity, if he poses no threat, I shall naturally release him. Princess Chu Qianqian rose from the floor and moved to stand before Bai Luoxue, addressing the guards, unbind him. The guards hesitated, glancing at the emperor for confirmation. The emperor furrowed his brow, but ultimately waved his hand. Bai Luoxue stood, his demeanor remaining indifferent, neither sad nor joyful. He merely adjusted his reddened wrists, standing still without further action. He bore no anger over the incident. Princess Chu Qianqian felt a twinge of guilt. Someone, please bring a chair for Bai Shunyi to sit. The emperor, even concubine Feng lacks a seat. Is this daughter of mine being too unreasonable? Fortunately, the servants remained still, and there were no extra chairs in the Yangxin hall. Everyone waited in silence for news from the investigation, and soon half an hour had passed. Standing beside her mother, Princess Chu Qianqian anxiously looked towards the door. At that moment, the investigators finally returned. Your Majesty, we have gathered information about this person. Here is the confidential report for your review. The emperor opened the report, furrowing his brow as he read through it meticulously. Finally, his expression relaxed, and he burned the document in the nearby brazier before looking up. It seems I have indeed misjudged the situation. Princess Chu Qianqian's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally settled. The emperor continued. Bai Shunyi has worked hard to treat the princess, bring forth a reward. A young eunuch presented a tray laden with gold worth 100 taels before Bai Luoxue. He did not hesitate to sweep the gold bars into his pocket. After all, he needed to eat, and it was only right to collect fees for his services. As Princess Chu Qianqian prepared to take Bai Luoxue away from the perilous palace, a sudden commotion erupted at the door. Your Majesty, we have captured the assassin. Princess Chu Qianqian turned curiously to look, and in that instant, her heart seemed to halt. Jun Wuyin and Appo's face reappeared before her. Chapter 93. She came to rescue, not to fish. Chu Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. This is outrageous. I am here to save lives, not to catch fish. Just when I thought I had rescued one, another appears. Is there no end to this? Bai Luoxue and Appo's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. He raised an eyebrow slightly, then calmly returned his gaze. Jun Wuyin was being pushed into the room by guards. He wore an impassive expression, not even glancing at Qianqian as he entered. Chu Qianqian and Appo's expression grew serious as she observed the young man, standing with a straight back, enduring several kicks without yielding. The guard pushing Jun Wuyin frowned, ready to strike his leg with a weapon, but Chu Qianqian coldly commanded, "Stop." The guard hesitated, but upon hearing the fifth princess and Appo's command, he dared not move further. Emperor Chu straightened in his seat, his piercing gaze fixed on Jun Wuyin. What is going on? Your Majesty, the guard replied. We pursued an assassin and happened to find him near the spot where the trail went cold. He recounted in detail how they had apprehended Jun Wuyin. This revelation was indeed suspicious. The perpetrator who had harmed the emperor was hiding within the palace, and the uncertainty unsettled the old emperor, making him wary of everyone around him. Unable to hold back, Chu Qianqian interjected, "Father, it cannot be him." Concubine Feng raised an eyebrow at Chu Qianqian and Appo's defense. Your Majesty, listen to the fifth princess. Why does she always speak up for those under suspicion? The doctor was one thing, but now they are close to catching the assassin, and she still defends him. Chu Qianqian shot Concubine Feng a sidelong glance. Father, not long ago he was with me. Concubine Feng and Appo's eyes flickered with mockery at this statement. Fifth princess, are you really meeting with men and doctors in the middle of the night? The Jinling Palace is quite lively, ignoring concubine Feng and Apos as taunts. Chu Qianqian continued, everyone in Jinling Palace witnessed him with me. Emperor Chu frowned. Your servants are your people. How can they testify for you? Moreover, how can you be certain he did not act against me when you were not watching? Chu Qianqian lifted her head, meeting the emperor and Apos' gaze directly. I can testify for him. Am I not qualified to be a witness? Father, please do not wrongfully accuse him, allowing the true assassin to escape. Concubine Feng chuckled lightly. Your Majesty, I have long heard that the fifth princess has grown close to this hostage from Dongling. He has both motive and opportunity, making him a likely suspect. Do not let the fifth princess and Apos' words lead to his escape. Empress Su scoffed. What motive could a powerless hostage possess? It is fortunate enough for him to survive in our palace under protection. Once he leaves, his enemies will surely seek to eliminate him. He is still young. Unless he wishes for death, he would never attempt to assassinate the emperor. Chu Qianqian felt touched by her mother's unwavering support. Empress Su approached her side and lifted her from the ground. Qianqian feared the real assassin might escape. Hence she came forward to provide testimony to absolve this person. It was disheartening that the emperor doubted her good intentions. Emperor Chu furrowed his brow. Qianqian is young and easily deceived. I cannot dismiss my suspicions based on just her words. Empress Su and Apos' eyes turned cold at this response. She looked intently at Emperor Chu, her heart sinking. Disappointment could lead to numbness, and even as the emperor spoke, it struck her with little impact, reminiscent of the time her son was murdered. Knowing full well the Feng family was responsible, yet evidence vanished in the end, leaving the matter unresolved. The Feng family paid no price for her son and Apos' death. Emperor Chu had worn the same expression back then, feigning fairness while refusing to acknowledge the truth. Empress Su and Apos' thoughts spiraled, tightening her grip on Chu Qianqian and Apos' wrist. She exhaled sharply and declared, I will protect this person. If he is indeed the assassin, I shall willingly enter the cold palace and relinquish my position. Wanryu. Emperor Chu gaped in disbelief, never expecting such words from Empress Su. Anger surged within him, his chest heaving as he pointed at her, his eyes reddening. Very well. You have spoken. Concubine Feng raised an eyebrow, sensing the heavy atmosphere in the hall. A smirk crept upon her lips. Empress Su's actions are truly self-destructive. Does she think her position is secure? She is merely a useless consort without a son. Sooner or later, this position will be mine. No, was a consort. I shall become the Empress Dowager. Empress Su met the Emperor and Apos' gaze fearlessly. Despite her long tenure in the palace, she retained the poise of a noblewoman, exuding a strength absent in the delicate ladies of the court. The name Wanru was ill-suited for her. In contrast to the frail Chu Qianqian, Empress Su had honed her martial skills over the years, mastering various weapons. She cherished Qianqian, her only daughter, and could not stand idly by as her daughter pleaded for justice. I firmly believe Qianqian would not associate with trouble. Thus, Jun Wuyin cannot be the assassin. Emperor Chu waved his hand. Bring him to the dungeon for now. I give you 3 days to find a real assassin. If you do, I will release him. If not, he shall be executed. He refrained from mentioning the cold palace. It was, in a way, an opportunity for Jun Wuyin. Empress Su nodded gently. I understand. Qianqian, let us go. Chu Qianqian and Apos' eyes widened in protest. Mother. Jun Wuyin and Apos' gaze was deep and unwavering. He remained silent, for words were futile. Even if he spoke, it would only be perceived as a defense. As a powerless hostage in the palace, he had no choice but to endure the whims of others. Unbeknownst to everyone present, this seemingly innocent boy was no longer the easily bullied individual he once was. Chapter 94. They are here to kill Jun Wuyin. The temporary dungeon within the palace is located in a secluded corner of the Western Palace. This place is specifically designated for the temporary confinement of palace attendants who have erred or for particular offenders. Consequently, it is rather tranquil, with most of the cells on either side remaining empty. Jun Wien finds himself shackled with iron chains, shoved into the last cell. After having chiefing escort Lin Mama and Appo's body out of the palace, he encountered patrolling guards on his return. Without discernment, they seized him. The guard spoke falsehoods. He was not apprehended while pursuing an escaping assassin. From the outset, their target was him, and their actions were evidently orchestrated by others. Leaning against the corner, Jun Wien sat quietly, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, footsteps echoed at the entrance. He slowly opened his eyes, his dark orbs devoid of emotion as they gazed outward. Lightly tapping the chains with his fingers, he slightly bowed his head, his long eyelashes casting shadows over the gloom in his eyes. Rest assured he is within, and no one will know. That is well. When the time comes, simply say what I have instructed you. I understand, rest assured, my lady. As the chains unlocked the innermost iron door, the jailer retreated. Jun Wien raised his head to see a group approaching, led by an older, fierce-looking matron. She was tall and robust, appearing more formidable than many men. The palace maids accompanying her also possessed considerable strength. Their intentions are dubious. Jun Wien narrowed his eyes, the darkness within them intensifying. Raising his voice, hoarse and low, he asked, "You are here to kill me? Oh, you are rather astute." The matron smiled at Jun Wien, her gaze filled with astonishment as she studied his face. "You are indeed handsome. It is no wonder the fifth princess is infatuated with you, even going so far as to plead on your behalf, angering the empress in the process." Jun Wien and Appo's pupils constricted slightly, yet his expression remained unchanged. "So it appears you were sent by the Feng family, am I correct?" Caught off guard by his revelation, the matron and Appo's eyes turned more menacing, her smile fading into a cold sneer. "Even if you comprehend the truth, what does it matter? You can only be a knowledgeable ghost. Seize him." "Yes." 6 palace maids lunged forward to restrain Jun Wien and Appo's hands and feet. Bound by chains, he appeared utterly powerless to resist. Some even attempted to hold his head and pry open his mouth. The matron's eyes glinted with malice as she produced a porcelain vial from her bosom, pouring out a pill and advancing step by step toward Jun Wien. "This pill may inflict a painful death, but it acts swiftly. Remember to choose a better reincarnation next time. There's an old saying, being a pig or a dog is better than being of royal blood." As she spoke, she moved to force the pill into Jun Wien and Appo's mouth. Just then, bang, the iron door was suddenly kicked open. Chu Qianqian was the first to burst in, her voice sharp as she commanded, "Stop this instant." Accompanied by 2 armed guards and Lian Qing, she entered the dungeon. The matron and maids were utterly taken aback. They had not anticipated anyone visiting Jun Wien at this moment. The matron and Appo's hand trembled, and she quickly discarded the pill, crushing it underfoot before turning to bow to Chu Qianqian. "Your servant greets the 5th princess." Freed from his bonds, Jun Wien and Appo's gaze shifted to the entrance, revealing a hint of surprise. He too had not expected Chu Qianqian to appear in the dungeon at such a time. Chu Qianqian stepped forward, her complexion slightly pale, and through clenched teeth, she demanded, "What are you doing?" The matron raised her head, hastily explaining, reporting to Princess, "We are here under orders to interrogate the prisoner." Chu Qianqian narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp. "Under whose orders? Speak." The matron's eyes darted, and in a lowered voice, she replied, "Naturally. It is under the command of the noble concubine." At the mention of concubine Feng, fury surged within Chu Qianqian. She raised her foot and kicked the matron squarely in the chest. Despite her lack of strength, the matron fell to the ground, clutching her chest and wailing in pain. Chu Qianqian recognized the woman in Appo's cunning nature. She was feigning distress. Amused by the absurdity, she approached and stepped firmly on the matron and Appo's hand, applying pressure. It hurts." Consumed by an unprecedented rage, Chu Qianqian looked through the iron bars at Jun Wien, who sat in the corner, his hair disheveled and clothing wrinkled, resembling a pitiful victim of bullying. A pang of regret crossed her eyes. They nearly succeeded in their nefarious plot. Though Jun Wien was destined to dominate the world and ascend to kingship, he was, for now, merely an impoverished youth. Had she not come to check on him, she might have only discovered his lifeless body the following day. How dare you ruffians lay hands on my companion? Lian Qing, hiding behind, dared not speak as she observed the furious princess. Chu Qianqian was seething with indignation, having already endured much from concubine Feng, and now, witnessing the attempted harm to Jun Wuyin, she could hardly contain herself. Without mercy, she kicked the matron, who lay feigning unconsciousness again and again. The matron writhed on the floor, clutching her head. Just then, Chu Qianqian inadvertently kicked a pouch at the woman in amp, Oppo's, waist. A sharp pain shot through her foot, and Chu Qianqian halted, her eyes turning red. It hurts. So painful. To her dismay, the matron in amp, Oppo's, pouch contained several silver ingots. With so many eyes upon her, Chu Qianqian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. If her subordinates found out she had injured herself while attacking, how could she face them tomorrow? Suppressing the pain, she retreated a few steps, her face pale and eyes reddened, and instructed Lian Qing, "You take over." Lian Qing, taken aback, pointed to herself. "Me?" Chu Qianqian nodded solemnly, wiping away the tears caused by her pain. "Hit her hard for me. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry." "Understood." Lian Qing, receiving the command, immediately stepped into the role Chu Qianqian had vacated. Enduring the sharp pain in her toes, Chu Qianqian cautiously approached Jun Wuyin. "Jun Wuyin, are you all right? What have they done to you?" Jun Wuyin's gaze narrowed slightly, his dark, profound eyes more shadowy than ever. The only source of light before him reflected a breathtaking figure. The girl's nose was flushed, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, and her dark eyes shimmered with unshed tears suspended upon her long lashes, poised to fall. Chapter 95. He could do without her skin. Jun Wuyin and amp, Oppo's, Adam and amp, Oppo's, apple bobbed slightly. His inky phoenix eyes were as dark as night, concealing all his thoughts within. He slowly shook his head, his gaze upon Chu Qianqian resembling a predator fixated on its prey. A chill inexplicably crept down Chu Qianqian's spine. She raised her hand to touch her neck and then declared, "You cannot remain here. Bring a few people to unlock the chains on him." "But, Your Highness." The jailer was taken aback, pale-faced as he shrank back from the approaching guards, tremblingly handing over the keys. A guard strode forward decisively, freeing Jun Wuyin from his shackles. Jun Wuyin flexed his limbs and stood up, towering over Chu Qianqian, his brows slightly furrowed as he regarded her with his customary icy demeanor. Chu Qianqian felt a jolt of concern. The boy seemed even more sullen. The death of Granny Lin had undoubtedly left a profound scar on his heart, compounded by the injustices and torment he had suffered, barely escaping death moments ago. It was likely that this child had been deeply frightened. With a twinge of sympathy, Chu Qianqian offered, "You shall stay in my golden feather palace tonight. Until the assassins are found, you will remain there. With me around, no one will dare harm you." Upon hearing this, Jun Wuyin and amp, Oppo's, disheveled hair fell over his forehead, and he slowly nodded. Seeing the youth so obedient and maintaining a demeanor reminiscent of his former self, Chu Qianqian finally felt at ease. The jailer, however, was anxious. "Your Highness, this is unacceptable. He is a suspect, and if something were to happen, my head would be on the line." Chu Qianqian narrowed her eyes at the jailer. Her exquisitely beautiful face turned stern, exuding an air of nobility. "Should you utter another word, I will report to my father that you conspired with others to deceive the emperor, intending to harm Jun Wuyin. Let's see if concubine Feng can protect you then." The jailer immediately recoiled. "And you?" Chu Qianqian turned to the palace maids and the battered old woman who had been beaten by Lian Qing. "Do not think that just because I spare your lives today, you can escape unscathed." A tremor ran through everyone present, fully aware that the fifth princess was not to be trifled with, silencing them all. "Return and inform concubine Feng that I shall remember this grudge. I will exact a severe revenge upon her in the future. She should prepare herself, for if she dares to trouble me and Jun Wuyin again, I shall show no mercy. The fate of Li Guiran may well be hers." Li Guiran. The mere mention of her name sent ripples through the court, as it was well known that she had recently been hanged under mysterious circumstances. A body was carried out of the palace without a sound, and even the emperor did not pursue the matter further. A palace consort had died quietly without dignity. The affairs between Li Guerin and the crown prince were certainly not to be divulged, rendering her death a closely guarded secret within the palace. Jun Wuyin was escorted back to the Golden Feather Palace by Chu Qianqian. No one dared to block their path, and they moved smoothly through the corridors. Jun Wuyin, is there anything you need my assistance with? Chu Qianqian inquired, her true concern being the whereabouts of Granny Lin. Jun Wuyin shook his head again. Thank you, Your Highness. You need not worry about my matters. Chu Qianqian raised an eyebrow, standing at the door of the room designated for Jun Wuyin. Granny Lin mentioned before her passing that I should take good care of you. Jun Wuyin and Appo's brow slightly arched as he looked at Chu Qianqian, a fleeting hint of guilt flashing in his eyes after a lie. He felt unworthy of such care from the princess. Chu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to come up with a suitable excuse until a sudden idea struck her. Why unworthy? I shared some bond with Granny Lin. A bond? Jun Wuyin's lips curled into a cold smile. If there had truly been a bond, the princess would not have allowed her to languish. The words ignited the ire of several palace maids following Chu Qianqian. One young maid raised her chin defiantly and retorted, "Do not speak like that. When did our princess ever abandon her? Do you not recall how the princess found her kneeling outside the grand hall, nearly frozen after a night in the snow? Not only did she provide her with silver, but she also summoned a physician to tend to her. It was she who insisted on repaying the kindness with embroidery. Despite that, the princess had said nothing but accepted the gifts and even offered her 3 times the silver she would have received outside. Chu Qianqian was left speechless. She recalled the events vividly, her eyes widening in realization. There had indeed been such an incident. She had not paid it much mind at the time, unaware that the embroidered pieces she had accepted were crafted by Granny Lin. After all, many palace maids lived in hardship, and she had merely seen an elderly woman kneeling in the snow, feeling a pang of pity without delving deeper. She had not even taken note of the old woman and Appo's appearance. Yun Vuyen appeared momentarily stunned. He regarded Chu Qianqian with an expression of disbelief. The words of Granny Lin before her demise, combined with those of the young maid, revealed a truth laid bare before him. His survival in this palace over the years had not been solely due to luck or Granny Lin and Appo's toil. It had also been thanks to this young lady and Appo's aid. Thoughts whirled in his mind, and many things suddenly fell into place. The reason the silver Granny Lin brought back was limited was that most had been seized by the likes of Li Hu and others, who would come to pillage them regularly. With no one to protect him and his grandmother, they could only suffer financial loss to avert disaster. He had always believed that Granny Lin and Appo's embroidery was exceptional, which is why it was purchased at a high price by the palace and Appo's elites. The true reason was that Chu Qianqian had pitted them. Indeed, they had once been cast aside by the Eastern Ling Kingdom, becoming pawns trapped in the Western Chu. Subsequently, they were abandoned a second time, with their entire clan slaughtered, their power dismantled, and only a few scattered remnants left to flee, struggling to maintain the legacy of the Shangwan family. Among the nobles in the Western Chu Palace, who would dare approach them, their gazes were filled with disdain, as if they were most dreadful plague, quick to distance themselves. Would anyone spend silver to acquire their wares? Impossible. Even if Granny Lin's embroidery was rare, no one would desire it. Jun Wuyin looked at Chu Qianqian with newfound softness in his gaze. If her kindness had manifested in the present or future, he would not have held it close to his heart. However, her act of compassion had come at the most arduous time for him and Granny Lin. If all of this were true, then he was not ungrateful. The past sufferings could indeed be balanced by this act of kindness. He could do without her skin. Chapter 96. In an hour, the Regent can accomplish many things. Chu Qianqian remained oblivious to the depth of the boy and Appo's thoughts. She merely felt a hint of embarrassment as she remarked, "Those were merely trifles, nothing of consequence." Had it not been for that little palace maid bringing it up, she would have forgotten entirely. Jun Wuyin finally spoke, his voice tinged with a low, husky timbre. "Your Highness and Appo's kindness shall not go unreturned." Upon hearing this, Chu Qianqian felt a sense of relief. There is no need for gratitude. You need not seek revenge. Yun Vuyen. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, this time not shying away from her eyes. Within their depths, it appeared as though a drop of clear water had been introduced to dark ink, sending ripples through the obsidian pools, illuminating them considerably. Why should I seek revenge? The youth and amp, Appo's expression was one of confusion and innocence as he tilted his head slightly. Chu Qianqian and amp, Appo's lips twitched. She realized that Jun Wuyen remained unchanged, his character as steadfast as ever. This man in Appo's heart was indeed as hard as stone, impervious to warmth. Lowering her head, her fingers trembled slightly. She resolved to clarify certain matters today. I have committed numerous wrongs in the past, particularly towards you. I must have appeared most detestable. Indeed you did. Jun Wuyen listened quietly. I remember when I was 10, you merely dirted my clothes and I pushed you into the icy water. Chu Qianqian struggled to recall this incident, only learning of it from Lian Qing. After suffering a head injury at that age, many memories had faded upon her recovery. Jun Wuyen narrowed his eyes, their elegance sharp. He remembered it vividly. It was precisely because of that incident that he had fallen gravely ill, coinciding with the turmoil of the Shangwan family, which led to Mama Lin kneeling and pleading everywhere. Reflecting on it now, it was indeed a cycle of cause and effect. Yet, not long ago, he had avenged this grievance, allowing Chu Qianqian to experience the chill of icy waters, albeit she did not recall it, nor did he escape unscathed. Furthermore, my previous ill-treatment stemmed from my misunderstandings of you. Yun Vuyen Post, gazing at Chu Qianqian with a look of bewilderment. Misunderstanding? If the other party is tyrannical, belittling him, does that merely amount to a misunderstanding? Have all his past sufferings been a mere jest? Chu Qianqian nodded. Her complexion paled slightly as she bit her lip. I understand that no amount of explanation can amend the harm I have caused you. I was young and foolish then, but I've come to terms with it. I am willing to compensate you in any way you desire. Jun Wuyen regarded the clarity in her eyes. They were pure and transparent, calming the tempest within him. Indeed, what he sought was not her explanations. The damage had been done, and even the most eloquent of justifications would be futile. You had me promise you 3 things, did you not? Chu Qianqian contemplated before affirming. Then I too shall require you to promise me 3 things. Jun Wuyen lowered his voice and leaned slightly closer to her ear. In that moment, Chu Qianqian felt her heart racing uncontrollably, her cheeks aflame. She was startled by her own body's reaction. She had not anticipated that such proximity to Jun Wuyen would leave her so flustered. Quickly, she withdrew, distancing herself from him. Taking several deep breaths, she attempted to quell the fluttering within her. What was happening? Previously, such reactions had only occurred in the presence of a foe, accompanied by a desire for closeness. Why then did she feel this way towards Jun Wuyen? Chu Qianqian was astonished, her heart in disarray. Her mind, already sluggish, felt utterly incapacitated. Perhaps it was the result of a restless night compounded by the effects of alcohol, leaving her in a state of disorientation. Jun Wuyen and Amp, Appo's voice once more reached her ears. Your Highness, will you agree? With a resolute bite of her lip and a firm stamp of her foot, she acquiesced. After all, it was merely an exchange of conditions. Who would emerge the victor or the vanquished remained uncertain. Upon hearing her response, Jun Wuyen felt an unexpected flicker of joy. He turned and retreated into his chamber, closing the door behind him. Chu Qianqian gradually regained her composure, fatigue washing over her as she returned to her room. The hour was late, the night still and silent. Most of the palace servants had succumbed to slumber. No sooner had her head touched the pillow than she slipped into a deep sleep. Jun Wuyen, having endured a night fraught with turmoil and bereavement, was already drained of energy. Previously, in the dungeon, he had been on high alert, unable to close his eyes. Now, in the embrace of a tranquil atmosphere, he finally allowed his heavy eyelids to fall shut. Time passed, each moment slipping away. Jun Wuyen and Appo's breathing became steady. The darkness enveloped the room, a faint moonlight casting a gentle glow upon his features. The youth's exquisite brow and eyes were adorned with a silvery sheen, his skin as pale as porcelain. the bridge of his nose casting a shadow upon his profile. His long, dark lashes fluttered slightly before his eyelids lifted, revealing depths that held a hint of crimson amid the black. In the next instant, he sat upright, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, excitement and joy flickering in his eyes. At last, success. After a month of toil from the 3 aged Taoist priests, they had finally concocted a talisman for him. Regrettably, it could only be used once a month, granting him the ability to navigate this realm for a solitary hour. Only when Jun Wuyin slipped into slumber could he inhabit this body. Fortunately, the flow of time in their respective realms differed. A month in his world equated to merely a few days here. In an hour, he could achieve much. Pushing open the door, Jun Wuyin effortlessly made his way to Chu Qianqian's chamber. The night watch maidens were now drowsy, and as he moved through the shadows, his movements went unnoticed. He was thoroughly familiar with the layout of Chu Qianqian's Jinling Palace, for the structure of the Lu Jin Palace mirrored it, albeit with more opulent embellishments. At this moment, Chu Qianqian lay soundly asleep, entirely unaware of the presence that had stealthily entered her room. Her eyes were closed, her brow furrowed, as though ensnared in a nightmare. Murmurs escaped her lips, and Jun Wuyin lowered his gaze, narrowing his eyes as he edged closer. Chapter 97. The little princess, unaware of her allure then. Jun Wuyin overheard. Chicken leg. Mine. Jun Wuyin mused. Has someone been neglecting our little princess? A shadow of concern crossed Jun Wuyin's face as he observed Chu Qianqian unconsciously smack her lips and give them a delicate lick in her slumber. Her lips, now glistening, possessed a luscious fullness that seemed almost delectable. Jun Wuyin and Appo's gaze deepened, and he found himself drawn closer to her. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Qianqian had barely touched her food at the banquet, the light intoxication prompting an early retreat to bed, only to be followed by a series of disturbances in the night, leaving her famished. Though her sleep-talking was infrequent, it was now amplified by her deep slumber, where she dreamt of indulging in food. In her dreamlike state, Chu Qianqian sensed something near her lips, instinctively parting them slightly. Jun Wuyin, captivated by her unguarded innocence, responded with a tender smile. He gently, almost reverently, brushed his lips against her brow and eyes, his touch as light as a feather. Fearful of awakening her, Jun Wuyin restrained his ardor, though his desire to shower her with kisses was palpable. To him, each moment was precious. Ultimately, he succumbed to the temptation, his lips meeting hers in a sweet embrace that threatened to consume his very soul. Chu Qianqian felt a tickling sensation on her lips and subconsciously licked them, inadvertently brushing against Jun Wuyin and Appo's. In an instant, the man and Appo's eyes turned dangerous. All restraint snapped like a taut string about to break. Jun Wuyin and Appo's breathing grew ragged, and his body responded with increasing intensity. A wry smile tugged at his lips as a hushed sigh echoed in the darkness. Little one, do you even know how tempting you are? Of course. Chu Qianqian remained oblivious, lost in a deep slumber. Her long, butterfly-like lashes merely fluttered before she drifted deeper into sleep. Jun Wuyin furtively took her hand, his dark eyes filled with a suppressed desire. He lowered his head, pressing a gentle kiss to the back of her hand, his gaze flickering with the light of restrained passion. A deep, possessive darkness brewed within him, akin to a predator yearning to mark its prey with its scent. Jun Wuyin's voice was a low, husky murmur as he tentatively touched her fingertip with his lips and tongue. This body is still so tender. Qianqian, I can barely restrain myself. What am I to do? His voice was barely audible, like a fleeting breeze that brushed past Chu Qianqian's ear, elusive and intangible. A smile deepened in Jun Wuyin and Appo's eyes as he gently pressed his fingers on her head and various pressure points, easing her discomfort. Suddenly, his hand encountered her foot, eliciting a soft whimper from the sleeping Chu Qianqian. Jun Wuyin's expression changed instantly, and by the faint moonlight filtering through the window, he lifted the covers from her foot. His gaze fell upon her unhealed, swollen toe. Jun Wuyin's face darkened, but upon closer inspection, he determined that the injury was not inflicted by another, but was instead the result of an accidental bump. Relief washed over him. With a tight expression, he rose and expertly searched the room, retrieving medicine for bruises and swelling. Delicately, he applied the ointment to her toe. Due to the pressure points Jun Wu Yin had subtly activated, Chu Qianqian remained asleep despite the stinging sensation on her toe. She merely emitted a soft moan. After tending to her foot, Jun Wu Yin and Appo's brow was beaded with sweat. Chu Qianqian and Appo's subtle reactions only intensified the young man and Appo's burgeoning desires. Even with his formidable self-control, Jun Wu Yin found himself struggling in the presence of the one he loved. He leaned down, kissing Chu Qianqian and Appo's forehead, and whispered in her ear, "Qianqian, I am in discomfort. Please help me." His voice faded into the night, leaving only the increasingly heavy breathing within the dimly lit room to ignite the imagination. As dawn broke, Chu Qianqian awoke, completely unaware of the events that had transpired. She vaguely recalled a dream in which she was ensnared by a monster, unable to move or escape. She also dreamt of eating chicken legs, though the taste was not particularly satisfying. Nevertheless, she awoke feeling refreshed, as if her sleep had replenished her energy. She placed her feet on the floor and reached for her shoes when a slight throbbing in her toe triggered a flicker of memory. To her surprise, the injury, which she had neglected to treat the previous day, had miraculously healed overnight, the swelling significantly reduced. "Is my constitution improving?" she wondered. Chu Qianqian was taken aback, but dismissed the thought. As long as the injury didn't hinder her movements, she was content. Lian Qing entered, placing a bowl of porridge on the table. "Princess, you must be hungry. Please have something to eat." Chu Qianqian and Appo's stomach rumbled in agreement. As she ate, she inquired, "Have you checked on Jun Wu Yin? How is he?" Lian Qing replied, "His meal has been delivered. What could possibly happen to him?" "True. This is the Golden Plume Palace, after all. I can certainly protect him here. Moreover, after my little chat with Consort Phone yesterday, and with the leverage I now hold, she wouldn't dare mention to father that I took Jun Wu Yin away. At least, I can buy us 2 days of peace. The most important thing now is to find the real assassin." Meanwhile, Jun Wu Yin, the object of her concern, was undergoing an existential crisis. Upon waking, he sensed that something was amiss. He felt a strange discomfort in a particular area. Upon investigation, he was stunned. He suspected that he had experienced a nocturnal emission. The young man, who had previously been indifferent to such matters and devoid of impure thoughts, began to analyze himself. From the moment he opened his eyes, he was consumed by a profound sense of melancholy. However, the Regent possessed none of his memories and was unaware of the psychological impact this event had on the young Jun Wu Yin. Already dispirited, this further blow left him despondent and listless. Thus, when Chu Qianqian arrived to check on him, she found him lying in bed, pale and seemingly on the verge of death. Chapter 98. The Regent. Where has the princess gone? Chu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. "Yun Wuyin, what is the matter with you?" Jun Wuyin adopted an expression as if he were a ghost, silent and brooding. Chu Qianqian quickly urged Lianqing, "Please summon the royal physician. Could it be that this child has fallen ill, his mind scorched?" Fortunately, upon hearing the mention of a physician, Jun Wuyin's voice, hoarse yet imbued with a hint of pride, finally broke the silence. "I'm fine." He then rose from the bed, his demeanor languid as he regarded Chu Qianqian. "Why has Her Highness come to seek me?" Chu Qianqian halted Lianqing and Appo's departure. "It is nothing of great importance, merely to inquire whether you happened to see the appearance of the assassin last night. Additionally, were you truly captured in that narrow alley?" Jun Wuyin raised his gaze, stating earnestly, "If I say I did not, do you believe me, Your Highness?" Chu Qianqian and Appo's expression revealed her skepticism. "Why would I not believe you?" Listening to her unwavering conviction, Jun Wuyin felt a flicker of warmth in his heart, which had long been encased in ice. Lowering his gaze, he replied, "Those individuals are lying. I did not go to that place last night. They were merely targeting me." Chu Qianqian pondered his words. "Then it stands to reason that the assassin must be connected to someone within the palace, perhaps even a concubine foe. Capturing you is merely a diversion, allowing the true culprit to escape." Jun Wuyin looked at her, his voice gradually calming. If the assassination of the emperor had succeeded, who would emerge victorious? Who would reap the greatest benefits? This statement momentarily stunned Chu Qianqian, but she quickly grasped Jun Wuyan's implication. It was undoubtedly the Feng family. The crown prince had recently faced significant setbacks due to a matter involving Lady Li and was still in a state of reflection. If my father were to fall into peril, the Feng family would undoubtedly support him in ascending to the throne. Jun Wuyan nodded slightly. If the assassin was dispatched by the Feng family, after a night of such events, can you still ascertain the whereabouts of the culprit? Your Highness must understand that the palace is not as simple as it appears. It conceals countless secret passages unknown to all. Chu Qianqian's pupils constricted as she suddenly regarded him. Are you suggesting that there are secret passages within the palace that allow the assassin to come and go at will? Jun Wuyan affirmed with a nod. Are you aware of their locations? He certainly knew, yet could not divulge. Your Highness may inquire with the Empress Dowager. She knows much more than you. With resolute determination, Chu Qianqian immediately set off. I shall see my mother at once. This was her responsibility, and even if it meant delaying the selection of a consort, she must capture the true culprit. Upon reaching Fengming Palace, Chu Qianqian observed her mother, the Empress Dowager, instructing several armed guards. As she approached, Su Huangho glanced over, a smile gracing her features. Dismiss the others, she commanded, gently stroking Chu Qianqian and Amp, Oppo's head. Do not worry, I am here. Even if the sky were to fall, I would support you. A warm sensation enveloped Chu Qianqian's heart as she embraced her mother, planting a kiss on her cheek. Su Huangho flushed, her tone slightly bashful. You impudent child. The young princess possessed an innate charm that easily left Su Huangho in a daze. Upon hearing Chu Qianqian's inquiry about the secret passages, Su Huangho led her into a room. As for the secret passages, I dispatched personnel to guard them last night, ensuring not even a fly could escape. The assassin must still be hiding within the palace. Chu Qianqian tilted her head. Have any characteristics of the assassin been discovered? Su Huangho lowered her gaze before responding. No findings have emerged. The opponent moved too swiftly, fleeing immediately after the attempt, leaving no opportunity for the guards to react. Were the Emperor's hidden guards not in pursuit? Su Huangho noted that. They pursued, but the suspect vanished near Luchun Palace, as if they had disappeared into thin air. Despite extensive searches, not a trace could be found. The distance between Luchun Palace and Zilong Hall is not insignificant. Therefore, Jun Wuyan's assertion held water. The guards had indeed captured him near Zilong Hall. Mother, please investigate the guards who apprehended Jun Wuyan yesterday. They must possess some vital information. Su Huangho chuckled softly. How could I not have thought of that? They have already been interrogated and recounted the truth. They claimed Jun Wuyan is like a transparent figure in the palace, desperate to gain merit and rewards, thus framing him. This reasoning holds validity. Chu Qianqian and Oppo's eyes turned cold. There must be someone orchestrating this from the shadows. If Jun Wuyan were wrongfully accused, the palace and Oppo's defenses would weaken, allowing the true assassin to escape. Su Huangho nodded. What you say is not without merit. Do not fret. I will ensure that all courtyards of the palace are thoroughly searched. We shall not allow anyone to slip away. It was impossible not to worry. Chu Qianqian rose, intending to devise her own plan. However, the vastness of the palace made it exceedingly challenging to unearth a hidden individual. Where could one conceal themselves? As she stepped out of Fengming Palace, a shadow flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, she recalled the location where concubine Feng and others had hidden during the fall of the Northern Qi. That place was a secret of concubine Feng and her allies, revealed to her by a fleeing maidservant. But during the sudden assault, she had been captured before she could react. When she saw that the two leading figures were Lu Xiangyuan and Chu Xiaoxiao, her mind went blank, and she had forgotten everything else. Thus, it could be surmised that within concubine Feng and Oppo's palace lay a hidden chamber. Her Linghua Palace was not far from Luchun Palace. The assassin could easily traverse a few palace walls to reach it. The guards searching Linghua Palace had met considerable obstacles, ultimately conducting only a cursory inspection, making it impossible to locate the hidden chamber. Chu Qianqian bit her lip, resolving to take a risk and venture there tonight. Night soon enveloped the sky, and the day and Oppo's search yielded no results. The emperor had canceled the morning court session, remaining in Yangxin Palace to recuperate rendering the palace and Appo's night quieter than ever before. Lianqing watched as her princess donned a black gown, her face veiled, slipping out of Jinling Palace. Anxiety gripped her heart. However, she could not accompany her for the sake of providing cover. Just as Lianqing closed the palace door and turned around, she spotted a shadow. Startled, she relaxed upon recognizing Jun Wuyan and Appo's face. "Why are you not staying in your room? What brings you out here?" Jun Wuyan's eyes were shadowed with a hint of dangerous crimson. His voice was low and gravelly, infused with an indescribable, irresistible sense of peril. "Where is your highness headed at such a late hour?" Chapter 99. He could acquiesce to her whims. Chu Qianqian, with her penchant for exploration, possessed an intimate knowledge of the imperial palace, navigating its corridors with ease. She had traversed the periphery of the various consorts and Appo's chambers countless times, thus discerning the most discreet paths to avoid detection. Coupled with her childhood experiences of enticing cats and dogs, she had acquired several shortcuts. This evening, her objective was to ascertain the existence of a secret chamber and pinpoint its location, without delving too deeply within. The information gleaned from a young maid was incomplete, necessitating further investigation. Given the multitude of palace inhabitants during the day, blending in was impossible. Thus, she opted for the cover of night. Moreover, she was not overly concerned for her safety. Following a near assault within the palace, Empress she had arranged for both overt guards and 2 covert sentinels to ensure her protection, even while remaining inside the palace walls. Scaling the wall from a gnarled tree, she evaded the night patrols and made her way to Linghua Palace. This area, belonging to the inner palace, was not as rigorously guarded as the outer palace. The distance from Jinling Palace to Linghua Palace was manageable, allowing her to navigate with relative ease. As the clock struck midnight, the moon illuminated the sparse stars. Most palace servants had retired for the evening, leaving only a few scattered maidens to keep watch near Linghua Palace. The adjacent halls were largely deserted, their doors firmly shut, enveloped in silence. Perched atop the wall, Chu Qianqian counted silently 1, 2, 3, 4. Her gaze sharpened. The maid and Appo's description pointed to the 4th unoccupied hall, tucked away in a corner and indeed quite concealed. The exterior of this hall appeared unremarkable. Just as she prepared to leap from the wall, she realized its considerable height. Supporting herself against the wall, she hesitated, assessing the distance, a sudden wave of apprehension washing over her. It was too high. The side she had climbed was aided by the tree trunk, but here there was no support. Scanning the courtyard, she spotted an old broken jar in the corner. That should suffice for a landing. Bending low, she maneuvered her way across the wall, albeit slowly, until she reached her descent point. The courtyard lay deserted, the distant lights failing to illuminate her surroundings. Tentatively, she extended her foot and slid down, her feet landing securely on the jar and Appo's edge. A flicker of delight crossed her features. She was quite adept. However, as she released her grip, intending to descend further, a sharp crack resonated beneath her. The jar shattered. Chu Qianqian slipped, nearly tumbling to the ground. But fortunately, she had descended far enough to merely stumble back a few steps without falling completely. "Who goes there?" A stern voice echoed from nearby. Startled, Chu Qianqian and Appo's eyes widened as she turned toward the source of the voice, her expression shifting to one of alarm. This was dire. In the distance, a flicker of flame caught her attention, prompting her to quickly conceal herself in a small niche, her breath quickening with anxiety. Let them not see her. A patrolling eunuch approached, lantern in hand, squinting at the remnants of the shattered jar, fragments strewn across the ground indicative of some disturbance. A look of confusion crossed his face. How had it come to be broken? Suddenly, a rat scurried from the jar, startling the eunuch into an exclamation. "Ah!" His initial fear gave way to irritation as he regained composure, realizing the cause of his fright. "You wretched rodent, trying to scare me. Just wait until I catch you." With that, the eunuch chased after the rat, oblivious to the hidden girl. Chu Qianqian blinked in surprise at the fortunate turn of events. Had he only searched a little more thoroughly, he would have discovered her. Yet, the eunuch had been entirely distracted and vanished from her sight. What remarkable luck! She adjusted her veil and, crouching low, stealthily ventured deeper into the palace. Remarkably, she encountered no one along her path. Today, she was convinced fortune was on her side. However, as she passed through a corridor, a young maid emerged unexpectedly from around the corner. Upon spotting Chu Qianqian and Appo's furtive figure, the maid gasped, her eyes widening in shock, ready to scream. Yet, in the next instant, a hand clamped over her mouth, and a swift strike to her neck rendered her unconscious, collapsing to the floor. Jun Wein clapped his hands, dragging the unconscious maid into a nearby room where at least a dozen other servants were keeping watch over Linghua Palace. His eyes narrowed, a hint of amusement glinting within the depths of his dark, slightly crimson gaze. Little princess, he mused, such matters are best left to specialists. However, if you wish to indulge in this little adventure, I shall gladly accommodate you. Just an hour would suffice, he thought, enough time to reunite with Chu Qianqian. To expedite their encounters, Jun Wein had half the time he was to spend, fully aware of the potential repercussions, yet deeming the risk worthwhile. This adjustment allowed him daily access to her in this realm. Regrettably, the past year had been tumultuous within the court. His limited control over state affairs had emboldened certain ministers to conspire against him, seeking to aid the puppet emperor in rebellion. In a display of power, he had eradicated all dissenting officials, staining the halls of the Golden Throne with blood. Afterward, he had to select new officials, a process that consumed considerable time. They deemed him mad, yet Jun Wein remained unfazed. Fear served as the greatest deterrent to those with ulterior motives. Under his reign, peace had been tenuously restored. Nations were quietly recuperating, and the populace thrived, even in the once turbulent Western Chu state, where the people now enjoyed tranquility and prosperity. As long as he drew breath, he would instill fear among those with treacherous intentions, ensuring they remained mere ants, forever dependent on his favor. Even in death, he would remain an indelible nightmare within their hearts. Chapter 100. Contemporary Assassins. Such depravity